Sometimes if you don't work hard, you don't know that you are a waste. The implication of this sentence is that even if you work hard, you are still a waste. Bai Ying listened helplessly to his mother's scolding. This was the 30th time he was scolded by his mother this month. Bai Ying also looked at it very openly. He was what his mother called a social idler. Since leaving his mother to live alone in Shanghai City and becoming a street writer, his mother's calls every day basically meant the same thing. Street writers always want to become gods. Bai Ying also thought that he could become a god. However, the facts were cruel. The full attendance bonus that was not even enough to feed and clothe him every month hit him again and again. If you still can't find a girlfriend this month, I will find one for you myself, you little loser. This scolding made Bai Ying ashamed. This mother, everything is good, but she has a foul mouth. He unconsciously put the phone away. Before he was ready to explain or to say perfunctorily that he would definitely find one. When he was looking for an excuse for failure, his mother hung up the phone. Bai Ying's heart sank. Mother, she's serious. In the past, as long as he explained and played the victim, his mother would scold him harshly and she would let him go. But now she doesn't even give him a chance. Obviously, she's serious. Bai Ying confirmed his thoughts again. He looked around the small room, trying to find something. The room was dark and small, and full of garbage. There was only one bedroom and one toilet. The monthly rent was $300. For a writer like him who could only make $1,500 a month, it was not a small amount. Apart from the rent of $300, he would spend most of it on food, electricity, water, and occasionally buying some fruits. The money he got at the end of the month was so pitiful. He couldn't even buy a monthly card in his favorite game, Genshin Impact. Getting out of bed and picking up the broom, Bai Ying prepared to sweep the house that hadn't been cleaned for a long time. After all, his mother said that if it was coming, it would most likely come. When he will come is uncertain. Actually, Bai Ying's family is not bad. His father runs a game company. He can make a net profit of 100 million or 200 million every month, excluding the funds from cost dividends. However, when Bai Ying decided to go out on his own to realize his ridiculous dream of becoming a god, his father cut off his financial assistance. If his mother had not repeatedly stopped him, Bai Ying would have been directly removed from the family tree by Bai Ying's father and cut off all ties. While sweeping the floor, Bai Ying swore, "I must become a platinum god and stay away from the fate of being a failure. When I become a god, I will make you look at me with new eyes." After a long time, Bai Ying exhaled in frustration. I am going to update today's chapter after cleaning. After cleaning the floor, Bai Ying piled the garbage into a pile and put it at the door, ready to take it downstairs after the update. This is the 7th floor. Every time he goes up and down the stairs, it is a challenge for Bai Ying. Lack of exercise, taking 2 steps and breathing 2 steps, this is almost the true portrayal of most online writers. Alas, when I have money, I will buy myself a house. Bai Ying sighed. He came to the bathroom and turned on the light in front of the mirror. In the dim bathroom, the things in the mirror can be seen clearly. What a beautiful face this is. The soft blonde hair is messy like a chicken coop. The long bangs cover the eyes, but it can't prevent the boy in the mirror from having a soft face that is more beautiful than most girls. The skin is fair and has a sickly taste. Actually, I don't look bad. The reason why I don't have a partner is because I look too soft. Bai Ying made such a judgment in the bathroom. In the past days, he also dated many girls. However, when they heard Bai Ying say that he was a street writer, without exception, they chose to reject him. Sure enough, good looks can't be eaten. Nowadays, it's hard to have no money. I'm 22 years old. If I don't find a partner, my cheap father will probably ask someone to kidnap me back. With a helpless sigh, Bai Ying slightly tidied up his messy hair. After washing with water and shaving off the slightly grown beard, I was ready to start working on today's work. Updating is not a pleasure for a writer, but a torture like going to the execution ground. Especially when I get stuck and can't type a single word for a long time, it's even more torture. If this kind of torture is compared with having no partner, Bai Ying feels that being stuck is even more terrible. When he opened the writer's assistant, Bai Ying was shocked by the sudden increase in comments and collections. Recalling yesterday's short message, it seems that the recommendation will start today. Could it be that I will take off today? Will I finally become a god? After 2 years of struggling, I finally stopped struggling? Bai Ying's heart was pounding. The idea of taking off kept popping up in his mind. Really want to fly? The moment he clicked on the comment, Bai Ying was dumbfounded. He felt like a fool. There was actually a thought that he would take off. After so many years of struggling, will the next book take off? Dreaming. Author, you are so funny. The plot is so funny. Find a factory to work. Isn't your opening funny? No wonder it's a flop. Find a factory to work. Don't write anymore. It's well written. Don't write again next time. The rhythm is not there. The plot is lame. And the writing style is as bad as that of an elementary school student. It's so damn toxic. Shenong has been carried away. Goodbye. In the comments that were all abusive, Bai Ying finally found a comment that seemed to praise him. Author, keep going. Although you are a newcomer, don't give up. As long as you work hard, you can become a god. Bai Ying felt that he was an idiot. Newcomer? Although he is just a newcomer? This fucking flop has been fucking for 2 years, and he has fucking failed in 4 books, and each of them is a fucking perfect attendance. The editor has scolded him for being a dead flop more than once. What about a newcomer? Bai Ying wanted to vomit, but didn't want to dirty the floor and increase his workload. He swallowed it back. Well, these comments were almost all abusive. I think I will not fail. It's so funny. Just as Bai Ying turned off the writer's assistant with a wry smile, the editor sent a message. Bai Ying excitedly opened the editor's QQ dialog box. Generally speaking, there are only 2 situations when the editor looks for him. Bai Ying. One is to tell him to cheer up after he has been recommended, and the other is to scold him for failing again. Are you worthy of my recommendation? Bai Ying was very afraid that this would be the second situation. Clicking on the editor's cute QQ avatar, the moment the editor dialog box opened, Bai Ying's body was petrified. I sent it as a test, and it was a single-digit drug chase, and it failed again. How long do you plan to put it on the shelves and get full attendance? Bai Ying's petrified body gradually regained color, and he tremblingly typed a string of words on his phone. Okay, have you cut it? If you don't cut it, save it for the new year? Still thinking about getting full attendance? You have a little dream. After so many years of struggling, how come you are still like this? If it really doesn't work, find a class to attend. Hurry up and start a new book. Bai Ying's phone fell from his hand. He turned on the computer, logged into the writer's zone, looked at the interface with soaring comments, and after thinking for a long time, he clicked Complete on the status of the new book that had just been pushed. Although this will make more readers scold him, it is indeed a good way to stop the loss. If he fails again, he really has to go back to work. After thanking the editor, Bai Ying closed the webpage of the writer's zone. The new book may have to be slow. Bai Ying was hit by both readers and editors, and he was not confident enough to write a new article right after being hit. Over the years, he thought that readers had nurtured a strong heart, but at this moment, he still couldn't bear it. It's so sad. Bai Ying decided to stop updating for a few days starting today and play Genshin Impact to recuperate. When opening the Genshin Impact app, Bai Ying suddenly remembered that today was the day of the Shenhei card pool update, and the Ganyu favorability mission that was launched a few days ago had not been completed. Let's draw cards first. Thinking of this, Bai Ying opened the wishing interface. Looking at the few dozen pink balls, he kept repeating to himself, "Give it to me." 10 consecutive draws have passed. Okay, nothing. The last ripple. Go for it. Looking at the blue light on the wishing interface gradually turning into a golden picture, Bai Ying's heart was about to jump out, and he was ecstatic. I made 60 draws in the last pool and nothing happened. This time, the guaranteed minimum should be out, right? Don't let the small guaranteed minimum be crooked. A flash of golden light. The blue girl with a magic hat on her head made his heart stop, and then he screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Gaia! It's really crooked. Coup! It's true that when good things don't happen, bad things come one after another. He resisted the urge to smash the computer. Bai Ying clicked 648 on the recharge interface, and then when he was about to use Alipay to scan, he was stunned. The balance was insufficient. He looked at Huabei again, and the credit limit was insufficient. Bai Ying silently canceled the recharge window and kept comforting himself. Well, it's just a character. Wait for the reprint. It's better not to have this Shenhei. Bai Ying knew the pain of wasting all the original stones. In order to earn some original stones and continue his dream of hitting the target with one shot, Bai Ying decided to complete Ganyu's favor task. After finally completing it and getting some original stones, this fucking interface is stuck. It keeps staying on the Heart of Favor and won't move. The mouse can't be clicked and there is no sound. He looked around and found that the clock hanging on the wall didn't move. He felt that this matter seemed not so simple. He tried to move the mouse, but it was like moving a wall, and he couldn't push it at all. Not only the mouse, but also the chair couldn't be turned at all. This kind of thing can only happen in novels. Bai Ying remembered that there was a similar plot in his novel. What happened? In a panic, Bai Ying turned around and wanted to escape, but was shocked to find that there was a human figure with an unclear face at the door of the toilet. At this moment, Bai Ying thought of countless possibilities, and he made countless wills that no one else could hear. Alas, these bad things are coming one after another, so unlucky. After sighing, Bai Ying lay on the chair, ready to accept the punishment of fate. Alas, I didn't have a girlfriend before I died, alas. The human figure slowly approached Bai Ying, and in the dark environment, it was like a demon. The key is that if you look over, you can still see the horns on her head, like a demon. Bai Ying's body was tense, until this human figure appeared in front of her. The residual light of the mobile phone shone on her pretty face, making her blue hair shine. If you have played Genshin Impact, you must know what this person looks like. If you have played Genshin Impact, you will definitely like this person. If you have played Genshin Impact, you will definitely call her Wang Xiaomei. That's right, this person is Ganyu. However, now, Ganyu, this person, has crossed the computer screen and is standing in front of him, looking at him curiously. Bai Ying feels that this kind of thing can only happen in heaven. Am I dead? A mechanical voice appeared in his mind. It is impossible to tell whether it is a man or a woman, but it is unusually clear, as if it is engraved in the soul. Current favorability 10. Turn on the favorability system. Ding, the system is starting. Ding, the system is starting. Insufficient balance detected. Please recharge. Bai Ying vomited blood on the spot. What the hell is this? Recharge? What the hell is the favorability system? While he was thinking about it, he was shocked to find that his bed not far away had disappeared. Recharge completed. Turn on the favorability system. When Bai Ying was speechless, he found that there was a transparent screen in front of him. Ganyu, who ran out of the computer, was squatting beside him and looking at the screen curiously. Character management. Ganyu, favorability 10, slightly higher than passers-by. Favorability points, points store. No products. Currency exchange. 1,000 favorability points can be exchanged for 10,000 Chinese currency. Is this my avatar? Ganyu pointed at the cute little face on the screen and said, I think I should have a good sleep. I am in a trance. As soon as the voice fell, the clock resumed. On the computer screen, the game interface of Genshin Impact was running. Everything was the same as before, except for the disappeared bed and the pretty and cute Wang Xiaomei beside him. Wow, this is the Teyvat continent. Am I not in the Teyvat continent now? This is definitely... What should I do? What should I do? Yingmei is waiting for me to save her. When he heard Ganyu holding her head and running around in panic, Bai Ying's face was a little strange. In his own book club group, he often cosplays various anime female characters to attract the attention of the LSPS in the group and pray that they will subscribe to all the chapters. Until someone discovered that he looked a lot like Ying, and he cosplayed as Ying, the nickname Yingmei spread among his book friends, and even the majority of netizens. Most netizens know that there is a person on Q.com who is not good at writing books, but is very good at cosplaying female characters, and is called Yingmei. While Bai Ying was hesitating, Ganyu came in front of him and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Ying! Are you Ying? The favorability interface automatically popped up, and Bai Ying found that Ganyu's favorability points increased by 50 to 60. Close friend. This scene made Bai Ying smile bitterly. Looking at the cute little girl in front of him with tears in her eyes and pitiful appearance, Bai Ying touched the back of his head embarrassedly. He asked tentatively, "Girl, are you really from Teyvat?" Bai Ying wanted to confirm one thing, that is, whether this cute girl in front of him who looked almost exactly like Ganyu really came from Teyvat. It is possible that a cute little girl jumped from the upstairs to her own windowsill and climbed in. Hey, hey, hey! How can this be more outrageous than traveling through time? Who is so stupid that would do this? And wearing a cosplay costume? I have to say that the quality of this cosplay costume is really good. Wait, what's wrong with that system? Bai Ying was a little slow to realize it. It wasn't until the girl nodded with a smile and moved a stool to sit next to him that he woke up. He ran into a ghost. Under Ganyu's curious gaze, he took out his mobile phone and clicked something on the screen. On the side, Ganyu wiped the tears next to her bright eyes, sat next to him honestly, and pointed at the screen. Curiously asked, "Ying, what is this thing?" Innocent big eyes, cute and beautiful face, soft and slightly curly blue hair, slender and sexy legs, and a rather spectacular chest. All of them show the girl's breathtakingly beautiful face and infinite charm. The most important thing is that her slightly raised horns make people want to touch them. She opened her eyes wide with curiosity. Observing Bai Ying's movements, Bai Ying was stunned. When a girl who is so beautiful suddenly appears in front of you, what will you do? This world-class problem fermented in Bai Ying's heart. A bold idea took shape in his mind. Since my mother said that I should find a girlfriend, can't I just trick this guy over? Well, as long as she is a female, who cares if she is a ghost? There are warriors who fuck ghosts next door. Thinking of this, Bai Ying couldn't help but grin. The girl was confused by his silly smile, stretched out her two slender hands and pinched Bai Ying's face slightly. A gentle but firm cute voice came from her mouth. "Ying, wake up! Although we may have left the continent of Teyvat, but we must cheer up. Don't show a silly smile." The cold temperature on the cheek froze Bai Ying's smile. It has a body. It has thoughts. Could it be? Is it true that characters in games can travel to the real world? Hey, Ying! The girl shook the dumbfounded person and accidentally used too much force. She pushed Bai Ying and they fell to the ground together. Her whole body pressed on Bai Ying's body, and her lips accidentally touched Bai Ying's lips. Her two hands tightly hugged Bai Ying's neck. Bai Ying fell to the ground in a big letter position. This scene was like a delicate frame of a freeze-frame comic. For 3 minutes, the two of them remained motionless. Ganyu's face turned red, she moaned, and fell asleep on Bai Ying. Not long after, large patches of water vapor appeared on her head. Bai Ying hugged the girl's slender waist with her backhand and gently picked her up. The bed was gone. There was still a sofa to lie on. Thinking of this, Bai Ying carried the lovely girl to the sofa not far away. He slowly laid her flat on the sofa, then found a blanket and covered her. Looking at the girl's peaceful sleeping face, Bai Ying thought, this guy might be a gift from God to himself, although he didn't know why he came from Teyvat. She is not an evil ghost, but his future girlfriend. Heh, girlfriend. Heh, Ganyu wife. What is the baby's name? Baiyu? What a good name. In just such a short moment, Bai Ying actually thought of the name of his and Ganyu's child. He is worthy of being an old pervert. The main thing is that she is really, it's so cute. Bai Ying sighed in his heart. Who can refuse a beautiful girl from heaven? For some reason, Bai Ying took a picture of the girl's peaceful, sleeping face with his mobile phone. After saving it, he posted it in the Book Friends group and the Writer group. This is one of the few group chats that Bai Ying attends. In other author groups, sometimes the screenshots of manuscript fees posted are really a big blow to Bai Ying, who has failed in the past 2 years, so he simply quits the group. The only reason to stay in this author group is that all the authors in it have failed, and there are even authors who have not signed a contract for love power generation, and they can't even be considered as failures. In this group, Bai Ying can even brag about his experience of failing in the past 2 years. At this time, there will be newbies who say that they worship the great god. Bai Ying feels very comfortable about this. He really enjoys the feeling of being worshipped by others. Sure enough, when this photo was posted, someone called him Bai Ying. However, his next sentence made Bai Ying almost vomit blood. Sister Ying, you are so lecherous. Are you trying to trick us into subscribing again? No, this face doesn't look like you, although you are cute too. Bai Ying took a closer look and found out. Damn, I saw the wrong group chat. This is his own book friend group. He quickly quit and clicked on the writer group. He was stunned by the dozens of new messages. Huh, Sister Ying is wearing women's clothes again? Why doesn't this look like Sister Ying? Big brother Bai Ying is wearing women's clothes again? So cute. Well, it seems that the reputation of this Sister Ying is resounding throughout the Q Point online literary circle. In fact, there is a strange phenomenon in his books. There are more authors than readers in the collection. Of course, these authors will hardly subscribe to his books. First, no author will learn from Bai Ying's crappy books. Second, it is just that Bai Ying's collection of women's clothes in the comment area is more attractive. So, that readers pull the author, and the author pulls the reader to come and collect. That is, almost no one subscribes. The main reason is that the writing is too lame. The editor said to Bai Ying more than once, "Your subscription is outrageous. Hundreds of thousands of collections, and the average subscription is only 500. Well, anyway, I am just a dead loser who can only wear women's clothes." Bai Ying muttered in his heart. Looking at the news that kept scrolling, Bai Ying turned his attention back to his book friends group. Then, I was scared to death by this 99+. Click in and say something directly. Your mouths are like Gatling guns, 99+ in 1 minute. Yingmei, when are you going to open the second group? It's full of 2,000 people. My brother said he wants to see you in women's clothing. And the women's clothing you just wore is so beautiful. Bai Ying rolled his eyes. He was speechless because of this guy. Suddenly, a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. His fingers moved quickly on the screen. I'm showing my cards. This is my girlfriend. A series of signs showed the shock of the group members. What the hell? Yingmei has a girlfriend? And she's so beautiful. She's exactly the same as the character in the game? It's fake. I don't believe it. Yingmei is not looking for a boyfriend. I don't agree with it. I'm showing my cards. Yingmei is my girlfriend. Which Yingmei are you? This person replied unusually quickly. Of course, I want them all. So the style of the group chat was distorted again. The envy that Bai Ying expected did not come, but everyone was discussing his cross-dressing. Me? Am I so good at cross-dressing? No. I have to let you eat more lemons. Thinking of this, Bai Ying had a naughty smile. He quietly came to the sleeping Ganyu, put his face next to Ganyu's little face, picked up the phone and took a selfie of himself. In the camera, the cute blue-haired girl showed a peaceful sleeping face, with her chest rising and falling slightly. The pretty faces of the two were frozen in the photo. Save! Send! Done in one go. Bai Ying was already looking forward to it. In his mind, the scene of group members sending out various sour lemon emoticons has emerged. Sure enough, in the two groups that forwarded the message, except for the number, the most common ones were lemon cat head pictures, especially in the book friends group. All lemon cat heads were repeated. Bai Ying's mouth corners couldn't stop rising, and finally laughed out loud. Ganyu, who was sleeping soundly, couldn't help but frown her beautiful eyebrows. Noticed the girl's strangeness. Bai Ying quickly covered her mouth with her hands to prevent herself from making any sound. Looking at the group members who were repeating the words on their phones, Bai Ying couldn't bear to interrupt them. So, she joined the repeating queue in the group chat. Just after she sent it out, the phone rang suddenly. The ringing of the phone completely woke Ganyu up. The girl quickly sat up and stretched out her hands. She yawned loudly. Next to her sleepy eyes, 1 or 2 drops of bright tears flashed. Ha! The girl lowered her head and glanced at the blanket covering her body. Her eyes drifted to the blonde boy next to her. Ying, what is this? The girl looked at Bai Ying's delicate phone curiously and looked up and down. You are the beginning of the letter, the content of the poem, the ending of the fairy tale. You are the miracle that is taken for granted. You are the beautiful moonlight. You are the gift given to me by Santa Claus as a good child. You are in the 3,000 beautiful worlds. The melodious and beautiful ringtone kept ringing. Bai Ying once played this song on repeat for a whole day. A whole day! He was playing this song. It can be seen that this song is really, really good. Ganyu was attracted by this beautiful song. She was like a curious little lamb. Her little face was close to Bai Ying's phone. Her little hand wanted to touch it, but she was afraid and shrank back. Bai Ying smiled and rolled her eyes at the girl. The call was connected. On the other end of the phone, the girl's roar mixed with anger and shame almost made Bai Ying drop her phone on the ground. "Bai Ying, you said you would be with me. You big liar. Woo woo woo." This beautiful girl's roar, in this dark and narrow room, has been echoing. Ganyu couldn't help but said to the phone, "Who are you? Hey, get away from Bai Ying. Bai Ying is mine. Get away from him." The girl's shouting made Bai Ying ashamed. The child roaring on the phone was called Tang Kong. He was one of the few female fans of Bai Ying's books. Since the first book, this girl has been following his books and finally found out that this girl actually lives downstairs from him. In the 2 years that she has been here, she only discovered the fact that this guy was downstairs from her a month ago. A month ago, they met by chance and knew each other's identities. The moment she knew Bai Ying's identity, she immediately confessed. However, Bai Ying laughed and said that she would talk about it later and think about it. In fact, it was just a polite refusal. The main thing is, this child is only 17 years old. The age difference with her is too big. Not suitable. Bai Ying was about to say something when the other party hung up the phone. On the side, Ganyu curiously pinched Bai Ying's phone and wanted to take it away. "Ganyu, you will call yourself Wang Xiaomei in the future. This world is different from the continent of Teyvat, so you need to be prepared." "Wang Xiaomei?" Ganyu pondered for a while, suddenly clapped his hands. He looked as if he had suddenly realized something. "Paimon and you have both mentioned this name. I'm curious, does this name have any special meaning?" Bai Ying smiled bitterly in his heart. This guy mistook himself for Ying. Can't she tell that my voice is obviously male? Or in the plot, Ying is a mute and doesn't speak, so she doesn't feel strange about the male voice of the girl she thinks is Ying? Answer: the system automatically converted your voice to the voice of Ying in Genshin Impact. Before you are in a relationship, please don't let the female character find out your real gender. A voice suddenly sounded in my mind. This voice was mechanical, and it was hard to tell whether it was male or female. What? My voice was converted? What should I do? Bai Ying tried to record it on her phone and then played it back. She found that the voice was still her own. In other words, it was only in Ganyu's ears that she was Ying's sister. Huh, not bad. If this damn system gave me a girl's voice, I would vomit. Host, please don't insult this system. Insult it, what can you do? Bai Ying laughed in her heart. Sure enough, this damn system stopped talking. It must be scared of being scolded by me. Ha ha! Suddenly, Bai Ying felt a chill in his lower body. In this 1/100th of a microsecond, Bai Ying's face went from happy to pale. In his heart, the voice that could not be distinguished between male and female flashed again. Punishment, gender reversal within 24 hours. Please stop insulting this system, otherwise the punishment will be aggravated. Bai Ying was sweating. He always felt that there was a hint of tsundere in the words of this system. Well, it's just one day nothing. After one day, I'm a hero again. After a long while, he put on a bitter face. This time, my sister Ying really became my sister Ying. Woo woo woo. Dog system, host. It's okay. What did I say just now? I don't know if this will work. Just when I was thinking about explaining it, the system stopped warning. In other words, this system not only understands human language, but also has independent consciousness. It's so advanced. At this time, Bai Ying noticed that Ganyu was licking his mobile phone with his mouth. He was sweating. He immediately snatched Ganyu's phone, ignoring her aggrieved expression, and criticized, "You can't eat this. You idiot! Are you a child? You put everything in your mouth? Great. This phone needs to be put in a bag to collect some saliva and study it carefully." Ugh! A sigh came from somewhere. This sigh made Bai Ying's mouth twitch. Good guy, it turns out that the system can also complain like this? Ganyu's aggrieved look was so cute. It was so cute that Bai Ying felt that if he didn't look at her, he would lose out. He stared at Ganyu's little face intently. He couldn't help but reach out and pinch Ganyu's fresh and tender face. The latter rolled his eyes at Bai Ying in pain. "What are you doing? Ying's sister, take my frost arrow." The girl's little hand made a bow gesture, but nothing happened. Where's my elemental power? What's going on? Ganyu stamped her feet anxiously. Without elemental power, she can't defeat the Abyss Demon. If she can't defeat the Abyss Demon, she can't protect Liyue and Yingmei. Ganyu's anxious look was seen by Bai Ying. He gently patted Ganyu's shoulder. He comforted her and said, "Cute coconut sheep, don't worry, there is no abyss, no monsters, and no elemental power in this world." Ganyu was stunned for a long time when she heard the word coconut sheep. She touched her chin with her little hand for a long time. Then she clapped her hands and shouted, "What the hell is a coconut sheep? I'm obviously an immortal. Immortal, not a coconut sheep." The girl looked at the boy in front of her angrily. She cared about the word coconut sheep. It reminded her of an experience in her childhood. "I'm not a coconut sheep." Ganyu blushed and shouted in her heart. Okay, Wang Xiaomei." Ganyu felt that she couldn't communicate with this guy. In the distance, the computer screen had been turned off. The original scene of Teyvat had long since turned into a pitch-black screen. Ganyu looked out the window at the exotic sky, feeling the summer heat. Everything had changed. Someone knocked on the door hastily. "Knock, knock, knock!" The knocks continued, and the frequency became faster and faster, showing the impatience of the knocker. Bai Ying looked at the door. He sighed secretly. "This guy is coming up." The rapid knocks made Ganyu's whole body tense. She looked at the direction of the knocks with a nervous face. She hid behind the sofa and looked at the door with a vigilant face. It must be an abyss monster. Ganyu made a judgment in her heart. That's not right. It seems that Yingmei said that there are no abyss monsters in this world. What is it? After Bai Ying reluctantly walked to the door and opened it, Ganyu was able to see the face of the person who came. This is a girl who looks about 18 or 19 years old, with a very sexy chest that makes people unable to take their eyes off, and a head of shiny black hair. The hair is long and reaches the waist, exuding a pleasant floral scent. "It's a bit like the fragrance of Qingxin," Ganyu said in her heart. "She is very beautiful, but her expression seems very scary, especially when she looks at me." Feeling the dangerous gaze of the girl, Ganyu unconsciously shrank back into the sofa. From childhood to adulthood, Ganyu has a special sense of dangerous situations. For example, now this guy is looking at her with this kind of eyes. Ganyu regards this situation as a dangerous situation. Facing a dangerous situation, Ganyu unconsciously puts on a look of facing a great enemy. The girl snorted coldly and took off her shoes. Just walked in like this. Bai Ying, who followed behind her, had a bitter smile on his face. "Who is this girl?" Tang Kong pointed at Ganyu, who was hiding behind the sofa and posing to welcome the enemy, and asked Bai Ying. The corner of Bai Ying's mouth twitched. Fortunately, this guy doesn't play Genshin Impact. Although I have cosplayed Ganyu before, and this guy has seen her, he is obviously not impressed. Alas, how did I end up with this kid? Looking at someone with a threatening look on his face, Bai Ying felt depressed. If I had known earlier, I should have seriously rejected it. If I were 5 or 6 years younger, I might have accepted it. Bai Ying sighed in his heart. The girl saw Bai Ying standing there in a daze without saying anything. She was furious. She ran to Ganyu, pointed at her, and scolded her desperately. "You are a cat that steals fish. No, a sheep that steals grass. Don't think you have won. Bai Ying is mine." "Huh? What's wrong with me? What did I do?" Ganyu was confused and didn't understand why the other party pointed at her and scolded her as soon as he came. Is this the way people from another world greet each other? Different from the bow in Liyue? This way of greeting is terrible. Ganyu felt that she was about to be annoyed by this guy. Moreover, why is this guy so angry? Yingmei and I are just ordinary good friends. I still remember that little guy when we first met in Liyue. Oh, by the way, where is Pai Meng? Thinking of this, Ganyu couldn't help but ask Bai Ying next to her. "Yingmei, where is your emergency food?" Bai Ying was slightly stunned, and at the same time, a strange voice that could not be distinguished between male and female appeared in her mind. Pai Meng is not emergency food. Bai Ying's expression was very normal. "Well, I'm not surprised about this kind of thing. Ganyu is here, so it's okay for Pai Meng to come." Wait, Pai Meng? Could the dog system be Pai Meng? Host, please don't make any assumptions. This emergency, oh no, this system will punish you as appropriate. This almost confirmed that the system was the emergency food. Bai Ying was relieved in her heart. If this dog system was some unreliable scumbag training system or some women's clothing system, then she would be finished. Well, host, please continue to praise me. Looking at Ganyu, who looked puzzled, Bai Ying showed a mysterious smile on her face. Paimeng, it is far away in the sky, but close at hand. You can't see it, but it can see you. Oh. On the side, Tang Kong puffed her lips. She was very concerned about the fact that someone was talking and laughing with this beautiful blue-haired girl. She snorted softly and sat down next to Bai Ying with a stool. Her lips pouted slightly. She said, Ying, are you not typing? It would be better if Tang Kong didn't mention it. Once he mentioned it, Bai Ying remembered the unbearable memory. The conversation with the editor appeared in front of her. My goodness, is this guy here to urge for more? Is he urging for more? Bai Ying smiled bitterly and felt a little depressed. I sent it as a test, but the editor told me to cut it off. I plan to start a new book in a few days. Tang Kong was surprised and asked, You sent it again? Didn't you continue writing normally after sending out the previous books as a test? Bai Ying's face turned pale when she heard Tang Kong's words. The past was too painful to look back on. Once upon a time, Bai Ying had a dream. After so many failures, she thought that the next book would be a god. Until reality broke Bai Ying's fantasy again and again. It was all a lie that a completed book would be a god. Behind every god, there may be countless fake books or unfinished books. If you can't even get enough food and clothing, how can you become a god? Bai Ying sighed inwardly. He was going to discuss the new book with Tang Kong. In the past, he always contacted Tang Kong on QQ. Now that he knew his home address, this guy often came here. Discussing new books can be discussed in person. Ganyu curiously put her hand in front of her mouth, and the sheep, horns on her little head slightly tilted up. On his head, he could vaguely see several big question marks. Ying, what does it mean to write? This is a kind of work, a very painful job. Then why do you keep doing this kind of work, Ying? Won't it be very sleepy? When I do a job I hate, I feel sleepy and want to sleep. Ganyu tilted his head, looking puzzled. This question has completely stumped Bai Ying. Yes, why do I have to keep doing this kind of work that I think is obviously painful? Since I feel so painful, what is the point of persisting in writing? Looking at Tang Kong, he seemed to have found the meaning of persistence. Even if there is only one, he also wants to persist. The encouragement of countless fans and the various cheers from the brothers in the group appeared in front of him like lanterns. These scenes, as if they happened yesterday, are so profound in his mind. Yes, because of these people he can persist. If he gives up here and regards writing as a painful thing, that would be wrong. Thinking of this, Bai Ying's ashen face lit up again, and he looked at the curious coconut sheep seriously. He said firmly, because someone has been supporting me behind the scenes. Even if I do a terrible job and get scolded by countless people, I can't give up even if there are only a few people supporting me. This is my explanation of my trust in them. This is not only my job, but also my agreement with my readers. Because of this, even if it fails for 2 years, and the 6th and 7th books may fail in the future, I will insist on writing. It's my fault that I cut it off after sending it for trial. I failed everyone's trust in me. He paused and turned his head to Tang Kong next to him. The emotion was sincere and intense. Tang Kong, thank you for your support all the way to now. My book is terrible, I know that. Without fans like you who have been chasing poison all the way, I really can't stick to. No, I just subscribed. I didn't read it at all. Bai Ying felt that he was really a clown. Tang Kong's words were like a knife, ruthlessly inserted into his chest, piercing his beating heart. It was very uncomfortable, very speechless, feeling uncomfortable and wanting to cry. Ganyu saw tears in the eyes of the boy beside her, and couldn't help but reach out her hand to wipe away the tears from his eyes, and comforted him softly. Don't be sad, Ying. This action, in Tang Kong's eyes, was like a needle piercing his eyes. Anger suddenly arose in her heart. The strong sourness in her heart made her feel uncomfortable. Who are you? What are you doing here? Tang Kong's questioning made Ganyu stunned for a moment. She remembered what Bai Ying told her, immediately replied, My name is Wang Xiaomei and I came here to protect Ying. Huh? Huh? Ganyu repeated Tong Kong's words, not understanding why the other party showed such a confused and shocked expression. She tentatively said the words just now again. My name is Wang Xiaomei, and I came here to protect Ying. Isn't it your girlfriend? Tong Kong asked back. What is a girlfriend? Is it a female friend? Faced with Ganyu's idiotic answer, Tong Kong squeezed towards Bai Ying's position, then covered his mouth with his hand and whispered in Bai Ying's ear. Bai Ying, you guy? Where did you get this girlfriend from? She's just like a child. You might as well choose me. How about this? Ying, you think about it. Break up and be with me? Bai Ying looked back with a strange look on her face. Staring at Tong Kong's pretty face, she asked back, What do you think? So it's okay? Huh? No, Tong Kong. I really treat you as my sister. I can't let a child who is 5 years younger than me be my girlfriend. You're still in high school. Study hard. Don't think about these things, all kinds of things. After hearing what Bai Ying said, Tong Kong's mouth curled unconsciously. Sister again. She's only 5 years old. There are news reports of people who are several dozen years older than her. Bai Ying, you just don't like me. Just say it. Woo. This girl actually started crying. Bai Ying was in a state of panic. At this moment, the screen appeared in front of her. In the character interface, there was an avatar of Bai Ying. Bai Ying's favorability was 200, true love. The moment she unlocked the character panel, Bai Ying found that her favorability column had 1,000 more points. At the same time, there was a yellow exclamation mark next to the character panel. Click on the exclamation mark to expand a column of tasks. The task shows, agree to all of Tong Kong's requests within 10 days. Successful tasks will reward 1,000 points and open wishes. Failure of the task will cause Tong Kong's favorability to drop, deduct 1,000 points, and randomly select a set of cosplay costumes to force him to wear, and feel the many eyes in the crowded XX square. Can I not accept it? Bai Ying was a little speechless. Who on earth came up with this kind of nonsensical task? Host, please actively complete the task. Well, it also comes with a reminder service. Bai Ying was very speechless. At this time, Tong Kong saw the screen that suddenly unfolded in front of Bai Ying and was surprised. He couldn't help asking, Bai Ying, what is this screen in front of you? It feels so high-tech. Tong Kong's exclamation scared Bai Ying. With a thought, he quickly put away the system interface and laughed awkwardly. No, nothing. Just something I found while shopping. Not worth mentioning. Not worth mentioning. Tong Kong glanced at Bai Ying suspiciously and muttered, Good guy, can you find this kind of thing while shopping? She suddenly remembered that she had something to do. Bai Ying, what do you think of what I said? Okay, no problem. Bai Ying's answer was so decisive that Tong Kong couldn't believe it. She tried to confirm again, saying, Bai Ying, are you serious? Yeah, seriously. Do you really accept me as your girlfriend? Really? Tong Kong cheered and jumped for joy. At the same time, Bai Ying found that Tong Kong's favorability panel increased by 10 yen, becoming 210, and the favorability points also increased from 1,000 to 1,100. Great! I'm so happy! Ha ha ha! Tong Kong's face flushed, and he jumped up high. His cheerful shouts made the ant upstairs curse. Are you sick? It's 7 or 8 o'clock in the evening. If you want to make a noise, go downstairs, okay? Tong Kong's excited shouts were stopped in time. She sat back awkwardly. The remaining red light on her face showed the excitement the girl had just experienced. Hey. The girl stuck out her tongue cutely. She sat down next to Bai Ying quite obediently. It was her first time to fall in love, and she was still confused about everything. Even if everything went as she wished, and Bai Ying really became her boyfriend, she was a little overwhelmed. She didn't know how to get along with Bai Ying. In the past, when they chatted on QQ, the two of them just joked and talked a lot. After knowing Bai Ying's real location a month ago, they often visited each other. But it was limited to exchanging ideas about books and some views on daily life. It was limited to chatting. After confirming the relationship today, she didn't know what to do next. Should she continue to chat with Bai Ying and talk about ideas for books? Or should she find a way to ask Bai Ying out to play? Improve their relationship? Well, it's still too difficult to ask out a street writer who is devoted to writing books. Tong Kong decided to continue chatting with Bai Ying about their views on books and cultivate feelings from daily life. Bai Ying. The girl spoke shyly. Bai Ying rolled her eyes beside her. And Ganyu suddenly said, Yingmei's girlfriend too. Two big question marks were not enough to show the surprise of the two. Bai Ying was surprised because Ganyu actually asked to come up and cuddle with him. Moreover, judging from the situation, did she really understand what her girlfriend meant? Tong Kong was surprised because why didn't Bai Ying tell him when she said she wanted to break up just now? But now she came to join in the fun. In this situation, did she really understand what her girlfriend meant? Bai Ying laughed awkwardly. She caught a glimpse of the girl's cute horns from the corner of her eye. She couldn't help but reach out to her horns and touch them. The latter immediately let out an alluring moan. Her little face was flushed and looked very cute. Please, please don't touch my horns. Bai Ying retracted her hand in embarrassment. As a girlfriend, Tong Kong was not only unhappy about Bai Ying's sudden behavior, but was also more interested in Ganyu's horns. In her opinion, it was just a decoration. Ganyu's big reaction made her feel that it was more than just a decoration. It was like an object growing on Ganyu's head. Speaking of which, this dress seemed to have been worn by Bai Ying. In memory, when Bai Ying was wearing the same clothes as Ganyu, she was still watching beside her. It was about half a month ago. It was said that it was to thank a certain brother for his female clothing photos. The brother gave him 1,000 yuan for his new book. 1,000 yuan is divided into 500 yuan. When Bai Ying was on full attendance, it was just a little more than 500 yuan. When he went to pay taxes, the tax collectors would cry and say that it was not easy for him, and whether he wanted to apply for some subsidies for him. This kind of thing really happened. When Bai Ying was selling Misery before, she wrote this in her thank you for putting the book on the shelves. But I don't know if it's true. She said this when we chatted before, but whether to believe it or not is another matter. Well, as Bai Ying's girlfriend, I have to help Bai Ying cheer up again and find out what this girl with goat horns is planning. This girl with goat horns is much prettier than me, and I always feel I have been crushed in all aspects of the numerical value. Woo woo woo. She is cute and sexy. Now my only advantage is that I am his girlfriend now. But who knows what Bai Ying will think in the end. As we all know, a girlfriend and getting married are two different things. Tong Kong is dating Bai Ying with the purpose of getting married. Moreover, Tong Kong is now 17 years old, and she will be 18 years old in half a year. As long as Bai Ying agrees, she can marry him when she is an adult. Any relationship that is not for the purpose of getting married is a hooligan. The atmosphere fell into a strange silence. Ganyu was touching her little horns and blushing mysteriously. Bai Ying was secretly watching Ganyu blushing beside her. Tong Kong, who was watching all this, revealed a sour taste in his actions. Ahem. Tong Kong put his little hand in front of his mouth and clenched it into a fist. He coughed lightly. Seeing Bai Ying's eyes turn to him, he continued, Do you have any idea of starting a new book? The idea of starting a new book? Bai Ying was stunned. He did have this idea, but he had no clue. After being ruthlessly attacked by the editor, he had no urge to start a new book at all. Seeing Bai Ying's dazed look, Tong Kong couldn't help but reveal a smug look on her face. She slapped her thigh with her little hand. She was quite confident. I have an idea. Why don't you write a new book about daily love? As for the material, don't you see that there is a ready-made one? Tong Kong hinted at him frantically. Unfortunately, Bai Ying didn't get her point. Bai Ying smiled bitterly and spread her hands and talked about that theory again. How can I write something else? It's not that easy to change. I'm a fantasy writer. Can I write daily life well? Your suggestion is not good. Change your idea. Hearing this, Tong Kong curled his lips. Although he didn't want to criticize Bai Ying, the fantasy written by Bai Ying was not worth reading. Fighting in one chapter and more than 10 chapters, all water. It's also very ugly. Those who can read it are either Shen Nong, who doesn't care about his life, or brave people who have to test poison because of full subscription. I mean, Look, the material is ready-made, so easy to find. Isn't it easy for us to have it? If you write down what happens in your daily life, won't it be perfect? Stupid. No wonder you are a dead loser. Bai Ying's heart was stabbed with a ruthless knife. This knife hurts his heart. Did it hit you? Well, Bai Ying, I'm serious. You write about your daily love life. I bet you will definitely become popular. Bai Ying nodded helplessly. It's not possible to refuse it. There is a dog system. If you don't accept it, you will be forced to wear women's clothes. Ying, don't you want to change back? Did you see it? It's true. Bai Ying spread his hands. I don't know whether it is good or bad to have such a system. The type of the new book has been determined, and there are some outlines and character settings. After communicating with Tong Kong, I gained a lot. What surprised Bai Ying even more was that Ganyu, who used to only listen or doze off, talked a lot when talking about books. I know a man who is very good at writing books. His name is Xingqiu, and his books are very popular in Liwei. Where is Liwei? Tong Kong was puzzled. He had never heard of this place name. It seems that there is no such place in the whole of China. Is this a foreign country? Ha 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 ha, Tang Kong, are you tired? Do you want to take a rest? Drink a cup of hot water and go to your room to sleep. It's too late, it's time to go to bed. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Bai Ying tried to change the subject. He succeeded. Tong Kong no longer entangled in where Liwei was. Seeing Bai Ying urging him to go home, he pointed to Ganyu and asked, "What about her?" "Ah, I'll take her back later." "Let's go, Tong Kong, it's so late, it's time to go back to bed. Good children should go to bed early and get up early. Only in this way can they be healthy." After hearing Bai Ying's words, Tong Kong pouted without comment. She took a deep look at Ganyu. The curious look of the beautiful blue-haired girl was really annoying. At this moment, outside the window, the sky gradually darkened. Tong Kong knew that it was already very late, and it would not be good to stay any longer. The main thing was that his parents were still at home, and he had to find an excuse to go out. He had to go to class later. Alas, they just became boyfriend and girlfriend. Woo woo woo, Tong Kong thought with some sadness. Then I'm leaving. Bye, bye. Looking at the back of the girl leaving, Bai Ying took a long and deep breath. Finally, this god was asked to leave. Next. Suddenly, Bai Ying noticed that a message popped up on the phone screen. It was from his mother. "Bai Ying, we will call your place tomorrow. You should prepare well. This time we will introduce you to someone, and I heard that he is also a fan of your books." Looking at this message, Bai Ying was confused. How come they came so soon? My parents haven't come for 2 years, and I didn't go to find them. After all, they are all busy people, so how can they care about such an idle person? 2 years ago, he made an agreement with his father that if there was still no improvement in 2 years, he would have to go back to inherit the family business. But to be honest, Bai Ying didn't want to manage those miscellaneous things at all. He just wanted to create a world that belonged to him alone. In the past, he could use the failed blind date as an excuse, but now his parents came to his door to promote girls. What should he do? Say that he already has a girlfriend? No, with Dad's personality, even if he did, he would force him to break up and choose the one he recommended. This also made him lose favorability points. It's simply not worth the loss. So what should he do? Anyway, keep it a secret first, and then find a chance to make the girl who was recommended give up. That's it. Bai Ying's mouth curled up slightly. On the sofa, there were bursts of sound sleep from the girl. She fell asleep. With the dim light, Bai Ying admired the girl's beautiful face. The warm breath hit his face. It was itchy but very comfortable. The unique scent of the girl's hair mixed with her body fragrance hit Bai Ying's face. Looking at the girl, Bai Ying suddenly had an idea. I have an idea for a new book. Time waits for no one. Bai Ying decided to finish the outline of the character setting tonight. I will show it to the editor tomorrow. The type, it is more of a daily life, a light novel channel. The clock on the wall pointed to more than 8 o'clock in the evening. If I keep working on the manuscript, I can finish the outline and character setting tonight. Let's get started. Turn on the computer and type out the words one by one on the familiar coding software very quickly. This is a skill that Bai Ying has practiced in the past few years. It is as easy as drinking water to update 10,000 words a day. It took more than 2 hours to code. When the hour hand pointed to 11, Bai Ying just finished the outline of the character setting. Call it a day. The Beautiful Girl Who Fell from the Sky and the Secret I Have to Tell. This title looks like a light novel, manually funny. Not only is the title attractive, but more importantly, the heroine has white hair and red eyes. White hair! The hair color that Chinese people love the most. Suddenly I remembered that there was an important thing that I hadn't done. Looking at the place where the bed was originally placed. Bai Ying was dumbfounded. No bed. Where to sleep? The bed was eaten by the system. It's so late. I can't find someone to set up the bed now. This is the 7th floor. Bai Ying sighed slightly when he saw Ganyu sleeping on the sofa from the corner of his eye. It would be okay if they squeezed together, but I always felt that this was not a good idea. Helplessly, Bai Ying chose to continue sitting in front of the computer screen, put his hands on the table, and sleep with his head resting on his hands. It was very cold at night. Bai Ying was even woken up by the cold in the middle of the night. The cold wind was howling outside the window, and there were a few shouts from time to time. Bai Ying got up early. The cold wind and noisy sounds woke him up. At this time, the clock was probably a little after 5 in the morning. Ganyu was still sleeping soundly. Looking at Ganyu's peaceful sleeping face, Bai Ying had a lot of thoughts. My parents are coming back today, and if Ganyu is here, I have to explain it again. I can't let Ganyu go out alone. I can't rest assured. Ganyu is full of curiosity about everything in this world. Who knows if he will get lost in the brightly lit streets? Oh, I forgot a key thing. Bai Ying looked at the pile of garbage bags at the door and was glad that she found it early. If I waited for my parents to help me throw away the garbage, Bai Ying would bet that her butt would be split in two. After carrying all the heavy garbage in her hands, Bai Ying habitually went out and closed the door. Then her face turned pale. Oh no, I didn't bring the key. Bai Ying usually lacks exercise. At this time, she had to stop and gasp after walking a few steps with the garbage bag. She finally reached the first floor and was almost exhausted. After throwing the garbage into the trash can, looking at the towering high-rise buildings, Bai Ying wanted to have a superpower that could fly to where she wanted to go in an instant. By the way, why doesn't this building have an elevator? Bai Ying once again complained about this speechless building. After finally going upstairs, he looked at the tightly closed door and felt helpless. He would never go out without a key like this again. From somewhere, a sneer came. This sneer made Bai Ying feel embarrassed. Is this reasonable? In this river? Is this really the behavior of a system that resides in one's body? Bai Ying felt uncomfortable and wanted to cry. Hello, hello? Ganyu, are you up? Wang Xiaomei, are you there? Ye Yang, get up quickly. The hurried knock on the door showed Bai Ying's anxiety. After a long while, until the sun rose in the sky and the honking of cars on the busy streets became louder, a rustling sound came from the house. Wang Xiaomei, help me open the door. What's wrong? Inside the house, Ganyu's voice seemed very angry. Ying, why can't this be opened? How do I open the door? I have never seen this kind of door. What should I do? Bai Ying rolled his eyes and almost fell to the ground. He pulled the corner of his mouth, and there was a strong sense of helplessness in his words. You just turn the protruding door handle to the side and it will open. Twist it to the side? With a click. Ganyu's exclamation came from inside the door. Ying, what if this thing breaks? Bai Ying didn't know where to start complaining. Blame the poor quality of the door handle? Blame Ganyu's strength? Or blame myself for not remembering to bring the keys out? Bai Ying was relieved when she accidentally saw the lock opening advertisement on the wall. 114545. Master Zhang's lock opening. No matter what the situation, no matter where you are, Lao Zhang will come at your call. That's it. But is it necessary to leave such a bad phone number? After dialing the number, a man with a vicissitudes of life voice said, Hello, Lao Zhang's lock opening is at your service. Master Zhang, it's an emergency. I need your help. Please come to room 7, floor 7, building 7, Fando Garden. Got it. After the other party hung up the phone, Bai Ying turned his attention back to the door. Ganyu was looking for something inside the door. He kept mumbling, What should I do? Ying is locked outside. Bai Ying habitually pushed the door together and was shocked to find that the door had been unlocked. Looking at the handle inside the door, although it was broken, the direction of the debris left on it was correct. This guy used too much force and broke the lock. Bai Ying was so sad that he wanted to cry. He just finished the phone call and called a locksmith. What should I do when the locksmith comes later? I guess he will scold me again. Bai Ying sat on the sofa and sighed. He doesn't smoke. If he smokes, he will probably smoke a cigarette to express his helpless mood. Ganyu seems to be curious about everything. After Bai Ying entered the door, he looked left and right, asked here and there. Although he was annoyed, Bai Ying still answered patiently. In this way, the favorability increased by 10 to 70. Although they are still close friends, it is finally a gain. And the favorability points also became 1200. Bai Ying also slightly confirmed that in addition to tasks, the way to increase the favorability points is to increase the favorability. If the favorability increases by 1 point, the favorability points will increase by 10. The way to increase the favorability is obvious. Literally, you just need to make the character feel good about you. And this favorability point is an alternative currency. From other aspects, this thing can also be exchanged for wuxia currency. If you have it, no matter how miserable you fall, you can get rid of your parents' control and survive on your own, and live a very good life. Thinking of this, Bai Ying's face showed a smile. An hour later, Master Zhang climbed up panting and looked at the door of room 7, which was wide open. He was dumbfounded. Didn't you want to unlock it? Why did it open as soon as I came? What's going on? Excuse me? Master Zhang looked inside tentatively. He saw 2 beautiful women sitting on the sofa. He couldn't help but show a surprised look. However, the yellow-haired girl was wearing men's clothing, and her hair was not very long. Moreover, she looked very similar to the protagonist in the game his son played. If she changed her clothes, they would be almost identical. With some makeup, she would definitely break the dimensional wall. But why is this guy sighing? Excuse me? He tried to ask again to attract the attention of the 2 people inside. At this time, the yellow-haired girl who was sighing suddenly reacted, looked at him and exclaimed, and then what came out of her mouth was a boy's voice. It was very crisp, but it was indeed a boy's voice. Isn't this the customer who talked to him on the phone? The young man stood up and came to him, pointing at the broken door handle in distress and said, "Master, my door handle is broken. Can you fix it?" Master Zhang rolled his eyes, and his honest face was filled with a sense of speechlessness. "Brother, I'm here to open the lock, not to repair it. Since the lock has been opened, there's no need for me to stay here. It's so unlucky. Climbed 7 floors in vain." The simple and honest middle-aged man walked away cursing. Bai Ying and Ganyu were left stunned. This is indeed a misunderstanding. Haha, I still feel a little guilty for letting Master Zhang climb 7 floors in vain. Ha ha ha. Bai Ying picked up the broken handle on the ground and then found the all-purpose 502 glue from home. After gluing the broken part of the handle, he let out a long sigh. From the corner of his eye, he saw the blue-haired girl curiously holding a bottle of 502 glue and preparing to pour it into her mouth. "Oh my God, I can't drink it! Baby!" Bai Ying was so scared that he peed on the spot. He used the Bai family's once-in-a-lifetime flash skill and pounced on the girl, and the bottle of 502 in her hand fell to the ground. Fortunately, it didn't get anywhere. "You idiot! You can't drink this! This is glue! It's something that sticks things together. If you drink it, something bad will happen." Looking at Ganyu, who was aggrieved and tearful, Bai Ying's heart softened and his tone softened. Okay, just remember it next time. You can't drink this, and the bottle over there is for bathing, and that bottle is for washing dishes. You can't drink it either." Ganyu nodded gently, blinking her big eyes. "I know, you can't drink these, yeah? That's right. Ganyu, my parents are coming over later, so you can pretend to be my roommate and introduce yourself like this. And the name, Wang Xiaomei." "Yeah, I know." Suddenly, Bai Ying felt his palms getting hot. He was about to climb up from Ganyu, but he was shocked to find that his palms were firmly stuck to the ground. He wanted to pull them apart, but he shivered in pain. "Ganyu, get up first and go to the kitchen to get vinegar, a bottle of transparent liquid. Go hold it for a while and then pour it into my hand. The kitchen is over there on the balcony," Bai Ying said, pointing to the distance with a hand that was not stained with 502. The girl got up and crept towards the direction Bai Ying pointed. She searched on the balcony for a while. "Ying, I can't find it. There is a white bottle over there. Hey, I see it." The girl came over with a bottle with fuel written on it. Under Bai Ying's horrified eyes, she was about to pour it on him. "Stop, stop, stop, brother. You want to roast me, right? Hey, isn't this a transparent liquid?" Bai Ying felt that he could not communicate with this little friend Ganyu. In order to prevent himself from becoming a barbecued meat, Bai Ying said speechlessly with a bitter face, "Brother, it's not this bottle. It's the other bottle. Forget about it. There are only 2 bottles of transparent liquid in the kitchen. This is already a mistake once, and it won't be the same again next time." Thinking of this, Bai Ying smiled helplessly. Looking at Ganyu's back as he walked to the balcony, he felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. The character he fantasized about and liked came to the real world, but it was not as beautiful as he imagined. Weird things happen every year, and there are more this year. Looking at this childlike Ganyu, Bai Ying still doesn't know how to make her quickly familiar with this world. Oh, it's really frustrating. A trace of helplessness flashed through his mind, and Bai Ying said that he was under a lot of pressure. Ganyu finally got the right thing this time. Apart from the fuel, there was only vinegar left in the kitchen. Seeing the girl coming with vinegar, she opened the vinegar, squatted beside Bai Ying, and prepared to pour it on his head. This scared Bai Ying so much that he hurriedly stopped Ganyu's silly behavior. If you didn't know, you would think he was going to pickle Bai Ying. Bai Ying pursed her lips and signaled Ganyu to pour the vinegar on her hand. She smiled bitterly and said, "Ganyu, pour it on my hand, not on top? Okay." The girl squatted down and carefully poured the vinegar in the bottle onto Bai Ying's hand that was stuck to the ground. Just as the two were busy cleaning the 502 on Bai Ying's hand, Bai Ying saw 2 familiar figures at the threshold from the corner of his eye. His body froze. Dad and Mom unexpectedly came so early. Bai Ying looked at the clock. It was not even 9 o'clock in the morning. It was earlier than expected. Bai Ying guessed that his parents would not come until at least 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. After all, their hometown was at least half of China away from here. Even if they took a plane, it would take almost a day to fly. Bai Ying saw that his father's face became very strange when he saw him and Ganyu rubbing against each other intimately. His mother also covered her mouth in surprise, and then seemed to be hesitating about something. When the 502 glue in his hands showed signs of loosening, Bai Ying gently separated his hands from the floor, then rubbed his hands with embarrassment and greeted his parents. "Hey, Mom and Dad, you're here so early. Who is this girl?" Bai's father's tone was unkind. As if he was very angry that Bai Ying had concealed this from him, he continued, "You should know. We found a girl for you. You said you had been on a blind date before, but all failed. This time, we brought people here in person. What's the matter with you? I tell you, that girl is a good match for you and has a good family background. What's the family background of this girl? Who are you? How can I explain to that girl with your attitude?" Listening to Bai's father's words, Bai Ying curled his lips unconsciously. Here it comes again, the same set of words. It's 2022, and it's still the same set of words. What kind of match? It's because of you that I have to live alone. Bai Ying was a little speechless. His expression was not very good. "Dad, you guys go back. If it's just for this, then you can go back. What's your attitude? Is this the way you talk to your dad?" Dad Bai was extremely angry, and his face flushed. Seeing Ganyu with a curious look on his face, he was immediately furious. He ran to Bai Ying in a brisk step and raised his palm to slap her in front of Ganyu and Bai's mother's surprised expressions. Bai's mother wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Seeing that the slap was about to hit Bai Ying's face, Ganyu stretched out her hand and firmly grasped the hand that was slapping Bai Ying's face. She was so strong that Dad Bai felt like he was being held firmly by a piece of iron when he was held by her slender hand. "She did nothing wrong. Why did you hit her?" Ganyu's tone seemed to have changed. Her originally gentle and weak voice was now unusually majestic. Don't be like this, Gan. Wang Xiaomei, calm down a little. Bai Ying's face was covered with cold sweat. Bai's father snorted coldly. He took back his hands that had been slapped out. Whatever. Since that's what you mean, there's no need for us to talk. Shufang, let's go. Take the girl back. Bai's mother sighed, walked to Bai Ying's side, and whispered something in her ear. Seeing Bai's father's impatient expression, she followed him and left. Looking at the backs of her parents leaving, Bai Ying felt uncomfortable in her heart. Since she was a child, her parents have been like this, always arranging this and that under the excuse of thinking about her, regardless of whether she likes it or not. It's as if they are living it. Bai Ying was speechless. On the side, Ganyu closed the door. Seeing Bai Ying's embarrassed face, she asked curiously, "Ying, who are these people? Why do they treat you like this?" Bai Ying was annoyed and said in a somewhat aggressive tone, "My parents. And don't call me Ying. I am Bai Ying, not the Ying you mentioned. I am myself, okay?" After saying this, the system's voice, which could not be heard clearly as a man or a woman, came from her mind. Ganyu's character favorability has been reduced by 20. It is currently 40, and 200 points of favorability have been deducted. Please don't let Ganyu know that you are not Ying, at least not now. Okay. Bai Ying regretted saying this. After saying this, Ganyu looked a little lonely. She was a little numb, and kept repeating the same sentence. You are not Ying? Then where is Ying? Where is Ying? Sorry, Ganyu, my question. Sorry. So who is that? What is the relationship with you? Sorry, I can't let you know now. Ganyu, by the way, you only have this one piece of clothing on you. You need to change clothes, right? I'll take you to buy clothes. Ganyu was slightly stunned when she heard it. I am an immortal. My clothes can be automatically cleaned and washed, you see? She made a hand seal, and nothing happened for a long time. Hey, strange, why can't I change clothes? What's going on? Didn't you try it before? Your power disappeared, don't you remember? Ganyu suddenly realized, slapped his head, and said stupidly, Yes, then you really need to change clothes. Then does this world still use Mora? Mora? You are talking about Huaxia currency, right? Bai Ying shook his head and said with a smile, No, it's not Mora, but it's similar to Mora. It's another kind of currency. It's called Huaxia currency. Speaking of Huaxia currency, Bai Ying remembered that he didn't have much money on him. He still had a few hundred yuan, and the royalties would be paid next month. And after he sent his new book, he would probably only have the subscription income from the old book next month. In other words, when the royalties are paid next month, it will probably not be 4 digits, at most a few hundred yuan. After paying the rent, there will probably be little money left. Hey, can't I exchange points for Huaxia currency? Thinking of this, Bai Ying was delighted. With a thought, the system screen appeared in front of him, and under Ganyu's curious gaze, the money exchange operation was carried out. 1,000 favorability points is 10,000 yuan. This 10,000 is enough to buy everything. Not just clothes. This house also needs to be changed. It's really a bit small for 2 people to live in. Can't let Ganyu sleep with him? After all, there are differences between men and women. Ganyu is a real girl. As the favorability points were cleared, Bai Ying found that he had received a text message on his mobile phone. The balance of his ICBC card increased by 10,000 yuan. He didn't know where it was transferred from, but the speed was really fast. It was credited in an instant, and Bai Ying gave this system a 5-star rating in his heart. A certain system laughed proudly. Bai Ying clearly heard it. This guy was laughing. Ahem, please don't speculate. The most important thing at the moment is to do the most important thing well. The most important thing at the moment? Isn't it just taking Ganyu to buy clothes? Well, I want to buy women's underwear or something, and I don't know this guy's size. Will it be embarrassing at that time? Who cares? Now that I have the money, I have to not only buy things, but also find a new place to rent. Please ask Huolala to move all the things in the house over. Although the house is bare, there is nothing to move. With this 10,000 yuan, I can buy a better house. This favorability is very nice. Now that I have conquered Ganyu, I will have a lot of favorability points. Thinking of this, Bai Ying looked at Ganyu with a strange look. However, this guy just came to this world. He is curious about everything and knows nothing. Is it really good to take advantage of someone in distress like this? She thinks of me as Ying. If I have bad intentions towards her, wouldn't I be a scumbag? Moreover, Tong Kong and I are now nominally in a relationship. For various reasons, Ganyu and I are just friends. Conquering Ganyu, using Ganyu as a tool to make money, etc., it's better to save it. At present, the most important thing is how to make Ganyu adapt to modern life quickly. Alas, I will be busy later. Bai Ying picked up the bag and called Ganyu out, because Ganyu's clothes are too conspicuous. So before going out, Bai Ying asked Ganyu to change into the JK, girl clothes she had worn before. Well, the moment Ganyu put it on, Bai Ying was a little distracted. It was really too cute. Sexy and cute. The blue hair as clear as the seawater made people unable to look away. The beautiful ears were faintly visible under the cover of the broken hair. The girl's legs were smooth and white, and a pair of white over-the-knee socks outlined the perfect curves. A jade pendant was hanging on her magnificent chest. The beautiful collarbone was covered by plaid wool. The gray shirt she was wearing added a touch of color to the girl's beauty. As she walked along, all the passers-by looked at her sideways. The girl's stunning beauty exuded charm all the time. Someone even bumped into a street lamp because of it. This social death scene was seen by Bai Ying. I couldn't help but sigh that Ganyu was really charming. Of course, some people noticed that Ganyu's face was almost identical to the character in the original game. Some people were amazed at how amazing this cosplayer was, with such a high degree of restoration. Some people secretly took pictures of the girl. Even worse, there were warriors who wanted to take pictures. Fortunately, Bai Ying reacted in time and dragged Ganyu away. When they arrived at a clothing store that looked pretty good, Bai Ying pulled Ganyu in. The decoration inside the store was so exquisite. Bai Ying took a quick look. The cheapest clothes cost 300 Chinese yuan. Bai Ying felt a pain in his heart. But these 10,000 Chinese yuan would be used sooner or later. If he bought cheaper, Bai Ying didn't want the beautiful Ganyu to wear ugly and low-quality clothes. Well, let's choose some carefully. Bai Ying called the clerk, pointed at Ganyu who was looking around and said, "Help me pick out some clothes that this girl can wear, all of them, and choose a few underwear." A clear and loud voice came out of the boy's mouth. The clerk looked at Bai Ying's pretty face in surprise. For a boy like Bai Ying who looks like a girl, especially a boy who looks so good like Bai Ying, she couldn't help but look at him with amazement. "Okay, sir. Please wait patiently." Under the guidance of the clerk, Ganyu was stunned and measured the size with the help of the clerk and picked out a few clothes that looked pretty good. "How much?" Bai Ying pointed to the bag in the clerk's hand and asked. "A total of 2,400 yuan, 20% off, 1,920 for you. Just these 3 sets of clothes, 2,400. Bai Ying didn't know what to say. This is almost as much as her 2 months' royalties. If it weren't for the 10,000 Chinese yuan I got this time, I probably wouldn't have come into this kind of store. This is simply killing pigs. How can this fabric be worth so much money? After complaining, Bai Ying had no choice but to accept his fate. After using his mobile phone to pay the bill, he left the store with Ganyu. Next, it's time to find a suitable rental house. It would be great if I could bring my own bed, wardrobe, and other furniture. I don't have to buy them myself. While thinking about it, a petite girl with long blue hair blocked their way. She was about 1.6 meters tall. Her small face was very cute. Her big eyes blinked from time to time. "Bai Ying, I finally found you, huh?" In this 1/100th of a second, Bai Ying thought about it countless times in his mind. He still couldn't find any relevant information about this girl. This girl. He had no impression. Could she be another book fan? Bai Ying only thought of this possibility. In addition, what other possibilities are there? He stayed at home all day typing and hardly went out. Especially in recent years, the popularity of takeout has further contributed to the stay-at-home trend of people like Bai Ying. Bai Ying's mouth twitched slightly, and he asked awkwardly, "Excuse me, who are you?" The girl's big eyes flickered and an intoxicating smile appeared on her cute little face. "It doesn't matter who I am. I finally found you. Damn author, how dare you quit?" Oh, it turns out to be a book friend. Bai Ying had an expression of "I see." Well, from this point of view, I still have a lot of fans. Although I am a loser, I have done what most losers can't do. In a sense, I am also very famous. Wait. What she just said meant, blame me for quitting? Thinking of this, Bai Ying showed a bitter smile on her face. There is nothing I can do. Single-digit follow-up reading. The editor has advised me to cut it off. I can't waste it anymore. Among these digits, one is me. Well, I am not someone who is so easily hit. Bai Ying couldn't help but smile bitterly. Forget about asking for autographs. I'm very busy now and need to find a place to rent. If you have anything to say, just tell me quickly. I'm very busy. After hearing what Bai Ying said, the girl's eyes rolled around. Suddenly she said, looking for a place to rent? Heh. Isn't that a coincidence? My house is quite big and there are many good things to offer. There are many rooms too. You can come and rent a place from me. The girl suddenly saw Ganyu following behind Bai Ying and pointed at Ganyu and said, Who is this? My friend. After Bai Ying answered her question, the girl focused her attention on Ganyu. She looked at Ganyu carefully, and when she saw Ganyu's beautiful blue, slightly curly long hair, her brows slightly frowned. Your hair is so beautiful, the girl exclaimed to Ganyu. This made Ganyu look puzzled. Speaking of beautiful hair, isn't my hair the same color as hers? When she praised herself like this, was she implying that her hair was also beautiful? Or in other words, she was praising herself in different ways. Ahem, thank you. Facing the compliments from others, Ganyu thanked her sincerely. The girl smiled innocently, and her beautiful eyes were on Bai Ying again. How about it? Consider it. The rent here is quite cheap. The key is to bring your own furniture so you don't need to decorate it anymore. When Bai Ying heard the words, no need to decorate anymore and bring your own furniture, her eyes lit up. Her head nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay, I'll take the luggage now. The corners of the girl's mouth rose slightly, and no one noticed the look of success in her eyes. She stretched out her soft and boneless white little hand, tilted her head and smiled. I'm Hualuo, nice to meet you, Bai Ying. Hearing this, Bai Ying was slightly startled. Then she stretched out her hand and shook it. Bai Ying, nice to meet you. The girl took the two of them in. A car that looked expensive. Although Bai Ying didn't go out normally, she still knew this basic common sense. This license plate is from the Rolls-Royce series. This girl must be a rich woman. When will Bai Ying be able to attract such a rich woman to read books? Perhaps seeing the shock in Bai Ying's eyes, Hualuo raised his head proudly. Then he sat in the driver's seat, pointed to the seat next to him and said to Bai Ying, Sit here. That girl, you sit in the back. Ganyu touched her head. She had no idea what this strange thing was. With the help of Bai Ying, Ganyu was pushed to the back seat. She sat honestly and upright. This is what Bai Ying had just told her. Don't move, just sit. Looking at the little thing in the car that kept gushing out cold air, she was very curious. She wanted to touch this thing with her hand, but Ying Mei's advice kept lingering in her mind. It's better not to move, the girl muttered in her heart. She sat straighter. Bai Ying sat in the passenger seat, but her eyes looked behind her from time to time. He couldn't let it go. I was afraid that Ganyu would break the car apart out of curiosity, or open the window and stick her head out to look. That would be bad. Although Hualuo is petite and cute, and looks like a minor, he is very skilled in driving and his skills are quite good. Bai Ying couldn't help but admire her driving skills. You drive very steadily. Sit tight. What? What do you mean? Bai Ying was stunned. She didn't understand what the other party was going to say. The next moment, the car accelerated suddenly. Ganyu in the back seat exclaimed, This is the main road of the city, the place with the most traffic in NC City. Hualuo just drove the car and shuttled through the traffic. Bai Ying's heart was broken. In his mind, he had imagined countless tragic scenes. From childhood to adulthood, Bai Ying's biggest fear was riding in a car. During college, he had the opportunity to take a driver's license test, but Bai Ying gave up. As soon as he sat in the car, the accident scenes in various video images would appear in his mind. If Bai Ying were asked to rank the things he feared the most, then riding in a car, not to mention driving, would undoubtedly be in the top 3. Looking at the images that kept flashing around him, Bai Ying almost fainted. The strong desire to vomit made him feel very uncomfortable. Finally, he couldn't help it, and under Hualuo's exclamation, He took out a piece of paper from his pocket and vomited. The rainbow followed the paper and fell on Bai Ying's trouser legs. Hualuo's face changed and he regretted doing so just now. Alas, cleaning is still a small matter. This unpleasant smell, although it is helpless, there is no way. Alas, we are almost home. Just bear it. Hualuo sighed in his heart. While driving, he was concerned about Bai Ying's people. Bai Ying, are you okay? Bai Ying's face was pale, and when he saw the tissue box in front of him, he took out a few and wiped his mouth. He said bitterly, I'm sorry, Hualuo. I soiled your car. I'm fine. I'll change my clothes later. Then, he subconsciously looked back. When he saw Ganyu lying on the back seat and snoring, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He could fall asleep in this environment. You are worthy of it. It's okay. I'm glad you're okay. Not long after, Hualuo drove the car to a villa that looked extremely luxurious and stopped. This villa, at a glance, has 4 floors. The villa is located in a remote area, and there are no other buildings around. Not far away, there is a park. Beyond the park is a small village on the outskirts of the city. This place is definitely far away from the city center. The advantage of being remote is that it is very quiet. For Bai Ying, who stays at home writing all year round, this is simply his ideal residence. There are no car horns, no noisy shouts, and no loud horns of advertisements. Everything is so quiet. My parents are very busy at work, so I usually stay at home alone. There are a lot of rooms. How about it? Have you considered it? Do I need to consider it? Just tell me how much it is. Then 100 a month? Bai Ying was stunned. 100 yuan a month? This kind of house? Are you serious? He asked tentatively. Really? Really? Is it expensive? No, it's too cheap. Then it's settled. Do you want a contract? Do you need to prepare anything? I don't really understand. Bai Ying was speechless. Is this really to rent a house? Is this the special quirk of the rich woman? Is there a possibility this rich woman is just too lonely and regards herself as an object of support? Thinking of this, Bai Ying couldn't help but smile bitterly. Aren't you renting a house? You are not sure. How do I know? That's it. The money will start tomorrow. Go and move your luggage here. Speaking of luggage, Bai Ying suddenly remembered something. Looking around, there was no sign of her. Bai Ying couldn't help but scream, Gan, where's Wang Xiaomei? It's broken. She was left in the car. Bai Ying thought to herself that it was not good. Hualuo was standing by, also noticed this. She looked around and saw that there was no trace of Ganyu, so she said, Wang Xiaomei? I don't know. She might be in the car. Let's go and see. The two ran to the car, opened the door, and saw the sleeping girl lying on the chair. Bai Ying sighed deeply. He gently picked up Ganyu and walked into the apartment under Hualuo's strange gaze. As soon as he entered, Bai Ying was stunned by the magnificent decoration. She is indeed a rich woman. Look at the jewel-studded chandelier and the jade-like table. And the floor, it is obviously high-end. Under Hualuo's guidance, Bai Ying took Ganyu to a room, laid her gently on the bed in the room, and then covered her with a quilt. The girl's even breathing, along with the click of the clock on the wall, fell into Bai Ying's ears. This guy, he sleeps so deeply. Bai Ying took out her mobile phone and said to Hualuo beside her, Miss Landlord, I will transfer money to you after half a year. WeChat. Hualuo was slightly stunned, then reacted, took out his mobile phone and said, I'll add you. Bai Ying was stunned. Do you need to add friends to transfer money via WeChat? Isn't it enough to just scan the code? But this lady is her landlord after all, so adding a friend is still okay. Thinking of this, Bai Ying asked Hualuo to scan her QR code, and then passed the friend verification. 1,200? You called too much. It's for Wang Xiaomei and me. Okay? This landlord lady is really interesting. Speaking of which, I haven't brought my luggage here yet, and my computer is left there. I have to tell Tong Kong that I'm moving out. After all, she is her nominal girlfriend. Bai Ying sighed, thinking that it was also a trouble to be too beautiful. Being chased by girls is fine, but he is also teased by the guys in his group from time to time. Well, in short, being too good-looking is also a sin. Miss, I have to move my luggage. I'll go over there first. Keep an eye on Wang Xiaomei. This girl is usually silly. If she does something strange, don't be too surprised. Hualuo's face was slightly stunned. He didn't understand what Bai Ying meant. When she reacted, Bai Ying had already walked away. In desperation, she could only shout at the top of her voice, "Bai Ying, do you want me to send you off?" "No, take good care of Wang Xiaomei, I'll be there soon." After saying that, Bai Ying quickened her pace. The clothes on her body were a little dirty, but it was not a big problem. Bai Ying needed to get that place done as soon as possible. Otherwise, God knows what will happen to Ganyu and Hualuo when she is not there. If that curious baby sets the house on fire, it will be all over. When he thought of this, Bai Ying's pace gradually quickened, and he even ran. Although it was in the suburbs, there was still a bus stop in this place. After waiting anxiously for more than 10 minutes, Bai Ying finally got the number 1 bus to the city. One of the stops of this bus happened to be very close to Xincheng Yipin, where he lived before. If it was fast, it would only take less than an hour to get there, and then he could hire a lalamove to move his things away. After the rent was paid this month, he would be completely free and could move there directly. Bai Ying didn't want to stay in that broken community at all. It didn't matter that there was no elevator, but the house was small. The courier brother was speechless. An hour later, it was already noon. Bai Ying hadn't eaten in the morning, and he hadn't eaten at noon yet. At this time, his stomach was rumbling. Pedestrians on the road looked at him sideways, which made Bai Ying feel so embarrassed. "Fill your stomach first." Thinking of this, Bai Ying found a KFC store and sat down. This was the place he wanted to go the most, but couldn't bear to go. Originally, with his monthly income of 1,000 yuan, going to such a place was simply a luxury. Now the 10,000 Chinese yuan he got was enough to buy himself a good meal, not several meals, but dozens of meals. Bai Ying ordered a lot of food with pride and wolfed it down, but he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure from the corner of his eye. He almost vomited out the half-drunk happy water on the spot. Not far away, Tong Kong was eating a set meal with his parents. This world is really small, that's all I can say. It's awesome to meet them here. Bai Ying quickly adjusted his position and pointed his back at them. He just hoped that he wouldn't be recognized. Don't be recognized. I just want to eat quietly. However, the truth was not what he thought. Suddenly, the girl raised her hand and shouted softly, "Bai Ying, this way." It seems that there is no way to avoid it. Bai Ying had no choice but to pick up the lunchbox in front of him and sit down next to Tong Kong, smiling awkwardly. "Mom and Dad, this is the boyfriend I was talking about. His name is Bai Ying." "Oh my God, how dare you say that to your parents?" Bai Ying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Seeing Tong Kong's parents, they were surprised at first, and then they greeted him kindly and said kind words. Even Tong Kong's mother handed her food to Bai Ying. No, auntie, I can't eat so much." Bai Ying's mother smiled, and her eyes curved into crescents. Hey, young man. This is the first time I've seen such a good-looking boy. My daughter has a good eye." "That's right," Bai Ying showed pride. "Young man, I heard from my daughter that you are a novelist. How much do you make a month?" Tong Kong's father said with a smile. "Here it comes." Bai Ying's mouth twitched. A classic scene came. The issue that the girl's parents care about most, the issue that once made him fail at the last minute, the ultimate reason for countless failed blind dates, monthly income. Not much, 1,500. Tong Kong's parents paused eating. The vet atmosphere fell into an awkward atmosphere. Tong Kong's big eyes turned back and forth between his parents' faces and suddenly said loudly, "I like him, that's enough." "But Kong, you have to consider your future. Although this boy looks good, he can't be eaten as a meal. 1,500 a month, how can you live?" "I support him." The girl looked as if it was a matter of course. However, this would only make Bai Ying want to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, which was too embarrassing. Tong Kong's father sighed, picked up a piece of chicken leg and put it to Bai Ying's mouth. "Alas, my daughter is like this, and I, as a father, can't object. Come, young man, eat my chicken leg and treat her well." Tong Kong's face was happy. "Thank you, Dad." Looking at the chicken leg handed over by Tong Kong's father, Bai Ying was a little touched. He felt that his father and Tong Kong were simply two extremes. If my father didn't have such a strong desire to control and arrange everything for himself, I might not be like this now. Bai Ying sighed in his heart. He had a desire to cry. The tears reached his eyelids and stopped. A bright smile appeared on his face, like a flower blooming in spring, refreshing. "Thank you. Seeing Bai Ying take the chicken leg, Tong Kong's father was finally satisfied. The deeper the smile on his face, the deeper Bai Ying's envy of Tong Kong. Young man, keep going. I don't know anything about writing books to make money, but I personally think that this thing is not a matter of 1 or 2 days, and the important thing is persistence. Since my daughter has chosen you, she naturally has a fancy for you. I believe in my daughter's vision. Ha ha. Bai Ying felt a little embarrassed when he said this. This father is so good, just like this. He has made me like him to the fullest. Bai Ying bit off a piece of meat from the chicken leg. The splashed grease accidentally covered his face. Looking at Bai Ying, who was eating voraciously, with yellow grease on her face, Tong Kong suddenly pulled out a piece of paper and wiped Bai Ying's face. The latter was stunned for a while. The chicken leg in his hand also fell on his leg. Ah, how did it fall on your trouser leg? Hold it steady. Oh, your pants are so dirty. You have to change them quickly. Mom and Dad, since I happen to meet Bai Ying, I will discuss something with you. Mom and Dad, the college entrance examination has just ended. I plan to apply for a local university. Then I will take care of Bai Ying during the summer vacation. No problem. Bai Ying's father answered so crisply that Tong Kong didn't react yet. By the time she reacted, her parents had already explained everything that happened next. Kong, everything else is easy to say. Just take safety measures before graduating from college. Don't get pregnant right after going to school. It's not good, I tell you. Tang Kong's mother pushed the fries to Bai Ying and said. When Tong Kong heard the word pregnant, his expression was stunned for a moment. Are you kidding me? Pregnant? Are you serious? Tong Kong rolled his eyes. I know. Bai Ying never dreamed that he would have such an embarrassing day. Tong Kong's parents were so enthusiastic that he felt a little embarrassed. If there was no system, he might have rejected Tong Kong mercilessly. Now she was just a girlfriend in name only. Although Bai Ying might try hard under the pressure of his parents, he was not used to it when he really had the chance. To him, Tong Kong was really a child he could treat as a sister. If they really became lovers and even entered the palace of marriage, he would find it a little difficult to accept. He even planned to find a chance to run away after the 10-day deadline. Although he would lose some favorability points, it was better than keeping someone hanging. Tong Kong's parents made him ashamed. If he disappointed them, he would feel bad. Well, let's take it one step at a time. If Kong really likes me so much, then I'll just give in. Oh, who told me to be so good-looking? Shameless! The complaints from the system came at the right time. Why are you shameless? I'm good-looking anyway. Bai Ying retorted in her heart. The system stopped talking. The corners of Bai Ying's mouth rose slightly. Deep down in her heart, she was full of ridicule for the system. Lame. After a full meal, Bai Ying touched her stomach and prepared to leave. Bai Ying, take my daughter with you. Let Kong take you to our house to look for clothes and luggage. By the way, uncle and aunt, I'm moving. Tang Kong's parents were slightly stunned. Tang's father adjusted his glasses and asked, Why did you move? Don't you live upstairs from our house? I found a better place to live. Okay, Kong, go back with Bai Ying to pack your things, then move to the new place together. Tang's excitement became even more intense after hearing what his father said. My mother and I have something to do, so you go first. By the way, Kong, you must discuss with us when you fill in your application. The girl followed Bai Ying, looked at her parents at the dining table, and waved goodbye. Got it, Dad, Mom, let's video call when you have time. Oh, okay. The interaction between Tong Kong and his parents. Time and time again, Bai Ying felt very sad. He couldn't help but say to Tong Kong behind him, I really envy you for having good parents. Tong Kong was slightly startled. What was he talking about? Why did he say that? Tong Kong didn't know Bai Ying's family situation, and he didn't dare to ask. Judging from Bai Ying's reaction, his parents must have some conflicts with him. Tong Kong didn't know what the contradiction was, nor did he want to know. Sometimes the less you know, the better. She remained silent, silently listening to Bai Ying's complaints. Alas, if I had parents like you, I wouldn't have fallen to the point of being almost removed from the family tree and cut off from the relationship. Do you know my father has a strong desire for control, and he wants me to become his puppet. I have to listen to him when filling out college entrance examination applications. I have to follow his arrangements for my career. He said that I would be trained to inherit the family business, but I have no interest in it at all. Even marriage has to be controlled by myself. I have no choice. Bai Ying, no matter what happens, I support you. Bai Ying was stunned for a moment, then touched her chin. Well, it's okay, just complaining. Let's go, pack up and get ready to go. I can't stay any longer, otherwise God knows what shocking things Wang Xiaomei will do. After speaking, Bai Ying's pace suddenly quickened. Wait for me! Bai Ying! With the silent call of the girl, the two set out on their way home. This place is not far from Bai Ying's previous rental house. After calling Huolala, Bai Ying told the men who came to move the things to be careful. If you are not careful, valuable things like laptops and desktop computers will be scrapped on the spot. Bai Ying thought that he was not so capable and could easily accept the fact that the computer was scrapped. Tang Kong brought very little luggage, just a suitcase. Mostly some clothes, for a long while. When Bai Ying's rental house was roughly cleaned up, Bai Ying took a picture of the current appearance of the rental house with his mobile phone, then sent it to the former landlord. I have packed up my things. I don't live here anymore. This 300 is for this month. Here it is for you, okay. JP. Looking at the buildings outside the window, Bai Ying was a little dazed. Soon, he will move out of the noisy city center, go to a quiet place on the outskirts of the city. It is suitable for writing books. He has lived in this house for 2 years. There is still some emotion. Oh, today I am finally leaving the shabby house that has accompanied me for 2 years. I will go to a new place, start a new life, and write a novel that truly belongs to me. With the expectation of the future, I closed the door. After closing the door, Bai Ying handed the key to the landlord, who was also sitting on the 7th floor. Then she took Tang Kong to the destination to start a new stage of life. It is troublesome to wait for a girl to change clothes and go out with luggage. When Tang Kong came out with a suitcase and a smiling face, Bai Ying had been waiting at the door for more than half an hour. When she thought that Ganyu was still in Hualuo's house, she couldn't help but come. This guy is the kind of curious baby who mistook gasoline for vinegar. As a newcomer, she was unknown about everything. After that, she had to find a way to make Ganyu adapt to life here as soon as possible. Fortunately, the language is interoperable. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to teach him to read again. When Tang Kong just went out with his suitcase, Bai Ying quickly took the girl's hand and went down the stairs amid Tang Kong's exclamation. Bai Ying's hurried look made Tang Kong very curious. On the bus, she couldn't help but ask, Bai Ying, you are in such a hurry. What are you going to do? I can't slack off on this matter. Anyway, it's very important. Tang Kong was very confused. She stared at Bai Ying, who looked anxious. She was thinking wildly in her mind. What important thing did this guy have? Could it be because of that girl? When Tang Kong mentioned that girl, the image of that girl appeared in his mind. Her face immediately dimmed. Bai Ying, let's go to that place later and continue to discuss the new book. Ah? I have finished the outline and character design of my new book. Show me. Bai Ying hesitated for a while. As an online writer, things like outlines and character design are not easily shown to others. The most important thing is, Bai Ying knew how bad her outline and character design were, and she was mainly afraid of being embarrassed. Okay, I'll show you when I get back. Well, she finally lost to the system task. Bai Ying, can the heroine's character be the same as mine? Okay, Bai Ying, you must be tired carrying it. Give it to me. Okay. Tang Kong took the suitcase handed over by Bai Ying. He was speechless. Could it be that this guy only knows how to say okay and make peace? Wasn't he hesitant when he confessed before? Why is he a different person now? In this case, Tang Kong's eyes rolled around, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Can you kiss me? The voice was crisp, like an aureole. There were not many people on the bus, and her voice was clearly audible. Almost in an instant, when she said this, everyone turned their eyes to the two of them. Okay? Tang Kong was stunned. Looking at the pretty face that was getting bigger and bigger in front of him, the golden hair exuded a pleasant smell. A few hairs were prominently raised. His skin was very white, so white that it looked sickly. This sickly-looking little face made Tang Kong feel a little distressed. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Bai Ying aimed her mouth at Tang Kong's face and pecked it gently. She quickly retracted it. Even though he was so thick-skinned, he couldn't stand it. This was just the master's task. Everyone saw that Bai Ying, who was as beautiful as a girl, blushed when she kissed Tang Kong and couldn't help laughing. These laughs made Bai Ying's already blushing face even redder, as if it was about to bleed. Now, he just wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He felt that he had died socially. Bai Ying wanted to cry but had no tears. Seeing Bai Ying's shy look, she smiled. It was the first time she saw Bai Ying like this. I have to say it was a bit cute. Tang Kong sighed. Finally, Bai Ying arrived at the station. We have arrived at Qianhu Park. Passengers who are getting off the bus, please take your luggage and get off from the back door. We have arrived at Qianhu Park. The moment he heard the broadcast, Bai Ying took Tang Kong's hand and quickly got off the bus. If he stayed for even one more second, he would feel tortured. Especially when those people laughed at him, he felt even more ashamed. Qianhu Park. It has beautiful scenery and is one of the rare attractions in NC City. Not far from Qianhu Park is where Bai Ying will live in the future. Under Bai Ying's guidance, Tang Kong carried his luggage and looked carefully at the magnificently decorated building with his big eyes. Is this your new rental house? How much does it cost? Such a good place must be very expensive. 100 Chinese yuan a month. 100 Chinese yuan a month. 100 Chinese yuan? Are you serious? Tang Kong felt that Bai Ying was teasing him. 100 Chinese yuan could live in such a good house. She didn't believe it. Or rather, no one would believe it. What could 100 Chinese yuan do? If it was really 100 Chinese yuan per month, then she could only say that the owner of this house was not short of money at all, but had some quirks and simply wanted to trick people in. Could it be that the person living inside was a wealthy woman who was not very good at all? Did Bai Ying think of hooking up with a wealthy woman? When Tang Kong thought of this, he showed an anxious look on his face. Bai Ying, don't be so desperate as to hook up with a wealthy woman. Bai Ying, no matter how poor you are, you don't have to be like this. I will support you. The girl's words made Bai Ying stunned, and then her pretty face darkened. Speechlessly gave Tang Kong a violent slap. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Yes. Bai Ying felt that according to Tang Kong's meaning, she had to put a little white face on her face to be worthy of her face. Bullshit, I, Bai Ying, would rather starve to death or die outside than to get together with a rich woman. Tang Kong looked at him with disdain, and then followed Bai Ying to knock on the door. Is anyone there? Is anyone there? Wait a minute. A hurried exclamation of a young girl came from the room. Not long after, a petite girl with blue hair pushed the door open. Her face was not very good. Judging from her wet clothes, something had happened. The moment Bai Ying saw Hualuo's wet clothes and ugly expression, she thought of something. Could it be that Ganyu had caused trouble? After all, 5 or 6 hours had passed since this morning. It would not be surprising if Ganyu woke up. I was just afraid that Ganyu would do something after she woke up. When she thought of this, Bai Ying decisively took off her shoes, put on a pair of pink slippers, and quickly stepped into the room where she had slept with Ganyu in her arms before. There, the door was half open. Bai Ying took a look inside. Sure enough, she found that Ganyu was not inside. This guy, as expected, was not there. What should I do if this guy gets into trouble? After leaving the house, Bai Ying saw a girl with goat horns spraying water everywhere with a hose in the distance, and was stunned. What should I say? Bai Ying felt that she was sorry for the landlord. On the first day after moving in, Ganyu made such a big mistake. Good guy, spraying water everywhere with a hose, and he looked quite interesting. You are having fun. You are having fun. What should I do? Bai Ying wanted to cry but had no tears. I just felt that I would be busy looking for a place to live next. Why is Bai Ying only 100 and I want 10,000? Tang Kong was very angry, and his beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. His little mouth was puffed up. If Bai Ying hadn't been here, she would probably rush up and beat the girl up. Humph! No reason, slightly. Hualuo put his slender and weak hands on his eyelids and made a face, full of sarcasm. It seemed that for her, making Tong Kong show this expression was a very happy thing. Hey, Miss Hualuo, this is not very good, Bai Ying couldn't help but say. Hualuo turned her little face away and saw the mopped clean floor and the gradually drying water stains, and her face looked much better. Find an empty room to live in. 100 a month. Call me at the beginning of the month, and you won't be counted this month. After the girl finished speaking, she went upstairs. Ganyu's room was on the left side of the stairs on the second floor. After Bai Ying asked Tong Kong to find an empty room, she came to Ganyu's room. At this time, Ganyu was curiously observing the bottom of the bed in the room. Bai Ying walked gently to her side, and then touched her little black horn. The latter jumped up and immediately exclaimed, "Ah!" scored twice. The last time she touched Ganyu's horn, she was like this. Please don't touch my horns. Ganyu, what are you doing? There's something inside." Bai Ying was slightly stunned, then followed her gaze and looked down under the bed. Where is the thing? Oh no, there is indeed something. Isn't it just a stove? An electric stove. I was lying there just fine. I thought it was something else. Oh, Ganyu, this is called an electric stove, which is used for heating in winter. By the way, you don't know what electricity is, right? The so-called electricity, you can understand it as the elemental power of the continent of Tevat, which can do many things. Then if I absorb this electricity, can I regain the elemental power? Bai Ying was stunned. How to explain this? He laughed dumbly, helped Ganyu up, patted her shoulder, and said with a smile, "No, there is a big difference between electricity and elemental power. Electricity is fatal to humans." I see. The girl looked as if she had suddenly realized something. Seeing that Ganyu's head was still wet and there were water stains on the clothes she bought for her, Bai Ying knew that this girl probably hadn't taken a shower yet. Let's teach her how to use the shower head and the water heater first. Thinking of this, Bai Ying took out a few new clothes she bought for Ganyu from the closet. Holding them in her hands, she held Ganyu's ear and looked for the bathroom. She ran all over the second floor but couldn't find it. Coincidentally, Hualuo came towards them, holding clothes and preparing to do something. If I guessed correctly, she should be planning to take a shower. Just in time. Bai Ying stood in front of her and asked her, "Miss Hualuo, where is the bathroom?" "There are all on the second, third, and fourth floors. Just go to the end. If you want to take a shower, go to the third floor." "I need to use the second floor," the girl left after she finished speaking, holding a pile of clothes in her little hands. One of them was the white dress that had just been wet. Looking at the girl's slender waist and petite figure, Bai Ying couldn't take his eyes away for a long time. Bai Ying smacked her lips and looked away until the girl's body disappeared from her sight. Holding Ganyu's hand, Bai Ying found the place she was looking for at the end of the corridor on the third floor. The bathroom was very large, and there was a big bathtub in it. There were still some drops of water on the bathtub. You will turn this on later, and then turn the faucet to this side. If you feel hot, turn it to the other side. Do you understand? The girl watched Bai Ying's demonstration, not quite understanding. Bai Ying turned the faucet fully on and put her hand on the water to test the temperature. Behind her, there was a rustling sound. Bai Ying was very concerned. When she turned around and prepared to leave, she was stunned by the scene in front of her. Ganyu stood naked in front of him. The evil holy light blocked her important parts. The beautiful figure made Bai Ying swallow her saliva. Then he covered his eyes and fled quickly. Before leaving, he did not forget to close the door. Ganyu looked curious, watching Ying in his eyes quickly flee the scene, very puzzled. Obviously, they used to take a bath together. Why is she so shy now? It's so strange. The girl stepped her slender jade feet into the bathtub and immediately shrank back. She exclaimed, "Hot, hot, hot. I remember Sister Ying said it's hot this way and cold this way. Hey, it's still hot. Oh, it's the other way around. The stuff here is amazing. I've never taken a bath like this. It's so comfortable." The girl kept muttering. Bai Ying, who was patting his chest in the corridor, suddenly remembered something important. "It seems I forgot to teach Ganyu how to use shampoo and shower gel. Well, I can't go in now, otherwise." In his mind, the previous unexpected scene suddenly appeared again. Ganyu's intoxicating figure and slightly blushing, beautiful face appeared in his mind again and again. Master Bai Ying, don't be shy. Climb! Humph! How dare you offend me? Take my move! Under Bai Ying's horrified gaze. He was shocked to find that his clothes had changed. This set of clothes was what he wore when he was wearing women's clothes before. JK girls' clothes with black stockings. Eh? What's up with the cat ears on the top of the head? Bai Ying tried to touch the cat ears that looked like decorations. He was shocked and whimpered due to the strong stimulation. Fuck dog system. How can you do this? How can I, a man of 8 feet tall, do such a thing? This is too shameful. Tsk. Aren't you wearing women's clothes to ask for subscriptions? For you, isn't this as simple as drinking water? But, what's up with these cat ears? Bai Ying was about to cry. A grown man with cat ears, and he reacted like a boss when touched. How could this be accepted? If you keep making noise, I'll turn you into a girl. Bai Ying became honest in an instant. Well, it's just wearing women's clothes. It's no big deal. It's just women's clothes, hum. Bai Ying skillfully opened his phone and took a selfie of himself. Then he forwarded it to various group chats. Then he sent a cute expression to his fan group. Brothers, Bai Gege will be publishing a new book next week. Come and show some support, brothers. As soon as the photo of him wearing women's clothing was released, the messages jumped very fast. Almost several messages per second. First, there were all, then someone sent a sentence. Just this, pull up pants. After that, it was all repeating. Bai Ying's mouth twitched. Sure enough, his group was full of repeaters. Are these guys all repeaters? Bai Ying was speechless. Suddenly, he saw Tong Kong's QQ avatar. There was a message in it. He was stunned. Oh no, I forgot about this. I forgot Tang Kong was in it. Oh well, I've seen it before. It's okay. Bai Ying comforted himself in his heart. Soon, Tang Kong's back was buried. Sister Ying, when will you publish this new book? Bai Ying noticed this message, and his hands moved quickly on the phone, and he replied quickly. I will probably show the outline to the editor tonight, and write 2 chapters tomorrow to show it to the editor. If there are no changes, I will publish the book tomorrow. Brothers who want to invest, be ready. Funny JP. Will it not be eunuch like the last one? Bai Ying's mouth twitched. I have been writing novels for 2 years, and I have written 5 books in total, but only 1 book was eunuch. Why do I feel that I am a person who easily eunuchs? Thinking of this, Bai Ying chuckled. If it is eunuch this time, I will directly castrate myself. As soon as he said this, Bai Ying regretted it a little. Is this oath a bit heavy? Oh my god, what if I really die in the first round of recommendations like the last book? Won't I have to bite the bullet and finish it? This wave of flags is not set well. Forget it. How can a man say no? The next book must be a god. Okay, I'll open the book. I'll make you the leader. Bai Ying was stunned. She stayed on this ID with a cat avatar for a long time. A cat that can't smile. One of her loyal fans. Usually in the group, Bai Ying called her Cat Boss. Cat Boss was mysterious and never revealed her gender. She was very generous. She was always #1 on the fan list of each of Bai Ying's books. A true die-hard fan. Thank you, Cat Boss. You're welcome, Doghead JPG. A lot of bossy words followed immediately. Bai Ying was so excited now. Alliance leader. At least 1,000 yuan. After the profit sharing, she can get 500. This is her first alliance leader ever. By the way, if you can make your next book to the shelves, I will reward you with a gold alliance for each book. Gold. Gold alliance? Did she hear it right? Really? Sure enough, as soon as she said this, there were a lot of shocked emoticons in the group. Boss Cat is so confused. Boss Cat, if you are a rich woman with a lot of money, please consider me. I live a good life. Boss Cat, did I hear you right? Hundreds of thousands were just given away like that? The Golden Alliance is equivalent to 100,000 Chinese yuan on Kudian Chinese website. 5 books plus 6 new books. According to her, it is a full 600,000. The share can also be 300,000. He almost fainted. I feel that this women's clothing is not in vain. If possible, I can get a few more different sets. For example, a sailor suit, a bunny girl, a maid outfit, a Lolita skirt. Satisfy your wish. With a chuckle, Bai Ying found speechlessly. Her JK girl's clothing has become a maid outfit. The white and gray cat ears on her head have also become black cat ears. It forms a sharp contrast with the white hairpin tied on her hair. Bai Ying unconsciously came to her room on the second floor and looked at herself carefully in front of a full-length mirror. In the mirror, the cute face that makes people forget to breathe, with the cat ears, exudes a compelling charm. A pair of slender legs, outlined by white over-the-knee socks, show an attractive curve. The mysterious flesh color is looming in the fluttering black pleated skirt. A black bow is tied on the black and white maid uniform. The bow knot is visible behind the cute girl in the mirror. If she is 20 or 30 centimeters shorter, this cuteness will be more extreme. Bai Ying nodded rather conceitedly. I couldn't help but sigh. Old man, so cute. No need to put on makeup, natural beauty. Bai Ying took out his mobile phone, adjusted the angle of the mobile phone with both hands, and then took a full-body photo of himself in the mirror. If you take a selfie, you can't play the feeling of a full-body photo. The main thing is that you can't waste your beautiful legs. This wave is not a direct kill. Thinking of this, Bai Ying's mouth corners slightly raised. He forwarded the picture to the Book Friends group and the Only Writer group. This time, I also forwarded it to my QQ space. Well, it's not the first or second time that I've been socially frustrated, so we'll let you guys experience my invincible charm. Wow, in the writers group. I'm not Jong-san. Oh, Yingmei, here's another one. Wow, that's outrageous. So cute. Saved, just finished developing. It'll come back when my CD is ready. Ah, this Bai Ying felt uneasy at what he said. When she thought about her photos being used by others, she felt uncomfortable and uneasy. Jong-san, stop it! Otherwise, why don't you give me a chapter recommendation? What kind of cosplay do you want? It'll satisfy you. At this moment, Bai Ying was laughing in her heart. Although that guy was not very serious, he was indeed the only level 5 author in this group. Authors who are level 5 on Qdian Chinese website are almost rare. However, according to this guy, he reached level 5 with his first book 3 years ago, and has been a failure since then. He has no more masterpieces and has fallen to the point of having to rely on full attendance. However, level 5 is still level 5. In this self-help group, he is the only one who can ask for chapter recommendations. Speaking of which, should I go to the 4 groups of shelves that have been blocked for a long time to ask for a wave of Great God's pie? Let's do it. Bai Ying made up his mind and was about to quit and release the group chat of the 4 groups of shelves, when Jong-san replied. I am not Jong-san. Okay, if you post the new book at me, I will give you a wave of chapter recommendations. Funny smiley Fanuel. Damn, Jong-san, what about me? I am not Jong-san. Go away. You don't have any erotic pictures, and you don't act cute, and you still want me to recommend your chapters? Funny smiley face. Pigeon spirit. After quitting the group chat, Bai Ying took a rough look at his book friends group. As expected, there were all sighs and shouts of wife, wife. Well, this kind of reserved program is almost indispensable after sending out the photos of oneself in women's clothing. Bai Ying clicked the contact block in the group chat settings of the 4 groups of the listing group. He first sent a universal funny expression. Then he sent out his photos of himself in women's clothing. Brothers, please recommend the chapter. Women's clothing benefits are presented first. Fuck, the missing people are back. Wow, isn't this Yingmei? I'm so embarrassed. So embarrassed, I love it. Yingmei, when will your new book be released? When it is released, call me, and I will recommend your chapters. Bai Ying was stunned. He recognized that this was Bai Feng, the famous platinum god and group LSP of the 4 groups. He smiled immediately. At this time, Bai Ying's editor Qixing sent a series of in the group to express his feelings. Then Bai Ying, you kid, you have no ability to write a book, but you are good at this set. Do you have an idea for a new book? Bai Ying chuckled. Post a Word document that had been lying in the folder in the group. A beautiful girl who fell from the sky, and the secret I have to tell you. After a long while, the editor finally replied, Are you going to change your style? Yes, that's right, it's decided. It's about love and daily life. Okay, send me the first 3 chapters and I'll see if there's any problem. If there's no problem, I'll publish the book. I guess Sister Ying is going to change her style? Daily writing? I'll help you promote it. When you publish the book, just promote it to the group. I'll copy the title and promote it for you. I guess Jiao Da also promoted it? Sister Ying's wave is probably going to take off. Then I'll give you a wave too. Although I'm a loser, this wave of women's clothing is really exciting. Sister Ying, come on. Smiling, he turned off the phone screen. Bai Ying now felt that he was full of motivation to write again. The new book hasn't been published yet, but a lot of chapters have been promoted. Bai Ying can't tell how happy he is. He had already imagined the scene of his new book taking off as soon as it was published. This book will be a masterpiece. One book from level 2 to level 5. A small goal, Wanjun. As a person, you should always have some pursuits. It is not a big deal to always be a perfect student. In the laptop, the outline and character design Word document of The Beautiful Girl Who Fell from the Sky and the Secret I Have to Tell showed that the latest save time was 1 or 2 o'clock last night. Create a new document. Then, think about it. It's so difficult. I have no idea at all. After all, it's the first time I write such an article. Unable to write, Bai Ying gave up the idea of writing now. At this time, there was a noise at the door. The petite girl with blue hair pushed the door open. When she saw Bai Ying's current outfit, her eyes couldn't help but reveal a playful meaning. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, and she couldn't help but reveal a teasing smile. Tsk, tsk. The new book is published. Are you planning to dress up as a woman to ask for chapters to promote it? Are you also in my book club? Since this child is a fan of his book, it is very likely that he is also in his book club. Otherwise, how would she know that I was a crossdresser? Guess. I guess nothing. Bai Ying was speechless. This speechless expression was photographed by Hua Luo with his mobile phone. You have good taste and you dress so cutely. Hua Luo praised sincerely. Don't delete the photo quickly. Beg me. I will delete it if you beg me. This guy, forget it. A real man can bend and stretch. Isn't it just begging someone? It's simple. Please. Not sincere enough. Be softer. Do you understand? You have to show your temperament of wearing a maid costume and showing a humiliating expression. Do you understand? Do it again. Bai Ying's pretty little face was straight, and she put her hands behind her back, pretending to be pitiful. She pinched her throat and said, Please delete it. Okay, this part is recorded. I will delete the previous one for you. Do you have to be so cowardly? The girl proudly put the phone back into her pocket, turned around and left, regardless of Bai Ying's complaints. Bai Ying thought of Ganyu. He was a little worried. After leaving the room, Bai Ying found that Ganyu was standing blankly in front of her door. The moment she saw Bai Ying, she showed a look of surprise. Then she waved to Bai Ying and said, Ying, this way. Ganyu changed into a beautiful blue and white shirt, and her legs wrapped in black stockings were full of temptation. Bai Ying's eyes were fixed. It was not until Ganyu came in front of her that she suddenly realized. Ying, why is there a humming sound in my room? And there is a heat coming out of nowhere. Can you help me take a look? Bai Ying's eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of the unfathomable line on the girl's chest. Faintly, you can also see the bright color hidden under the girl's underwear. Bai Ying retracted her gaze and silently recited the mantra that color is emptiness and emptiness is color. Then she followed the beautiful and sexy Ganyu into the room. The source of the so-called whirring sound. It's just an air conditioner hanging on the wall. Bai Ying smiled when she saw this. Pointing at the air conditioner hanging on the wall and emitting hot air, she said, This is an air conditioner used to adjust the room temperature. It also uses electricity. Ying, you know a lot. Ganyu sighed. After getting Bai Ying's explanation, Ganyu's fear of this object disappeared. There is no such thing in Liyue. For Ganyu, this thing shocked her as much as the day when the emperor was assassinated. Is there really such a thing that can change the temperature? It's so magical. Ganyu enjoyed the comfortable temperature on the hot air blown out by the air conditioner, the wind blowing towards her. It brought her not only superficial warmth, but also inner comfort. Unconsciously, she noticed that Bai Ying, who was in the room just now, suddenly disappeared. Where did she go? No one could tell her. She noticed the computer on the table in the room. She was immediately interested. She had seen this thing in the room that Bai Ying rented before. It seems that there will be a picture of Teyvat in it. Hey, weird, why can't it be opened? Let's go find Ying and ask. Thinking of this, Ganyu prepared to go to Bai Ying's room to see if Bai Ying was there. Ganyu paused in front of Bai Ying's door, which was half open. Through the gap in the door, some of the situations inside could be seen clearly. Bai Ying was sitting in front of the computer, and next to him, Tong Kong was sitting. They seemed to be discussing something. After discussing it, Bai Ying would also take a note in front of that thing. Ganyu slowly pushed open the door, stood beside Bai Ying, and silently observed his movements. The movement around him made Bai Ying raise his head to check who was coming. When he saw Ganyu's beautiful face, he was slightly stunned. This guy actually came. Sit here? Are you working, Ying? Yeah, I'm busy with this. Then I won't bother you. Come on, the girl said this and left. Bai Ying was left sitting in the chair in a daze. Is she caring about me? Bai Ying gave a bitter smile. She denied her inner thoughts. She was just Ying in her eyes. After all, she was a substitute for someone else. Oh no, don't think about it, just type. Bai Ying slapped her face heavily, trying to wake herself up. This action scared Tong Kong, who was still thinking about what Bai Ying had just said. What's wrong with you? Why are you slapping your face? Tong Kong's face showed confusion. Ah, it's okay. Let's continue to discuss the idea of the new book. Bai Ying's evasive attitude made Tong Kong even more suspicious. You're not thinking about other girls, are you? No, I dare not. Bai Ying's face was covered with cold sweat. You are like this. I suspect you must be thinking about other girls. How dare I? By the way, when are you going to change back to this cosplay costume? Are you really going to be a maid forever? Tong Kong's words made her want to cry but not cry. This was not his idea at all. He didn't want to either. Which man wants to run around in this shameful maid costume all the time? The key is that this dress is like growing on her body, and she can't take it off. That's fine, but the cat ears on her head are very sensitive. A slight touch will make her feel strange all over. Just when Bai Ying looked depressed and speechless, Tong Kong's little hand climbed onto Bai Ying's head without her knowing when, and pulled the conspicuous cat ears hard. After a brief silence, there was a deafening scream. Bai Ying's whole body instantly fell limply in Tong Kong's arms. The ground was covered with water stains. His pretty face suddenly became rosy. Tong Kong curiously stroked his cat ears again. The latter moaned. His head tilted. He fainted. Judging from his face that was red and about to bleed, these cat ears seemed to make him very sensitive. Looking at Bai Ying, who was breathing evenly in his arms, Tong Kong touched his chin and thought, this cat ear-like decoration was so realistic. She tried to touch the cat ears with her hand. Bai Ying was now in a state of fainting. Being touched on the ears like this, her skin gradually turned red all over her body. Seeing the water stains on the floor and the wet fabric between Bai Ying's skirts, Tong Kong had a very strange expression. Didn't he just touch the cat ears? Was this the reason for his reaction? I'm dying of laughter, this reaction. I'm dying of laughter. In his blurred consciousness, Bai Ying heard the laughter of a certain system. What are you laughing at? It's all your masterpiece. If you don't wake up, your body will be seen by Tong Kong. Bai Ying was startled. The whole person was awake in an instant. The color gradually returned to his eyes. When his eyes gradually stabilized, he was stunned by the scene in front of him. He didn't know when he was moved to the bathroom. The maid outfit that couldn't be taken off was placed next to him. Now, he was in a naked state. A strand of black hair fell into Bai Ying's field of vision. He subconsciously glanced to the side. He saw that Tong Kong was helping him wash his body with a red face. The two looked at each other. Tong Kong's action of scrubbing Bai Ying's body paused. The atmosphere fell into a mysterious and awkward situation. Are you awake? Feeling the girl's gaze, Bai Ying quickly covered a part of himself with his hands, rolled his eyes at Tong Kong and said, I'll wash myself. Well, the girl tiptoed away. Bai Ying clearly saw that her ears and neck were all red. She might be shy. With a bang, the door closed. Bai Ying sat in the bathtub, took a deep breath, and then let out a long sigh. Dog system, you are doing this on purpose, right? Why can't I take off my clothes by myself, but Tong Kong can take them off in a short time? Who knows? You. Do you want to try other awkward clothes? No. After wiping, Bai Ying put on the men's clothes on the chair. He stood in front of the mirror and saw the cute and beautiful face in the mirror and the pair of extremely cute black cat ears and couldn't help frowning. Why is it still here? How do I get rid of it? It will disappear naturally after 24 hours. So I have to wear this thing for dozens of hours? Do you still want a cattail? No, 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 sister, don't do it. 24 hours is 24 hours. Just 1 or 2 hours have passed. Another 8 or 9 hours will pass after sleeping at night. Well, it's nothing. Bai Ying muttered in his heart, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The maid outfit disappeared in an instant when he put on men's clothes. Bai Ying went back to his room with a pair of cute cat ears. On the way, he went to Ganyu's room because he was worried. The guy was fiddling with the computer. He was pressing buttons everywhere. When Bai Ying came, he was so excited that he pulled Bai Ying to teach him for almost an hour before letting him go. The clock was ticking, and the sun was shining outside the window. Bai Ying was in front of the computer in his room, ready to start working. He looked up at the wall clock. It was a little after 4 in the afternoon. The time is just right. If I start typing now, I can finish 3 chapters with a total of 6,000 words in more than 3 hours if I am fast. The premise is to have a detailed outline. Bai Ying roughly conceived the idea of the beginning in his mind. Since it is a love daily life category, then it must be based on daily life. Got it! Can't my own experience be written into a novel and sent out? The beginning is ready. Thinking of this, Bai Ying couldn't help laughing. He put his palms on the keyboard and typed very fast. He is no longer the little newbie who wrote 1,000 words an hour. After 2 years of hard work, Bai Ying has not mastered any skills, but has practiced a good hand speed. 2,000 or 3,000 words an hour is no problem. Especially when there is a burst of inspiration, it will fly even faster after typing 3 chapters. Bai Ying glanced at the time displayed on the computer screen. It was a little after 6 o'clock in the afternoon. This is an extraordinary performance. The reason for the burst of inspiration should be, Bai Ying sent these 3 chapters with the outline to the editor. After doing all this, Bai Ying stretched his body for a long time. I've been sitting in front of the computer for so long that I feel like my whole body is going to fall apart if I don't go out and move around. It's really uncomfortable. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Bai Ying dragged her tired body and muttered, "I'm coming." He opened the door and Hualuo's petite body appeared in front of him. In her hands, she was holding 2 fast food boxes packed in a bag. Here you go. I asked you, but you didn't come. 50, WeChat or Alipay. Hearing that this takeaway would cost 50, Bai Ying habitually said it was expensive. Hualuo smiled and carried the bag into Bai Ying's room. Do housework for me. I'll provide you with food and clothes, but there will be no salary. Bai Ying smacked her tongue. Her voice was very nice and soft, her face was cute, and her temperament was also very good. Well, it's not bad to have such a boss who provides food and accommodation. Bai Ying nodded almost subconsciously. The girl suddenly stopped in front of Bai Ying's computer screen for a while. She looked at the manuscript on the screen with an interested look. This made Bai Ying a little embarrassed. He forgot to turn off the computer. He tried to close the Word document in the computer, but Hualuo stopped him. She read it carefully. Well written, it seems that your transformation this time may be successful. Heh. Hearing such praise, Bai Ying's mouth curled up. To be honest, he really had an explosion of inspiration this time. The encounter between the heroine and the hero at the beginning was almost exactly the same as his encounter with Ganyu. However, Bai Ying planned to write the heroine in his book as a white-haired magician who traveled from another world. After the heroine traveled to the hero's place, she lost her magic power and met the hero. After that, it was a happy daily life with endless sweetness. The character settings were also set. She planned to write her as silly, stupid, and very cute. Not to mention, Bai Ying even felt that she liked this heroine. Come on, Bai Ying, take out the garbage downstairs when you have time. The girl said, and then left. Bai Ying lowered his head, looked at the fast food box on the table, and muttered in a low voice, I think garbage like me should be thrown away. You have a strong sense of self-awareness. Get lost. Bai Ying's mouth twitched, and in his heart, he kept cursing the dog system. It seems that you have a lot of opinions. A clear female voice sounded in his ears. Then, under Bai Ying's horrified eyes, he was shocked to find that a cute and soft cat tail grew behind his buttocks. Should I do this? Bai Ying was about to cry. What the hell is this? It's okay to have an extra pair of cat ears, but this time there's an extra tail. How can he, a tough guy, wear such a thing? Unfortunately, no matter how he complained or cried, the tail could not be changed back. Just when Bai Ying wanted to cry, the phone rang. It was a reply from the editor. Okay, when will the book be published? I'll publish it tonight, and I'll contact you tomorrow after it's reviewed. Okay, JPG. Bai Ying opened the Writer Assistant app on his phone. The secret I have to tell you about the beautiful girl who fell from the sky. Fortunately, the title of the book was not already taken. Well, there aren't many people who use such a long title, ha ha ha. The style of this title is different from his previous ones. Before, most of them were 2 or 3 words that looked very pretentious. Something like Holy, Spirit Judgment, or I Desire to Seal the Heavens. Oh right, that book that failed and never survived the test. Unparalleled in the world. As for the name, it's very domineering. As for the degree of failure, it's jaw-dropping. Because it was his first transformation, Bai Ying was still a little uneasy. He was very scared, afraid that he would fail again. Again, failure is not scary. What is scary is the endless stand-alone and hopeless insults. Although his book will not be very stand-alone, with the blessing of women's clothing, it can easily reach the level of many books being pushed in a row. However, it is a fact that there are only a few readers. He hates his unrecognized career as a writer. I hope it won't fail again this time. Bai Ying sighed in his heart. The book is already under review, and the next step is to wait for it to be approved. Now, he is still a little worried about Ganyu. By the way, I wonder if Ganyu has eaten. Bai Ying's eyes lingered on the lunchbox. This is just right. Bai Ying picked up the lunchbox and walked into Ganyu's room. He pushed open the door. Ganyu was randomly pressing something in front of the computer. Next to her, there was a box that was the same as the one Bai Ying was holding. Bai Ying closed the door gently. Ganyu, who was sitting in front of the computer, noticed the movement at the door and turned her head to Bai Ying. Her ice blue hair was messily draped over her chest. Infinite curiosity was hidden in her brown pupils. Ying, I still don't understand what you mean by how to play the computer. I don't recognize these characters. Trigger the task. Teach Chinese characters in Pinyin. At least most of the daily characters can be recognized. After the task is successful, you will be rewarded with 1,000 favorability points. In my mind, the voice that I couldn't tell whether it was a man or a woman sounded. This task appeared at the right time. Anyway, I will teach Ganyu Chinese characters sooner or later. Heh! There is an extra reward this time. It's just right. Thinking of this, Bai Ying couldn't help but smile. He found a chair and sat next to Ganyu. He was going to teach her Pinyin first. This is also the basis of Chinese characters. Learning characters is not a matter of 1 or 2 days. Although it can be learned quickly, it is impossible to let her accept a new character all at once. Fortunately, the language here is the same as the language of Tevat, but the difference is the characters, which saves a lot of trouble. Outside the window, the sky gradually darkened. Unknowingly, Bai Ying taught Ganyu to learn Pinyin. 4 hours have passed. Now the time displayed on the computer is 8:10 p.m. The surroundings of the apartment are very quiet. For writers, this environment is what they dream of. There is a park not far away, and there are few people. There is no noise from the city, and the air is fresh. Everything is good. The most important thing is that I don't have to worry about food and accommodation in the future. This girl named Hua Luo is obviously a rich woman. Not only does she let me rent a house for 100 a month, but she also covers my food and clothes. Wow, it's like being supported by a rich woman. The so-called help with housework is just a piece of cake. Wait, speaking of housework, it seems that I missed an important thing. Hua Luo hasn't done the garbage disposal that he asked me to do. Ganyu, let's learn here today. I will teach you characters tomorrow. It's past 8 o'clock in the evening. It's late. Go to bed early. Understood? As soon as he went out, Bai Ying's pace suddenly quickened, and he ran quickly to the first floor. There was nothing at the door where the garbage bag should have been placed. Strange. What's going on? Didn't you ask me to throw away the garbage? Why is there nothing at the door? I lost it. A voice came from behind. Ying turned around subconsciously. What caught her eye was the slender, long white legs. Although the girl was petite, her legs were long and thin. Her long blue hair, like the seawater, was neatly draped behind her, with a strand of hair standing straight up. The girl was wearing a loose sweater, the hem of which just reached her thighs. When Bai Ying cast her eyes on her, she yawned loudly. "Ha! Good night? You lost it? What else? It will be moldy if you lose it now. Go to bed early. Don't worry, I won't break my promise to provide you with food and clothing. I will do what I say." After the girl left these words, she stretched out her hand and yawned and staggered to the second floor. With a bang sound, the door closed and Bai Ying was stunned. This girl. I really can't understand what she is thinking. Come to think of it, why did she let me move in? And she only charged a symbolic amount of money. For her, let alone 100, even 10,000 is not worth mentioning. Well, if I really want to find some people to live with me, with such conditions, I can just find an ad space and a lot of people will come. Could it be that she really fell in love with my peerless beauty? Bai Ying had a strange expression. Judging from the current situation, it is very likely. So being too beautiful is also a sin. Bai Ying sighed and went back to his room. He lay on the bed, ready to check the writer's assistant before going to bed. Generally speaking, it takes about a day for a new book to be approved. He plans to post a few chapters of notifications in the old book. New book, The Secret I Have to Tell You About the Beautiful Girl Who Fell from the Sky. This article is a daily love story of a light novel. The love story of a beautiful girl from another world and a failed online writer. The new book has been released. Please invest and collect. Brothers, this is the first time that Yingege has transformed. After 2 years of failure, Yingege is also ready for the new book to fail. However, Yingege will not cut this book again. That's all. After copying and pasting the notification to several other books, the job was done. Bai Ying showed a satisfied smile. Everything just needs to wait for the review to pass tomorrow. Looking at the bright moonlight outside the window, Bai Ying was stunned. A girl with goat horns from another room was also observing the bright moon. The stars were shining and the moon was in the sky. I wonder what the scenery of the continent of Teyvat is like at this moment. With a sigh, the girl retracted her gaze. At least, now she is not alone. There is Ying. The morning light foreshadowed the arrival of the next day. Bai Ying was extremely excited. What if something fails to pass the review? Although this kind of thing is unlikely. I didn't write anything illegal in the first chapter. The time displayed on the mobile phone was a little after 6 in the morning. The sky was just getting light. After opening the writer's assistant, the news of the big review passing made him excited. This book has a different start from the past. As the first book of the transformation, Bai Ying made full preparations. He pied many big guys and got the support of a big boss. On the day of publishing the book, he rewarded a gold alliance for the new book and other books. A gold alliance is 100,000 Chinese yuan. On this day, he earned much more than he earned in 2 years of writing books. The excitement was beyond words. The new book has just been published, and it will probably take until tomorrow to change the status. When he saw the more than 10,000 new book collections in his daily newspaper, he was shocked. This book has just been published and there are so many collections. Bai Ying couldn't help but smack his lips. He sent his new book to the QQ group of the 4th group. Brothers, it has been reviewed. Please promote the chapter. Received, arrange it. Sister Ying, I am optimistic about you. You are the rising star of this wave of the 4th group. When you become a god with your book, don't forget to take me, the newbie, with you. Come on, Jiao Da. You are a newbie. What am I? As everyone knows, newbies are the strongest creatures. Exit the group chat with satisfaction. Looking at the data that refreshed every few seconds, he smiled. This time, it's definitely going to take off. It's so exaggerated on the first day of the new book. It will definitely be a hit. Looking at the comments again, it's not like the previous book, which was full of curse words. Instead, most of them are normal comments expressing affirmation and urging for updates. It seems that his transformation this time is quite successful. He closed his phone with satisfaction. Bai Ying took a deep breath. Looking at the hopeful morning light, he felt that his life was just like this morning. full of hope. One day, I will take a screenshot of the royalties and give it to my dad. Bai Ying said to himself. Because of the income from the 2 years of failure, he was often ridiculed by his father. Recently, he even wanted to delete WeChat and block him. But if he did that, it would be a bit troublesome. After all, he is his father. Alas, it's hard to have such a father. Not to mention novels. As long as he plays games, he will be compared for not doing his job properly. Obviously, he is very enthusiastic about watching stupid war dramas. In his eyes, everything related to the internet is garbage. Little did he know that the short videos he watched every day were also inseparable from the internet. He made money from the internet and wrote novels to support himself, but his father kept mocking him. It was so annoying. Well, let it be. After all, he is his father. Bai Ying took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He suddenly remembered that the punishment from yesterday was still there. So he touched the cute cat ears on his head. He groaned immediately. Puff, the tail was still there. He went out reluctantly and prepared to wash up. In the bathroom on the second floor, he met Hua Luo, who had just got up. The girl's messy hair was drooping behind her. When she saw Bai Ying coming, her eyes moved down slightly, and when she saw Bai Ying's cute little tail, she couldn't help laughing. Puff, cat girl! Her eyes, which were originally hazy with sleep, suddenly brightened. Under the strange gaze from Hua Luo, Bai Ying washed up. Alas, these ears are really a nuisance. Looking at the cute and small cat ears in the mirror, Bai Ying complained again. I think that maid outfit suits you very well, Hua Luo said suddenly. Huh? No, I won't wear a maid outfit even if I die. It's too embarrassing. An hour later, Bai Ying was wearing an exquisite maid outfit, pointing her phone at herself, ready to take a selfie. After posing in an alluring and shameful position on the bed, Bai Ying posted the photo in the group chat. Brothers, new photos have arrived. Please support. Wow, love it. Sister Ying, when will you change your status? I'm going to reward you with a leader. Probably tomorrow. I just came to the station today and haven't filled out the contract information yet. After a few pleasantries, Bai Ying left the group chat. He changed out of the maid outfit and put on his original clothes. He still had something to do. It was 5 minutes past 7 in the morning. It was still early, and he didn't know if Ganyu had gotten up yet. For the 1,000 points, he had to do everything he could to help Ganyu master the knowledge of text. Although there was no time limit for this task, the sooner the better. Ganyu's door was closed. Inside, there was a rustling sound. It seemed that she had woken up. Hearing the sound, Bai Ying breathed a sigh of relief. He knocked on the door. Are you up? Are you there? After a while, the door opened. It was not Ganyu who opened the door, but Tang Kong. Ganyu sat in front of the computer desk and looked at Bai Ying curiously. Ying? Why are you here? Bai Ying looked at Tang Kong beside him and thought for a moment. Since Tang Kong was here, it was not good to directly tell his purpose, otherwise there would be another round of questioning. It seems that the matter of teaching Ganyu characters has to be slow. He smiled and responded, Wang Xiaomei, what are you doing? Ganyu pointed at the computer and said, I'm asking Tang Kong to teach me how to use the computer. She said, I don't know anything. Am I from Mars? Ying, what is Mars? Tang Kong's mouth twitched. He glanced at Bai Ying and found that he was covering his face, looking very speechless. Mars is a very magical place, just like the Sky Island in Teyvat. Bai Ying's answer made Ganyu look enlightened. I see. The girl nodded slightly. She seemed to remember something and suddenly spoke with some excitement. Ying, when I was chatting with Tang Kong just now, I learned what coding means. It turns out that you are a writer like Xingqiu. That's amazing. No. I don't deserve it. I'm just a dead loser. I don't dare to say what I write. Come on. The girl's firm and crisp voice stunned Bai Ying. He responded gratefully. Thank you. Heh. The girl touched her head and laughed honestly. The girl's laughter made Bai Ying feel relieved. It seems that this guy and Tang Kong are getting along well. Then I feel relieved and go to code. Wang Xiaomei, learn how to operate the computer from Tang Kong. Don't be naughty and do bad things. Ganyu heard this and her face suddenly puffed up. She didn't understand why Yingmei thought she would do bad things. She thought that she was a very obedient and sensible lamb. Immortal. How could she do something that hurt people? Puffed-up Ganyu was like an angry lamb, so cute. Bai Ying's eyes were straight. I wish you all a happy new year and all the best. Witch is here to wish you all a happy new year. She is so cute. Too cute. Just when Bai Ying was attracted by Ganyu's magnificent beauty, Tong Kong's hand climbed onto Bai Ying's face unconsciously. Then he twisted it hard. The latter screamed. Her face turned pale and she almost fainted. What are you doing, Kong Kong? Humph, let's see if you dare to look at other girls. Tong Kong suddenly caught a glimpse of the small tail shaking behind Tong Kong's buttocks. He couldn't help but touch it. This tail was like a cat's tail, very soft, furry, and comfortable. Bai Ying felt uncomfortable when her tail was suddenly touched. It was like an electric current flowing through her body. Bai Ying's face suddenly turned pale. Then, under the exclamations of Tong Kong and Bai Ying, she fell softly to the ground. She made a very tempting moan. Ha! In the dark, Bai Ying could hear the system's laughter. What the hell are you laughing at? Bai Ying exhaled in annoyance. This guy is so hateful. Not only did he turn me into this, but he also laughed at me crazily. Bai Ying was speechless. Bai Ying, no one laughed at you? Tong Kong said puzzledly. Bai Ying suddenly said this just now, which was really confusing. No one laughed at her? It's really strange. Bai Ying seemed to realize something and covered her mouth. Ah, it's okay. Oh, by the way, what do you think of my beginning? Bai Ying tried to divert attention. Ah, it's pretty good. When you change your status, I will reward you with some Q points. Maybe not much. Heh. What reward? What's there to reward? Ganyu, who was watching silently on the side, suddenly interrupted. Tong Kong, where is that Q point Chinese website? I also want to read the book written by Ying. You don't even know Chinese characters. How can you read it? Bai Ying answered subconsciously. The expression was neither funny nor sad. Wang Xiaomei doesn't even know the characters? Tong Kong was very surprised. It's 2022, and there are still young people who can't read. Have they not enjoyed the 9 years of compulsory education? Are there really such people? Well, I'm teaching her to read. Bai Ying simply laid her cards on the table. Let her doubt. Bai Ying lay on the bed where Ganyu had slept, feeling a little exhausted. For some reason, the bed still had the unique fragrance of a young girl's hair. This tale is really in the way. Bai Ying took out her phone and noticed that there were short messages on the phone. 2 of them came. After filling out the contract, all that was left was to wait for the contract to be approved, and the status would naturally change. Bai Ying, why don't you just show this child a Chinese dictionary? If you have learned Pinyin, you only need to flip through it to understand the meaning of the words you want to know, right? Just buy this child a children's book and put a Chinese dictionary next to it. Isn't that enough? Tong Kong said suddenly. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? Stupid. The conversation between the two made Ganyu smile. This smile was like a cool summer breeze caressing people's hearts. It made people feel comfortable all over. I want to read the book written by Ying? No. Bai Ying waved her hand and refused. This is simply a dark history. If Ganyu saw the book he wrote before, he would be ashamed. Bai Ying's refusal made Ganyu even more curious, and he wanted to learn Chinese characters as soon as possible to read the book written by Bai Ying. I still want to read what you wrote. Speaking of which, why do you always call Bai Ying Ying? Next to him, Tong Kong couldn't help asking the question he wanted to know the answer to the most. Isn't she Ying? Ganyu asked back. What? Tong looked puzzled. Aha, this child likes to call me Ying. Ha. So why did this child also move in? Tong Kong pouted, hugged his chest, and was very dissatisfied. This. Bai Ying was ashamed. What should I do? It's hard to explain. This is not good. Both ends are broken. Seeing Ganyu's eyes staring at him, Bai Ying was sweating. Is it okay for me to live with Ying? The girl raised her head and looked at Tong Kong and said. The girl was wearing a blue and white long dress, and her soft blue, slightly curly long hair was gently draped behind her. A puzzled look appeared on her beautiful face. Tong Kong stared blankly at the beautiful girl in front of him who was almost unreal and muttered, No problem. The moment the girl raised her head, she didn't know that there was a pair of eyes staring at the bright color on her chest. Bai Ying silently looked away. In his mind, the scene of teaching Ganyu how to drain the water in the bathroom before was always lingering. That figure, That face. Bai Ying suddenly felt a hint of saltiness at the corner of his mouth, and could also faintly feel a bloody taste. He couldn't help but touch the corner of his mouth with his hand. Suddenly, cherry-red blood smeared a finger. Damn, I have a nosebleed. How can it be so real? Bai Ying immediately jumped off the bed and prepared to look for paper everywhere. It would be bad if the nosebleed flowed onto Ganyu's bed. Seeing Bai Ying suddenly get off the bed with her nose covered, the two women surrounded him. Tan Kong saw the blood between Bai Ying's fingers and immediately worried. Bai Ying, what's wrong with you? No, nothing, nothing. Bai Ying smiled bitterly. He finally caught a glimpse of a box of tissues not far away from the corner of his eye. He hurried over, picked up a tissue, and wiped the bloody mouth. Then he crumpled the tissue into a ball and blocked his nostrils. Seeing the girl bleed from the nose. He, Bai Ying, is also a talent. Bai Ying couldn't help but smile bitterly. At this moment, Bai Ying suddenly had more ideas in his mind. Why not change his experience with Ganyu and write it down directly? Isn't this plot just now very attractive? The heroine has just arrived in China and doesn't know the characters. The hero teaches step by step. The heroine is curious about the hero. I will give the hero a cheat code for conquering the heroine. This cheat code has already appeared in the first 3 chapters. System flow plus daily life. Bai Ying has written a lot of system flow and is very familiar with it. This genre emphasizes that a system helps promote the plot, but cannot overshadow the hero and heroine. Bai Ying has read a lot of fine articles about love and daily life before, and there are relatively few with systems. Most of them are simple and straightforward. This time, Bai Ying feels more and more that he may have the possibility of becoming a god with one book. The idea has been put into practice. I haven't written a chapter today. Bai Ying plans to add the idea to the outline in the evening, and then write 2 chapters of the text. Bai Ying is very happy about the 2 girls who are full of care and help him wipe the nosebleed. This can also be used as material. A single heroine may not be without a Shura field. Bai Ying feels that there are too many things tonight, and there are many things to add and delete. Maybe, perhaps, it is really suitable for writing daily love articles? You guys chat, I'm going to do my business first. After saying this, Bai Ying covered his nose and left. He was afraid that if he stayed for a second longer, he would see Ganyu's sexy figure and his nose would bleed again. Just after leaving the door, Bai Ying was panting. At this time, a crisp voice of a girl's son sounded in his ears. Lo! Once upon a time, he also said such words to it. But he always felt strange when the system said this to him. The morning sun was just right, and it was a summer day in July. It was the right time to get up in the morning to write, especially when it came to this time when inspiration for writing exploded. That was an even greater explosion of inspiration, and the keyboard flew. Hey, maybe I really have a talent in this area. Not only did he not get stuck, his hand speed was even faster. Adapted from real events? So he typed ridiculously fast? In less than 2 hours, Bai Ying finished typing today's 4,000 words. By the way, he also revised the outline. After clicking upload in the writer's backstage, Bai Ying nodded with satisfaction. Inadvertently, Bai Ying glanced at the collection data again. It was just over 10,000, but now it suddenly jumped to more than half of 10,000. It seems that it is the result of her own pie. Just after finishing the coding, Hualuo came in with a sleepy face holding a box of takeout in her hand. Will it be a bit greasy to eat chicken legs in the morning? Seeing Hualuo holding this bowl of chicken wings and putting it on her computer desk, yawning from time to time, Bai Ying finally couldn't help asking, Miss Hualuo, you don't do it yourself at all, just rely on takeout? Hearing this, Hualuo was slightly stunned. Yes, there's takeout. Why do you have to do it yourself? Bai Ying was silenced by Hualuo's words. Indeed, rich women are not short of money. If they have money, how expensive takeout can they not afford? I put it here for you. Remember to clean up the downstairs, mainly mopping the floor and so on. After speaking, the girl turned and left, leaving a sentence at the door. If possible, you'd better wear a maid outfit to clean. You look good in it? Watching Hualuo leave, Bai Ying couldn't help but smile bitterly. Wearing a maid outfit? It's really good looking. It's too weird to let a boy wear this to work. So weird. I want to see it. hesitated for a long time, but still didn't really listen to Hualuo's words and wore a maid outfit to clean. How can a grown man wear this? I, Bai Ying, will never wear women's clothes again, even if I jump off this side and die outside. An hour later, the girl wearing a black and white, cute maid outfit with cute cat ears on her head and a pendant that looks like a cat's tail. While humming a song, she swept the floor with a broom. It smells so good. The mocking voice from a certain system made Bai Ying's face blush unconsciously. Shut up! Fortunately, this place was not dirty to begin with, so it didn't take any time or effort to clean it. Bai Ying even felt that Hualuo was just making excuses. Is it necessary to clean such a clean floor? I only swept a few hairs during this trip. Judging from the blue hair is Hualuo's. Although her hair color was similar to Ganyu's, it was very straight. After cleaning, Bai Ying took a selfie of herself out of habit. The main thing is, if you don't take a selfie when wearing women's clothes, it would be a waste, right? After saving this photo, Bai Ying calculated the time. The cat ears on her head will only last for less than 10 hours at most. Time is urgent. While the cat ears are still there, I have to take more photos to commemorate them. Hey, aren't you very resistant to these cat ears? You, shut up! Bai Ying shouted in her heart. Don't you want cat ears for a longer time? I can give you a chance? The system's voice was bewitching. This bewitching voice almost fooled Bai Ying. If he hadn't been so strong in self-control, he might have agreed. No, don't. Forget it. There's no way I want this thing. Hehe. If he continued to argue with this guy about this issue, Bai Ying felt that he might shorten his life. He simply let it mock him. This house is very big. Not only is it decorated gorgeously, but there are also valuable paintings or collections hidden everywhere. At the entrance of the stairs on the second floor, a sphere with a blue glow was inlaid in a rather second-year style. The edge of the stairs was filled with portraits of various two-dimensional characters. You can't tell that Hualuo is also an anime fan. He secretly came to the door of Ganyu's room on the second floor. The conversation between Ganyu and Tong Kong came from inside the door to outside. How do you pronounce this word? Beautiful, beautiful. Is this sentence pronounced like this? The secret that I have to tell the beautiful girl who fell from the sky? Bai Ying's mouth twitched outside the door. These two guys are using the book I wrote as material. But to be honest, with Tong Kong here, he felt a lot more relaxed. Fortunately, at present, there is no conflict between the two guys. Tong Kong listened to him and helped teach Ganyu to recognize Chinese characters. Bai Ying sighed slightly and stopped his steps to enter Ganyu's room. He returned to his room feeling bored. I have finished typing today. I have finished my work. Tong Kong is taking care of Ganyu. What? You want me to type more? No way. Typing one more word is a blood loss. 4,000 is already the limit. One more word makes me feel uncomfortable. Bai Ying thought of his original God account. I haven't finished the Ganyu favorability task before. I don't know if the card pool is over. I forgot to do all the daily tasks yesterday, and I lost 60 original stones. With these 60 original stones, it seems that I can't do anything. After the game started, Bai Ying focused his eyes and attention on the computer screen. Oh, right? Don't I still have a few thousand yuan? Go straight! This Shenhe, I must get it! Bai Ying was immediately excited. He quickly opened the wishing interface. Looking at the interface of the strange yet familiar handsome man, he immediately let out a scream. Gaia! Time has passed. The card pool has just changed. This time it is the turn of Zhongli and Ganyu's reprinted card pool. Looking at Ganyu's portrait, Bai Ying couldn't help but reveal a strange look on his face. No matter how you look at it, this is too weird. So weird. Ganyu is right next to him, but he still wants to draw Ganyu. An idea suddenly popped up in his mind. What would it be like if Ganyu was asked to draw Ganyu? The picture is very strong, and Bai Ying is already looking forward to it. No. I have to do business first. Bai Ying quickly opened the recharge interface. Holding the phone, he scanned 648 one after another, a total of 5 orders. Bai Ying feels very excited now. In the past year of playing, he was frugal and couldn't even afford to renew the monthly card. Now it's the first time that he is so generous. This feeling is really great. Okay, let me see if I can get full life with 5 singles and 250 shots. One shot hits the target. Barbara, make a brilliant appearance, leave the treatment to me. Keep going. Barbara, make a brilliant appearance, leave the treatment to me. After the 5th consecutive 10 draw. Barbara, make a brilliant appearance, leave the treatment to me. Gaia, how many times did you come here, you guy? How many times have you overflowed? Finally, the 6th 10 draw, the blue light gradually turned into gold. Oh ho ho, it's shipped! This time it's a big guarantee it can't be crooked. The handsome young man's portrait appeared on the computer. Bai Ying let out a long sigh. Finally, there is Zhongli. He wanted this thing for a long time, but unfortunately missed several pools and can only wait for the reprint. Now, there are almost 200 draws left. Keep going. 7 purple lights again. Barber X6, Zhongjian X1. It's really perfect. There is simply no one else like him. Helplessly, Bai Ying held the mouse with trembling hands, paused on the 10-draw key for a long time, and finally pressed it. The golden light flashed again, and Bai Ying's heart also tensed up. Come on, go! The small, ice-blue little girl appeared in front of him. Bai Ying's mouth twitched for a moment. He didn't want to complain anymore. Well, I can still accept it. After all, Chi-Chi is still what he doesn't have. 10 minutes later, Bai Ying looked at his 1-life Zhongli and 1-life Chi-Chi in silence. I don't know how to complain. 250 rounds are gone. There are also scattered ones that were exchanged for almost 20 draws of starlight. Forget it, this luck. It's outrageous. This game is not suitable for me. Bai Ying smiled bitterly and turned off the game. Bai Ying accidentally noticed that someone in his book friend group was showing off his shipment record. The corner of his mouth twitched. The guy who showed off the shipment, 3 yellows in 10 draws, 3 Zhongli. He also kept saying that he only had 1 10 draw, so angry. The weapon was not entangled with fate, so I went to draw it. Bai Ying was simply furious. After immediately sending an emoticon package of knocking down the seal, he banned the big boss who showed off his output. Humph, I told you to show off. The 1-day ban package is full, Bai Ying snorted. Then someone followed up and said, Are you jealous, Sister Ying? Envy for a hammer. What's there to be envious of? It's just 3 yellows. What's so jealous about it? Even though he was jealous inside, Bai Ying didn't want to admit this fact. Then, a series of pictures and videos showing off their output were posted, as if they were afraid that Bai Ying wouldn't see it, and they @ed him one by one. Bai Ying naturally gave them a ban package one by one. The dog group leader abused his power. The dog group leader is too despicable. He is simply the most despicable person in the world. Looking at the accountability and crusade, Bai Ying chose to say goodbye and escape. After leaving a panda head saying goodbye, Bai Ying turned off his phone. It's still early and I've finished typing. Casual group? Forget it. Seeing those guys ship out is more painful than me being crooked. Playing games? Forget it. I've played enough. It's not even 12 noon. Bai Ying thought that Hualuo might have ordered takeout again, and it's not good to eat takeout all the time. He wanted to try to discuss with Hualuo and do it himself. Thinking of this, Bai Ying went out to look for Hualuo's trace. Hualuo's room is in the middle of the 2nd floor, with a lot of pictures of 2-dimensional beautiful girls in front of the door. After a pause, Bai Ying knocked on the door gently and asked softly, Is anyone there? Is anyone there, Hualuo? But there was no response. Is there no one? Bai Ying scratched his head. When he was hesitating whether to force the door open, his shoulder was suddenly patted. Almost instantly, Bai Ying jumped up excitedly. He turned his head and saw the cute little Hualuo holding a big bag of takeout, looking at him suspiciously. What are you doing? You are eating takeout again. What else? Hualuo asked back. How about I try to cook by myself? Bai Ying asked tentatively. Cook by myself? Yeah, cook by myself. I am quite confident in my cooking skills. Okay, the kitchen is on the 1st floor. There are ingredients. If you want to cook, go yourself. I'll pass them to Tong Kong and the others first. Bai Ying entered the kitchen confidently. This is the thing Hualuo regretted the most. It was a mistake to let Bai Ying enter the kitchen. Half an hour later, the thick smoke from the kitchen startled Hualuo, who was eating takeout on the 2nd floor. She quickly put down her bowl and chopsticks and went to the 1st floor to check what happened. I saw Bai Ying pouring all kinds of seasonings into the pot. The pot was as black as carbon. Hualuo pinched his nose speechlessly and endured the strong discomfort brought by the thick smoke. He quickly ran to Bai Ying's side and wanted to tiptoe to open the smoke extractor above the pot. But he was too small to reach it. The smoke made her eyes watery. Bai Ying accidentally saw Hualuo's cute appearance beside her, and she was immediately overjoyed. She even forgot to take back the soy sauce in her hand and kept pouring it into the pot. The girl was speechless because of this guy. She was so angry that she pulled the tail of the cat running around behind Bai Ying. Meow? Bai Ying whimpered and fell straight to the ground. Her face was red and almost dripped blood. You call this cooking? Sorry. Hualuo turned off the gas speechlessly. Then he found a stool and stepped on it to turn on the smoke extractor. Seeing the black lumps in the pot, Hualuo wanted to throw the guy out. You will clean these things yourself later. You are really unreliable. Eating this thing of yours will kill people. It shouldn't be. Bai Ying staggered to her feet and smiled bitterly. This black mass, well, it does look a bit poisonous. Bai Ying picked up the chopsticks and put the black charcoal that was fried into carbon into her mouth. Immediately, she spit it out. It seems that it tastes poisonous too. Huh, it's not as good as what I made. The girl snorted and turned away. By the way, remember to turn off the smoking after cleaning. Okay? Oh, it seems that I really don't have the talent in this area. I had no choice but to clear the dark food in the pot. During this time, the ridicule from a certain system was merciless. Ha ha! I'm laughing to death. What are you laughing at? Bai Ying was very depressed. This system is good in everything, but it feels stupid and always wants to make fun of me. What are you talking about? Do you believe that I will let you stay like this forever? No, I'm wrong. Bai Ying kept apologizing in his mind. He was afraid that the system would accidentally change him, which would be too miserable. After finally clearing it, Bai Ying even took a special look at what Ganyu was doing. That guy was learning Chinese characters with Tong Kong in a serious manner, flipping through the dictionary in his hand. The webpage on the computer showed paragraphs from Bai Ying's new book. There was a paragraph that was particularly familiar. Bai Ying adapted that paragraph based on Ganyu's sudden appearance. After quietly closing the door, Bai Ying suddenly felt like the head teacher he hated in high school, who supervised his studies from time to time. Well, I'm just worried about this kid. Bai Ying convinced himself. Generally speaking, at Q Point, large rewards have extra exposure opportunities. There are also many authors who directly pay Krypton Gold to reward new books for exposure. But such a large number of rewards, or a new book with less than 10,000 words, is really confusing. After many people clicked on it and found the author's name, they suddenly realized it. Isn't this the famous cross-dressing boss who has been on the block for 2 years? The guy known as Ying Mei. But doesn't he write fantasy? Why did he come to write about daily love? 10 o'clock in the morning. Bai Ying sat in front of the computer, staring at the data in the writer's background. The phone on the table had a conspicuous large rewards slogan on the interface. Bai Ying was surprised. It was real. Boss Cat was real. Counting the old book, there were 7 gold alliances at once, and it was directly 700,000 Chinese yuan. His share was 350,000. This is taking off. He reaped a lot from this wave of rewards. Not only the money from the rewards, but also a large number of new collections. You know, at Q Point, new books have almost no exposure opportunities when they are put into the library. In the vast sea of books, it is simply a stone sinking into the sea. As an old author, Bai Ying has so many LSPS who covet his beauty, which is much better than most new authors. Now, after this wave, Bai Ying's new book has directly killed the first place in the reward list, which makes many authors jealous. In the recent monthly ticket activity of Q Point, the more rewards you give, the more monthly tickets you get. Because of this large reward, Bai Ying directly ranked among the top 10 of the monthly ticket list, which was something he had never dared to think about before. This is probably the rhythm of taking off from the beginning. Bai Ying was so excited that he couldn't help but smile when he saw the soaring data in the background. This book can be said to be the novel with the least outline he has written. He just transformed and processed his daily experiences and then wrote them directly. In this way, he never felt any writer's blockage. Perhaps he is really suitable for writing this kind of novel. Bai Ying smiled and closed the writer's background interface, opened the watermelon spelling, and looked at the big 10 million words in the upper right corner of the interface. He was deeply touched. Unknowingly, he has written more than 10 million words. Xiaobai, who had problems signing the contract at the beginning, is still a novice now. Time flies. Looking at the white in front of the computer, Bai Ying habitually took the mobile phone in his hand. Open QQ and habitually check the group chat, peek at the screen. This is an old problem of Bai Ying's coding. Every time before coding, he would do this, peeking at the screen in various postures. Because of the large amount of reward just now, the book friends group is very lively. Fuck, Boss Cat, you really gave so much reward. Rich woman, please support me. At the cat who can't smile, Boss Cat, please support me. At the cat who can't smile, wife. Fuck, can the person above have some shame? Boss Cat is obviously mine. At this time, Boss Cat suddenly appeared. Get lost, who is yours? Go climb, climb. It's so funny. Bai Ying felt funny and couldn't help but send it out. As soon as he sent it out, a bunch of people poked his avatar and patted it. The cat who can't smile patted Bai Gege's butt, saying it was very cute. I'm not a Chunibyo patted Bai Gege's butt, saying it was very cute. Xiao Yizhang patted Bai Gege's butt, saying it was very cute. Bai Ying had forgotten why he had set up this pat-pat function in the first place. He just felt that now he had no face to stay in the group and wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Is it okay for Yingmei to be mine? Seeing this person, Bai Ying was stunned for a moment. Kong Kong who can fly. That is Tong Kong. He hadn't spoken in the group for a long time, but when he spoke, he shocked everyone. The cat who can't laugh, I have an opinion. Kong Kong who can fly, reject. The cat who can't laugh, rejection is invalid. Yingmei is mine. Bai Ying was dumbfounded. Regardless of the real gender of the cat, boss, the argument alone would probably never end. The strange thing is that Kong Kong actually quarreled with a book friend. This desire for control is really unparalleled. Thinking of this, Bai Ying sent a message in. Stop quarreling, you are all my wings. Shut up. Looking at them, Bai Ying's mind suddenly flashed with a flash of inspiration. Inspiration came. It would be boring to have only one female protagonist who is pure and sweet. Why not add a girl with equal strength and charm to join this special war? Let the female protagonist's emotions change so as to enrich her personality. There is no time to lose. Get started now. Bai Ying immediately turned off her phone and devoted herself to the career of writing. Sure enough, this kind of writing did not feel like a writer's block at all, especially today when it was taking off, and with the burst of inspiration, Bai Ying felt that this might be the time when he was in the best state. In 2 hours, he finished 8,000 words. He read the whole article and found nothing strange. It had everything it should have. After clicking upload in the writer's backstage, he wrote in the writer's words, "New author and new book, please support." In addition, thank you for the reward from the cat who can't laugh, Qingzhou, Bai Shi, Bai Gege's dog, and I will add more chapters to it. Done. Bai Ying glanced at the time. It was almost noon. After a rough glance at the 30,000 plus collections in the writer's backstage, Bai Ying left with satisfaction. After a wave of recommendations, the collection should be able to increase to 100,000 plus, and there will be basically no problem with the first order exceeding 10,000. At this state, let alone the first order exceeding 10,000, it is possible that the average first order will exceed 100,000, and he will be directly enshrined as a god. At this time, he noticed the message sent by the editor. Bai Gege, you are doing great. You are expected to break 4 sets of records. Keep up the form. Come on. Seeing this, Bai Ying sighed. The editor finally praised himself. After being scolded for 2 years, he finally regained some face this time. It was not easy. Well, thank you for your cultivation. I will never forget it. Stop it. Update for me. I am also reading your book. It is really well written. Good guy. The editor personally urged for updates. However, Bai Ying has more important things to do. After a simple perfunctory sentence to the editor, Bai Ying came to Ganyu's door and sorted out his mood. Then he knocked on the closed door of Ganyu's room. Come in. Pushing the door open, Bai Ying was stunned when he saw Ganyu sitting in front of the computer and eating snacks. The girl's beautiful face was dirty with some snack crumbs, and there was a red spot next to her mouth. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is this guy is playing Genshin Impact. It's a new account. He seems quite interested. This kind of thing is weird, no matter how you think about it. Bai Ying looked strange and stood beside Ganyu for a long time before smacking her lips and saying, "When did you start playing?" Ganyu was slightly stunned and spoke after a long while. "Not long ago. I didn't expect that this game actually restored the Teyvat continent. It's really strong. It's amazing." The girl glanced at the computer screen and then looked at Bai Ying's shocked expression. She waved her hand, motioning Bai Ying to sit next to her. "Your novel is very well written, but I always feel that this strange sense of déjà vu is what's going on." "Ha ha ha! Nothing, nothing." Bai Ying laughed. "Hey, I don't recognize this word again. I'll look for a dictionary." Dictionary. The girl muttered to herself, rummaging in the drawer for a while, and after finding the dictionary, her little hands moved quickly and skillfully looked up the dictionary. At this speed, she will finish the task of familiarizing herself with the words. Ganyu. Hey, isn't that my name? This person is also drawn exactly like me. How to explain all this? Bai Ying was in a dilemma. While he was thinking hard, Ganyu suddenly said, "Ying, I just looked up the meaning of praying. In other words, as long as I think about getting this thing in my heart, will she appear?" This is a bit of idealism. He can only say no. "You need this pink ball to draw a card for this thing, but you don't have it now, so you can't get it." "Then how can I get this pink ball?" "Charge money. Ying, help me charge money." The girl looked at him seriously with expectant eyes. This expression full of expectation was very lethal to Bai Ying. He almost donated all his remaining savings. Wait, Ganyu, you play my account. I have Ganyu on my account." As soon as the words came out, Bai Ying regretted it. What is it like to say that my account has Ganyu in front of Ganyu? When Bai Ying saw the girl in front of him with an extremely red face, he knew that Ganyu must be in a strange mood at the moment. Okay. 2 minutes later, the girl looked at the various characters on the screen and smacked her lips. Among them, there were many familiar people. For example, her most beloved Lord Rock King. "Wow, this is Lord Zhongli." The girl's eyes lit up, and Bai Ying laughed in his heart as he looked at Ganyu, who was having fun. This time, there is free power leveling. He can write books in peace. Ha ha! He was worried about not having a liver substitute, and he couldn't miss this free labor. The girl gradually focused all her attention on tinkering with the computer. Bai Ying always had a feeling. He felt that he had brought Ganyu to a dark place. This child was brought into the pit. Shaking his head, Bai Ying went out. As soon as he went out, he noticed. Hualuo was talking on the phone on the sofa on the first floor. Because the corridor on the second floor can directly see the situation on the first floor, Bai Ying can clearly see that the girl's face is changing, and even gradually getting angry. "Enough! Stop talking. I won't change my mind. Don't introduce anyone to me anymore. I won't agree. That's it. Goodbye." The girl's face was slightly red because of anger. "Damn it. It's always like this. It's so annoying," the girl whispered. Feeling the gaze from the top of the building, the girl couldn't help but raise her head. Seeing Bai Ying looking over here, she unconsciously lowered her head and quickly ran to the blind spot where Bai Ying couldn't see. Looking at the empty living room on the first floor, Bai Ying thought, "It was the first time I saw this guy angry. I always feel that this guy doesn't seem to be worried. Usually should I ask? No. What does this guy have to do with him? Although she is a rich woman and a rich lowly. Although, well, a strong sense of responsibility still drives him, and he decided to find a time to ask properly. It's really just out of concern for the landlord. Hey, this paragraph can also be used as writing material." Bai Ying chuckled. She felt very happy that she had gained another paragraph of writing material. Gurgle, "Damn, I'm hungry. I've been busy all morning and haven't eaten yet." At this time, Hualuo came up with a big bag of food. "Bai Ying, are you hungry? Why don't you come down for breakfast? I've called you so many times." "Aha! Aren't you busy typing?" Hualuo gave a bag in his hand to Bai Ying. "You should also pay attention to rest while typing." She rolled her eyes at Bai Ying, and after the latter took the takeaway, she knocked on the doors of Ganyu and Tang Kong's rooms one by one. Looking at the girl's back, Bai Ying was silent for a long time. Good guy, how many people would envy such a landlord? Not only is the house price very low, but this landlord also serves tea, water, and takeaways. The point is, she is a rich loli. Where can you find such a landlord? With a sigh, Bai Ying returned to his room and prepared to write down the inspiration that had just flashed through his mind. This character setting is ready-made. The landlord is a rich Lolita, pretty and lovely. Isn't it just writing it directly? Type! Enter 5,000 words in an hour. Bai Ying broke his own record again. If this stomach can be filled a little more, he can write faster. While laughing, Bai Ying was shocked to find that there was a transparent screen in front of him. On the screen, it showed a big word, task completed. The literacy task is completed, and 1,000 points are rewarded. Completed in an instant? This speed made Bai Ying dumbfounded. It seems that you are not stupid. This task is judged to be completed by Ganyu independently, and the reward is issued in advance. In the dark, that voice appeared in Bai Ying's ears again. Isn't this nonsense? Do I look so stupid? Yes, it's so stupid that it's cute. Damn, Bai Ying just wanted to kill this dog system. Inadvertently, Bai Ying touched the top of his head and found that the cat ears growing on his head were gone. He couldn't help laughing. Finally, this thing is gone. Ha ha ha! Great. And this tail, after waiting for a long time, it also disappeared. Ha ha. Inadvertently, Bai Ying glanced at the data that the writer's assistant on his mobile phone had reached 70,000 collections, which felt a bit outrageous. There are only 5 chapters, more than 10,000 words, and this data, I feel that I will have to recommend it in vain. Oh, it's so annoying. Looking at the bright sunshine, Bai Ying felt that his mood was like this sunshine. Brilliant. Lying comfortably on the bed, Bai Ying's mouth corners slightly raised. He is full of confidence in his transformation to write other types of novels. Speaking of which, Ganyu suddenly came to the real world. So are other characters likely to come to the real world? Bai Ying threw this question to a system that possessed his body. No comment. Rejected. Bai Ying curled his lips calmly. If you don't want to tell me, then don't tell me. Bai Ying smiled without comment. Speaking of which, I haven't finished the legendary mission yet. Thinking of Zhongli, who he had just drawn, Bai Ying was so happy. He had wanted Zhongli for a long time, and this time he finally got him. Bai Ying smiled and opened the original god on the computer screen. On the screen, the handsome Zhongli made Bai Ying's face turn red, and he was just about to call him wife. Just after opening the legendary mission, the computer screen suddenly stopped moving. It was exactly the same as before. Time stopped moving, and the surrounding scenery seemed to be covered with a layer of shadow. The mouse could not be pressed. Behind him, there was a sudden cough. Bai Ying was immediately scared to death. In a hurry, Bai Ying turned his head behind him, and when he found a familiar figure, he was stunned. Isn't this Zhongli? That heroic and thin body, that cool brown long hair. There was a compelling heroic spirit between his eyebrows. Another point is that he was very tall. Behind him, Bai Ying actually had to look up at him. A rough estimate is that he was about 1.9 meters tall. Zhongli showed a slightly surprised look when he saw Bai Ying's face. The child in front of him looked very much like Ying, but there were some differences between him and Ying. It was not just that his chest was flat. Zhongli could feel that the other party had a familiar smell, but it was not Ying. Maybe it was another traveler? He couldn't help but frown and asked, "Who are you?" What should I do? He asked me who I was. How should I answer? Bai Ying asked in his heart. I don't know. The answer of the system made Bai Ying's mouth twitch. This guy actually answered like this. What's the use of you? Humph, you dare to insult me. No, big brother, I was wrong. Bai Ying was sweating in his heart. If this guy is serious, then his integrity will be lost again. The cat ears disappeared not long ago. If it happens again, it will be bad. Bai Ying's strange look made Zhongli curious. In his eyes, this strange yet familiar face was in a panic. Surrounding him were things he had never seen before. What caught his attention was that in front of the person who looked like Ying, there was something he didn't recognize. The thing seemed to show the appearance of Tevat. Wasn't that me in the image? From a common sense point of view, this situation didn't seem right. This is not Tevat. Where is this? Please tell me, where is this? Blue star. Zhongli was surprised to find that he heard the same voice as Ying in his ears, but he always felt that the person in front of him was definitely not Ying. What is blue star? I've never heard of it. What a hassle. It's time to explain again, just like when Ganyu came here. Strange, why can't I use elemental power? Zhongli frowned. Just now, he tried to use elemental power in the same way as before, but he failed. There is no elemental power in this world. At this moment, the clock on the wall that had stopped started to turn again, and everything was back to normal. The ticking sound seemed a little awkward in the quiet atmosphere of the two. This world has no elemental power and no God's eye. It is very different from the continent of Tevat, Bai Ying said. Zhongli was silent for a while, looking at the modern furniture around him and the beautiful scenery outside the window. He sighed a little. He could not see the hillocks all over the ground, the houses that were destroyed, and the caravans that were completely destroyed by the hillocks. He was a little uncomfortable. This place is different from Liyue. It looks peaceful and beautiful here. In a trance, he saw that the guy in front of him, who looked very much like Ying, had a transparent screen in front of him. He took a quick look and saw his avatar on the screen, but the text on it seemed different from that on the continent of Tevat. What is this? Zhongli asked suddenly. The moment Bai Ying was asked by Zhongli, she thought about it and retracted the screen. She laughed awkwardly and said, Nothing. This is just a little thing from the blue planet, not worth mentioning. Zhongli touched his chin and was thinking about what the thing that just appeared was and what it was used for. A person rushed in. The person had a pair of cute little horns and an extremely cute and beautiful face. The sexy body, wrapped in a blue dress, looked particularly attractive. The moment she saw Zhongli, Ganyu opened her mouth wide and almost blurted out, Why? Are you here too? From a common sense point of view, I don't know. Ganyu withdrew her surprise. She looked at Bai Ying. She had something more important. Ying, have you logged into your Genshin account? It's gone on my end. Oh, yes, I just did a legendary quest and Zhongli appeared. Lord Emperor, this world is really great. Ganyu suddenly said this to Zhongli. The latter couldn't help but smile bitterly. It seems that this guy has been enjoying himself here. However, from this point of view, this peaceful world is really great. But I want to know how to go back to Liyue. You just came here and you want to go back? This place is very, very good. There are so many magical things that I have never thought of or seen. Zhongli waved his hand. He said, Liyue is still in crisis. I have to go back as soon as possible. He cast his eyes on Bai Ying, who was looking at him in surprise. Dear traveler, may I ask, what is the way to go back to Liyue? Bai Ying's eyes twitched when he heard this. This guy, he talked about going back to Liyue before he even started. How long has it been since I came here? I still don't understand. To be honest, I don't understand the method you mentioned to return to Liyue. In my opinion, is there any way to go back? Bai Ying sighed and replied, Compared to this, Emperor, why not watch me play Genshin Impact? This thing called a video game that imitates our world looks very fun, and it feels unprecedented to play it. The girl said so. She flashed in front of the computer and started operating it. Under her control, the character Ganyu was like a smart ranger. An arrow flew by and groups of QQ people fell down. This thing does look novel. Hey, Emperor Rock King, the girl said, and imitated the sound in the computer and said this. Zhongli stood behind the girl like an old man watching a show, watching her typing on the keyboard and shaking the mouse. As for Bai Ying on the side, he had a black line on his face. Looking at Zhongli, who had just arrived, and Ganyu, who occupied his computer, he didn't know where to start complaining. This thing is amazing. Zhongli touched his chin. He looked at the girl's nimble hands flying around on this thing called keyboard, and the hand holding the mouse kept shaking. Let me try it. Lord Emperor, do you want to try it? This thing is really interesting. It makes people want to play with it. Ganyu stood up and helped Zhongli sit on it. Bai Ying's mouth twitched, watching this old man's palm flying on the keyboard, and then accidentally calling out the settings interface, clicked on Format Memory. Puff! Ganyu, how can this thing suddenly have such a picture? There is no image of Tevat. I don't quite understand. It says it is formatting, but I don't know what formatting means. Let me check it. As she said, the girl took out a small dictionary from her pocket and flipped through it. Formatting means an operation to initialize a disk or a partition in a disk. This operation usually causes all the files in the existing disk or partition to be cleared. Hey, what is a disk? Ganyu touched his head, confused. If this kid keeps looking, Bai Ying feels that this guy may never find anything. Watching the progress bar of the formatting degree gradually deepen, Bai Ying was devastated. There is an outline in this computer, and there are so many files. I want to cry, but he can't get angry. In the favorability system, there is Zhongli's favorability, which is now 30, which is the level of an ordinary friend. What if I offend the old man and lose all my favorability? And I think Zhongli is so damn handsome. Don't get me wrong, I'm just sighing. Alas, I can only pray that I have saved it and uploaded it online directly. Traveler over there, what do you think? This thing seems to have no picture at all. Bai Ying looked at the wisp of smoke coming out from the back of the notebook, and the corners of his mouth twitched. He didn't know where to start complaining. He had been using this laptop for 2 or 3 years, but he didn't expect that it would end up like this. My baby, you died so miserably. Uncle Zhongli, it's broken. What's broken? The thing you were playing with is broken. Huh? Zhongli jumped up quickly. Pointing at the computer that was still smoking, he said, So this is broken? You broke it. In order to prevent the computer from exploding, Bai Ying endured the pain and unplugged the computer. Although the computer was still smoking and the screen was flashing wildly, Bai Ying was happy in his heart. What a joke! Ah! I have to buy a laptop again. Ah! The key is that I have to download all these software again, which is a waste of time and energy. Crying, Ganyu saw Bai Ying's embarrassed expression and then glanced at Zhongli, who was fiddling with the computer in confusion. He couldn't help but show an apologetic expression. Apologize to Bai Ying. Bai Ying, I'm sorry. Emperor Jun has caused you trouble. Sorry. Oh, it's okay. Traveler, it seems that this thing is not bad in itself, but it broke after passing through my hands. I apologize to you here. But I don't have Mora with me now, and Tartaglia is not around. Can I owe you first? Of course, I will definitely compensate you later. Well, if someone else said this, Bai Ying might believe it, but Zhongli said, it's a bit doubtful. This guy doesn't even bring Mora when he goes out to buy things. What's more, Tartaglia didn't come with his wallet. This statement of accompanying himself is probably just a blank check, just laugh it off. Bai Ying also accepted his fate. If he loses, he loses. It's okay, Zhongli. It's okay, this thing is not a big deal. Not a big deal. Okay, I still say sorry. Traveler, if you need anything later, just let me know. Bai Ying sighed. Looking at such a big Zhongli standing in front of him, he had a headache. Here comes the problem. How to explain this guy later? How to explain to Tong Kong and Holuo? How did this guy get in? This is a headache. Forget it. He will be discovered sooner or later anyway, so it is better to take the initiative as soon as possible. Why not just find Holuo himself? Thinking of this, Bai Ying pulled Zhongli to Holuo's door. Looking at the door of Holuo's locked room, Bai Ying took a deep breath. I hope this guy didn't go out. Bai Ying knocked on the door and said, Is anyone in there? Is anyone there? Is Holuo there? Yes. A lazy voice came from the room. The girl gently opened the door. Her hair was a little messy. On her pretty face, there was a strong sense of sleepiness. She opened her eyes slightly with sleepy eyes, and after seeing the tall man behind Bai Ying, she sprayed Bai Ying's face with saliva. Puff, hey! Holuo, what are you doing? What do you mean? Holuo pointed at Zhongli and smacked his lips. Dear stranger, Bai Ying blocked Zhongli's mouth in time. He laughed awkwardly. Haha, I forgot to introduce, this is my brother. Well, I just came today. You have so many rooms, it's okay to have one more person, right? Your brother. Holuo looked at the other person suspiciously. She looked a little weird. The look in her eyes when she looked at Bai Ying was full of suspicion. Your brother and you, hey, look quite different. Woo! Zhongli tried desperately to speak but was blocked by this child who was much shorter than him. He wanted to speak, but he couldn't say anything. If he was in Tevat, his super elemental power could directly send this child flying, but it was not possible at the moment. This brother wants to speak. Why don't you let him speak?" Hua Luo showed a beautiful smile on her face. She looked at Bai Ying with interest. From her expression, it can be seen that she didn't believe that Bai Ying had a brother. Seeing this, Bai Ying came up with another plan. So she said, "This guy is my classmate. My classmate, ha ha ha. Oh, your classmate is your brother? No, he is my classmate, ha ha ha. I just call him brother usually, ha ha ha." Hua Luo stretched his waist and covered his mouth with one hand. He made unclear sounds. "Ha, okay, find an empty room to stay. I'll sleep for a while." "That's it." The girl closed the door. There was a bang. Bai Ying then put down the hand on Zhongli's mouth, knowing that Zhongli had many doubts in his heart. So she said, "I know you have a lot of doubts in your heart. It doesn't matter, Zhongli. You just need to live in peace. Don't worry about the rest." Whatever. Okay, then I'd rather obey than be respectful." Zhongli clasped his fist and stopped in front of a door, prepared to push the door in. The moment Bai Ying saw that room, his pupils shrank. He was so familiar with that room. Isn't this the room of his nominal girlfriend? It's not good to push the door rashly. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to stop it. The moment Zhongli pushed the door, there was a cry from inside the room. The black-haired girl was holding her phone blankly, sitting on the bed, looking at the door. The strange sound coming from the phone made Bai Ying's mouth twitch. Bai Ying was so familiar with this thing. She insisted on hearing it in a certain pink app. In short, it was very dirty. Bai Ying didn't expect that Tang Kong, a girl, actually liked to watch this kind of thing. The girl who was caught on the spot was silent for a while. She silently turned off the software on her phone. Then her face suddenly turned red. She coughed lightly. She got off the bed and stood in front of Bai Ying. "Is there something wrong?" Bai Ying's face was strange. Looking at the girl who suddenly became shy, deep down in her heart, she suddenly felt a flash of laughter. "Ha! It's nothing. Just continue." Bai Ying looked embarrassed, pulling Ganyu and Zhongli's arms, trying to pull them out. "Stop!" "Huh? What did you just hear?" Bai Ying's face was covered with cold sweat. She looked at the pretty girl. There were thousands of thoughts in her mind. If she lied, it would violate the requirements of the mission, but it would not feel good to say it directly. Forget it. The mission is more important. Bai Ying sorted out her mood and put down her hands on Zhongli and Ganyu's elbows. She replied, "Well, it's just that kind of weird sound. Don't be shy. It's normal. We are all adults. We all understand. If you don't understand, I can't explain it to you." The girl's face was red as if blood was about to drip out. Looking at Bai Ying's face, the girl couldn't help but think of the scene she had seen before. A stream of white smoke flowed over the girl's head, like steam from a steam engine. She felt that she could no longer look directly at this boy, who looked cuter than a girl. "It's okay. Get out." As if making a final declaration, Tang Kong's little hand was about to push everyone out. It was not until she saw the tall and handsome young man that she realized it belatedly. What's going on? Who is this? She had seen this outfit on Taobao. This face was almost exactly the same as the one in the picture of the game she had seen Bai Ying play before. The girl couldn't help but look puzzled. She directed her inquiring gaze at Bai Ying. The latter smiled awkwardly and blocked Zhongli's words in time. His name is Zhongli. Li of Paris, Li of Dawn. He is my classmate, and he moved here with me. Why don't I remember you telling me there was such a classmate? Ha ha ha, isn't this kid here in person? Ha ha ha, then if there's nothing else, I'll just take them away. Bai Ying turned around and was about to leave here with the two of them. Wait, Tang Kong suddenly said. This made Bai Ying, who was pulling the two away, stop suddenly. He looked at Tang Kong in confusion, asked, "What's the matter?" "Don't laugh at me." Looking at the girl with a red face and her hands waving somewhere, Bai Ying couldn't help but laugh. "I won't laugh at you. What am I laughing at? Ha ha ha. In fact, most adults will watch this thing. It's okay." "That's good. Let me make it clear first. I'm not that kind of person." "Ah, right. No. Okay, Bai Ying, come here." Bai Ying's eyes twitched. This feeling of eyelids twitching always feels that something bad is going to happen. However, since it was Tang Kong's order, he couldn't disobey it. He didn't want to lose these points. The most important thing was that it seemed that the wish would be unlocked if the mission was successful. The wish should be the same as the wish in the game. He used the points to draw a card. Bai Ying stood in front of Tang Kong. His height was almost the same as Tang Kong. A height of 1.7 meters should be considered tall among girls. Moreover, the child was just over 17 years old. There was still a lot of room for growth. The girl suddenly hugged Bai Ying, and her lips suddenly hit Bai Ying's lips. The two suddenly hugged and kissed each other, which shocked the two people watching on the side. What's going on? Zhongli was confused. In his opinion, this traveler seemed to be a girl. Is this the way girls greet each other? I don't understand. In this world, the way girls greet each other is really special. Bai Ying was suddenly kissed, and his face was flustered at first, but as time went on, he gradually closed his eyes and enjoyed the silent silence. In his mind, the voice that could not be heard between a man and a woman emerged. Favorability increased by 20. Currently 240. Favorability points increased by 200. Currently 1,200 favorability points. It was done well, and the favorability points increased. It makes me want to laugh. After a long while, Bai Ying couldn't hold it anymore. He pushed Tang Kong away. Seeing the girl's face getting even redder, even though Bai Ying was so thick-skinned, he felt a little shy. He coughed lightly. He fled with the surprised two people. Zhongli touched his chin, glanced at the silent Bai Ying, and couldn't help asking, "Traveler, from a universal, rational point of view, you blocked my mouth like this. I guess you must be worried about what I said. Don't worry, traveler, I will keep the secret." "What secret?" Bai Ying asked. "For example, the fact that you are a girl and like girls." Bai Ying was speechless. He really wanted to take off his pants on the spot so that the two of them could see clearly. However, since the system asked him not to reveal his true identity for the time being, there must be some reason. Bai Ying smiled bitterly, took Zhongli to an empty room, pointed inside, and said, "This room is fully equipped with everything you need. As for clothes and other things, I will bring them to you later. You can stay here temporarily." Zhongli was stunned for a moment, then pushed open the door. The moment he saw the scene inside, he couldn't help but smack his lips. There are so many strange things in this world. Bai Ying's mouth corners slightly raised, closed the door, and locked Zhongli in the room. At this time, Ganyu raised her curious little head, looked at Bai Ying, and asked, "Ying, besides Lord Emperor, will there be any friends from Teyvat coming?" "To be honest, I don't know. But, okay, Ganyu, I'm gonna write. Goodbye." Looking at the enthusiastic Bai Ying, Ganyu felt a little confused. She still remembered that not long ago, Bai Ying said that writing was like being tortured. But why is this kid so excited about writing now? Ganyu didn't understand. She looked at the door of the Emperor's room again, and suddenly, idea popped up in her mind. "Speaking of which, I have been in this world for so long, and I have never been out. Now I know how to read, and not long ago, Sister Tang Kong taught me how to use a mobile phone. Hey, maybe I can go out and play with the Emperor. Let me see where this is." The girl opened the map software on her phone and fumbled around for a while. She murmured, "Wow, is this place so deserted? There are so few buildings. Let me see. The only shopping mall. It looks fun, and it's not far away." Ganyu smiled sweetly. In the past, the Emperor always liked to run around, and Ganyu felt that he must be as restless as herself. Thinking of this, Ganyu quietly came to Zhongli's door and knocked stealthily. "Lord Emperor, are you there?" "Ganyu, what's up?" "Hey!" Ganyu gently pushed the door open and saw Zhongli sitting on a chair like a master, admiring the scenery outside the window. She moved closer to Zhongli and whispered, "Lord Emperor, do you want to go out and play?" Zhongli hesitated for a while. He was not familiar with this world yet. If he went out rashly, he might get lost. If he couldn't go back, that would be bad. He didn't have elemental power or the heart of God now. What if he got lost? "But I'm not familiar with this world yet." Ganyu smiled triumphantly. She suddenly took out her mobile phone and shook it and said with a smile, "I have this! What is this?" "This is the same as the treasure hunting compass. It has the function of automatic navigation. With it, you won't get lost." "All weird things. That means there are treasure chests in this world?" Ganyu was slightly startled. To be honest, she hadn't thought about this question yet. She was not sure whether there were treasure chests in this world. However, Zhongli's words immediately aroused the girl's desire to explore. She clapped her hands, quite excited. Then let's go without further delay. But what? We're just going out to play? It's not a big deal. Zhongli sighed and said, Okay, let's go and take a look. Ganyu glanced at the time. It was less than 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Yingmei was busy typing. According to Ganyu's usual observation, this guy usually types for 2 hours, which means that she only needs to come back for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Now just be careful to avoid Hualuo Tongkong's sight and sneak out. Ganyu took Zhongli and sneaked down the stairs. The situation was right and no one noticed them. She gently pushed open the door on the first floor and went out with Zhongli. The scorching sun made the girl cover her head involuntarily. It's too hot. But how can this stop me from deciding to go out and play? Humph! Go! Just a little sunshine, not worth mentioning. At the same time, Bai Ying was busy typing. Hualuo pushed the door open and entered. Seeing Bai Ying typing, he whispered, Bai Ying, Wang Xiaomei and that Zhongli are gone. Have you seen them? The girl gently placed the takeaway next to Bai Ying's computer desk. She was a little confused as to why Bai Ying didn't use a laptop to type, but a desktop computer. So she asked, Bai Ying, where's your laptop? Why don't you use a laptop to type? Bai Ying heard this, and the corners of his mouth twitched for a while. He remembered the scene where Zhongli broke the computer after a while of operation. Alas, the laptop is broken, and I'm about to buy a new one. Well, they should be playing on the first floor. Okay, I'll put the food in their room for them. The voice fell. The girl's voice and the girl's figure disappeared from Bai Ying's sight. Why don't these two guys stay in their rooms in the middle of the day and run around? They should be at home, and they don't understand the route, so they shouldn't go out. Bai Ying muttered to herself. Then he typed quickly. He just glanced at the writer's assistant. The speed of collection has slowed down. It just broke through 100,000 today. It's almost unique in Q Point that the new book has been in the library for only 3 days, and it has already had 100,000 collections. After this round, let alone the Sanjiang recommendation list, even if it's a strong wind, it can be on it. There are 5 rounds of Q Point recommendation, and each round is a brutal fight. But Bai Ying's book has 100,000 collections. PK data is determined by the number of follow-up readings to determine whether it will be promoted. After 5 rounds, it is basically a front-page promotion, which is the so-called strong wind. In the past, Bai Ying basically sent it out in the first round of trial. No matter how high the subsequent collections are, it will be useless if the follow-up readings can't keep up. Thinking of this, Bai Ying took out his mobile phone and prepared to ask the editor about the follow-up reading. Brother, how many follow-up readings? The other party immediately replied to the message, which made Bai Ying stunned. I wonder if the editor has set him to be particularly concerned. It's a bit outrageous. 7,000 plus V followers. I'll test you out and put you in the queue the day after tomorrow, which is Friday. Update well and don't post any poison. Keep it up. 5 rounds of recommendations, big push, and Sanjiang will be available. Take off? Take off, Yingmei. You're good. To be honest, I didn't expect that you could describe the interaction between characters and your writing style so delicately. This is different from the fantasy fighting that you wrote so watery. That's right. People will always make progress. Also, be careful not to write any marginal plots. I'm afraid I won't be able to keep this if I'm reported. Bai Ying's mouth twitched. It reminded him of a picture he had seen before. The editor angrily scolded his subordinate general who wrote pornographic stories, causing him to have his salary deducted. You will die if you don't write pornographic stories. I'll deduct all your salary. Bai Ying wanted to laugh every time he thought of the words in the picture. No, I'm a good kid. I don't write pornographic stuff. You're a good kid. You're wearing women's clothes to ask for recommendations, and you're pretending to be so shy. People, in order to achieve their goals, will always do whatever it takes. You understand, don't you? Get out of here. Go and type. Bai Ying smiled. This is his editor. With that attitude just now, he thought the person on the other side had changed. Time flies. 2 hours have passed. Bai Ying glanced at the time displayed on his phone. It was 5 minutes past 3. He had typed more than 6,000 words, 3 chapters. The speed was okay and there was no writer's block today. Bai Ying habitually took out his phone and prepared to go to the QQ group to chat. At this time, he noticed a list of missed calls on the phone screen. It was an unfamiliar number. The address was also here. Bai Ying was silent for a moment and prepared to call back. After dialing the number, he heard a familiar voice. This pretty and beautiful female voice. Bai Ying was so familiar with it. Isn't this Wang Xiaomei's? She actually knew that he was calling? Ying, something bad has happened. Zhongli was tasting the products in the supermarket. He was detained. What should we do? Hearing Ganyu's anxious call, Bai Ying's face darkened and he almost fell down. So these 2 guys were not in the room. Did they go out to play? Bai Ying was a little speechless. He felt that he had underestimated these 2 people. When did you go out? Where are you now? We went out before 1 p.m. and are now in a supermarket near our home. Come and save us. We have no money. I just wanted to play in the supermarket before coming out. I didn't expect that Lord Emperor would take action directly. Hey, wait a minute. Our family members will be here soon. Faintly, Bai Ying could hear Zhongli's bitter smile on the other end of the phone. From a universal rational point of view, sir, I was indeed wrong. Please don't worry, my friend will be here soon. Bai Ying turned off his phone with a dark face. Alas, it seems that I need to teach Mr. Zhongli a good lesson. And little Ganyu, you can't go out to play without permission. Bai Ying made up her mind to give these 2 friends from Teyvat a good lesson in common sense. There is only one supermarket nearby. It is only about 100 meters away from here, next to the park. There are few people here, but the mall is not closed down. Bai Ying was a little surprised about this. 15 minutes later, Bai Ying's figure appeared in front of this towering building, but there were few people in front of the door. Most of the people who come here are tourists who come to the park. Judging from the decoration and scale of the store, this mall has a large investment. It's just that the flow of customers is a little small. It's all driven by this park, and the park itself is far away from the city and is very deserted. The moment he entered the door, Bai Ying's eyes were attracted by the brown figure not far away. Next to that figure, the beautiful girl completely attracted the attention of passers-by. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. We've already contacted your family. I was in a hurry to go out and forgot to bring money. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. We will compensate you at the original price. Ganyu's apology fell into Bai Ying's ears. Zhongli, who was beside her, also apologized. From a common sense point of view, this time it's my fault. Please forgive me, sir. In front of the 2 of them was a fat, greasy, middle-aged uncle. His eyes wandered around Ganyu from time to time. This scene was seen by Bai Ye. This made Bai Ying's face cold. The middle-aged man said coldly, "Looking at the way you 2 look, you don't seem like this kind of people. How about this? You ask your family to compensate 10 times the price, and I will let you go." 10 times? This? Ganyu looked embarrassed. What? Isn't it posted above that stealing one will be punished 10 times? Didn't you see it? The middle-aged man snorted. This made Ganyu's already embarrassed face even uglier. She had noticed the label of this thing before, but she didn't expect that Zhongli would actually eat something placed in the mall. That thing is quite expensive, probably more than 200 yuan. Moreover, Zhongli touched 5 bottles. Sir. At this time, a familiar figure rushed out from the side, with a helpless expression on his face. When he looked at the middle-aged man, Bai Ying's face became very unfriendly, just like the middle-aged man's malicious look. How much is it? I will compensate you. Bai Ying's voice was very cold. The sudden voice made the middle-aged man look over, involuntarily. After seeing Bai Ying's cute face and beautiful and elegant blonde hair again, he was stunned for a while. This child is actually a boy. Are you a family member? Bai Ying responded unhappily. Yes, so what? You also know that in our mall, the penalty for stealing one is 10. This gentleman took a total of items worth 2,000. According to the price, you should compensate me 20,000. Bai Ying's face changed. The fake 10 for 10 sign was still there. He really had no reason to refuse. But was the 20,000 serious? In this short time, Zhongli could destroy something worth 2,000? If he really had to pay 20,000, he would be a bit stretched. Even if he exchanged all the 1,200 points in the system, there wouldn't be that much. The money he exchanged before was almost all used up. At this time, Ganyu angrily retorted, "Sir, I looked at the price. The 5 items added up to less than 1,000. How come you doubled it?" The middle-aged man laughed and said, "You think the price is right when you see it? The news I received here is that the goods worth 2,000 were destroyed by that gentleman. If you don't pay, don't even think about going back." Good man, isn't this bullying? If he wasn't afraid of losing, Bai Ying really wanted to punch this fat-headed middle-aged man in the face. This is simply looking for trouble. "Since you said it's worth 2,000, do you have any evidence?" "Evidence? Stop talking nonsense and take the money quickly. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving." Looking at the increasing number of people around and the staff who came, Bai Ying knew that if this matter was not resolved quickly, it might be posted online by those guys. That would be bad. With her face so similar to Ying's and these two friends from Teyvat, if this situation was posted online, it would definitely go viral. How much trouble would this bring? In this case, let's find Hualuo to borrow some money. Thinking of this, Bai Ying made a voice call to Hualuo through WeChat. "Hello, Bai Ying. What's the matter? Come to the mall. Wang Xiaomei and Zhong Li are trapped. It may cost 20,000 yuan. Lend me some first, and I'll pay you back after I get the manuscript fee." "Got it. I'll be there soon." The phone was hung up. Bai Ying rolled her eyes at the middle-aged man in annoyance. The tone was quite unfriendly. "Wait a moment. I don't have that much money on me right now. I'll give you the money. Let's talk somewhere else." Bai Ying glanced at the crowd around her and said. The middle-aged man understood Bai Ying's meaning in an instant. He responded, "Okay, let's go to another place to have a good talk." His malicious eyes turned around Ganyu. He even didn't let Bai Ying go, which made Bai Ying feel terrified. The middle-aged man led the 3 people, pushed through the crowd, and went to a relatively quiet room. He closed the door, and the malicious look in his eyes became even worse. In fact, if you don't have so much money, there is another way to solve it. "What method?" Bai Ying asked. But the next moment, his expression became extremely ugly. "You take a picture with this girl and I will let you go." "You fucking bastard!" Bai Ying resisted the urge to punch this man to death. He sat on a stool in the room angrily. He could only wait for Hualuo to come. This guy got a bargain, which was really annoying. In this matter, I was indeed at fault. This greasy uncle was disgusting, but in public, I didn't dare to do anything to them. Now I can only wait for Hualuo to bring the money and treat it as a lesson. Well, this place is not far from home. I guess we will be there soon. Oh, these days there are so many bad lucks, one after another. Looking at the greasy uncle's smug face, Bai Ying felt sick in her heart. The moment the girl pushed the door open, the greasy uncle was shocked. In less than half an hour, Hualuo came to the room according to the address sent by Bai Ying, and his originally smug face suddenly changed when he saw the girl. He became respectful all of a sudden. "Little miss, why are you here?" The middle-aged man's voice was trembling, and he was completely different from the arrogant look just now. This change in attitude before and after made Bai Ying smack his lips. When Hualuo saw the middle-aged man, the whole person suddenly became much uglier. She slowly approached the middle-aged man and asked, "What's going on?" "Miss, these people stole the goods. As required, I have asked them to compensate. Now I am waiting for their families to bring money." Hearing this, Hualuo's mouth twitched. He had an urge to slap this man to death. Later, he had to explain it to Bai Ying and the others. Hualuo saw the puzzled look on Bai Ying and the others' faces, and the urge to beat the man in front of him became even stronger. Ganyu suddenly stepped forward, and at the same time, there was a strong disdain in his eyes. This guy lied and doubled the price of the goods damaged by Zhong Li. He was simply blackmailing. Moreover, he tried to be rude to us. Generally speaking, people who can make this so-called mall manager change his eyes and be respectful must be extraordinary. After Hualuo came, the middle-aged man's attitude took a 180-degree turn. Bai Ying felt that Hualuo might have something to do with this mall. After hearing what Ganyu said, Hualuo's eyes suddenly became angry and his whole face turned cold. Get out of here. Don't come to work here. You're fired. The middle-aged man's face turned pale in an instant. He said in a pleading tone, "Miss, why are you doing this? I'm strictly following the company's regulations. Besides, how can you believe the nonsense of an outsider?" Waluo laughed sarcastically. She pointed at herself and said, "I am their family. Now immediately get out of here. If you don't get, I'll ask you to get out." The girl added, and was about to take out the phone to call someone. The middle-aged man suddenly shook his body, and his already pale face became even paler. He never dreamed that he would kick the iron plate. Now it's too late to say anything. The lady's attitude is so firm, he has to leave. If he really waits for the lady to ask someone to ask him to get out, the means will probably be much more rude. The middle-aged man immediately shrugged his head and left in embarrassment. Looking at the back of the middle-aged man leaving, Bai Ying's eyes were shocked. He couldn't help but ask, "Hualuo, this mall, isn't it opened by your family?" Hualuo was slightly startled and then answered, "Indeed, my family opened it. But this mall doesn't make money. It loses money every day. This was a fund given to me by my father before, and I lost money every year, which made my father always blame me." Bai Ying's mouth twitched. Hualuo's operation made her speechless. She is really a talent. Who would open a mall in such a remote place? It would be strange if it didn't lose money. The problem was solved, and Bai Ying was also busy with an important matter. Teach Zhongli a good lesson. And this Ganyu, how can you sneak out without telling yourself? Wait. How can Ganyu use a mobile phone? I didn't notice it just now, but I noticed it now. Also, who got this kid's mobile phone card? What happened during the time I was typing? Thinking of this, Bai Ying couldn't help but ask Ganyu, "Wang Xiaomei, you guy, how can you use a mobile phone and who owns this mobile phone card?" Ganyu was stunned. He touched his chin and thought for a while. Then he said, "This phone was bought for me by Tang Kong, and the SIM card was also given to me by Tang Kong." "Ying, don't say it. The book you wrote is so good." Zhongli was stunned for a moment. Ganyu's made him very concerned. Traveler can actually write a book? Seeing the puzzled look in the eyes of the emperor, Ganyu stood on tiptoe and whispered in his ear, "Want to read it? I will teach you to learn Chinese characters." Let me tell you, Yingmei's book is posted on a place called Gudian Chinese website. Hey, there are many things that cannot be explained for the time being. I will tell you when I go back. Okay, Zhongli said out of the blue. This made Ganyu a little speechless. This guy is too straightforward. You should at least keep it a secret. Didn't you see that I was talking to you quietly? Sure enough, when Ying saw Zhongli suddenly say okay, she cast a puzzled look at him. What's okay? Zhongli was about to say it, but was suddenly covered by Ganyu's mouth. Ganyu stood on tiptoe, covered Zhongli's mouth with one hand, and said with an awkward smile, Nothing. We are discussing what to eat tonight." Waluo spread his hands and said with a smile, "What are you discussing?" Of course, it's takeout. Can you cook? Shut up, you almost burned my kitchen before. Okay, I'm just a useless guy who can only make instant noodles, woo. The crisis was resolved, and Bai Ying was finally able to put her mind at ease. It was really a relief that the disgusting, greasy man was fired. This kind of evil thing deserves this kind of ending. Ha, still thinking about being a hooligan. Dreaming. Okay, this matter, remodel it and write it into the outline. This kind of plot of pretending to be cool and slapping the face must be very cool. It can also increase the heroine's favorability towards the hero. Just arrange such a villain. Without further ado, I have to take my phone and write it down. The group returned home. At this time, Tang Kong was looking for Bai Ying everywhere. When everyone went home, Tang Kong was surprised. With his beautiful eyes, he looked at Bai Ying. "Bai Ying, where have you been?" "Hey, why are you all out?" Bai Ying smiled awkwardly. He explained, "Nothing, I just bought some things for them." Speaking of shopping, Bai Ying suddenly thought of an important thing. Zhongli didn't buy clothes for changing. My clothes must be too small. Oh, I just happened to pass by the supermarket and forgot this important thing. I was careless. Forget it. I'll go online shopping later. Okay. Seeing that there was nothing to do, Tang Kong took Ganyu and continued to study Bai Ying's novel. As for Zhongli, Bai Ying looked at Zhongli seriously, who was looking around with ill intentions in his eyes. It's time to teach him a lesson. At dusk, in a small room, a tall and handsome man sat on a stool in front of him. The cute and handsome boy had a stern face and a bad look. The atmosphere was a bit tense. Also, very quiet. Under the silence, Zhongli was thinking a lot. According to his understanding, Bai Ying's current state is probably blaming him for something. Moreover, has just arrived and has not figured out some rules. If he had known, he would not have followed Ganyu to play outside. Just when Zhongli's mind was spinning non-stop, he didn't know what he was thinking. Bai Ying broke the silence. He said with a stern face, "Zhongli, do you know what mistake you made?" Zhongli was slightly stunned. He immediately replied, "I know, I did make a mistake this time. In the past, in Liyue, when traveling, you only need to shout in front of the shopkeeper, and the account will be recorded on the young master. So, I habitually." Hearing this, Bai Ying's face darkened and he almost fainted. This guy is not wrong. This guy often did not bring a wallet when he was in Liyue. A situation like today is indeed expected. Next time, remember to bring money when you go out. You must not take it directly in the supermarket like today. Zhongli smiled awkwardly. She nodded and replied, I understand, it won't be like today." Zhongli was admitting his mistake seriously. Seeing his apologetic face, Bai Ying didn't know what to say. She turned and left. As soon as she walked out of the door, Bai Ying's attention was attracted by a blue figure. The blue figure was holding a mobile phone and talking to someone. Faintly, Bai Ying could hear the conversation between the girl and the other person. "This mall loses so much money every year. Hualuo, listen to my advice and close this mall immediately. You can't keep losing money like this." "Dad, no. I've run this mall for 2 years. I can't just give up. Give me a little more time and I can definitely change this situation." "Alas, you kid." The phone was hung up. The girl put away her phone silently. Her eyes moved down. Looking at the wooden board with exquisite patterns, she couldn't calm down for a long time. She knew in her heart that this mall had never been profitable since she built it with great ambition. "I chose this quiet, comfortable park as the site to build the supermarket, and I also wanted to make it a famous tourist attraction. It seems that I thought too much. Maybe I am not born to be a business." Thinking of this, Hualuo couldn't help but sigh. At this time, she noticed the boy looking at this side not far away. While she was shocked, she couldn't help but step over. "Did you hear it?" the girl said. The voice was not loud, but very clear. The boy in front of her was showing an awkward smile. Bai Ying wanted to not answer the girl's question. It's better to have less trouble than more. But seeing the worry that occasionally appeared in the girl's eyes, Bai Ying admitted it. "Well, I heard it." The girl took a deep breath first and then slowly exhaled. The airflow hit Bai Ying's chest, forming a layer of white circles in the air. It made the already petite Hualuo even more adorable. As if she had figured something out, the girl said helplessly, "As you heard, that supermarket has been losing money, and I don't want to close it, alas. I think your location is wrong. There aren't many people here, and it would be strange if you didn't lose money if you opened such a big supermarket. But I think the environment here is beautiful, and the park scenery is also very good. Although it is far from the city, but..." Bai Ying covered her face and felt speechless about the girl in front of her. "What do you think are the advantages of this supermarket?" Hualuo shook his head. Bai Ying stretched out a hand and counted on her fingers one by one. First, the customer flow is pitifully small. Second, although the mall has a full range of merchandise, it is too single and does not form the feeling of entertainment and shopping. You understand? The advantage here is that the environment is better and it is close to the park. You can make use of this advantage and make this attraction famous. Wouldn't the customer flow increase? You can also transform this mall. It can't just be a shopping mall." After saying so much, seeing that Hualuo didn't react at all, Bai Ying was stunned, thinking that the other party didn't hear what he said. Then he asked, "Hualuo, do you understand?" Hualuo's body trembled, and his little head suddenly nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. I understand. I didn't expect that, Bai Ying. You have so many tricks." There was a hint of strangeness in the girl's eyes. This strange look made Bai Ying feel scared, and he thought that this guy was going to eat him. Heh. It's nothing. I was forced to study this major in college. Seeing Bai Ying sighing, Hualuo couldn't help but chuckle. By the way, Bai Ying, what do you think about parents arranging marriages? Bai Ying was stunned. He didn't expect the girl to suddenly say this. According to the girl, this rich loli was arranged by her family? Looking at the girl's unfathomable eyes, didn't dare to be sure whether it was true or not. However, when it came to arranged marriages, he thought of what he said in front of his parents not long ago. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. He replied, "My opinion, I am very resistant. How can I accept that a girl I have never met is suddenly told to be my partner? Moreover, I always feel that love is free, and any relationship created by any arrangement will not last long." The girl's eyes suddenly dimmed. She forced a smile and said, "So, if this girl develops feelings after meeting the boy and thinks this arrangement is very good?" Hualuo's words made Bai Ying speechless. He scratched his head and couldn't say a word for a long time. After a long while, he said, "I think you will know a lot about this kind of thing. After all, the opinions of outsiders are not as good as your own ideas. Follow your thoughts and do it boldly." The girl suddenly covered her mouth. Her eyes curved into a crescent shape. She laughed and said, "Thank you. Your opinion is very valuable." Hualuo's state made Bai Ying couldn't help asking a question. "The person you are talking about is not you?" The girl's beautiful face revealed an intoxicating and charming smile. She put her hands behind her back, leaned forward slightly, and said playfully, "Guess?" "Guess what?" Bai Ying's mouth twitched. He watched the girl humming a brisk tune as she left. Sometimes, it's really hard to guess what a rich woman is thinking. Sometimes, it's very simple. Parents arrange marriages, so rich women also have this kind of trouble? Alas, it's really not easy to be a young person these days. Congratulations, your work will be recommended by the app for new books during the period from July 24th to July 27th this Friday. Please do not stop updating during the trial period. If there are special circumstances, please contact the editor in charge. Looking at the station section on the writer's assistant, Bai Ying was a little excited. It was only 4 days after the book was published, and it received a trial promotion. This wave took off directly. Today is Thursday, and tomorrow, the collection of this book will take off. In the daily newspaper, the increase in the price of this book has also begun to decline. The increase in the first 3 days was terrible, but from today, Thursday to now, it has only increased by less than 1,000. This means that the increase without recommendation has reached its limit. After the test began, he could already imagine how fast the collection would increase. Okay, let's go all the way to Sanjiang. The first order exceeded 10,000 after the listing, and it was directly a fine product, and it was going to hit the gods appointment. Bai Ying was full of motivation. In a little more than an hour, he finished coding today's 4,000 words. Upload, it's done. Looking at the increasing number of messages urging for more updates, Bai Ying's mouth curled up slightly. Once a failure, it has now grown to this point, and few people are scolding it. Although there are some flaws in some places, it is not as outrageous as before. After turning off the phone, Bai Ying heard Hualuo shouting from downstairs. "Hey, it's time to eat!" Bai Ying pushed open the door. Looking downstairs, he suddenly realized that it was not takeout today. Hualuo was wearing a good apron and stirring the plate. Looking over, it seemed to be corn and pork rib soup, and then he cooked glutinous rice balls. Wow, this guy is a hidden talent. Can actually cook. Downstairs, Tong Kong and Ganyu have already started eating. Zhongli was also pulled to serve a bowl. Bai Ying's mouth twitched. These guys are so fast. Bai Ying didn't dare to delay and ran downstairs immediately. Looking at Hualuo, who was busy, she couldn't help but say, "Miss Hualuo, you are so hidden. You can actually cook." "Good, good. Very strong." Softly, with her hands covering her mouth, rolled her eyes at Bai Ying and said with a smile, "Eat quickly. I have to clean up after eating. I have to go to the mall later." Bai Ying was stunned, her expression a little unnatural. Generally speaking, landlords will not help tenants with this and that. Moreover, the rent of 100 Chinese yuan a month is a symbolic thing, no matter how you look at it. Could this rich woman really like me? Alas, I can't let Tong Kong down. Ah, and Ganyu. Should Zhongli be included? After all, that guy also has a good impression. At this moment, Bai Ying thought a lot. Hualuo, I have a question. Hualuo was surprised, looking at Bai Ying, who suddenly said this, and asked, "What question?" "Are you interested in me?" Hualuo blushed. He glared at Bai Ying. "Go away, don't think about it. I just want to try how I make it myself. I learned it for a long time on Bilibili yesterday." Ganyu picked up a piece of glutinous rice balls with chopsticks and put it into her mouth. She felt the rich sweetness spread all of a sudden. This thing is a bit like the jade assorted bag of tevat. It is also delicious. Delicious. Zhongli chewed slowly and then echoed, "In terms of universal rationality, it is indeed good." "Tsk, I can do it. What's so great about it?" Tong Kong suddenly said. From her sour words, it can be seen that this guy is very envious of Hualuo's praise from everyone. Once upon a time, she also tried to cook by herself, but there was no other result except that the pot at Bai Ying's house exploded. Seeing Bai Ying and Hualuo flirting with each other, the girl was furious. However, when she saw Hualuo's flat chest, she unconsciously got carried away. She looked at her rather spectacular chest and faintly visible cleavage. She felt that in some aspects, Hualuo could never beat her. "Hey!" Bai Ying glanced at Tong Kong strangely and couldn't help but say, "Tang Kong, what are you laughing at? Laughing so happily?" Hualuo immediately waved his hands, laughed awkwardly, and said hurriedly, "Nothing, nothing. I just thought of some happy things." Bai Ying shook her head and muttered, "What can make you laugh like this, like a fool?" Half an hour passed. This happy morning dinner ended quickly. Tong Kong was the one who ate the most and enjoyed it the most. Because he wanted to buy some clothes for Zhongli and Ganyu, Bai Ying planned to go shopping with Ganyu. It happened that Hualuo was going to the mall together, so the three of them went out together. Along the way, Hualuo was worried. After that phone call, she would fall into this state from time to time. The mall still had so few customers. It was almost deserted. The mall had a full range of goods, but there were fewer food items because the shelf life of these items was long or short, and not many people came here. After a large number of expired goods were dealt with, the product structure of this supermarket changed a lot. Looking at the worried Hualuo, Bai Ying suddenly had an impulse. He wanted to liven up this supermarket. Since the supermarket had little customer flow, wouldn't it be better to increase the customer flow? Just as Hualuo said, he originally thought that this place had beautiful scenery and had the potential to become an excellent tourist attraction. So wouldn't it be enough to make this attraction bigger and famous? With a good reputation, the number of visitors will naturally not decrease. Thinking of this, Bai Ying planned to discuss it with Hualuo in the next 2 days. This guy let her eat, drink, and live for free, so she had to give him something in return. Otherwise, it would be really bad. After entering the supermarket, Hualuo said goodbye to the two. She had something important to do. Bai Ying followed Ganyu to sweep the goods all the way. Ganyu has been here for more than a week and has adapted to many things very quickly. After understanding a lot of things, she is not like before. When Bai Ying thought of her spraying Hualuo with a hose, she wanted to laugh. The emperor should look good in this. Bai Ying looked over when she heard the words, and then the corner of her mouth twitched. This guy was holding a magical girl-like dress in his hand and comparing it. You call this a dress that the emperor can wear? Bai Ying already had a picture of the emperor wearing this dress in his mind. Ganyu, are you serious? Ganyu's eyes flickered and her mouth pouted slightly. Seriously, and I think you look good in this one. I do. Bai Ying touched Ganyu's little head helplessly. His fingers accidentally touched the girl's black horns, causing the latter to exclaim and blush. No, please don't touch my horns. Ha ha ha, the clothes you picked are very good. Wear them yourself. Ha ha ha. Let me pick clothes for Zhongli. Oh, Zhongli is quite tall. So when choosing clothes like this, you have to try to choose something bigger. Oh, I regret not bringing him out with me. After shopping for more than an hour, Ganyu left contentedly. The two waited for Hualuo to come out at the supermarket entrance. Bai Ying was not in a hurry to go back. He had agreed with Hualuo before that he would wait for her after he went out, saying that she had a meeting to attend. Well, she could have just been a hands-off boss and not asked about this kind of thing, but it was probably the phone calls from her parents these days that made her change her mind. Bai Ying took out her phone and asked Hua Luo, "Are you still busy? I'm coming. Wait for me. I'll be there soon." Bai Ying hung up the phone. Suddenly, he was shocked to find that Ganyu's figure beside him had disappeared since some time. This guy, I don't know where he ran off to. His heart tightened immediately, and he was extremely anxious. His eyes scanned the surroundings, and finally, he found Ganyu's figure. This guy was queuing in front of a barbecue stall. This queue was out of place at the entrance of the shopping mall, which was deserted. It can be said that this barbecue stall, which can make people queue up near this park with very little traffic, is quite good. Bai Ying had to smile bitterly and ran to the queue behind Ganyu. He gently patted the other person's shoulder with his hand. From his angle, he could see the deep ravines clearly visible in front of the girl. Pfft! This guy finally learned to wear underwear. The girl was suddenly patted on the body and was startled, and her body trembled. She turned her head and saw that it was Bai Ying. She immediately broke into a dazzling and intoxicating smile. "Ying, don't run around next time. Tell me where you are going. I'm not a child." Ganyu suddenly covered her mouth and yawned loudly. "Oh, I'm so sleepy. I stayed up late playing games yesterday. Ying, I have maxed out your exploration points." Bai Ying's mouth twitched. What did he hear? Maxed out the exploration points? This Tam is so self-disciplined, a ruthless humanoid power-up machine. Although the body is important. Without the powerful skills she had in Liyue, Ganyu is now just like a human girl. Such overwork is too harmful to the body. Thinking of this, Bai Ying touched Ganyu's head, rubbed it, and said gently, "Don't stay up late like this. You should learn to go to bed early and get up early, and develop a habit." At this moment, not far away, a black-haired girl kept staring at this side. Her expression was a little complicated. Seeing the two figures approaching each other, she wanted to go up and say something, but after hesitating, she finally left. At the entrance of the mall, Hua Luo put her little hand in front of her mouth and watched the scene with interest. Tong Kong secretly watched Bai Ying and Ganyu's ambiguous postures, and she saw it clearly. Looking at Bai Ying, who was talking and laughing, Hua Luo couldn't help laughing. This guy is really charming. This scene of Bai Shui is so weird. When Bai Ying took Ganyu to eat barbecue, she found that Hua Luo was looking at her with a smile. She was so scared that she almost dropped the barbecue she just bought. The girl came to the two with a smile, asked, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Bai Ying scratched her head awkwardly and handed a string of barbecue to Hua Luo. Said, "Take it. Try it yourself." The girl slowly lifted a strand of long hair and put the food into her mouth with her other hand. The instant charm made Bai Ying stare. Hua Luo smiled like a fox, licked his lips with his small tongue. He exhaled gently. "Great. Bai Ying, what do you think I should do to make this mall like this stall, instead of being deserted?" Let's discuss it when we get back." The girl narrowed her eyes and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. "Okay." On the way, Bai Ying suddenly received bad news from the system. Tong Kong's favorability has decreased by 50, currently 190, and 500 favorability points have been deducted. The current favorability points are 700. Bai Ying's heart was broken when he heard the news. Deducting 500 points means 5,000 Chinese currency. 5,000! I'm about to cry. I should have exchanged the money earlier. Even if the favorability points are 0, it will be deducted to a negative number. Young man, don't try to take advantage of the loopholes. Think carefully about what went wrong. Bai Ying's mouth twitched. The news was too sudden, and he couldn't figure out what went wrong. Tong Kong's favorability points should be the most stable. This girl gave it to him for free, and she also has all kinds of self-attack strategies. So what went wrong? When Bai Ying returned home, she was shocked to find that the girl was looking at him with her hands on her waist and angrily. "Flirtatious," the girl said proudly. Her face was flushed with anger. This sudden anger made Bai Ying confused. She was simply confused. "Kong Kong, what's wrong?" "Flirtatious, you sneaky cat. You obviously already have a girlfriend like me, you big bad guy." The girl covered her face and cried while going upstairs. With a bang sound, everyone looked at each other. Bai Ying vaguely saw that Hua Luo had a smile in his eyes, but it soon disappeared. "Oh, go and comfort Tang Kong. In his heart, the voice similar to Paimon appeared. Bai Ying was also helpless when such an inexplicable thing happened. He couldn't figure out what went wrong. Not only did his favorability drop, but he also lost his money. Woohoo, my 5,000 yuan. However, this incident can be used as material to write into the current book. No need to modify it, just write it in. Perfect. In order to recover the lost 50 favorability, Bai Ying decided to do everything possible to comfort the injured Kong. Bai Ying chased after him under the surprised eyes of everyone. In front of Tang Kong's door, he kept knocking on the door. Hey, Kong, what's wrong with you? Open the door, open the door. No, I'm in a bad mood. Don't disturb me. The girl's voice was different from usual, a little hoarse. Alas, looking at this situation, it is estimated that this girl will not be able to calm down for a while. I'm numb. I'll code the outline and the text first. Today's material can't be wasted. The heroine was very angry with the hero because of something. With the hero's efforts, the matter was resolved and the relationship between the hero and heroine became more stable. Congratulations. Congratulations. 2 chapters with 4,000 words have been coded. 8,000 words have been coded today. What a loss. No need to code tomorrow. Hehe. Suddenly, Bai Ying received a prompt from the system. Tang Kong's favorability increased by 20, currently 210, and the favorability points increased by 200, currently 900. Huh? What happened? Your respected girlfriend, Lord Tang Kong, thought for a long time and comforted herself. She found various excuses and her self-strategy ability is indeed perfect. Self-strategy ability is perfect. Bai Ying was not surprised. Not long after, that voice came to her ears again. Congratulations, Tang Kong's favorability has increased by 20 again, currently 230, and the favorability points have increased by 200, currently 1,100. This girl is really good. Should I say that this girl has a strong imagination, or that she has a strong imagination? Anyway, this guy has forgiven himself. Although I don't know what I did wrong. From being disappointed in me to forgiving me, the favorability has returned to the peak. It only took her more than 2 hours. Thinking of this, Bai Ying's mouth twitched. The time on the phone showed that it was more than 7 o'clock in the evening. The guy didn't eat because he was in a bad mood. Looking at the takeaway box at hand, Bai Ying sighed. Hua Luo asked himself to deliver the takeaway to Tang Kong's room. Before that, this guy locked himself in the door and couldn't open it. When trying to communicate with her, he refused to open the door for various reasons. Oh, it's really hard to serve. Bai Ying knocked on Tang Kong's door with the long, cold fast food box. A crisp voice came from inside the door. Who is it? Kong, open the door. Not long after, the girl opened the door. Bai Ying could see the girl's slightly red eyes and the faint traces of tears on her beautiful face. The moment the girl opened the door, a slightly excited light flashed in her eyes. You're here? Kong, are you okay? Are you hungry? The girl gently raised her hand and wiped her tearful eyelids, then showed a gorgeous smile. I'm hungry! Thank you, Bai Ying. Bai Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, and with a smile, she touched Tang Kong's head with her hand. The latter whimpered, and under Bai Ying's horrified eyes, the whole person fell into Bai Ying's arms. This guy did it on purpose. How can a touch on the head have such a great power? Bai Ying's mouth twitched constantly. In desperation, he could only hold Tang Kong in his arms, and it took a while to carry the girl to the bed. It's a bit cold. Do you want to warm it up? Bai Ying picked up the bag at hand and shook it in front of the girl. The girl's eyes moved with the shaking of the bag. From time to time, you can hear the gurgling sound from her stomach. I'm a little hungry. I'll heat it up for you. Wait for me a moment. Watching the boy's back as he left, the girl suddenly smiled with her hands covering her mouth. She whispered, Stupid! After heating it in the microwave, Bai Ying took the chopsticks and tasted it again. The temperature was just right. The chicken leg and egg rice were delicious. It must be very expensive. Back in the room, the girl chewed slowly in front of Bai Ying shyly. After the girl had been eating for about 10 minutes, Bai Ying suddenly remembered that the chopsticks she was eating with were bitten by him. Now he had 2 choices. If he told her, the girl might shyly accept it, or she might get angry and torture him. If he didn't tell her, Bai Ying would feel bad. After a while of struggling, Bai Ying decided to tell Tong Kong the news. Kong Kong, I bit your chopsticks? I didn't wash them. The girl was stunned for a while, but her hands still didn't stop picking at the rice bowl. Oh, I see? This reaction made Bai Ying dumbfounded. Do you really not mind? If it's you, I don't mind. Hey, that was really touching. Bai Ying smiled bitterly, watching the girl lower her head to eat the omelette rice. The girl started to eat slowly, and then faster and faster. In the end, she almost used chopsticks to eat the whole rice ball into her mouth. With a burp, the girl touched her belly and showed a comfortable expression. Favorability increased by 10, currently 240. Favorability points increased by 100, currently 1,200 points. The summer breeze outside the window was cool, and the beautiful scenery and the sunset complemented each other. At the other end of the park, there was a small but clear lake. Couples in groups of 3 or 2 were confessing their love in front of the lake. Some were hugging each other, some were playing, some were taking pictures. Looking at the scenery outside the window, Bai Ying was full of thoughts. He didn't need to bother to think about this girl at all, and her self-imagination ability was extremely strong. It wasn't long before the favorability returned to its peak. Well, I've finished eating, and my mood has calmed down. I should go back to sleep. Thinking of this, Bai Ying turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, the girl suddenly called him. She was shy and her face suddenly flushed. She wanted to say something, but she couldn't say it several times. Bai Ying couldn't help but look puzzled and asked, "What's wrong with you? What do you want to say? Say it." That what? The girl took a deep breath as if she had mustered up the courage and said loudly, "I want you to sleep with me." Huh? Sleeping with a beautiful girl has always been Bai Ying's dream. After 22 years of solo life, he was not used to it when a girl suddenly said this to him. Are you serious? He looked over with a suspicious look. Seriously? Bai Ying smiled bitterly. In this 100th of a second, he thought a lot. Because of the system's task, if you don't agree to this guy's request, the task will fail. Deducting 1,000 points is a small matter. The key is this 10,000 Chinese yuan. After 2 years of poverty, such a large amount of money, you can't slack off. Well, it's just sleeping with me. I'm a grown man, why should I be shy? Hey, why did this word change? Okay. Bai Ying sighed rather helplessly and agreed to Tang Kong's request. The latter jumped up excitedly, cheering and making cheerful sounds. Tang Kong smiled. It's true what the internet said. If you want to capture a man's heart, you can't give it up after all. Well, anyway, they are boyfriend and girlfriend. What's the big deal? Heh. The night fell quietly. After taking a shower, Bai Ying was full of nervousness and huddled in the quilt of Tang Kong's bed. A faint fragrance immediately rushed into Bai Ying's nostrils. It was just like the faint fragrance of a child. It was the first time to get into a girl's quilt so nervous. Bai Ying curled up into a ball. If my guess is correct, Tang Kong will arrive at the battlefield within 10 minutes. Ah, here. The faint light of the mobile phone is so conspicuous in the quilt. With the help of the faint light, Bai Ying was able to see a bunch of golden hair beside his ear. His hair is getting longer and longer. Bai Ying opened the album on his mobile phone and browsed his cosplay photos. I have to say, this is getting more and more like a girl. Alas, no wonder people call me Yingmei. Alas, I am so beautiful and charming. Who in the world can match me? Bai Ying, who was narcissistic, did not notice the movement at the door and did not notice that a pair of small hands were reaching towards his quilt. A pair of small hands suddenly lifted the quilt on Bai Ying's body, causing the latter to scream. It was summer, and although it was not cold at night, it was a bit uncomfortable to suddenly leave the warm quilt. The instigator happened to smile sweetly, with one hand on Bai Ying's side, leaning over and staring at Bai Ying's face. Bai Ying, you are so beautiful. Bai Ying was shocked. Although he agreed with what Tang Kong said, what's wrong with this posture and this loving expression in the eyes? This is too dangerous. My dear, this love is not allowed. The girl's body, which had just been washed, was emitting a fresh fragrance. The pleasant smell almost made Bai Ying dizzy. The girl leaned slightly to the side and lay down beside Bai Ying. Then she covered herself and Bai Ying with the quilt. I turned off the lights, okay? Bai Ying said hesitantly with cold sweat on his face. Yeah. As soon as the lights were turned off, the room suddenly fell into darkness. Bai Ying picked up his phone. It was still too early, and he couldn't sleep. The faint light from the phone immediately illuminated the entire quilt. With the help of the faint light, Bai Ying was able to see clearly that the girl was lying on her side, looking at him leisurely. Her hair, like willow catkins, hit Bai Ying's hand. It was soft and comfortable. Bai Ying, can I hug you? The girl's voice was soft and sweet and very pleasant. She was wearing thin pajamas, and her curvy figure was in full view in Bai Ying's sight. Bai Ying was stunned. Facing the sweet and soft girl asking him in such a soft and squirming voice, he really couldn't resist. The most important thing is that he had to agree because of the requirements of this task. Well, it's nothing to just hug, right? Just a simple hug, nothing else. There shouldn't be any problem. Looking at the love in the girl's eyes, Bai Ying felt more and more that this might not be as simple as a simple hug. Okay. Well, for the mission, go all out. Bai Ying stretched out his hands and hugged the girl in his arms. The girl's hair smelled very fragrant. Bai Ying couldn't help but feel a little dizzy when he smelled the fragrance of the girl's hair. This familiar fragrance is Rejoice. You are using Rejoice, right? Bai Ying couldn't help asking. The girl raised her head, was slightly stunned, and then replied, Yes, Rejoice. That's great. I use this too. It feels very good. Hey, Bai Ying, hold me tighter. Exhaled a hot breath from her mouth, hitting Bai Ying's face. Hearing this, Bai Ying's hair stood on end, and she held Tong Kong's hands even tighter. The two of them were almost stuck together. The night was long. The girl just fell asleep quietly. She didn't do anything. What's with this faint sense of expectation? How could I expect something to happen with this guy? Bai Ying's face was red, and she almost didn't sleep all night. This paragraph can be used as material for writing. In the morning, Bai Ying got off the girl's bed with dark circles under her eyes. At this time, Tong Kong was still sleeping quietly. That peaceful sleeping face made people want to kiss her. Oh, it's so uncomfortable to be pressed all night. Bai Ying thought he didn't have the ability to sleep with such a good-looking girl without any reaction. Damn, it's really blood-spurting. Bai Ying kept looking at the girl's chest. Oh, she's not wearing anything. Bai Ying resisted the urge to bleed from her nose, put on her clothes quickly, and was about to run out stealthily. As soon as she opened the door, Bai Ying's body was petrified. Hualuo was standing at the door. She was holding a bowl in her hand. The moment she saw Bai Ying, Hualuo was stunned. Hualuo coughed lightly, brought the plate in, and then stood beside the petrified Bai Ying, poked his arm, and muttered, I didn't see anything. I didn't see anything. It's broken. It's over. Something is wrong. Why do I have this reaction? Isn't Tong Kong my girlfriend? What's wrong with sleeping with my girlfriend? Thinking of this, Bai Ying couldn't help but smile confidently. I won't tell others that you are cheating. Really, I really won't tell anyone. Bai Ying's pretty face darkened. He pulled the girl out of the door and then closed the door gently. What are you talking about? What do you mean by cheating? Nonsense, I. Looking at Hualuo's questioning eyes, Bai Ying's voice became smaller and smaller. Seeing this, Hualuo smiled. What do you think? I didn't. How can you slander someone's innocence out of thin air? The girl covered her mouth and chuckled. Oh, really? But I saw you and Wang Xiaomei being so intimate yesterday? You must have seen it wrong. Hehe. Well, I know I guessed it right with your reaction. It's nothing. It's okay, Bai Ying. I think it's normal for an excellent boy to have many likes. Maybe the girl in front of you also likes you. Bai Ying opened her eyes wide as if she had seen a miracle. What did you say? Heh, just kidding. So I will keep it a secret. Also, be careful of the harem catching fire. The girl smiled and left. Not long after she left, Bai Ying heard that voice. Tong Kong's favorability increased by 20, currently 250. Favorability points increased by 200, currently 1,400. Great! Another 2,000 yuan in hand. This money is too easy to make. Suddenly, she felt the urge to urinate. Bai Ying's mouth twitched and she ran to the toilet in 2 steps. She didn't sleep well while hugging Tong Kong, and she had to pee. This feeling was really uncomfortable. As expected, women only affect my sleeping efficiency. Fortunately, I had already typed today's 4,000 words yesterday. Otherwise, in my current state, let alone typing, I can't even control the keyboard. Well, I'd better have a good rest. Thinking of this, Bai Ying tiptoed back to her room, lay down, and fell asleep. Time ticked by. When she woke up again, it was already 6 or 7 in the evening. QQ had exploded. She clicked on the message. The editor sent more than a dozen messages. Good fellow, you stopped updating on the first day of your recommendation? Why don't you update? Please update before 12 o'clock tonight, or you won't be able to update tomorrow. Update! Dad, update! I beg you, update quickly. If your grades don't go up, I won't be able to take the blame. Don't stop updating during the recommendation period. There will be no subsequent updates for this period. What the hell is PK? Seeing this series of messages, Bai Ying suddenly got a chill. He quickly opened the writer's assistant and sent out the 2 chapters in his inventory. Fortunately, there was no interruption. As expected, women only affect my writing. Fortunately, there was no interruption. Looking at the background update records, Bai Ying slowly exhaled. I slept until late at night, and I felt terrible. I dare not stay up late again. Staying up late is very harmful to the body. Only after staying up late will you understand. This is such a regrettable thing. The laughter of the girl downstairs made Bai Ying's ears perk up. Tong Kong, watch out! Ha ha ha, Wang Xiaomei, take my dragon claw hand. Oh, damn it! Don't look at anything indecent. Don't listen to anything indecent. Amitabha. The sound of the girl's laughter and playfulness made Bai Ying sober up in an instant. Gurgle, gurgle. Bai Ying smiled bitterly. After being hungry for a day, his stomach finally made a sound of resistance. He covered his stomach and searched around for something to eat. After searching for a long time, he found a box of cold sushi on the table at the door. Gurgle, gurgle. The signals from his stomach from time to time showed how hungry the boy was at the moment. He quickly picked up one of the sushi and put it in his mouth quickly. The delicious taste immediately filled his mouth. He had eaten sushi before, but this time it was the first time he had eaten such delicious food. Thinking of this, Bai Ying had the idea of asking Hualuo where he bought this thing. After finishing the remaining sushi in a few bites, Bai Ying stopped at the door of Hualuo's room. The door was half open, and the girl could still hear someone on the phone. Dad, give me some more time. Dad, really, I have an idea. Also, don't find me any blind dates. I'm satisfied with him. Give me some time. Yes, I like him. Didn't my aunt tell me to try again? Dad, if you introduce me to someone again, I'll run away from home. Heh, just no. The phone was hung up. The girl sighed. Oh, really? Who is looking for a partner in such a hurry? Really? At this time, Bai Ying pushed the door open. The girl raised her head slightly, and the moment she saw the face of the person who came, her whole body shook. Did you hear that? The girl's face was a little flustered. Her eyes were a little panicked. I heard it. Oh, I understand. My family is urging me to find a partner. It's normal, too normal. Bai Ying smiled. He could understand this kind of thing. It was too normal. Aren't my parents like this? If it weren't for Tong Kong, I would probably be dragged to go on a blind date with that girl again. Anyway, how did that girl end up? He felt that he was still a little sorry for that girl. But it wasn't his fault. If you want to blame someone, blame your parents for not asking their son's opinion when finding a girlfriend for him. The girl's eyes flickered. It's okay. Hey. Well, Bai Ying, what are you doing here? Aren't I here to discuss the mall business with you? You see, you let us rent a house at such a low price, and you also provide food. How can I not repay you? After hearing Bai Ying's words, Hualuo snorted and raised his little face slightly. You still have a conscience. That's not. The girl moved a chair and motioned Bai Ying to sit down. The unique fragrance of the girl's boudoir always stimulated Bai Ying's brain. The whole room is decorated in an orchid style, and at the back, there is a top-of-the-line desktop computer. The screen is lighting up. From Bai Ying's perspective, he could clearly see several applications lying on the girl's desktop. League of Legends, PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, Genshin Impact, Steam platform. These were all games or software for playing with friends that Bai Ying had mentioned in the group. Bai Ying couldn't help but ask, "Do you play these too?" The girl smiled awkwardly. She said, Ha, I haven't played Genshin Impact, but I've played a little bit of the others. I'm just about to get into it. Bai Ying's mouth twitched. He already had a picture of how shocked Hualuo was after playing Genshin Impact and then watching the two people who had traveled through time. Back to business. Bai Ying sat on the chair and touched his chin with one hand, pretending to be deep. Didn't I say this last time? This mall has been losing money all the time, and it all comes down to the lack of customer flow. How to increase customer flow is the most important thing. Bai Ying stretched out a finger, said, "First, the key to increase passenger flow is to attract more people. We need to create famous attractions that can attract people. I think that although this park has beautiful scenery, it is always missing something. Second, since this supermarket has a single category, it is better to combine attractions to create a place similar to a comprehensive entertainment venue. And then, isn't the live broadcast business developing now? You can make use of this live broadcast. With your appearance, your popularity will not be bad." The girl suddenly laughed, and her eyes revealed a sense of confusion, just like a cunning fox. "Hey, I have an idea." Her eyes lingered on Bai Ying. This scanning look made Bai Ying stiffen all over. Outside the door, a tall and handsome young man walked in with a bent waist. The child was too tall, and when entering and leaving the bedroom door, he would accidentally bump into the door frame. This is the trouble of tall people. Zhongli saw Bai Ying's figure and couldn't help but said, "Traveler, you finally woke up." "Gan," Wang Xiaomei said, "she has a top-quality cup and asked you to take a look." Bai Ying's mouth twitched. Under Hualuo's surprised eyes, he was dragged out of the door by Zhongli. How could Bai Ying, who was shorter, resist Zhongli's pull? Just like that, Bai Ying was dragged to Ganyu's room with a blank expression on his face by the tall and handsome young man. Judging from Bai Ying's reluctant expression, those who didn't know would think he was being dragged to pick up soap. As soon as Bai Ying came, Ganyu jumped up excitedly. She ran over and patted Bai Ying's shoulder, pulled him to the computer, pointed to the fire damage cup with Defense 100 on the screen and said, "Ying, this fire damage cup is added to one place 5 times. It's the top quality cup you said." Bai Ying's eyes went dark. He felt that the world was turned upside down. He looked at the attack power bonus and critical hit damage bonus under the defense power, and felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. In a sense, this is indeed a top-quality cup. A top-quality fire damage cup. If Ganyu and Zhongli were not here, Bai Ying might have fainted while singing a sad song. This fucking top-quality embryo is gone just like that. Ganyu still looked proud, looking up as if to ask for credit. "How is it? Great, right?" Bai Ying's mouth twitched wildly, and after a long while he barely squeezed out a few words from his mouth. "Great, really great." Zhongli touched his chin and said, "Traveler, this thing is really addictive. Ganyu has been teaching me to play this game called Genshin Impact these days. But why is the Zhongli in this game so different from my performance in Tevat?" Bai Ying's mouth twitched, not knowing how to respond to his words. Ganyu carefully put the cup on Diluc on Bai Ying's account while operating Diluc in his hand. "Hey, the damage is even higher. It's really a top-quality cup." After saying this, Bai Ying wanted to cry even more. This world is too noisy. As expected, the whole world is against him. Bai Ying forced a smile and said, "Great, it's okay. I'll withdraw first. Remember to clear your stamina." "Okay." Until he left the door, Bai Ying didn't dare to show any unhappy expression, for fear that Ganyu would see that he was unhappy. Advanced. Prepare for the next round of push. Don't stop updating. The first thing Bai Ying saw when he opened QQ on his mobile phone was the message sent by the editor. Although it was not very unexpected, Bai Ying was still a little excited. The promotion was expected. Finally, I'm no longer a salted fish that was killed in one round. Bai Ying couldn't help but send a red envelope to the 4-group signing group. A bunch of diving monsters suddenly exploded. Damn, the shark giant that has been diving for thousands of years was blown out. What's wrong with Yingmei? I seem to have heard from the editor that I was promoted. No wonder. Bai Ying's hands moved quickly and sent a message. Thanks to this big guy for pushing the chapter, I was promoted successfully. The second round of push will be next Wednesday. Thank you very much. What about the women's clothing benefits? Someone said. The moment he saw this message, Bai Ying was speechless. Wasn't it just a short time before? Why is there another women's clothing benefit? Women's clothing benefits are impossible. Bai Ying just fooled a few erotic pictures. Only then did those old brothers who were making trouble let her go. A night of silence. That day was the day when Tong Kong's college entrance examination results were released. The results were released at 10 o'clock in the morning. She was in front of the computer desk early, waiting for the time to come. Bai Ying stayed by her side, looking at her nervous expression, and asked, "Kong Kong, how do you feel about your test?" Tang Kong swallowed and replied, "I feel it's okay, but I don't feel that I wrote the comprehensive liberal arts questions very well. Oh, I'm so nervous." "Don't be nervous. Believe in yourself. You can do it." Time passed by minute, and Tong Kong's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. When the hour hand pointed to 10, Tong Kong immediately clicked refresh. "Sorry, there are too many people querying at the moment. Please try again later." "Oh my," Bai Ying smiled awkwardly. How could this situation be exactly the same as when her results were released that year? After so many years, it was still, "Sorry, there are too many people querying at the moment." This must be something that every college entrance examination student must experience, right? Tang Kong had no choice but to keep trying to refresh the screen. It was not until 10:30 that the results were released. 677 points. Chinese, 140. Mathematics, 150. Liberal arts, 243. English, 144. "Oh, I failed the test." When the girl said this, Bai Ying's whole body was in the shape of a question mark. "You call this a bad test?" The first tier line is 570. It's almost 100 points higher than the first tier line. There is no place in China that can't be gone? "Oh, it's true that I failed the liberal arts test." What a high-level Versailles! Bai Ying was speechless for a moment. I didn't know whether I should comfort her or leave her alone. Judging from her sullen expression, this guy is indeed a little unhappy. Maybe it's really what she thought, that she failed the exam? Well, Kong Kong, the exam is over. Now that the scores are out, discuss the next step with your parents. You still need to discuss things like filling in the application form with your parents. The girl's originally sullen expression suddenly relaxed. A charming smile bloomed on her face. "Well, thank you, Bai Ying." Tong Kong's favorability increased by 10, and the current favorability is 260. The favorability points increased by 100. The current favorability points are 1,500. This kind of thing happens a lot. I get used to it. At first, Bai Ying was surprised by the sudden increase in Tong Kong's favorability, but now he is no longer surprised by the sudden increase and decrease in the favorability of the girl in front of him. Last night, he was awakened by the sound of the system. First, the favorability dropped by 30, and then suddenly increased by 30. I haven't typed anything today. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. Kong Kong, I have to go back to write. You should discuss the application with your parents. You can't make the decision alone. Okay. Bai Ying returned to the room. He found a brand new laptop on his desk. It was obvious who brought it. Bai Ying opened WeChat on his phone and sent a message to his landlord with gratitude. "Hualuo, thank you. It'll give you the amount of money. I don't need your money. I've already got an idea. Revitalize Qianhu supermarket. We must succeed. Oh, yes, so I need your help. Dress up as women, young man, and start a live broadcast. Let Qianhu supermarket be great again." Well, although, when has this supermarket been great? Also, can't you start a live broadcast yourself? 100,000 a month. Okay, sister. She gave him too much. This is another ill-gotten gain. Legal income. Following a rich woman is so cool, there is meat to eat. It is completely different from the 2 years of his failed career. During those years, he had to be careful when eating a bowl of instant noodles, for fear of wasting water by pouring too much water. He dared not use extra electricity at night, and he would do it in the dark if possible. Now, living in a villa is no different from being supported by a rich woman. As the saying goes, people feel refreshed when they have good things to do. He advanced to the first round and received attractive conditions from the rich woman. This time, good things happened one after another. Bai Ying felt that his mood was like the moment when he reached the top of a roller coaster. It was so great. Good. This part of the story can also be used as writing material. Without further ado, type. If anyone saw Bai Ying's current state, they would be shocked. His hands were so fast that after images kept appearing and strings of characters were typed quickly in the computer. In less than an hour, 4,000 words were done. Once again, he refreshed his own record of typing. Just after he finished typing, Bai Ying suddenly heard the soft female voice in his mind. The mission has been triggered, and the time limit is 30 days. Let the customer flow of Qianhu Supermarket reach a profitable level, and the mission reward is 1,000 favorability points. If the mission fails, the punishment will be to become a cat girl for a month. Oh my God, I'll be a cat girl for a month. This system must be seriously ill. Become a cat girl? How can a man accept such a thing? For my integrity, I'll fight. The time limit is 1 month. How can I reverse the decline of the mall in 1 month? Maybe. Hualuo is right. It might be a good idea to live broadcast in women's clothing to attract popularity. Thinking of this, Bai Ying planned to start a live broadcast on Station B. Of course, not now. Today is the 7th day of Tong Kong's mission. The time came to 9 o'clock in the evening. When the girls fell asleep, Bai Ying was in an excited state. Of course, he was not excited by looking at the erotic pictures. Instead, he received a reminder that Tong Kong's favorability mission was completed. Not only are there 1,000 favorability points, but a special section is also opened. Pray, just like the wishes in the original game. The wishes of the favorability system also have 10 consecutive draws and single draws. 1 draw for every 100 points of favorability, which translates to 1,000 Chinese coins. It can be said that this is extremely unscrupulous. With the current 2,500 points of favorability, I can only draw 25 times. After taking a rough look at the probability, Bai Ying discovered that this broken system has a total of 4 item rarity levels, and there is also a thank you for your patronage. That's right, thank you for your patronage, but what makes Bai Ying even more speechless is that there is a 50% chance of thanking you for your patronage. In other words, there is almost a half chance that nothing will be drawn. If the system can be hung on the street lamp, Bai Ying will definitely be the first one to be hung on it. This kind of unscrupulous merchant should be hung on the street lamp. As for the other 4 categories, they are divided according to rarity, from high to low, namely Gold Legend, Purple Epic, Blue Boutique, and White Garbage. The first 3 add up to less than 5%, and the gold rarity is only 0.38%. What's even more annoying is that there is no guarantee. With the mentality of testing the water, Bai Ying spent 1,000 favorability points to draw 10 times in a row. Thank you for your patronage. 9. White Rarity, Fortune Cookie. 1. You will get good luck after eating it. Trust you. 10,000 yuan is just a waste. Anyway, I didn't draw anything. I might as well exchange it for 10,000 Chinese currency to draw a full life for Zhongli. Blood loss. Bai Ying had a bag of small cookies in his hand. It looked no different from the ordinary cookies sold in the supermarket. However, it was smaller than the size of a palm. After taking a bite, nothing happened. See, it was really a scam. Alas, tomorrow is Tuesday and I will be promoted. I don't know how much collection I can add. The data from the author's backend shows that the current collection is less than 100,000, just a little bit short of breaking 100,000. The increase has dropped significantly. The daily increase has gradually become 3 digits. Part of the reason is that the test recommendation position is average, and the more important reason is that most of the people who want to collect have collected it, and the recommendation has no effect, which is also normal. However, I am still very happy to be promoted. Bai Ying plans to hold a celebration cocktail party tomorrow. He will report it at home and invite the girls to celebrate together. Looking at the data that is still rising, Bai Ying fell asleep with satisfaction. The next morning, when Bai Ying checked the writer's assistant, he looked at his collection that exceeded 100,000 and couldn't help wanting to laugh out loud. The increase has returned to 4 digits. So cool. Let's prepare for the celebration ceremony now. Bai Ying secretly ordered a case of beer and called everyone. The 5 people sat on the sofa on the first floor, not knowing what was going on. Hualuo glanced at Bai Ying, who looked pleased and couldn't help asking, "What are you going to do with this case of beer and so many snacks?" Good question. I have good news to announce. I've advanced through the trial push. The expected surprise did not appear. Everyone responded almost perfunctorily. Even Zhongli might not have understood what the trial push was. Is that all you guys are gonna do? Bai Ying scratched his head. This is not right. Usually he would get promoted in one round, so why didn't his old book friends who were promoted today react at all? What's there to be surprised about? With your collection, it would be strange if you didn't promote it continuously. I mainly wanted to get you drunk. I mainly wanted you to celebrate together. Heh. After all, it's the first time for a newbie to be promoted. Bai Ying broke out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, he was almost exposed. When Hua Luo heard Bai Ying say that he was a newbie, he couldn't help rolling his eyes. This might be the most unreliable statement she had ever heard. After 2 years of writing books, you call this a newbie? As long as you are happy. Heh. Bai Ying's mouth corners slightly raised. He was in high spirits and his face flushed. He picked up a half-filled glass of wine. He brought it in front of him and said, "First of all, I want to thank everyone for their support. Especially the cat who can't laugh. Without the reward from Boss Cat, I wouldn't have achieved such results." When Hua Luo heard Bai Ying mention Boss Cat, she was slightly startled. She lowered her head at some point, making it difficult for others to see what she was thinking. First of all, I have to pay tribute to Boss Cat and my 2 book friends who support me. Secondly, I have to thank Wang Xiaomei for the endless inspiration she has provided me. Ganyu opened her mouth slightly, and a big suddenly appeared on her head. Cheers! Bai Ying held out her cup. Ganyu looked at the other 2 girls clinking their cups with Bai Ying's, and followed suit. Cheers! In less than 5 minutes, Bai Ying fell drunk on the sofa. Hua Luo and Tong Kong were amused. This guy has such a poor alcohol tolerance and dares to come and drink with others? Another person with a poor alcohol tolerance is Ganyu. The girl was seen lying drunk beside Bai Ying. Her whole face was red, and she uttered a few words in her sleep from time to time. Oh, you dare to come and drink with me, even though you have such a poor alcohol tolerance? This kid is really interesting. Hua Luo smiled. She stood up and wanted to pick up Bai Ying, but he was short and small. Plus, Tong Kong's eyes were about to eat people. She had to give up the idea of carrying Bai Ying back. In a daze, Bai Ying only felt that his body moved from one place to another. Time flies. He slept until night after being drunk. When Bai Ying woke up and found himself in the room, he saw that the clock hanging on the wall pointed to 11 o'clock in the evening, and he was sobered up. He hasn't updated today, and it's currently in the recommendation period. If he stops updating, the recommendation will be gone. Moreover, there are no drafts saved. There is still time. As long as 4,000 words are completed before 12 o'clock, or 2,000 words if that's not possible, it won't be considered a break. Time can't be delayed for a moment. Bai Ying's hand paused on the keyboard. He took a deep breath. He pondered. Start typing. Finally, at about 11:50, he finished typing 3,000 words. After checking again, publish. No break. Fortunately, at this time he noticed that there was a mobile phone with a pink bunny shell on his bed. He picked up the phone. Suddenly, the screen lit up. On the screen, the WeChat screen was displayed, with not only Bai Ying's avatar, but also Bai Ying's parents' avatars. First of all, it is certain that this phone is not his, Bai Ying's. Secondly, after opening the chat records with his parents, Bai Ying was shocked as if he had been blown up by a bomb. Uncle, I discussed it with my parents, and I think I still want to get in touch with him. Uncle, don't worry, he's very good. Aunt, I think I may like him, but there is a girl around him. Dad, I've made up my mind. You should give up the idea of finding a partner for me. I already have someone I like. One record after another was flipped through. Bai Ying's heart was shocked. After turning off the phone, Bai Ying sat on the bed. She took a deep breath and then exhaled slowly. It was as if she knew something incredible. This phone belongs to Hua Luo, and the cute white rabbit avatar on WeChat shows the girl's identity. Hua Luo turned out to be the blind date that her parents brought that day. And he deliberately contacted her? Damn, this is really shocking. Although it is hard to believe, the WeChat chat records will not lie to, and it seems that this guy still likes her and has not given up, even though he knew that Tong Kong was his girlfriend. Oh, this kind of thing will happen to him too? This is really a rich loli. Ah, I have no regrets in death. I have no regrets in death. The next day, which was Wednesday, Hualuo woke up Bai Ying, who was sleeping soundly with an anxious look on his face. Bai Ying, have you seen my phone? Bai Ying blinked her dazed eyes and was slightly startled. The moment she saw Hualuo's face, Bai Ying was stunned and then showed a strange expression. He didn't know how to respond to her. You are the beginning of the letter, the content of the poem, and the ending of the fairy tale. The phone rang, but it was not Bai Ying's. The girl took the ringing phone from Bai Ying, her face uncertain. Did you see it? The girl did not answer the phone, but asked Bai Ying. I saw it! Go to hell! Almost at the moment, the girl blurted out. The girl's pink, little fist hit Bai Ying's chest. Ganyu happened to pass by the door, and when she saw the strange posture of the two, she screamed. Ah! Hualuo picked up the phone and ran away quickly, passing by Ganyu, who was shocked. Watching the girl leaving, Bai Ying couldn't help smacking his lips and whispered, This guy, the ringtone is actually the same as mine. Tasteful. You're praising yourself again. Bai Ying was too lazy to pay attention to this chatty system. Ganyu slipped in, holding the sexy picture of Ganyu in her phone, and showed it to Bai Ying. She muttered, Damn it, looking at this face that is almost exactly the same as mine, I feel uncomfortable all over. Why are there so many people posting sexy pictures in this group? Wait, what group did you join? Ganyu tilted her head and said, Just yesterday when I was playing with your account, someone came to my world and asked me to join a Q group. After I joined, I posted so many pictures of Ganyu. How disgusting! After hearing the girl's almost complaining words, Bai Ying couldn't help but slap his forehead. On the contrary, what kind of group is this? You are hurting people so much. Bai Ying snatched Ganyu's phone, sent these, and then quit the group chat. Listen, Ganyu, don't pay attention to strangers who contact you. Oh. The girl suddenly scratched her head embarrassedly, with an embarrassed expression on her face. Heh, Ying, I figured it out yesterday. That cup seems to be the worst, so I strengthened another one today. Ganyu said, taking out his phone and showing a picture. On the picture was a brand new fire damage cup that he had never seen before. Critical hit plus 3.9, critical hit damage plus 7.1, attack bonus plus 4.2, defense bonus plus 33%. This time it's maxed out. Bai Ying's eyes went dark and he almost fainted. Isn't this still defense? Bai Ying couldn't help but smile bitterly. Seeing Ganyu's expression of seeking credit, he couldn't help but touch her head and said, You did a good job. Don't strengthen it next time. Ah, why? No reason. Keep going. Ganyu was confused by Bai Ying's inexplicable words. He couldn't understand this guy's attitude. Didn't you say I did a good job? Why don't you let me strengthen it again? Okay, I will keep working hard and make a few more cups like this. Bai Ying almost choked to death on Ganyu's words. If he comes a few more times, his warehouse will have a lot of high-level dog food. Then I'll continue to strengthen it. Before Bai Ying could react, Ganyu slipped out. Alas, more dog food, so be it. Bai Ying was helpless. It was better than losing favorability, right? Although he knew it was just an excuse to comfort himself, he did feel much better now. Now, he had more important things to do. He opened WeChat and found Hualuo's avatar. Hualuo, yes, I approached you on purpose. Sorry, I lied to you. I tricked you in just to satisfy my own wishes. No, didn't we agree on 100,000 a month? Hualuo was confused by Bai Ying's words. How could this guy's thinking jump so fast? She couldn't keep up with his pace at all. She replied helplessly. Okay, as long as you help revitalize this Qianhu supermarket, let alone 100,000 a month. Even if you give me to you, it's fine. That's too much. Okay, I'll get ready. You should organize the plan and send it to me first. Okay. After a while, a Word document appeared in the phone. It contained the rescue plan that Hualuo and Bai Ying had discussed together. Bai Ying took a quick look and confirmed that it was correct. The next step was to implement the action. The first step was to make full use of multimedia publicity. The second step was to renovate the mall on a large scale and turn it into a comprehensive shopping mall, integrating shopping, entertainment, and catering. The third step was to create a new scenic spot and connect it with the park. Bai Ying thought about it for a long time and finally decided that Hualuo would be responsible for reaching a cooperation agreement with Mio, the company that created Genshin Impact, to turn this park into a theme park with Genshin Impact as the theme. Today is Wednesday, the first day of Bai Ying's promotion. He doesn't have to worry about the book. The more important thing at the moment is that, according to the plan, today is the first attempt to introduce Qianhu Park through live broadcast. Bai Ying made preparations early on this day. Boys either wear military uniforms to defend the border or wear women's clothes and cause trouble to all sides. Bai Ying is not a person who likes women's clothes. He just happens to have a pretty and cute face. He just happens to like girls. After finishing 2 chapters in the morning, it was already past 9 in the morning. It was just right to go out and live broadcast the beautiful scenery. Suddenly I remembered that I still had favorability points that had not been used up, and I could draw 15 more times. I wonder what good things I can get. Thinking of this, Bai Ying called out the system panel. He drew 15 times in a row. After thanking you for your patronage, the last shot finally got a purple quality item. This made Bai Ying so happy that he almost fainted. After so many thank yous for your patronage, it finally worked this time. Props, lens converter. Description: you can attach it to any lens to slightly change the appearance of the characters in the picture. This is too coincidental. He was worried that his identity would be exposed if he broadcast live. With this, not only can he broadcast live, but even Ganyu and Zhongli can take this thing to promote it. It's just too perfect. Looking at the cute and delicate pink magical girl costume, Bai Ying's mouth curled up slightly. This is not what I want to wear. This is just a mission, just for the mission to be completed smoothly. Just for the mission. While mumbling, Bai Ying put on this outfit. Bai Ying had worn the magic girl cosplay costume before, but it was the first time to wear such a shameful one. Miniskirts are fine, but what the hell are white stockings? Is this the outfit that Ganyu chose for the Emperor? Bai Ying stared at his slender and perfect legs and swallowed unconsciously. He adjusted his collar and stared at his current appearance in front of the mirror. Fair and almost sickly skin, golden and soft long hair, a few strands of hair draped in front of the body, all the way to the shoulders. At first glance, you may not be able to find the difference between Bai Ying and Ying in the original game. The only difference is that his skin is unhealthy pale. The cute face is much more beautiful than most girls without almost any makeup. Especially the pair of slender legs wrapped in white stockings, showing an attractive curve. Bai Ying admitted that he had a nosebleed because of his success. The last time he did this was the last time. He couldn't help but show a brilliant smile in front of the mirror. It was extremely cute but also revealed a silly temperament. Hey, you are conceited again! Bai Ying snorted without comment. What do you mean by conceited? I call it confidence. It's called knowing your strengths. I see, the strength is to dress up as a woman. The complaints from his mind made Bai Ying not know how to respond. He couldn't find a reason to refute this. At this time, Zhongli and Ganyu pushed the door open together. As early as yesterday, Bai Ying told the two of them to come. When Ganyu pushed the door open and walked in front, the whole person suddenly screamed, "Ah!" Behind him, Zhongli also noticed Bai Ying's appearance. He was stunned for a while. Immediately, the bottle of water that Bai Ying asked him to bring fell to the ground. There was a bang sound. Bai Ying's eyes instantly collided with Zhongli's. At that moment, white mist rose on Bai Ying's head. Is he shy? Maybe, until he knew that Zhongli's favorability had increased by 50 and reached 80. Bai Ying didn't know how to face Zhongli. With a red face, he stood in front of Zhongli under the ridicule of the system. He said, "I need your help." Zhongli scratched his head, a little puzzled. Bai Ying pointed to a Zhongshan suit thrown on the bed and said, "Put this on and go to a place with me later." Then he said to Ganyu beside him, "Ganyu, you should also change into something nice. We need to do something." A big appeared on Ganyu's head, and she said puzzledly, "No, don't I look good like this now?" Bai Ying glanced at her. The whole person was wrapped like a lamb. There was no black silk or white silk, dressing the same as winter in the middle of summer, especially that loose white pajamas. "Let's change into something else," said with a wry smile. Ganyu ran back to her room in frustration and changed into the clothes Bai Ying had bought for her. Ying's hobbies are really weird. I can't figure out her ideas. But, the buttons on the chest are so hard to button. After finally buttoning them, Ganyu blushed when she saw her extremely sexy outfit. The exposed skin on her thighs and her slender long legs made her feel uncomfortable all the time. Even though the fabric of this outfit is small, this so-called sailor suit cost a lot of Chinese currency. A few minutes later, the girl's outfit made Bai Ying's eyes pop out. Her nose was bleeding again. Ganyu rushed over quickly, hugged Bai Ying, and said worriedly, "Ying, what's wrong with you?" The deep line on the girl's chest was faintly visible, and her slightly trembling chest made Bai Ying feel unwell. The nosebleed could not be stopped. "Woo, that's enough! Lord Ganyu, you don't have to help me." Bai Ying added in his heart, "If you help me again, my nosebleed will all run out." The girl responded. She took a step back. Bai Ying finally recovered from the state of continuous nosebleed. "Ah, are you okay?" It's okay. You have so much nosebleed. Are you really okay?" Bai Ying smiled bitterly. He said, "It's okay. I'll be fine after a rest." After a while, Bai Ying jumped out of this special state. He paused, coughed lightly, and wiped his nosebleed with a tissue. He said, "Take a break. We'll have something to do later." Bai Ying's mysterious look made Ganyu curious. Bai Ying took out a transparent card from somewhere and covered the phone's lens with it. "This is perfect." "What is this?" Facing Ganyu's question, Bai Ying smiled mysteriously. She took out a photo of Ganyu with her phone. Looking at the strange yet familiar girl in the photo, Bai Ying smiled. "So far, the effect is pretty good. Qianhu Park is not big and has beautiful scenery. Walking into the park, it seems that the temperature has dropped by several degrees. By the lake, the wind blows to the shore from time to time. There is no one around. Qianhu Park on Wednesday. There are almost no people. Right on this shore, a cute boy wearing a magic girl costume took a selfie with his phone and the two people behind him. He opened the long-sealed B-Station live broadcast room. A long time ago, he was still a young boy in the live broadcast. Ahem, welcome to my live broadcast room. Welcome, everyone. Male. The live broadcast room had just been opened for a short time, and it was not very popular. Someone saw that Bai Ying looked cute, but spoke with a man's voice, and immediately couldn't help but send a barrage. Behind him, a group of no followed. The guy who sent the barrage hesitated for a long time and finally chose to share the live broadcast room to various group chats. I can't be the only one who was shocked. After sharing it, he regretted it again. Looking at the cute blonde girl on the screen, he felt that the more people saw it, the more he felt in his heart. The girl took him to live broadcast this place called Qianhu Park. Just looking at the scenery, it's really good. Just like these three. Eye-catching. This is Qianhu Park in NC City. Friends who are interested can come and play. This is Yingmei, one of the Q Point street writers. Welcome everyone to come to my house. My house is quite big, hey. Until the girl said this. The old man suddenly realized. He hadn't figured it out just now. But when he mentioned Yingmei, one of the failed writers on QCOM, he was so familiar with her. He had been chasing his eunuch book. He successfully persuaded him to quit. He couldn't help but start to criticize her at the beginning. I had heard of this guy's reputation a long time ago, and now I have witnessed it with my own eyes, and it is indeed well-deserved. I can only say that it is pretty. Didn't he just start a new book? Let me see. Wow, this is pretty good. He has changed, and his writing is not toxic anymore. Collect it and save it. Looking at the beautiful scenery on the screen, he suddenly had an urge to go over and take a look. The live broadcast time was very short. It was almost less than half an hour. There were not many people watching, and the number of viewers just broke through 3 digits. After so many years, it is still so difficult to broadcast live again. 3-digit viewers. At this rate, it will be so difficult to revitalize Qianhu Supermarket. Alas, helplessly turning off the live broadcast, Bai Ying was a little dejected. It was a waste of time to dress up. No one watched it at all. It was too hard. As a result, this live broadcast was a complete failure. Although I was prepared, it was still very uncomfortable. He thought of the 500 favorability points he got from Zhongli. Perhaps this was a good chance to turn the tables. Thinking of this, Bai Ying chose to use up the favorability points that had not yet warmed up. 500 favorability points. 5 single draws were drawn. Sure enough, 4 of them were thank you for your patronage. In the last draw, a golden item suddenly appeared. Bai Ying was delighted. Did his luck in winning the lottery run into trouble? The golden item disappeared into Bai Ying's body as soon as it appeared in his hand. He was using the lottery system secretly while Ganyu and Zhongli were away. At this moment, they had already returned home. However, he had not changed his outfit yet. He didn't want to take a selfie. The name of this item is called the Time Flow Rate Change Device. It can be adjusted to slow down to 1/3. In other words, with this device, he can make these 30 days the same as 90 days. In this way, there will be a lot more time. However, after using this time flow rate changing device once, it takes the same amount of time to recover when used again. And the range of action is only a circle with a radius of 200 meters. Well, as of now, this circle just covers the place where Bai Ying lives. That's enough. However, it's not here that the time flow rate is changed, but the supermarket over there. The supermarket needs to be transformed. 30 days may be too rushed, but 90 days is definitely no problem. Well, there is no need to rush the live broadcast, and the popularity will not increase in a short time. There is still a lot to do to achieve positive income for the mall. If possible, Bai Ying even wants to write about Qianhu Park in his book. This is possible. Why can't I write about Qianhu Park? The terrain is also used. After the subsequent outline was revised again, Bai Ying was satisfied. He changed into men's clothes, fiddled with the time velocity changing device, and placed the time velocity location on the supermarket next to Qianhu Park. Hualuo, can you suspend business for a while? In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Bai Ying asked Hualuo on WeChat. Yes. Your renovation plan can be put on the agenda, and you can call the construction team in now. Okay, but the funds? How much do you need? 400,000 or 500,000 at the beginning. I will find a way myself later. Bai Ying was silent for a while. 400,000 or 500,000, he really couldn't come up with so much now. In his mind, a figure emerged. After hesitating for a long time, he decided to call this person. Dad, can you lend me some money? Whoa, call me Dad when you need money. Are you an enemy at other times? How much? 500,000. Why do you need so much money? Are you not going to write your novel? Didn't you say you would write for the rest of your life? Dad, I owe someone a favor. You lend me this 500,000, and I will pay you back 5 million. Okay, or your original card, 500,000, will be transferred in a few days. You don't have to pay it back. Bai's father hung up the phone. Bai Ying's hanging heart was also put down. He immediately took out his mobile phone and sent a message to Hualuo. Hualuo, the 500,000 has been borrowed, and you can start work. Okay, JPG, everything is ready, and the rest is to wait for time to pass slowly. In 1 month, the Qianhu supermarket will be completely transformed. It sounds unimaginable, but Bai Ying is very confident. It's been a tiring day. Bai Ying is also a little tired. Inadvertently, when he passed by the door of Ganyu's room, he saw that Tang Kong was taking Ganyu to watch some unspeakable videos. Bai Ying's mouth twitched. I don't know what to say. Judging from the content of the picture, isn't this a pornographic animation? The recovery wizard's restarted life. Bai Ying was very excited when watching it. Would a beautiful girl watch this kind of thing? Bai Ying smiled bitterly and closed the door as gently as possible, trying to leave here without making any sound. The 2 people in the room noticed the movement at the door. Ganyu didn't react much, but Tang Kong's little face turned red all of a sudden. She could see clearly through the crack in the door. On the other side of the door, Bai Ying's cute face appeared in Tang Kong's field of vision. Tang Kong put away his phone calmly. He stretched out a hand, put it in front of his mouth, and coughed lightly. Slightly embarrassed, she said to the door, "Come in." Bai Ying was slightly stunned. Judging from Tang Kong's voice, this guy is in a very embarrassing situation now. Most likely he knows that he found out that she was watching this kind of animation. Should I play dumb? It's not okay not to play dumb. What if this guy gives me a dunk? It's embarrassing to be caught by someone like this. Thinking of this, Bai Ying made up her mind. Play dumb no matter what. I don't know anything. With a forced smile, Bai Ying scratched her cheek. Kong Kong and Gan. Wang Xiaomei, yo, good evening. Did you hear it? Bai Ying's mouth twitched, and she immediately pretended to be puzzled. And what did you hear? Tong Kong looked at Bai Ying carefully, the cold sweat on his face. His eyes were floating around from time to time. The two of them stared at each other, and the atmosphere fell into a strange silence. Suddenly, the mobile phone behind Tang Kong made a sound. Freya, do you choose this stick or my stick? Bai Ying couldn't help but reply, of course it's mine. Tong Kong was so angry that his eyebrows were raised, and Ganyu beside him was stunned. You still say you didn't hear it, you. The girl's voice was trembling. She secretly hated herself for accidentally pressing the play button. Bai Ying smiled awkwardly and spread her hands to explain. Kong Kong, listen to my explanation. There's nothing to explain. Bai Ying, you! Get out! Girl's face was red and hot, and she didn't know whether it was because of shyness or anger. Ganyu was so scared by her that she didn't dare to move. She smiled bitterly. Tong Kong, I have to go back. The anime you recommended seems a bit hard to describe. As soon as she said it, she regretted it a little. She saw the tense atmosphere of the two people looking at each other beside her. The voices were getting smaller and smaller. Tang Kong's favorability has dropped by 100, and the current favorability is 150. 1,000 favorability points have been deducted, and the current favorability points are negative 1,000. Negative 1,000? The voice that sounded in Bai Ying's ears made her mouth twitch. In just a moment, 1,000 favorability points were lost. These 10,000 Chinese yuan are gone just like that? Oh my God! At this moment, the girl sitting on the bed suddenly burst into a huge roar. All give me out! The girl shouted suddenly. Bai Ying stood there at a loss and then was pulled out by Ganyu. The moment the door was closed, Bai Ying's tense heart was suddenly relieved. He turned his head and looked at the lovely Ganyu beside him. Seeing her ruddy face, he asked awkwardly, Did you watch it? What do you think? Ganyu touched his head in confusion and said, She just said that someone recommended this show to me. She asked me to watch it together. It seems, how should I put it? I feel it's not suitable for girls to watch. Bai Ying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This is not just a question of whether it is suitable for girls to watch. This is simply, oh, how should I put it? Those who understand will understand. Ganyu looked at Bai Ying's face and blushed a little. She remembered the scenes she had seen before. It was as if she had seen them vividly. Under Bai Ying's surprised eyes, the girl covered her face and ran away. At this moment, Bai Ying's heart was like 1,000 horses trampling over it. I don't know how to describe this feeling. With a heavy heart, Bai Ying posted a leave notice on the writer's backstage. He was in no mood to write. He needed a day off. The cold wind outside the window was howling, just like his heart was collapsing. 10,000 Chinese currency, gone just like that. Alas, before Bai Ying could express any sad words, that voice rang in his ears again. Tong Kong's favorability increased by 100 points, and the current favorability is 250. Favorability points increased by 1,000 points, and the current favorability is 0. Great, back again, Tang Kong. Really a genius of self-attack. It hasn't been long, and the lost favorability points have come back. Ganyu's favorability didn't rise or fall, and it hasn't moved for so long. Should I find a way to increase Ganyu's favorability points? Speaking of which, since Ganyu got a mobile phone, he has mastered the information of this world very quickly. It won't be long before he will live normally in the Chinese territory like a normal person. Bai Ying felt that his efforts were not in vain. He successfully made Ganyu adapt to the life in this world. Although most of it was Tong Kong's credit, there was no speech for the whole night. Hua Luo's operation went smoothly, and the business there was officially closed for rectification the next day. No one knows that in this big supermarket, the speed of time flows very differently from other places. Under Bai Ying's instructions, construction workers who enter inside are not allowed to leave without permission. Speaking of which, since it is difficult to live broadcast here, why not make a video? Thinking of this, Bai Ying came up with an idea. He called Ganyu. Prepare to shoot a home dance video with him. Choose that place as the background of the home dance. Pick a good and quiet area. Fortunately, Qianhu Park is not short of such a place. Under the shade of willows, the sun is in the sky. The bright sunlight sprinkles on the ground like raindrops. It is already 1 or 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There are few people. There are almost no passers-by, which makes Bai Ying let go of his shame. He hasn't worn this Yingmei cosplay costume for a long time. Looking at Ganyu herself wearing Ganyu cosplay costume, Bai Ying couldn't help but smile bitterly. If it weren't for this conversion device, some people might really think that Ganyu had broken through the dimensional wall and came to the real world. Although this is the fact. Bai Ying did the house dance a long time ago when he dreamed of becoming an up master. After so many years, he is a little unfamiliar. In fact, Ganyu doesn't have much resistance to the house dance. After just learning for a while, he successfully mastered this set of house dance moves. Looking at the video recorded in the mobile phone, Bai Ying's mouth corners slightly raised and he couldn't help but reveal a confident smile. Because of the props, the portrait in the picture is slightly different from the two of them, although it still looks very similar to the character in the game. After doing all this, Bai Ying took Ganyu back home. When the two just opened the door, they happened to bump into Zhongli. Zhongli saw Bai Ying's appearance. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. In his memory, this was the first time that the traveler wore this outfit in this world. This made him feel particularly familiar. He felt that the person in front of him was the traveler who had saved Liyue. Zhongli's favorability increased by 10, and the current favorability is 70. Favorability points increased by 100, and the current favorability points are 100. The voice that emerged in his mind shocked Bai Ying for a moment. Just by wearing this cosplay costume of Ying, the favorability of Lord Zhongli, the legendary Rock King Emperor, increased? Unbelievable. Seeing the Emperor gradually showing an interested expression, Bai Ying trembled. He said awkwardly, "Well, I'll slip away if there's nothing else." "Traveler, you haven't told me one thing yet. What is it? When can we return to Liyue?" Bai Ying was silent for a while. How could he know about this kind of thing? Seeing Bai Ying's embarrassment, Zhongli pondered for a moment. "Okay, it seems that I can't find a way to go back for the time being." Bai Ying scratched her head, not knowing how to respond to him. "You also said that it's only temporary. Maybe I can find a way to go back in the future." Zhongli couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Okay, trigger the task. Take Zhongli on a date as Ying's sister. A reward of 1,000 favorability points for successful mission. A penalty for failed mission, turn into a cat girl for 1 month." This abrupt voice almost made Bai Ying faint. This system must have a serious problem. Turned into a cat girl again. And dated Zhongli. I'm a man dating a man? Ah! Ganyu saw Bai Ying's face changing constantly beside him. He couldn't help but show a puzzled expression. Asked, "What happened? What's wrong with you?" Hearing Ganyu's voice, Bai Ying trembled. He laughed awkwardly and waved his hands quickly. No, nothing. 1,000 favorability points. Alas, there is no way." The three of them returned to their respective rooms with their own emotions. In his room, Bai Ying thought about this question. Between becoming a cat girl and 1,000 favorability points, which one should he choose? Anyway, both are losing their moral integrity. At least Zhongli can't find out his true gender when dating. Or it can be said that there is a system barrier, and it is almost impossible to see his true gender. Bai Ying carefully considered it. Finally, he found a more pure long skirt in the closet. This dress was originally prepared for Ganyu, but Ganyu's chest was too big to wear it, so it was left to him. Unexpectedly, the first owner who wore it was actually a boy. Looking at the cute boy sister in the mirror, Bai Ying's heart involuntarily took a breath of cold air. Under the small and cute nose, a pair of cherry lips opened slightly. The slightly sickly white skin did not reduce the charm of the person in the mirror, but added a lot. Soft blonde hair, softly draped on the chest. This pure dress made Bai Ying's whole temperament more elegant. How nice it would be if I were a girl. Bai Ying had thought about this more than once. After all, the temptation of these 1,000 favorability points was still great. Looking at the fair-skinned and extremely cute boy in the mirror, Bai Ying couldn't help but make a yeah gesture to the mirror. This simple action made Bai Ying himself look cute. Wow, it's pretty cute, Bai Ying couldn't help but whisper. No matter how many times he looked at his face, he had the urge to pinch it. After changing clothes, Bai Ying was troubled about how to invite Zhongli on a date. To be honest, although Zhongli was her favorite character, but in the real world he was still a boy after all. Wrong. Zhongli's gender can change, provided that he trusts you enough. This voice suddenly came out, and Bai Ying's mind suddenly became excited. Zhongli, he can become a cute girl, or a macho man. In this case, it's okay for me to call him my wife, right? Thinking of this, the only obstacle in Bai Ying's heart also collapsed. Bai Ying can be said to be looking forward to this date. As the person being invited, Zhongli didn't know anything about this. When Bai Ying sneaked into his room, Zhongli found out. The strange traveler in his eyes stood in front of him, leisurely in a cute and pure white dress. Zhongli, do you want to go out and play? The girl made a sweet voice. Zhongli's heart skipped a beat, as if he had missed a beat. What is this guy playing? Zhongli was stunned for a while, and then replied, want to go out and play a little bit. But traveler, why are you dressed like this? Bai Ying's eyes twitched, and he laughed awkwardly. Eyes turned away. It's nothing, you see. You've been here for almost a week, but you're still not familiar with many things. I want to take you out to get familiar with the environment. What do you think? But, no buts. Are you going? Yes. Hearing Zhongli's response, Bai Ying clapped his hands and then spread them aside. Isn't that enough? Bai Ying looked at the handsome Zhongli, silently thinking that she just treated him as a brother. Gritting her teeth under the latter's surprised eyes, she took his hand and quietly went out. In order to avoid the sight of other people in the apartment, Bai Ying kept scouting and avoiding sight like a guerrilla war. She avoided Tang Kong, who went up the stairs to get something, and Ganyu, who looked sleepy as if she had just woken up. After the intense scouting phase, they finally sneaked out. After leaving the door, Bai Ying repeatedly observed and confirmed that no one else in the apartment noticed the two of them going out before she dared to leave with confidence. It was the first time Zhongli took a bus since he came to this world. He wanted to shout in surprise, but stopped in time after seeing Bai Ying's eyes. Bai Ying didn't want to be stared at as a strange person. Zhongli's reaction was just like a child from the countryside who had never seen the world and came to the city for the first time. If it wasn't for the mission, Bai Ying would never want to take him out. There were not many people on the bus, and the number of people getting on and off could be counted on one hand. But almost everyone noticed the couple of Bai Ying and Zhongli. Some people even exclaimed, "Wow, this cosplay is so soulful. This face is almost the same as Yingmei. It would be better if the hair was longer." Bai Ying's face darkened. He secretly hated himself for not wearing a mask. To be honest, Bai Ying was still not used to being stared at with such LSPS eyes. Although he was a cross-dressing guy, he almost always cosplayed by himself and took a photo. If he really had to go out in women's clothes and be stared at, he would really be shy. Along the way, the journey was not long, but it made Bai Ying feel very uncomfortable. The destination was the largest amusement park in NC City. It is also the most popular entertainment facility for couples in NC City. After getting off the car, the two stood in front of the popular facility mentioned by Baidu for a long time. In the distance, it was written in large letters, "Temporarily closed today, please come back another day." Zhongli glanced at the red sign, touched his chin, and said, "It seems to say that it is temporarily closed today, so let's come back later. Is that right?" Bai Ying rolled his eyes at Zhongli, who was looking puzzled, and said, "Yes, so it's really unlucky." Bai Ying hadn't made plans for the future yet. He had planned to play here and see if he could complete this task. Unexpectedly, he got off to a bad start. It was just the beginning, and there was no more. From the corner of his eye, he saw a game hall not far away. He was immediately interested. It was just right. He was too lazy to look for it, so he went over there. Bai Ying smiled and took Zhongli to this exquisitely decorated game hall. Maybe because the amusement park over there was closed, the number of people here was simply too large. There were noisy roars everywhere. There were also couples walking around. Looking at the crowded store, Bai Ying's mouth twitched. Sure enough, he was not the only one who came here with this idea. He sighed secretly. It's okay if there are many people. I'm too lazy to run. Oh, it's really troublesome. Next time I must do a good investigation before going out. Oh, is there a next time? Bai Ying, who was in a state of confusion, was suddenly grabbed by the salesperson at the bar where he exchanged game coins. He said excitedly, "Wow, you are almost exactly the same as Yingmei in the original God. Please take a photo with me." His voice was not loud, and in this noisy environment, it was like a stone sinking into the sea. However, Bai Ying himself heard it clearly. "Photo? What photo? I'm just here to play, can I refuse?" As soon as he said it, Bai Ying regretted it. Now that he was dressed like this, the voice he spoke was a clear male voice. Sure enough, when the salesperson heard this voice, his face changed, gradually turned crimson-purple, and his face was full of embarrassment. He never thought that the girl who was so cute, so excellent, and even looked like the character in his favorite game was actually a cross-dresser. For a moment, he even felt that if he married this child, he would die without regrets. Now, all these were shattered like bubbles. Do you want to take a photo again?" Bai Ying asked tentatively. No, this is the game currency you exchanged. I wish you have fun." The young man quickly glanced at the tall young man next to Bai Ying. He was afraid that the two would stay in front of him for too long. Seeing the backs of the two leaving, the young man suddenly regretted it again. "Why should I stick to gender? Can't we take a photo with the other party if he is a boy?" Unfortunately, when he wanted to catch up, the two had disappeared in the vast crowd. Passing through the long and crowded path emitting blue light, there are rows of game equipment inside. The next one is the classic King of Fighters battle. Bai Ying found an empty seat and sat down, pointing to the empty seat opposite and said, "You sit over there." Hearing this, Zhongli sat down opposite Bai Ying. Looking at the flickering screen in front of him, Zhongli scratched his head, not understanding what this thing was, for a while. The square screen had strange-shaped buttons underneath. Zhongli's puzzled look gave Bai Ying a headache. Although this game was simple, for someone like Zhongli who didn't even know what a game console was, asking him to play with him was like playing the lute to a cow. Thinking of this, Bai Ying couldn't help but come to Zhongli's side, and suddenly stretched out his hands and held Zhongli's hands. He asked his hands to follow his hands to operate the joystick and buttons on it. This is a game console, a facility for entertainment. These are props for controlling the characters. The thing on the left, called a joystick, can control the direction of the character, and the buttons on the right represent different actions of the character. There is a reason why King of Fighters has remained popular for so many years. Here, there is a combo table. Isn't this a bit similar to the original God character that Ganyu taught me to operate? Bai Ying smiled and said there are some similarities, but there are more differences. Zhongli nodded in sudden realization. However, the expected increase in favorability did not happen. Favorability still unchanged. This made Bai Ying speechless. Logically speaking, if I teach him this and that, I should at least increase it a little, right? Until I played with Zhongli for an hour or two and spent all the coins I exchanged, the favorability still did not increase. In desperation, Bai Ying took Zhongli out of the game hall and searched for other places that might increase favorability, passing through countless crowded people. This is the center of the city, a very prosperous area. The two of them were walking aimlessly on the street. Bai Ying glanced at his phone. It was about 11 o'clock in the morning. He turned to Zhongli and said, "Are you hungry?" Zhongli shook his head and replied, "I'm not hungry, but your stomach is growling with hunger. Are you really hungry?" Bai Ying was wondering, and suddenly noticed that his stomach was growling with hunger, just as Zhongli said. Bai Ying blushed, put one hand in front of his mouth, coughed lightly, and said, "Cough, cough, since everyone is hungry, let's find a place to eat." It seems that I'm not very hungry. It's time for dinner. You have to eat even if you don't want to." Bai Ying's reaction made Zhongli laugh. Just when Bai Ying was puzzled as to why Zhongli suddenly laughed. In his mind, a voice made Bai Ying excited. Zhongli's favorability increased by 20, current favorability is 90, favorability points increased by 200, current favorability points 200. This Lord Zhongli is really unpredictable. When I thought the favorability was going to increase, it didn't increase. And when I didn't pay attention, it suddenly increased again. This is really... I don't know what to say. Coincidentally, across a red light intersection, there is a Chinese-style restaurant that looks very good. The most important thing is that there are not many people in it. Bai Ying was worried about not being able to find a quiet place to eat. When he saw this restaurant, he didn't hesitate at all. This one looks good. This is it. This looks very much like the decoration style of Liwei. The two entered the interior of the restaurant. This room is more quiet than Bai Ying imagined. The tables are neatly arranged and orderly. After finding a seat and sitting down, the waiter came over with a thick book and a menu. "What would you like to order?" The girl who came towards them asked the two people sitting in the seats with a brisk voice. She took a quick look at the two people sitting at the table. They were a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The handsome man looked so handsome that he seemed unreal. But he looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Bai Ying glanced at the waiter. She wanted to say something, but stopped. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Bai Ying took the menu that the girl had placed on the table, made a line on it, and handed it to the girl. "That's all?" Bai Ying nodded, but still didn't make a sound. This made the girl feel pity. She subconsciously thought that this child who looked so cute was a mute. "Okay, I understand." Because of this, the girl even paid for Bai Ying's meal out of her own pocket. Of course, Bai Ying herself didn't know. After a while, the food was served. One of the dishes looked very much like the almond tofu, a specialty of Liwei. Zhongli couldn't help but pick up the chopsticks and put a piece of tofu into his mouth. It melted in his mouth. The sweet taste spread in his mouth. In a trance, Zhongli felt that this dish seemed to have jumped out of Liwei. He glanced at Bai Ying, who was immersed in eating, and his heart could not help but warm up. At the same time, Bai Ying's ears, the familiar voice sounded again. Zhongli's favorability increased by 20. The current favorability is 110. The favorability points increased by 200. The current favorability points are 400. Bai Ying, who was immersed in eating, stopped suddenly. He looked up in surprise and looked at Zhongli, who was sitting opposite him. Zhongli's face showed a similar expression of nostalgia. It was as if he was reminiscing about something. The increase in favorability is still so unpredictable. There is no pattern at all. In just this morning, he earned 400 favorability points. Isn't this better than writing a book? This is a bit like Liwei's almond tofu, and this plate, the taste is so familiar. Zhongli seemed to sigh and said, "Hey, I left Liwei for such a short time, and I actually have the urge to go back." According to the words of Blue Star, this is called homesickness. Bai Ying was stunned for a while. Looking at the other party's sincere expression, suddenly he wanted to say something but stopped. The time spent enjoying the food was short, but also profound. When it was time to pay the bill, Bai Ying suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry, there will always be a way to go back." The clear and bright voice of the young man made the waitress who was handling the dishes not far away stunned for a while. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, she couldn't help but whispered, "She is not a girl? Not dumb?" The girl in charge of the cashier was also very embarrassed. She felt that she might never believe what she saw in her life. Sometimes what you see with your own eyes can also be biased. Where should I go next? I'm full and satisfied, but I don't know where to go next. If simply dating Zhongli can increase the favorability, then it wouldn't be like now, where there is no favorability increase for a long time, and it suddenly increases for me and I'm confused. In summary, the way to increase favorability with Ganyu is not quite the same as Zhongli. Zhongli's favorability increase is simply inexplicable and confusing, walking on the busy streets with crowds of people. Bai Ying lowered his head, thinking about something. This is the city center of NC, bustling and prosperous, with heavy traffic. If you are not careful, you may bump into the passers-by walking towards you. Not far away, there is a crossroads. The traffic lights are flashing continuously. Bai Ying saw the green light turn red and couldn't help but smile bitterly. What a coincidence, he came at the right time. The red light just came on. Bai Ying knew what the flashing red light meant, but Zhongli didn't know. He didn't stand up like Bai Ying, but walked straight ahead. Walking with him, there was also a little girl of 12 or 13 years old. She looked to the side cautiously. A roar made Bai Ying's face turn pale. Not far away, in the middle of the road, a truck was rushing over at a very fast speed. At this distance, it is impossible to stop the car. Even if the car is stopped, the truck driver knows that such emergency braking may cause the car to lose control and hit the cars in other lanes. If a major car accident occurs, it will be much more tragic than the little girl who ran a red light. After a brief struggle, the truck driver finally looked ashen. Just when he thought his car was about to hit the little girl, a beautiful white figure flashed in front of him. That figure carried the little girl's body, who was so frightened that she couldn't move, to the side. Just like this, they passed by each other in a thrilling way. Bai Ying put down the little girl in his arms, his face full of cold sweat. If he was a little slower, he and the little girl would be crushed into a pancake by the truck. Not long after, a woman holding a child bowed deeply in front of Bai Ying with great gratitude. "Thank you, thank you. Thank you so much, benefactor. Without you, my child would have died, tragically under the truck." Bai Ying scratched the back of his head, helped the woman up, and laughed awkwardly. No, this is really embarrassing. It's just a piece of cake. Just a piece of cake. How can this be called a piece of cake? Benefactor, you risked your own life to pull my daughter back from the brink of death. Bai Ying was about to say something. In his mind, the system prompt appeared again. Zhongli's favorability increased by 40, the current favorability is 150, the favorability points increased by 400, and the current favorability points are 800. Before Bai Ying showed a surprised expression, Zhongli walked closer. He patted Bai Ying's shoulder gently. He said with praise, "Well done, traveler, you are really a loving person." Why does this sentence sound so much like you are a good person? Bai Ying's mouth twitched. Benefactor, we will never forget your kindness to us. Please leave your contact information so that I can repay you. Bai Ying smiled bitterly, watching more and more eyes looking at this side. He couldn't stay any longer. Some people even exclaimed in surprise, "She looks like Ying in the original God." If he stayed any longer, he might be surrounded by these guys. Thinking of this, Bai Ying quickly fled from here with Zhongli standing aside. It was not until the crossroads in his sight became smaller and smaller until it disappeared. Bai Ying stopped his steps. "Traveler, go back!" Zhongli said suddenly. "Why? Don't you want to play again?" "Too much trouble. I'm not very familiar with this world. This will only bring a lot of trouble to the traveler. It's better to stay at home and help the traveler with things." Bai Ying was slightly stunned. The explanation of the completion of the task did not come. Zhongli said this again, and it was not easy for him to take him out to hang out. Then, is this considered a mission failure? But there was no prompt for mission failure. Bai Ying smiled bitterly. While paying attention to whether she had grown any strange things, she took Zhongli on the way home. Just like when they went back, they endured the glances of others in the car. Zhongli was fine. He closed his eyes and rested. But Bai Ying couldn't stand it. Even if she was thick-skinned, she couldn't ignore these lustful looks. He only had an impulse to regret coming out in women's clothes. That's fine. The key is that the mission has not been completed. Although I don't know why there is no prompt. But now I am sure that the mission has failed. I'm just waiting for cat ears and cat tails to grow out. Maybe the system is kind enough to let me go back and change, so that I won't be stared at by everyone all the time. When I got home, Bai Ying was very careful, wanting to get home without disturbing anyone like when I came. The door was half open. Bai Ying signaled Zhongli to keep quiet. She quietly observed the situation inside carefully at the door. It seemed that no one was inside. There was no sound either. It should be safe. After Bai Ying confirmed through the crack in the door that there was no one, he finally felt relieved. He quietly came into the house. At this moment, although it was sunny outside and it was noon, it was dark inside. It was difficult to see clearly inside without turning on the lights. But this is also good, just suitable for sneaking back. Thinking like this, Bai Ying walked up the stairs furtively, observing the surroundings carefully, just like when he went out. Zhongli walked in swaggeringly. following closely behind Bai Ying. Just when Bai Ying was proud that he had avoided many sights and sneaked out, the lights suddenly came on. At the end of the stairs, a petite cute girl was with her hands on her hips, looking at him with interest. "When did you go out?" Looking at Hualuo with a playful look on his face, Bai Ying's mouth twitched. "Ah! Wasn't the weather good in the morning? I wanted to go out and have some fun." "And then you dressed like this and went out with your classmates?" Bai Ying's mouth twitched. If it weren't for this damned mission, who would sell out their moral integrity and go out in women's clothes? This is all the system's fault. Are you serious? The voice that suddenly popped up in her mind made Bai Ying shudder. She laughed awkwardly. No. I was wrong. Don't mind it." Seeing Bai Ying suddenly say this, Hualuo took a deep breath and then sighed. "Alas, I really can't do anything about you. You should tell me next time you go out. Otherwise, it won't be good to make everyone worry all the time." "Ah, I'm sorry. Forget it. I forgive you. Later, you can explain to me why you went out with Zhongli wearing women's clothes." Hualuo left, leaving Bai Ying with an embarrassed smile on her face on the stairs. It's all the system's fault. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have such trouble. Alas, things are already like this. Alas, the mission was not completed and I experienced so many socially dead scenes, and I was finally discovered. Judging from the situation, it is only a matter of time before I fail the mission and receive punishment. "Traveler, what's wrong with you?" Zhongli suddenly asked. Nothing. Bai Ying waved her hands desperately. Bai Ying's reaction made Zhongli look suspicious. Should I try to confess? Bai Ying suddenly had such an idea. Since the mission was neither completed nor failed, it is very likely that it is in progress. Moreover, Zhongli can change his gender at any time. His voice has also been changed by the system. It is not strange to confess. Maybe this mission will be completed. Thinking of this, Bai Ying coughed lightly. His eyes closed slightly. He glanced at Zhongli, who looked serious. After brewing his feelings for a while, he said affectionately, "Zhongli, I have something to tell you." Zhongli was slightly startled and looked confused. Bai Ying continued, "I like you." This voice made Zhongli tremble all over. He smiled bitterly. "I'm sorry, traveler, I have always regarded you as my travel companion and the closest sister around me. You are a good person." Bai Ying almost vomited blood because of him. Classic nice guy card. Unexpectedly, the first time I confessed my love, the object was actually a boy, and I failed and was given a nice guy card. Bai Ying didn't know how to describe his current mood. If possible, he really wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. It's so embarrassing. Fortunately, Zhongli can turn into a sweet and soft girl. Friendly reminder, Zhongli can't change his own form after losing the elemental power in this world. The person you confess to is a thorough, handsome young man. Then why did you trick me into doing this task? Bai Ying cursed, the dog system in his heart speechlessly. Just when Bai Ying was extremely disappointed and was about to accept the prompt that the task failed. In his mind, that voice was full of teasing charm. Zhongli's favorability increased by 60, and the current favorability is 210. Favorability points increased by 600, and the current favorability points are 1400. Mission completed. Reward 1000 favorability points, and the current favorability points are 2400. Mission completed? Bai Ying's mouth twitched. It turns out that being given a nice guy card is not a sign of failure. Looking at Zhongli's back as he walked slowly into his room, Bai Ying had no other thoughts except a bitter smile. By the way, let me ask you, what is the upper limit of favorability? What can I do when my favorability is high? Bai Ying suddenly said to the faction system that resides in her body. To be honest, Zhongli's favorability is not low, but there is no reward except for the favorability points. I thought it would be like in the game, where the favorability goes up and there are some rewards. Limit of favorability? How would I know? I don't know what it can do. Its answer made Bai Ying's face turn black and he almost fainted. I was so angry at the dog system, JPG. Well, with these 1,100 favorability points, I can draw a 10 draw. I shouldn't be so unlucky. Bai Ying was in his room. After confirming that there was no one around, he called out the panel and clicked on the 10 draw. Thank you for your patronage 10. Bai Ying fell into deep thought. In a sense, he might be born to be a European emperor, until Bai Ying used up all the remaining favorability points. Only then did a disposable item that looked very useful come out. The perception potion can hear the voices of people nearby for 5 hours. This thing is much better than that good luck thing. After I ate that thing, there was no more, nothing happened, and I was still unlucky when drawing cards. I had a hammer of good luck. It's a pity that I believed in its evil and went to draw cards. After putting away the favorability panel, Bai Ying took a deep breath. This little prop might help me improve Ganyu's favorability. Ganyu's current favorability is 40. It has been a long time since I moved it. Do you want to try to capture Ganyu like playing a gal game? Ganyu is a girl, so there is no psychological pressure to capture her. Besides, from a general rational point of view, Ganyu is a great beauty. In the real world, she is even more charming, although I already have a nominal girlfriend, Tong Kong. But this favorability system makes me like this. I just want to give all the characters I like a home. Bai Ying tried to convince herself in her heart. I have watched a TV series before. The protagonist of this TV series was beheaded by his lover because he opened a harem. In a sense, I am moving in this direction intentionally or unintentionally. So what are you still thinking about? Ganyu's favorability is not improving. What are you doing? Someone complained in my mind. Well, I was just forced. Bai Ying smiled. I don't know when a brand new laptop appeared in the room. This should be what Hua Luo bought for me. I have to give the money back later. I can't take it for nothing. The desktop computer next to me has what I want. Bai Ying turned on the computer and found a familiar folder. Inside, there are things that have been dusty for a long time. Some of them have been opened countless times. In the folder, there are many beautiful girl games from Japan, which are often called gal games. Bai Ying thinks that the method to increase Ganyu's favorability may be the same as in this game. Why not find inspiration in the universal beautiful girl game and seduce girls? I bought a new beautiful girl game last week but didn't play it. Now is the perfect time. Opening the game, Bai Ying concentrated on it. Gradually, it got dark. I don't know when, there was a person beside her. A shadow scared Bai Ying, who was playing. He turned his head subconsciously and saw Ganyu's serious face. The corners of his mouth twitched for a moment. Why is this guy here? Doesn't he walk without making any sound? It was exactly the same as the high school teacher back then. Damn, this picture. Bai Ying glanced at the sexy figure of the girl on the computer screen, wearing thin clothes. It was a picture of a beautiful girl. Bai Ying subconsciously wanted to turn it off, but she heard Ganyu stop her softly. Wait, don't turn it off yet. What kind of game is this? It looks very interesting. My goodness, this is not for children, Ganyu. Why did you come in without making any noise? I was scared to death. Ganyu was stunned for a while and said, Do you mean I am a child? She scratched her head, and her hair fluttered in the air like petals. Suddenly, her little face flushed with anger. She shouted, I'm not a child. Ganyu's favorability is reduced by 10. Ganyu's current favorability is 30. 100 favorability points are deducted, and the current favorability points are minus 100. Bai Ying silently looked at Ganyu's flushed face. He didn't pay attention to the voice in his head. If there is any difference between Ganyu at this moment and usual, it is that at this moment, Bai Ying just wants to rush up, kneel down and say, Let me be your dog. Although it is usually like this, that cute little face is puffed up. With her pair of black little horns, Bai Ying was stunned for a while, until the girl waved her hand in front of her eyes. Hey! Wake up! Ying! It's time to talk about business. Tong Kong is looking for you. You've been missing for a long time. Bai Ying woke up from her trance. Ganyu's cute little face, flushed, also returned to normal. It's a pity that I didn't take a picture. Otherwise, I could post it in the group to show off. I know, I'll be there right away. Don't turn it off, let me play. Ganyu's words stunned Bai Ying. He saw the emotion of expectation in the girl's eyes. Just a glance, Bai Ying was defeated. He laughed awkwardly and gave his position to Ganyu. Because of this subtle action, the favorability rose again. From 30, it rose to 50. You play first, I'll be back soon. Okay, you go. Ganyu waved her little hand. Seeing this, Bai Ying took 2 steps at a time and walked to the door of Tong Kong's room and knocked on the door. Are you there? Tang Kong's beautiful voice came from the other side of the door. Yes, I just need to talk to you about something. Come in. Just when he was about to go in, Bai Ying was shocked to find that the door opened by itself. Tang Kong was standing by the door in simple pajamas. Through the thin gauze, Bai Ying could see a faint cleavage on the girl's chest. You're breaking the law, you know that, the girl said, unhappily holding her hands to her chest. Just now, when she opened the door, this guy stared at her with this look. It's really hateful. Bai Ying laughed awkwardly, touched his nose, and asked, what do you want to talk to me about? The girl took the phone in her hand and carefully searched for something. Then, under Bai Ying's surprised eyes, she threw what she found to Bai Ying. Look, you're famous. More than 1.3 million views. Bai Ying took the phone handed over by Tang Kong and saw the familiar video and the million views below. Slightly startled. What does 1.3 million views in 2 days mean? Except for the particularly awesome Upmaster. That is, the person who has a Pi transaction with the official B station. Bai Ying almost thought that this was a bug until he took out his phone and saw the soaring hundreds of thousands of fans and countless private messages on the B station client. Bai Ying realized that he really became famous. Could this be the legendary dog shit luck? Maybe it's just a masterpiece of good luck or something. Bai Ying swallowed his saliva. Heh, he giggled. Heh, I'm just lucky. Haha, such a bad video has so many people watching it. I can only say that I'm lucky. You're still on the hot search now. Bai Ying heard it and flipped to the homepage. It's true. Genshin Impact character breaks through the dimensional wall. This place is a little different. The hot search title is this. The first video at the bottom of page 2/3 and page 3/3 is his own. More than 1.3 million views. The comment with the most likes almost made Bai Ying's eyes go black. Like me up, I want to be Yingmei's dog in the video. Oh no, what if I have ideas about myself? Bai Ying was speechless. So you guys ignore the cute Ganyu next to you and treat her as my dog. If I tell you that Ying in this video is a macho man in the real world. He can already imagine it. The scene of something shattered in the hearts of countless people. Well, it's really popular. By the way, Kong, have you filled in your application? I have. It's not far from here. I will definitely be admitted with this score. Bai Ying touched his head speechlessly. My goodness, the nearest university in NC City is NC University. Going to NC University with this score? Are you kidding? There are so many top universities in China that you can go to. He had heard someone call Tang Kong to ask for admission before, and the other party was Tsinghua University, which is one of the best universities in China. How many people envy it but can't go there? Tang Kong directly refused at that time. Are you serious? With your score, you can't get it here? No way. I agreed with my dad that we won't go anywhere, just here. I don't have to live in the school. It's so close that I can get there by bike. It's only 2 or 3 kilometers. You're confused. Hey, the application form has been filled out and cannot be changed. Omitted. Hey, forget it. I can't persuade you. Kong, I respect your choice. Heh, this is the school I like. Speechless, she didn't know what to say to Tang Kong. I have filled in all the application forms. Let everything go with the flow. After a few simple greetings, Bai Ying returned to her room. At this moment, Ganyu was still concentrating on playing the game. The most important thing is that in just 20 to 30 minutes, Ganyu actually helped Bai Ying advance a lot. One of the heroines in the game has developed a crush on the hero. Bai Ying stood quietly behind Ganyu, observing the girl's operation. Ganyu stopped, she looked up, looked at Bai Ying behind her and said, I think I know how to play this game. By the way, you have a lot of such games in your favorites. Share them with me. Tang Kong taught me to register a QQ account a few days ago. You add me. Ganyu took out her mobile phone and winked at Bai Ying. Bai Ying had to smile bitterly. Add her. Her avatar is a cute Ganyu avatar. As soon as she added, she sent an emoticon pack of the original god Ganyu. Looking forward to it, JPG. Do you really want it? Bai Ying said with a bitter smile. There are not only beautiful girl games in this folder, but also a lot of learning materials. This folder is not often opened. What if I accidentally send the learning materials to it? Of course, I also have a computer. You send it to me and I will play it myself. No, I mean it's not easy to send. Is there something shameful in it? She was right. There was indeed something shameful. Bai Ying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Then, under his shocked gaze, Ganyu selected this folder, logged into her QQ on the computer, and forwarded it to him. Okay, that's it. Hey, Ying, why do you look so bad? Are you okay? Ganyu shook Bai Ying's shoulders. She was very strong, and Bai Ying felt that the world was spinning in front of her eyes. It's over. Everything is over. Bai Ying can only pray now, pray that there is nothing excessive in the folder. After forwarding these, Ganyu left with satisfaction. On the screen, in the folder, countless files with unfamiliar words that had never been opened were lying quietly in it. Unfortunately, these files were forwarded to Ganyu's computer. Fortunately, these files were all normal Gal games. Fortunately, Lord Ganyu did not switch to another folder, otherwise it would be difficult to explain. Bai Ying is still a little scared. The next morning, Ganyu greeted Bai Ying with dark circles under his eyes. Good morning. Ha! With a heavy yawn, Ganyu waved his hand and greeted Bai Ying, who was going to wash up in the corridor. Bai Ying saw the fatigue and sleepiness in the girl's eyes. The panda-like dark circles showed that she had stayed up late last night. What's wrong with you? You didn't stay up late playing games last night? The girl yawned again. She said in a muffled voice, I stayed up late last night playing that beautiful girl game. I played all the endings. The heroine disappeared in the end. Bai Ying's mouth twitched. For some reason, when he heard the word disappeared, he felt unwell. Just like Ganyu, Zhongli and others appeared out of thin air, it is also possible that they suddenly disappeared. He had only been with Ganyu for more than half a month. However, Ganyu left a deep impression in his heart. What's wrong with you? Why are you suddenly stunned? Hearing Ganyu's question, Bai Ying was startled and immediately waved his hands and replied, Nothing, nothing. I'm going to wash up. Bye. Bye. Looking at the girl yawning from time to time behind him, Bai Ying felt relieved. In the bathroom, Bai Ying's hand had a piece of strange-shaped potion in it. This was the prop he had drawn before. He could hear the true thoughts of people nearby. This prop might help him quickly improve Ganyu's favorability. Knowing what she was thinking, if he did it, wouldn't his favorability increase? Bai Ying smiled. The thought in his mind almost made him cry out in excitement. He drank the potion in one gulp. There was no special taste. This thing was just like boiled water. A stream of heat flowed into his mouth. This heat flow spread from his mouth to every corner of his body. The warm feeling spread throughout his body. From then on, Bai Ying's mind had some other things. There was Tong Kong's voice. There was Hua Luo's voice. There was Ganyu's voice. Occasionally, there were a few words from Zhongli. In general, the range should be this apartment. He could not only hear the voices of everyone within this range, but also selectively ignore someone's voice. For example, Hua Luo was thinking about the mall, and Bai Ying felt that there was no need to listen, so he chose to ignore it. Tong Kong was thinking about his future marriage with Bai Ying. Bai Ying felt that there was no need to listen to this either. He focused on Ganyu. The noisy voices in his head suddenly disappeared. According to the experience of playing Gal game yesterday, under the status of ordinary friends, how to promote the favorability, all of this has been mentioned in those games. After washing up, Bai Ying has been thinking about this problem. Unknowingly, he has stood in front of Ganyu's room. Why is it a bad end again? Damn! I forgot to save the game. Her Majesty, you are too. Forget it, you are so arrogant. Ah, I am so angry. This series of voices fell into Bai Ying's ears. This made Bai Ying's mouth twitch. She is still playing this. Bai Ying is now hesitating whether to go in. It is not a good thing to disturb others playing games, especially Gal games. With an uneasy mood, Bai Ying knocked on the door, said, Are you there? Huh? It's Ying. Accompanied by the voice of her heart and the sound of a noise in the doorframe. The girl poked her head out of the door. On her beautiful little face, there was a look of confusion. What's wrong? Ying, is there something wrong? I just wanted to play with you. Hearing what Bai Ying said, Ganyu's mouth twitched. Why is Ying acting so strange all of a sudden? Mysterious, clenched his fist calmly and said with a chuckle, Oh, I remember, aren't you playing with my account? I created another one myself and just reached level 16 yesterday. Otherwise, you come to my world? Ah? You want me to play that? But I just finished the task and cleared my stamina today. Bai Ying's mouth twitched, scratched his head. Then I won't play. What's wrong with Ying? With a puzzled look. Ganyu stared at the boy in front of him. Reality and games are different. Bai Ying finally realized this. Facing this beautiful long blue hair, cute black horns, and a gorgeous, almost unreal face, Bai Ying was more determined about this idea. Even if he used this item, he still couldn't improve his favorability. Forget it. Let's take it slowly. Just when Bai Ying was about to leave in embarrassment, Ganyu said with a bitter face, "Why is this line so difficult to follow? It has failed countless times. The heroine is too arrogant. It makes people have high blood pressure." Bai Ying secretly glanced at the screen on the computer. It was a game that left a deep impression on him. He had also struggled on this line for a long time. Most people would choose to get straight to the point and start pushing the main line. But for the heroine in this game, the result of doing so would only be a bad end. Countless failures left Bai Ying with a deep impression of this game. You should lay the groundwork first. Don't wait until the favorability is high enough to confess. That won't work, Bai Ying said. Ah, is that so? That's true. I saw that the heroine and I had a very high favorability, but every time I confessed, I failed and finally triggered a bad end. Is that the case? Under Bai Ying's guidance, Ganyu successfully triggered the only happy end in this game. That's perfect. Ganyu took the last CG picture and forwarded it to some unknown group. Bai Ying saw the girl's action and asked curiously, "What group did you join?" Or the group owner. Didn't you ask me to shoot a video and post it on Bilibili? I posted a post of my newly created group number under that video, and then pinned it with your Bilibili number. By the way, I'll add you in. The people in it all speak very nicely. It was exactly as Ganyu said. The people in it all spoke nicely. They flattered each other non-stop. It's just, hearing them calling each other wife one by one, I always felt uncomfortable in my heart. Ganyu, there is a big problem with this group. What's the problem? Ganyu touched his head, not knowing what was going on. Calling you wife is fine, but calling Zhongli a wife is definitely a serious problem. I don't know about that. Ganyu spread his hands. On the screen, the scrolling chat history suddenly stopped. Bai Ying almost thought that there was no network, until he noticed that the time in the phone remained the same. No matter how he pressed, he could not change the interface displayed on the phone. He subconsciously thought. A new character appeared, just like the appearance of Ganyu and Zhongli before. Time paused. He looked around. Under the bright lights, all objects could not be hidden. However, there was no sign of the so-called new character. Could it be that he was in a trance? Bai Ying thought so. Ganyu's body maintained the previous posture and did not move. If he did something bad now, would it be a bit of taking advantage of someone's misfortune? Bai Ying immediately killed this dangerous idea in his heart. Just when he was puzzled and wanted to try to ask the system residing in his body. In front of him, several red butterflies appeared. Then, a girl with twin ponytails wearing a round hat suddenly appeared in front of Bai Ying. The moment she saw Bai Ying, her eyes suddenly showed a stunned expression. Time resumed flowing. Everything was as before. No, there was an additional cute and petite girl. Hu Tao? What's going on? Facing Ganyu's surprised words, Hu Tao asked her in confusion. It's a long story. Anyway, you came to a world completely different from Tevat. It really is. I was wondering why the elemental force suddenly stopped working just now. Hu Tao made a few hand seals, but the expected flame did not rise. She could not feel any elemental force. She glanced at Bai Ying next to her and suddenly said, "Hello, traveler." Hu Tao's favorability increased by 10, and the current Hu Tao favorability is 50. Favorability points increased by 500, and the current favorability points are 600. Bai Ying touched her head and replied awkwardly, "You. Hello." The girl's unique eyes revealed a sense of eccentricity. The cute face seemed like a work of art carefully carved by the gods. Compared with Ganyu, Hu Tao's little face was obviously more lovely. The only regret was that she had a regrettable chest. It was simply flat. "Hey, traveler, what are you looking at?" Obviously, Hu Tao was very dissatisfied with Bai Ying staring at her, especially when he looked at her chest with a lecherous look and then showed a regretful expression. It was unpleasant. Hu Tao's favorability decreased by 20. The current favorability is 30. The favorability points decreased by 200, and the current favorability points are 400. Bai Ying immediately withdrew his gaze in dissatisfaction. Looking at the girl's delicate and lovely angry look, he felt dizzy. If I could marry Hu Tao as my wife, I would die without regrets. Bai Ying blurted out subconsciously. The voice was not loud, but it was clearly audible. Hu Tao and Ganyu were both stunned. Tang Kong, who was standing at the door, was also stunned, and the system was speechless and wanted to complain. Hey, what are you doing? You have lost all your favorability. The next moment when the girl-like voice appeared in his heart, it was the cold system prompt sound. Tang Kong's favorability is reduced by 50 points, and the current favorability is 200. Favorability points are reduced by 500, and the current favorability points are minus 100. Hu Tao's favorability points are reduced by 20 points, and the current favorability is 10. Favorability points are reduced by 200, and the current favorability points are minus 300. In one sentence, 2 women lowered their favorability for me. Bai Ying was speechless. He hated himself for not being able to control his mouth and saying what he really thought in his heart. You are breaking the law, do you know? Hu Tao curled her lips, snorted. I am a minor. The Qianyan army will definitely take you away. Although there is no Qianyan army here. You, traveler, you have learned bad things. Hu Tao's eyes turned around. Then he noticed the computer running next to Ganyu. He couldn't help but show a curious look. When he saw the picture of the sexy girl on the computer, his little face blushed involuntarily. What is this? It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later. Ganyu replied. Tang Kong, who was standing at the door, came to Hu Tao at some point. She looked the girl up and down. Her brows were furrowed. This girl was too cute, which made her feel a strong sense of crisis. Fortunately, her flat chest was the only thing that made people feel sorry. Cuteness is nothing compared to sexiness. Tang Kong silently listed Hu Tao in the column of opponents who were not worth paying attention to. In her heart, the one who was most worthy of attention was Ganyu beside Hu Tao. She withdrew her eyes from Hu Tao and placed them on Bai Ying next to her. With a strong tone of accusation, she said, What did you just say about marrying Hu Tao and dying without regrets? Bai Ying's face was covered with cold sweat. He didn't dare to look at the girl next to him. Ha! You heard wrong. You heard wrong. Kong, it's so late. Go to bed. And Hu Tao, you too, you should sleep with Ganyu first. Hu Tao was slightly startled, and then responded, Okay. Why are you still staying here? This is my room. Bai Ying was speechless. These 3 people didn't want to move at all. They responded well, but their actions were not the same. Ganyu reluctantly pulled Hu Tao away from here. Until the moment she left the room, she turned back to the beautiful girl on the computer screen and gave her a lingering look from time to time. After the 2 left, Tang Kong put his hands on his waist and spoke in a bad tone. Who is that red cute girl? Where is she from? She came from the Tang dynasty in the east and went to the west to worship Buddha and learn scriptures. Don't make trouble, I'm angry. Bai Ying laughed awkwardly. In his mind, he was thinking of countermeasures quickly. To be honest, Hu Tao appeared too suddenly, and he didn't find a way to explain to Tang Kong. Classmates? No, where did all these classmates come from and suddenly appeared in my room? Otherwise, confess and get leniency? No, how many people would believe this? Alas, the situation is a bit complicated, but Kong, I love you, don't worry. Tang Kong snorted and turned away. After he left, in his mind, the cold voice appeared again. Tang Kong's favorability increased by 50, and the current favorability is 250. Favorability points increased by 500, and the current favorability points are 200. Okay, Kong, the god of self-attack. Bai Ying feels very happy now. Not only did his book successfully advance to the next level, and it is expected to exceed 10,000 in the first order, becoming a new generation of great god. More importantly, Kong's self-attack is perfect. It makes him happy physically and mentally. Having a girlfriend like this is really not a bad thing, although it is said that women will affect the speed of typing. Looking at the thick night, Bai Ying took a deep breath. Lying on the bed, silence all night. The morning light broke through the confinement of the night, heralding the arrival of the next day. Bai Ying got up early. It was around 6 in the morning. When she went out to wash up, she met Hu Tao and Ganyu, who had changed into new clothes. Hu Tao was wearing a clean sailor suit, and her calves were wrapped in a pair of thin white knee-high socks. Her long and fleshy legs were covered by her skirt. There was still some fatigue on her cute face. "Good morning, traveler." "Morning, good morning." "Ying, why do you look like you didn't sleep well?" Ganyu's words surprised Bai. "Ying, didn't sleep well? How is it possible? I went to bed at 11 o'clock yesterday night, which was a long time ago. I used to go to bed after 12 o'clock. Is that true?" Thinking of this, Bai Ying took out her mobile phone and took a selfie of herself. As beautiful as ever. "How can I not look like I didn't sleep well? I just look too sick. Well, contemporary online writers all look like this. No, the dark circles under my eyes are too heavy, right? Strange thing. I don't have dark circles under my eyes after staying up late, but I do have dark circles when I don't stay up late." Bai Ying wiped his eyes and grinned. "It's okay, I've had enough sleep. Lord Ganyu, what do you think?" "Why do you call me Lord Ganyu? Don't call me Lord Ganyu. It's weird. Isn't this just to increase the favorability?" Bai Ying muttered silently in his heart. Of course, he didn't say what he was thinking directly like last time. He smiled calmly and said, Okay, no. I'm still angry. Why is the male protagonist so stupid? The female protagonist is so stupid. Both of them are so arrogant. Ah! Ganyu suddenly covered her head with excitement. This situation made Bai Ying dumbfounded. It has only been a short time since Ganyu learned words like dead tsundere and go up. Hey traveler, do you have a boyfriend? Ganyu asked suddenly. This question stunned Bai Ying. It also stunned Hu Tao next to her. Hu Tao's body was trembling slightly. She still remembered that Ganyu had explained to her what a boyfriend meant last night. However, she felt that she was still young, only 16 years old, and these things were not within her consideration. But what about the traveler? The traveler who saved Liyue. Will he have a boyfriend in this world? Hu Tao's pink eyes stared at the stunned Bai Ying. There was a long silence. "I like girls! Girls! Cute girls like you!" Bai Ying shouted loudly as if she had used up all her strength. After a while, there were several door knocks. Tang Kong and Hua Luo came here at the same time. "What are you doing so early in the morning?" "Hey Bai Ying, what did you say just now?" "I didn't hear you. Can you repeat it again?" The one who spoke was Tang Kong. His tone was so kind. If it weren't for the dangerous expression on her face, Bai Ying might really repeat it. "Why is there another beautiful girl? You are really something, Bai Ying." Hua Luo clapped his hands in admiration. Ganyu, who was standing aside, thought for a while. She seemed to be thinking about something. After a long time, she tentatively said, "Is this a confession?" "Well, traveler, if you were a boy, I would definitely like you." She paused with a regretful expression and said, "It's a pity that you are a girl. Help me disguise the voice for me." "Did you hear it? Ganyu said that she would like me if I were a boy." "Ha ha. Do you want to become a cat girl?" "Good man, why is this guy so obsessed with cat girls?" Bai Ying smiled bitterly. "It seems that I have to use indirect means to let Ganyu know that I am a boy. Or when Ganyu thinks she is a girl, I can also make her like me." Thinking of this, Bai Ying snorted. Then she quickly fled the scene. It was as if she had committed a crime. "Hey, you haven't explained to me how these extra girls came from." Hua Luo shouted at the top of his voice. Looking at Bai Ying's gradually disappearing figure, Hua Luo stamped his feet. The blue hair was floating softly like seaweed. This idiot! In the bathroom. The pretty and lovely yellow-haired girl in the mirror made Bai Ying smile bitterly. She is really getting more and more beautiful. How can girls in this world live? She is not as beautiful as men. Oh, I really am. Magic mirror, tell me who is the cutest man in the world? Bai Ying. Bai Ying was suddenly startled. He looked towards the place where the voice came from. What caught his eye was clear blue hair, and a petite and cute figure, and an extremely cute and lovable face. It was Hua Luo. "Hey, landlord, what brings you here?" "Stop talking nonsense. Where is that girl from?" she added. "Don't tell me it's another classmate. How can there be so many classmates? One comes every now and then. Tell the truth. I haven't done anything illegal, right?" Bai Ying said with a bitter face, pointing at her nose. Do you think I look like an outlaw? Yes. Almost without hesitation, without the slightest hesitation, with an affirmative tone. Huh? Yes, really. How is it similar? Everything is similar. Stop talking nonsense. Tell the truth. Where is this child from? Bai Ying couldn't help but smile bitterly. It was the same question as Tang Kong. But Bai Ying knew that it was not easy to fool him. If more and more characters from Teyvat appeared in the real world in the future, how could Hualuo as the landlord not be suspicious? But if he said it directly, no one would believe it. Well, never mind. Let's take it one step at a time. She comes from somewhere. She has a close relationship with me. Bai Ying added in her heart. I think so. Hualuo pondered for a while. Suddenly, he picked up the hairbrush on the washstand and stood on tiptoe. He put it in front of Bai Ying. On Bai Ying's head, he combed his messy hair. Okay, it's much more comfortable this way. Okay, I get it. There are a lot of rooms anyway. Bai Ying, as you said, I have already negotiated with the company that produced the original god. I have also discussed it with the organization that hosted this park. I am just waiting for the construction team to start the renovation. Bai Ying was stunned for a moment. Looking at Hualuo, who put down the comb in front of him, put his hands behind his back, and showed a cute smile, he asked, How long will it take? About 20 days. Good. Task is secured. Ganyu has been soaking in the room all day since yesterday. He stayed indoors all day. From time to time, he could hear the girl talking in a regretful tone. Noon. Hualuo gathered everyone together, as if to announce something. Hu Tao also learned the identity of the landlord from Ganyu. No one disrespected this petite and cute girl. Looking at the people gathered on the sofa, Hualuo coughed lightly. He stood up. Although this guy was not as tall as Zhongli, who was sitting, I gathered you together mainly to discuss things. Look, there are more and more people living here. We can't eat takeout every day. It's okay for me to be alone, but it's not okay for more people. So does anyone know how to cook? Hu Tao stood up immediately and said with a smile, Leave it to me. Zhongli was slightly startled when he heard it, and subconsciously said, You can actually cook? In his impression, the food made by this quirky girl, but the rice crust would make people upset. Hualuo immediately asked Hu Tao to try. Of course, Hu Tao was definitely not used to this modern kitchen, so in order to ensure the normal operation of the kitchen, Ganyu helped her go to the kitchen. Less than 20 minutes. In the kitchen where many ingredients were prepared, Hu Tao selected several and made her own works that she looked very confident in. Just looking at the dishes alone, it was hard to have an appetite. Is this really edible? Hualuo stared at the charcoal-like plate that Hu Tao brought over and asked in a trembling voice. She didn't even dare to move her chopsticks. Should? What do you mean, should? Hualuo was speechless. Resisting the feeling of nausea, he took the lead in moving his chopsticks. He picked up a dark mass with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. As soon as he took a bite, a particularly sour, bitter, and difficult-to-swallow feeling came to his heart. Hualuo almost vomited on the spot. Bai Ying, who was standing by, saw that Hualuo's expression was particularly wonderful and couldn't help but ask curiously, What's wrong? How does it taste? Hualuo rolled his eyes at Bai Ying and suddenly smiled and said, It tastes great. I suggest you eat more. Alas, good things can't be enjoyed by me alone. You should all try it. Bai Ying looked at the dish made of unknown ingredients that looked like charcoal, frowned and said, Is there something wrong with your food? Why is there a problem? The color is wrong? Eat it quickly. Eat it all. There is a problem. Definitely a problem. Bai Ying didn't dare to come forward to take a bite, but Tong Kong did. She picked up a big piece at once, put it all into her mouth at once. At that moment, her face suddenly changed. At first, she chewed it twice, and then she found a trash can and spit it out. You put poison in this thing? Tong Kong sighed. Hearing this, Ganyu covered her mouth and laughed, secretly. Hu Tao was embarrassed on the side. Bai Ying looked at the pain of vomiting and diarrhea not far away, and she felt a little scared. A little later, he really rushed up to vomit into the trash can instead of Tong Kong. Ah! I didn't expect that what I made would be like this. Bai Ying was speechless. Good guy. You didn't expect. Then you look so confident. After hearing Bai Ying's sigh, Hu Tao scratched the back of his head and laughed foolishly. Heh heh, people always have to be a little confident. Seeing the cute girl showing a confident and cute smile, Hualuo knew that his idea of improving the children's meals was ruined. Okay, let's continue to eat takeout. She suddenly looked at Bai Ying again and said, I don't care how many people you bring to live with you in the future. 100 per person per month. Find a way to arrange the meals yourself. I don't care. Oh, flirtatious carrot! Hualuo left after saying this. Bai Ying was left standing there in a daze. Everyone dispersed. Everyone was busy with their own things. Bai Ying was still on the sofa. He suddenly remembered the incident when he saw Hualuo's mobile phone before. Hualuo is the blind date that my parents forced on me. He seems to still be unwilling to give up on me. He likes me, even though I clearly have a girlfriend, Bai Ying thought. Alas, I'll go back and update. As expected, women only affect my typing speed. Bai Ying whispered. Women only affect my typing speed. A true master will not be bound by women. Bai Ying's mouth corners slightly raised, and the moment he opened his door, his whole body shrank suddenly. Inside the room, a beautiful blue figure stared at a computer screen intently. On the screen, it was the screen of the beautiful girl game from before. Success! Finally got all the endings. The girl suddenly stretched, with an excited expression on her face. Bai Ying gently closed the door, hesitated whether to lock the door. Otherwise, what should he do if Kong Kong or Hualuo suddenly came in and saw this scene? He didn't want to be discovered that there was such a thing in his computer. It's better to know about the game of beautiful girls by yourself. Seeing Bai Ying's figure, Ganyu was slightly stunned and suddenly laughed. You are here. I finished the game. Do you have any other games to recommend? Bai Ying locked the door silently. Looking at the requisitioned laptop, Bai Ying smiled bitterly. Sure enough, women only affect my typing. And that heartbeat memory is also good. I'll find it for you. Okay? Ganyu sat down obediently and waved her little hand to signal Bai Ying to sit over. Since there was only one chair, Ganyu sat down. Bai Ying wanted to take the mouse from her, so he had to get close to her. Standing next to Ganyu, he took the mouse from her hand. Bai Ying's attention was always attracted by the deep ravine on the girl's chest. Looking closely, you can also see the girl's white underwear tightly against her chest. A little exciting. Bai Ying resisted the urge to spurt blood and skillfully found the file of heartbeat memory on his computer. Then he opened it. Okay, I'll take a break. Ganyu looked at Bai Ying, who was pale with some concern, and asked, Traveler, are you okay? Bai Ying immediately shook her head, a little embarrassed. No, it's okay. It's okay. When the girl put her attention back on the game, Bai Ying breathed a sigh of relief. He almost exposed his identity as an LSP. Good luck. Hey, aren't you just an LSP? Bah, dog system. How did I become old and perverted? Correction, I'm not old. I'm a pervert. I have to say, just watching a beautiful girl like Ganyu playing a beautiful girl game is pleasing to the eyes in various senses. Bai Ying couldn't get enough of just a back view. That slender waist, that round butt, those slender and white long legs. The girl sat there, exuding a compelling charm all the time. Bai Ying is also a young man with a lot of blood. Although he is a cross-dresser, it doesn't mean that he has no reaction to such a beautiful girl. He clearly felt that his head was full of hormones. His lower body clearly showed some male-specific phenomena. Ganyu was still concentrating on playing the game, but she didn't expect that someone behind her was sitting on the bed with a helpless look on his face. Because it was summer, the girl was wearing cool clothes. The distance from this end of the bed to Ganyu was about 3 or 4 meters away. But it was still clear that the girl's sexy blue underwear was vaguely visible through her white dress. Alas, the opening thunder! Such a bitter picture at the beginning. Ganyu sighed. It also attracted Bai Ying's attention to the screen. On the screen, the handsome boy and the cute and beautiful girl hugged each other tightly. The pink lips and the slightly wide lips were tightly fitted together. The most important thing is that the two children were wearing thin clothes. Only underwear was facing each other. Seeing this scene, Bai Ying's mouth twitched. I almost forgot that this game started very excitingly. The gun that was finally suppressed was raised again. Hiss! Cough, cough, cough! In order to let Ganyu realize that there was someone else in the room, Bai Ying coughed lightly. This cough did not make Ganyu turn off the opening screen, but instead shifted the latter's attention from the computer screen to Bai Ying. When she saw Bai Ying posing like this, she was slightly stunned. "Traveler, what's your posture? Are you okay? Are you sick?" The girl stood up from the computer chair and sat next to Bai Ying. She showed a particularly worried expression. "You are bending over? Don't you have a stomachache?" Ganyu's delicate hand suddenly touched Bai Ying's stomach and said worriedly. This little hand was tightly attached to the surface of Bai Ying's skin. The girl's cool palm made Bai Ying's whole body feel like he was electrocuted and shook slightly. Hiss! Bai Ying couldn't help but take a breath of cold air, because Ganyu leaned down and put her hand on Bai Ying's stomach. So from Bai Ying's perspective, he could clearly see the slender and fair skin through the deep ravines on the girl's chest. Puff! Suddenly, Bai Ying felt a hot stream flowing down from the tip of his nose and touching his mouth, salty and hot. He subconsciously touched his nose. The moment he touched the hot stream, Bai Ying put his hand in front of him. The bright red color made Bai Ying smile bitterly. Sure enough, he had a nosebleed. The abnormality in his body also decreased. The main problem now is the nosebleed. The girl was frightened when she saw Bai Ying's nosebleed suddenly. She took out 2 pieces of white paper from somewhere and gently blocked Bai Ying's nostrils with the white paper. "You have a nosebleed. I blocked it for you." "It's done." "Hey, why are you bleeding from your nose again?" "Traveler." Ganyu hugged Bai Ying, who fainted because of the continuous nosebleed. Because Bai Ying fell backwards directly like this, the girl was pulled by Bai Ying's fallen body. Then she pressed tightly on Bai Ying, who was lying on the bed. What a coincidence. Ganyu was not much shorter than Bai Ying. She was so close to Bai Ying. Her lips happened to touch Bai Ying's lips. The impact caused by inertia almost made her lips bleed. The posture of the 2 people was just like the 2 people in the computer. Ganyu's mind was blank now. She didn't expect that her first kiss was given to the traveler. The traveler was a girl. She felt that her sexual orientation was normal. However, Ye was a girl after all. Ganyu comforted herself like this and finally felt much better in her heart. However, she always felt. Her thighs were always itchy by something. She didn't care. After she felt that the blood in Bai Ying's nose gradually stopped flowing, she was about to get up. Suddenly, there was a noise at the door. Then, under Ganyu's gaze, the door was opened. The petite and cute girl looked at the 2 people in the room in astonishment. Her expression changed rapidly. "Excuse me." The girl blushed and was about to leave. This expression full of misunderstanding made Ganyu speechless. "It's not what you think. The traveler is a girl." Hualuo looked astonished. "Girl?" "Yes, the traveler is a girl. So what you see is not what you think. I am not Baihei." Hualuo looked at her with a smile and asked, "How did you think she was a girl?" "Isn't it?" Ganyu asked back. The one in front of her looked almost exactly like Ying, whom she met in Tevat, and her voice was almost the same. Could it be that the one in Tevat was not a girl but a boy? How is this possible? Hualuo suddenly walked in with interest and pinched Bai Ying to wake her up. She said to him unhappily, "Bai Ying, please explain what happened." When Bai Ying saw Ganyu sitting on his lap, his nose almost bleed again. He smiled bitterly and said, "What do you want to explain?" The moment he spoke, Ganyu was stunned. In front of her, Bai Ying had a slight difference. The voice also became a clearly audible male voice. There was no doubt that this child was the cute boy who looked very much like Ying. Thinking of what had happened before, Ganyu's face flushed with shame. She even forgot to get off Bai Ying's lap. Suddenly, she remembered that when she was sitting on Bai Ying's lap before, she felt a strange feeling on her thigh, and she felt dizzy. She was not a child anymore. She understood what she should understand, and she also understood what she shouldn't understand. From childhood to adulthood, no boy had ever had such close contact with her. She suddenly had a strange feeling. She couldn't explain it. Ganyu's favorability increased by 50, and the current favorability is 90. Favorability points increased by 500, and the current favorability points increased by 700. A teasing female voice suddenly sounded in her mind. "I have removed the cognitive barrier of the character Ganyu to you. I wish you good luck. Conquer her as soon as possible and give birth to a son soon. Ahem. Max out the favorability as soon as possible. Achieve the right result. Hey, hey, hey. What do you mean by giving birth to a son soon? Don't think I don't know what you mean until you say the last word. I'm giving you a good word. Hehe. Bai Ying is very happy now. Ganyu has discovered her true gender, and her favorability has not decreased, but increased. Maybe there will be a process of self-conquest later. From childhood to adulthood, as a half-immortal raised by the true Lord Liyun Jifeng. Ganyu has rarely come into contact with human boys. She didn't know what the pounding feeling in her heart meant. Just a sneak peek at the boy's pretty face made her heart beat fast. She had been playing games like crazy these days and had captured many heroines. Unexpectedly, the heroine turned out to be herself. Ganyu took a deep breath. She resisted the sudden itch she felt for the boy. She coughed lightly. Her face flushed. Then she got off Bai Ying. Okay. It's actually a boy? A little embarrassing. You just found out? There's no hope. It's okay. You guys continue. Hualuo was about to close the door when she suddenly thought of something. She opened the door, searched in her pocket, and then found a small pink bag. She smiled and threw the small square bag to Bai Ying. You might need this, the girl said and was about to leave. Bai Ying was dumbfounded the moment she saw this thing. This thing turned out to be a common condom on the market to avoid pregnancy. How could she have such a thing? Immediately asked the question in her mind. Hualuo, how did you get this thing? Bai Ying held the thing in one hand and asked Hualuo, looking as strange as she could. Bai Ying's question made Hualuo stunned for a moment. She then said, Well, there must be something prepared at home. Her eyes wandered around. Such an expression always showed that this guy was lying, but it was definitely impossible to force him to ask this and that. Bai Ying had no choice but to give up the idea of continuing to ask. Wait. What do you mean by useful? She seemed to have misunderstood something. When Bai Ying was about to explain, he had already disappeared at the door. Ganyu also noticed what Bai Ying was holding in her hand. She was very curious. This square bag contained something that looked like food, but the meaning of the words on it was unclear. Contraceptive. Condom. What is this? Ganyu searched for this thing in her mind. She really couldn't think of what it was. She habitually took out her mobile phone and asked the almighty Baidu. The moment the result came out, a beautiful, lovely, and charming girl. A rather shy expression appeared on her face. This thing is actually used for this. The landlady misunderstood. However, with that posture, it is hard not to misunderstand. Looking at the empty open door, Bai Ying's mouth twitched. She sighed that Hualuo came at a really bad time. What a coincidence! She and Ganyu appeared when they were stuck together because of an unexpected incident. Not too early or too late. Bai Ying's thoughts were very simple, but when these words fell into Ganyu's ears, it was another matter. She suddenly looked at Bai Ying with a vigilant face. It was as if Bai Ying was a big villain who did all kinds of evil. Bai Ying was so upset. I don't know if something fell on the mouse. On the computer screen, the picture that was originally paused, it was suddenly played. The boy and girl who were tightly pressed together in the picture were kissing passionately. Ganyu was shy. Maybe she sprained her ankle or something. Suddenly, she fell on Bai Ying. She scored twice. This time, she hit Bai Ying's face directly. Ganyu's black horns almost blinded Bai Ying's eyes. The girl just stuck to Bai Ying. Their foreheads hit each other hard, making a bang sound. History always repeats itself in a surprising way. When Tang Kong looked at her in surprise, Bai Ying was already dizzy and fainted. It was obvious that this collision pierced through the stars. You. Tang Kong covered his face with his hands. His expression was one of shame and anger. The movement at the door made Bai Ying stunned for a while, and then she raised her head. After seeing the person at the door, she showed an embarrassed expression. She stood up immediately. Her hands were waving in front of her chest. You misunderstood, it's not what you think. Why did Bai Ying faint? What did you want to do? Ganyu tried to explain. You may not believe it, but I really have no ill intentions. He was knocked unconscious. Humph, you must be thinking of something bad. Hu Tao rushed out beside Tang Kong and saw Bai Ying, who was fainted on the bed with a pale face and her mouth slightly opened. She said loudly, Hey, a customer is here. Traveler, what happened to you? He fainted. Ganyu explained. You did it. Tang Kong pointed at Ganyu, full of blame. Tang Kong's words made Ganyu have no way to refute. In many ways, it was true. If he hadn't lost his balance and bumped into it, he wouldn't have fainted like this. Look, it was indeed her who did it. She must have other purposes. Tang Kong hugged her with his little hands and snorted. Hu Tao, who was supposed to be behind Tang Kong, suddenly rushed to Bai Ying's side and put her hand next to Bai Ying's nose. Then she said, "The breath is stable, no problem." Something happened that no one expected. Bai Ying put Hu Tao's finger in her mouth and sucked it like licking a hot dog. Hu Tao blushed and pulled her hand out. She kept muttering, "Wow, this guy a rascal. I have to find a chance to send him away." Hu Tao's favorability decreased by 20. The current favorability is 10. The favorability points decreased by 200. The current favorability points are 500. Hey, are you serious? Big idiot. Wake up. Along with this speechless voice in his mind, Bai Ying's consciousness gradually returned. He slowly opened his eyes. He was a little surprised to see a circle of people around him, especially seeing Hu Tao and Ganyu blushing. I didn't understand what happened. What happened? You rascal! X3. Bai Ying was stunned by the shouting. What happened to me? I haven't done anything yet. How come I'm a rascal? Bai Ying couldn't figure it out. Hu Tao's blushing expression gradually turned into disgust. She left here angrily. Before leaving, she said, "Traveler, I'll find a chance to send you away. Wait for death." Fortunately, this is the real world. If it were in Teyvat, I might have been cremated into ashes. Although he didn't understand what happened, Bai Ying breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. I'm leaving too, Bai. Ganyu fled the scene like a child who had done something wrong. When he left, he would look at Bai Ying from time to time. At the scene, only Bai Ying, who looked confused, and Tang Kong, who was hugging his chest, were left. Explain it to me? Tang Kong's expression looked very serious. The reprimanding look made Bai Ying want to find a hole to crawl into. In a sense, his behavior was a bit unkind. After all, he was still Tang Kong's nominal boyfriend. However, this was also an unpredictable factor. Who would have thought that Ganyu would suddenly bump into him? Listen to my explanation. Bai Ying could only stretch out his hand, trying to keep him, and desperately explain something. Humph! The girl said this angrily, and then left the room. Tang Kong's favorability decreased by 50, and the current favorability is 200. The favorability points decreased by 500, and the current favorability points are 0. When the girl slammed the door, in his mind this mechanical voice sounded. However, for some reason, Bai Ying could always feel the speechless feeling in this voice. Just when Bai Ying was curious about why the voice was different from before, he was surprised to find that the screen in the computer stopped. The clock on the wall stopped turning. Even the curtains floating in the air stopped in the air. This magical scene reminded Bai Ying that something was about to happen. A small, cute little thing gradually emerged in front of him. This thing was very familiar to Bai Ying. Wasn't she the guide Paimon in the original God? Hu Tao and Ganyu have both appeared, so it's not too much for Paimon to appear, right? Wait. Paimon? Bai Ying's mouth was wide open. His face was full of surprise. What are you doing? As soon as Paimon came out, he shouted desperately. His tone was full of speechlessness. Bai Ying was slightly startled by what Paimon said. Why are you running to me instead of following the traveler Ying? Bai Ying asked. Facing Bai Ying's question, Paimon just snorted without comment. Humph, look at what you've done. You've ruined your favorability in an instant. Hearing this, Bai Ying pouted innocently, looking innocent. I didn't do this. I'm an innocent victim. Huh? You're a victim? Paimon was speechless. He had the urge to strangle him to death. You haven't told me why you possessed me. No reason. Seeing Paimon's resolute tone, Bai Ying knew that it was basically impossible to ask anything now. This guy almost wrote no comment on his face. Time resumed, the curtain floated in the air, and the screen in the computer continued. Noisy food flew around in front of Bai Ying. Tell me, how could you drop this? I can't figure it out. I finally got to 250 and you dropped it back again. You can't do this. Girls are selfish. You have to find a way to achieve a high favorability among all members without hurting their hearts. Are you worthy of my cultivation like this? Noisy food. Bai Ying's mouth twitched. Suddenly a hand grabbed Paimon, who was flying around. In his eyes, a hint of murderous intent appeared at some point. What are you going to do? Paimon struggled, holding his hands in front of his chest, showing a very scared look. Paimon's look made Bai Ying laugh. He grinned and said something that made Paimon tremble. Of course I stew you, noisy food! I'm not noisy food! With a shout. The little guy just disappeared in front of Bai Ying. It was as if he had never appeared. Just when Bai Ying was stunned, a very speechless and cute voice rang in his mind. What are you waiting for? Go and apologize. Why are you standing there? Bai Ying's mouth twitched, shivering, and quickly responded. Okay. Came to the door of Tang Kong's room. Standing at the door, he could faintly hear crying inside. There were also a few complaints. Damn, Bai Ying, you just know how to flirt with other girls. What's so good about that silly blue-haired guy? He's obviously my boyfriend, but he's always thinking about someone else. Am I going a little too far? Bai Ying asked Paimon in her body. To be honest, it's not very kind of her to be like this now. No matter what happens, Tang Kong is still her girlfriend after all. But this favorability system is gradually making her develop towards the direction of a scumbag. Huaxia is monogamous, but it doesn't say that Teyvat is monogamous. At this time, Paimon suddenly said. Her words were full of sarcasm. But isn't this a scumbag? No, kid, there is a reason after all. Just be careful not to let your favorability drop too much. Reason. What is the reason? Although I am an LSP, I don't have to be so philanthropic. What the hell did you send Zhongli here? I was fooling around before. In the end, it's all for improving the favorability. What will happen when the favorability increases to a certain level? Bai Ying suddenly felt a strong sense of curiosity. He wanted to try and see what would happen after raising his favorability to a certain level. He gently pushed open the door of the room. Fortunately, the door was not locked and Bai Ying opened it easily. What caught his eye was the image of a weak girl sitting on the edge of the bed sobbing. In her hand, she was holding a wet white paper. Her little face was tearful. As her shoulders shrugged, her rather magnificent chest trembled up and down. This made Bai Ying's eyes go straight. He almost dropped his eyeballs to the ground. Ahem, let's get back to business. Bai Ying looked away somewhat reluctantly. He apologized to Tang Kong in a very sincere and serious manner. Sister, I was wrong. He lowered his head, bent his waist, but his eyes were cast towards the girl's slender legs wrapped in black silk. Hey! Are you apologizing seriously? Where are you looking? Paimon complained. Ahem, shut up! Tang Kong didn't notice Bai Ying's lecherous eyes. After receiving Bai Ying's sincere apology, her face, which was originally tearful, suddenly bloomed into a bright smile. What's wrong? Quick, how to answer? Bai Ying lowered his head without raising it. In his heart, he was asking Paimon. Tang Kong's question made him not know how to answer for a moment. What's wrong? Maybe he is too handsome. Alas, being handsome is also a sin. Don't be so conceited. Repeat after me. Kong, I love you for life. Even if the world is broken, I will still not give up on you. Kong, don't be angry. Paimon was slightly startled. What she taught Bai Ying to recite was completely different from what he said in person. However, the result is very good. In his mind, the mechanical, emotionless voice made Bai Ying breathe a sigh of relief. Tang Kong's favorability increased by 50. The current favorability is 250. Favorability points increased by 500. The current favorability points are 500. Finally back. However, something unexpected happened. The girl's face was slightly flushed as she smiled through tears. She took advantage of Bai Ying's inattention and pulled Bai Ying into her arms. Bai Ying's head was buried between the girl's breasts. The girl's body fragrance made Bai Ying dazed. He was hugged by Tang Kong and collapsed in his arms. The girl held Bai Ying's head with both hands and rubbed it back and forth between his yellow hair. Bai Ying, I love you too. It would be nice if there was someone standing outside the door at this time. Coincidentally, a petite girl with blue hair was stunned when she saw the scene in the room. She silently took out her mobile phone and took a picture of the two of them under Tang Kong's dissatisfied eyes. What are you doing? Tang Kong's voice was full of hostility. I didn't do anything. Then why did you take pictures? Is it not okay? The conversation between the two fell into Bai Ying's head, making him lose interest in enjoying the girl's body fragrance. He felt a headache. Then he broke free from Tang Kong's control and said helplessly, "Stop arguing, stop arguing. It's not a big deal. Kong Kong, it's okay, stop making trouble. And Hua Luo, you don't have to make trouble either. It's so good to be in harmony." Hua Luo lowered his eyes and was quite well behaved. "Oh, Hua Luo, send me the photos." Tang Kong didn't intend to pursue it, so he said, "Lie, no, whoa." Bai Ying covered his face speechlessly. This little guy, I don't know when he started to only listen to me. Hua Luo's reaction made Tang Kong angry, but this was the landlord's daughter, and she was obedient, so he couldn't argue with her, so he had to be unhappy and give up. After Hua Luo sent the photo, he left. Tang Kong could clearly see that this guy made a face at him when he left. Damn it. The girl was quite upset in her heart. Bai Ying saw that Tang Kong was stable and his favorability had returned. Her goal had been achieved, so she had no reason to stay here any longer. It was time to go back and write. Today, I will finish 3 days of writing and continue to rest for 2 days. This is the good thing about being a full-time writer. Of course, this is based on the premise that you can support yourself. If you live a tight life like before, you can indeed support yourself with a full attendance minimum living allowance. After saying goodbye to Kong Kong, Bai Ying returned to her room. She opened the familiar author area and began to conceive the next content. 2 hours later. It's done. Looking at the extra 6 chapters, 12,000 words, Bai Ying nodded with satisfaction. After checking again that there were no errors, she published the first 2 chapters. I haven't read QQ messages for a long time. The editor has not sent any new messages, so it should be a stable promotion. Just when he was about to close QQ and prepare for a break, QQ rang. It was a message from the editor. Next week, the 3 rivers will be released on the 6 channels together. There will be a recommendation for the release. Let me ask, how many words will be released? How many do you think is appropriate? By the end of next week, it should be 100,000 words. 120,000 will be released. You can find the plot point yourself and tell me when the time comes. Got it, boss. No, I have to call you boss. Once upon a time, the editor, who was madly complaining about the failure in front of him, would also have such a day of praise. There is a saying, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West, don't despise the poor young. This saying is really suitable for me. A night of silence. Tang Kong's mood changed very quickly. Yesterday he was still sullen and didn't look good to other girls. Today he greeted them with all kinds of good morning greetings. Ganyu was confused. What happened? In the corridor in the early morning, Ganyu was surprised, looking at the girl in front of her who was dressed up, kind-looking and full of spring. Good morning. The girl waved her hand and greeted first. Good morning, good morning. Although she didn't understand what happened, Ganyu, who had never seen Tang Kong in such a state, still greeted him back. She couldn't help her curiosity, looking at the girl's happy face, and asked, "What's wrong with you?" "Heh, I won't tell you." She walked away with a proud and happy look, leaving Ganyu standing there blankly. After a long while, Ganyu came back to her senses, shook her head, and thought of the gal game that she hadn't finished yesterday. It was almost done, the last line. The girl excitedly went back to her room and turned on the computer. The moment she opened the game, her expression changed. Her whole body suddenly petrified, and her expression became painful. Yesterday, she was busy playing games and forgot an important thing. Save. That's right, she forgot to save. For a player, what is the most frightening thing? Forgetting to save the game while playing a single-player game is definitely one of the most common things. Ganyu now feels that her mind is blank. She has an urge to cry. Obviously, she's just one step away from completing all the levels. The girl deleted the game in frustration. For her, this may be one of the things she least wants to think about since she came to this world. After deleting everything, the girl chose what she would play next from several game files. There were so many files that she didn't know what to play. After hesitating for a long time, the girl turned off the computer screen. She sat on the chair in a huff. Obviously, she was just one step away from completing the game. Ganyu's heart was still mumbling. At this time, a child with yellow hair who looked like a cute girl but was wearing men's clothes stood at the door. He looked at Ganyu with an extremely gentle expression, facing his gentle eyes. Ganyu seemed to miss a beat in her heart. She remembered the scene that happened before. Her pretty face blushed unconsciously. The girl coughed lightly, clenched her small hand into a fist, put it in front of her mouth, and said, "Ahem, what are you doing here?" The girl at the door seemed to be holding her heart in pain, with a very regretful expression, which made Ganyu speechless. "Oh God, you weren't like this before. You are looking at me with a wary look, and I am so sad. There is no love." Ganyu curled her lips, and her expression was neither funny nor sad. "When was there love? Don't make a mistake. You even refused to call me Ying. I recognize the wrong person, sorry. But Mr. Bai Ying, I will be very uncomfortable with you looking at me like this. Why didn't you say it before? Alas, I am so sad." As he said this, Bai Ying showed a look of tears and tears, which was indeed a bit lethal with his cute face. "You." Ganyu covered his forehead as if he had a headache, and for a long time, he finally managed to say a word. "You are such a pervert." "Hey, thanks for the compliment." "Hey, bullshit!" Ganyu complained loudly. Suddenly, Bai Ying rushed up and made a gesture to silence him. "Keep your voice down, shh." Ganyu was slightly startled. Looking at Bai Ying in front of him, he thought to himself, "What is this guy doing? What does he want to do?" Facing Ganyu's puzzled eyes, Bai Ying took out a bouquet of roses from her sleeve and said with a grin, "Marry me." Ganyu was stunned, suspecting that he had heard it wrong, and asked back, "What did you say?" The girl's question made Bai Ying smile awkwardly. He scratched his head desperately and explained, "Aha! I said, do you want to go out and play? This city is quite big. Haven't you always wanted to try the food here? How about I take you there?" Ganyu touched his chin and replied, "But don't you have takeout?" "Damn takeout!" Bai Ying suddenly had an urge to make all the takeaway windows in the world disappear. "Really? Damn, this is not easy to fool." No way to answer. Bai Ying thought quickly in his mind about how to fool. No, to convince Ganyu to go out with him to taste delicious food. In about 1/100th of a second, Bai Ying came up with 10 ways to answer, and he chose one of them. Think about it. Takeaway is not as good as going out by yourself. This takeaway, it is impossible to put all the delicious food in it. The girl was stunned, and seemed to be moved by Bai Ying's words. Just when Bai Ying showed a happy expression and thought he was going to convince the girl, Ganyu shook his head. "I still don't want to go." Ganyu's behavior made Bai Ying very difficult. He could only ask Paimon, who was living in his body. "What should I do? How should I answer this?" "You ask me. Who should I ask?" "Damn, what's the use of you? Dog system. Oh no, emergency food." In the mind, Paimon's voice was like a burst of hair, very angry. "You guy! Who are you calling emergency food? Become a cat girl for me for a week!" After speaking, Bai Ying was quite desperate to find that her body had undergone subtle changes, and it was under Ganyu's nose. Ganyu's expression was now extremely shocked. She saw with her own eyes that Bai Ying in front of her had a pair of fluffy and cute yellowish cat ears on the top of her head and a restless tail behind her butt. I remember seeing Bai Ying in this state not long ago. Ganyu suspected that Bai Ying might have an unknown disease that indirectly turned her into a cat girl. However, I have to say that Bai Ying like this is really too cute. She couldn't help but pinch the cat ears on the top of Bai Ying's head with her hands. The latter blushed and made a sound that made Ganyu blush from time to time. Moreover, the voice also changed. It sounds like a girl. Oh no, it's a girl. Could this guy's true appearance be like this? Ganyu was suspicious. Bai Ying, whose fate was being pinched by Ganyu, felt that his body had become as soft as cotton. He could only look at Ganyu with a pleading look. "Let me go." This cute attack made Ganyu unconsciously loosen his hand. He even regretted pinching Bai Ying's cat ears. "Now, do you want to go out and play?" It was not Bai Ying who spoke, but Ganyu with a complicated face. For some reason, she just wanted to agree to Bai Ying's previous request and take this cute Bai Ying to enjoy the food. On the other side, Bai Ying was speechless. Although she called Paimon countless times in her heart, there was no response. It seemed that Paimon was serious this time. She was really going to be a cat girl for a month. This look could not be lifted for the time being. After a while, she gradually got used to it after being speechless at first. It is worth mentioning that after changing into this appearance, Ganyu almost agreed to go out with him without hesitation. Just like the last time Zhongli went out, Bai Ying secretly took Ganyu away from here. Instead of going directly to the city, they walked through the park and prepared to go to a small restaurant nearby. The sound of the wind accompanied by the sound of insects added a sense of tranquility. There were few pedestrians on the road. If it was in the city center, Bai Ying's current appearance would definitely attract a lot of attention. This is not the result Bai Ying wanted. Therefore, the quiet suburbs became the best choice. However, I don't know why. Bai Ying always felt that there was a vague gaze staring at him. Looking back, he found nothing. Strange, is my feeling wrong? When he turned his head and prepared to concentrate on walking, that feeling appeared again. However, when he looked back, there was still nothing. Bai Ying's behavior made Ganyu curious. She asked, "What's going on? Is there something behind us? Someone is following us." Hearing this, Ganyu looked back, then turned around and said in confusion, "No, nothing." Bai Ying touched his chin. Could it be that he was really feeling it wrong? It was always accurate in the past. Since he couldn't find anyone, Bai Ying could only suppress this feeling in his heart. Ganyu walked very fast. Obviously, he just sent the location with his mobile phone, but this guy now seemed to be an old resident who had lived here for 10 or 8 years. Surprisingly, miraculously, he didn't take the wrong road, which was completely different from when he first came here. When they arrived at this restaurant with simple decoration and not many customers, it was gradually getting dark. Now it was almost time for dinner. Can't stay here too late, otherwise they will be discovered by these people at home. If they asked questions, it would be a headache again. The staff in the store were obviously very welcoming to the two people who came to the restaurant. It's not just their outstanding looks, but more importantly, the traffic on this road is pitifully low, and almost no one comes. The last time someone came, I thought he was a customer, but later I found out he was a fugitive and was caught by the police after dinner. So after the two sat down, a man in a simple uniform came over and made a very polite welcome gesture. "Welcome, how can I help you?" Bai Ying coughed lightly, looked at the menu on the table, pointed to a few of them, ticked them and said, "That's all. Okay, please wait." Looking at the back of the waiter leaving, Bai Ying's sight began to turn outside. Through the glass and the clear lights outside, Bai Ying was able to see the scenery outside clearly. Under the quiet lights, the lake sparkled, and from time to time fish broke the reflection of the moonlight, reflecting a bright silver luster. Next to a slender lamppost, Bai Ying saw a familiar figure. Perhaps the person who gave him a strange feeling was this cute red-haired girl with twin ponytails. She was wearing a round hat, and her big eyes sparkled even under the light. She was staring at this side intently. Bai Ying turned his gaze to her, and Ganyu, who was standing beside her, could not help but turn her attention to her. The girl wearing a red hat stood straight under the light, her eyes always glancing at this side. "Is it Hu Tao? What is she doing here?" Ganyu thought in his heart. It is not Bai Ying's style to let the girl stand outside the door like this. He waved his hand and motioned the girl to come in. The red girl over there saw the familiar yet unfamiliar Bai Ying waving at her in the transparent glass and was stunned for a while. Then she walked in. When she walked, she looked around like a thief who had stolen something. When she was at the door, she also stole a glance at the clerk who was counting the bill inside. The clerk in the store saw the girl's sneaky look and couldn't help laughing. There was an indescribable cuteness in the girl's every move. Just staring at the girl approaching, he felt dizzy and didn't know what to do. When the girl sat in the seat where the two customers sat before, the waiter suddenly realized something. He walked in with a menu, stared at the cute red girl in front of him and said, "Dear lady, what would you like to order?" Hu Tao was puzzled, and the waiter handed her a notebook full of pictures. Inside the notebook, there were all kinds of delicious-looking things. "What is this?" Hu Tao asked in confusion. At this time, Bai Ying came closer. His beautiful face was close to the girl's face. Hu Tao blushed. His hot breath sprayed on her neck. She felt indescribably uncomfortable. It's not that he hates it. It's just, there is a very strange feeling. Hu Tao's expression changed, and Ganyu saw it. Knowing Bai Ying's true gender, she always felt uncomfortable when facing the intimate behavior of Bai Ying and Hu Tao. She felt inexplicably irritated. This is also delicious, and this. Okay, bring these up too. Bai Ying handed the menu to the dazed waiter. The latter responded and quickly walked away with the menu. After doing all this, Bai Ying sat down next to Hu Tao and Ganyu facing each other. After thinking for a while, Bai Ying cast a questioning look at Hu Tao. Why did you suddenly follow? When did you follow? Hu Tao put her little hand in front of her mouth and pretended to be in thought. After a while, the girl laughed and said, It was not long after you went out. Damn, you came out to eat without inviting me. The girl's words made Bai Ying embarrassed. No one knew his real purpose. If possible, he really wanted to invite everyone to have a big meal together. It would be best if all the favorability levels were raised. However, is this realistic? It is probably not realistic. The favorability level may drop in a few minutes. Take a deep breath. Bai Ying laughed awkwardly and quietly moved towards Ganyu. He didn't want Hu Tao to notice the difference on his head. Otherwise, he would be in trouble again. Unfortunately, things are often different from what one thinks. The more Bai Ying tried to hide it, the easier it was for Hu Tao to notice the extra thing on Bai Ying's head. As Hu Tao's eyes lit up with curiosity, Bai Ying's cat ears under his horrified gaze were destroyed in Hu Tao's hands. Amid Bai Ying's screams, the girl pinched the pink cat ears and twisted them back and forth. Bai Ying endured the discomfort, his face flushed, and he cast a particularly helpless look at Ganyu for help. Ganyu seemed to see what Bai Ying was saying in his eyes. Save me. Ganyu waved his little hand in front of him, coughed lightly, blinked his eyes, and secretly signaled Bai Ying, who was under Hu Tao's control. It seemed as if he was saying, Don't be afraid, I'll help you. Ganyu coughed lightly and said, Ahem, Hu Tao. Stop bullying him. Look how miserable he is. Hu Tao was slightly startled. Following Ganyu's words, she carefully looked at Bai Ying, who was struggling in front of her. He didn't look miserable. However, since Ganyu said so, she couldn't continue to bully Bai Ying. The main reason was that although the cat ears were strange, they were also very comfortable to touch. But after all, it was very rude. Hu Tao loosened her hand. Bai Ying, who was controlled, finally got rid of the control of the red girl. The tingling feeling from his ears was gone. He only felt comfortable all over. After a fight, the first round of orders was finally served. Perhaps because of the small number of customers, the service attitude of this store was particularly good, and some snacks were also provided. Many of them were what Ganyu ordered. Most of them were desserts. Obviously, this child likes this kind of thing. A faint fragrance filled the air. Ganyu couldn't wait to pick up a pair of chopsticks and picked up a bun from one of the plates. Put it into her mouth. Very polite. It was the opposite of Hu Tao, who didn't care about her image and ate without thinking. They were two extremes. The two were addicted to eating, but Bai Ying, who was beside them, focused on other things. It is said that beauty is a feast for the eyes. Beauty is a feast for the eyes. Ganyu's cute movements of swinging her arms to pick up the food and showing a happy look on her face deeply attracted Bai Ying, especially her chest that was shaking slightly because of the shaking of her arms. Bai Ying felt that he was full just by watching this girl eating. The phrase beauty is a feast for the eyes is true. Favorability increased by 30. Current favorability is 120. Favorability points increased by 300. Current favorability points are 800. Favorability increased. It seems that this strategy is not wrong. There are only 200 points left to make up for a 10-draw burst. Bai Ying smiled secretly in his heart. Not long after, he couldn't laugh anymore. The two girls were fighting over a chocolate ball. Bai Ying could even sense the murderous intent coming from the two girls. I got it first, Hu Tao said. Ganyu was not to be outdone, her face slightly raised. Humph, what do you mean you got it first? It was obviously me who was faster. Nonsense, you're lying. Hey, 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 you stinky Hu Tao, don't think I'm afraid of you just because you're like that. This hallmaster got it first, so it belongs to this hallmaster. Ah, Bai Ying, tell me, whose it is? The two turned their eyes to Bai Ying, who was eating melons on the side. The latter could see the blazing flames in their eyes. Ganyu was leaning forward with her hands, her little face close to Bai Ying. However, Bai Ying's attention was not on the girl's beautiful and lovely face. Instead, it was on the deep grooves faintly visible under the girl's leaning over. Neither of the two girls noticed Bai Ying's lecherous eyes. Hu Tao snorted and asked, "Who do you think this belongs to?" Now, Bai Ying's mind was full of Ganyu. Hu Tao's question came out without thinking. "Ganyu, huh?" Hu Tao raised her little hand in dissatisfaction and slammed it heavily on the table. The girl's face showed an especially speechless expression. The sound of the girl's heavy slamming on the table made Bai Ying tremble slightly. In his heart, he felt indescribably uncomfortable. It was not because of the sound of Hu Tao's slamming on the table that made him like this. With the sound of this bang, in Bai Ying's mind, an emotionless voice that could not be distinguished between a man and a woman rang out. Hu Tao's favorability has dropped by 20, currently by 30. Favorability points have decreased by 200, currently 600. If it was before, Paimon might have jumped out to complain about Bai Ying. But now, since he offended Paimon, this guy seemed to have disappeared. Bai Ying is feeling very uncomfortable now. Ganyu was also confused by Hu Tao's sudden action. She stood there in a daze. In her mind, she kept repeating Bai Ying's words. When she turned around and looked at Bai Ying's beautiful and cute face, she felt her heart pounding non-stop. She had never felt such an emotion before. The girl's mood was difficult to calm down. She could only use a soft cough to cover up her embarrassment and the throbbing in her heart. "Humph?" In response, Hu Tao just hummed angrily to express her annoyance. Little did she know who had paid for her meal. "Don't be angry. Don't be angry." Bai Ying finally reacted. He scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. He picked up the dumpling near him for Hu Tao, who was angry. "This is delicious." Hu Tao turned his head and looked away, and at the same time, he snorted. "Who wants yours?" The girl's actions seriously hurt Bai Ying's young heart. He could only smile awkwardly. The hand holding the dumpling stopped in midair. "You don't want it, but I do," Ganyu said, and quickly bit off the dumpling on Bai Ying's chopsticks. Suddenly, a feeling of happiness filled his heart. Ganyu's favorability increased by 50. The current favorability is 170. Favorability points increased by 500. The current favorability points are 1100. With this announcement, Bai Ying's face was happy. This time, he finally had a chance to get 10 consecutive wins. Seeing Ganyu's blushing face showing a feeling of happiness, Bai Ying felt comfortable. She is so cute. I don't know if it's because Ganyu's expression changed so much. Hu Tao may have regretted it. She pulled her eyes back. Her beautiful big eyes were fixed on the plate of white and plump dumplings in front of Bai Ying. Her greed was evident. Seeing this, Bai Ying smiled softly. She handed the plate of dumplings in front of her to Hu Tao. "Humph, you're smart." Hu Tao smiled proudly. She rolled her eyes at Bai Ying, who was smiling awkwardly, and ate her meal. "That Ying." The blue-haired girl next to her looked a little unnatural. She suddenly picked up a piece of the dish in front of her and handed it to Bai Ying's mouth. Bai Ying was slightly startled. Before her identity was revealed, Ganyu's perception of her was a traveler who had traveled through time and space, Ying. After that, she changed her name to Bai Ying. But now, she suddenly called him back. Bai Ying knew in her heart that this Ying was different from what Ganyu had called her before. Maybe this girl really likes her? No. Don't think too much. How could such a beautiful and excellent girl like a third-rate writer and a sissy who likes women's clothing? Try it. The girl's face was slightly red. It was quite unnatural. This time, Bai Ying was a little flattered. Such a beautiful girl, holding food and saying to him, "Try it." Looking at the girl's blushing cheeks, Bai Ying's head was like being hit by a heavy hammer. It exploded all of a sudden. A beauty is a feast for the eyes, which is the best way to describe Ganyu's current state. "Ah!" Ganyu smiled, and this dazzling and cute smile almost cated Bai Ying. It is also a blessing to die in the arms of such a beautiful girl. On the other side, Hu Tao snorted disdainfully because of Ganyu's actions and said contemptuously, "Humph, annoying woman." Bai Ying reluctantly bit off the food handed over by Ganyu and showed an extremely happy face. Just when Bai Ying was feeling proud of himself, he inadvertently saw a few familiar people standing where Hu Tao had stood before. The moment he saw these people, Bai Ying was dumbfounded. When he saw the familiar girl, Bai Ying wanted to die. He didn't expect that he would be caught red-handed when he was in close contact with Ganyu. He wasn't sneaking around before. Cough, 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 sneaking around? Oh no. When he walked out quietly, he was actually discovered. Damn, this is too unlucky. Bai Ying can even see the dangerous looks on the girls' faces, especially Tang Kong standing over there. This kid looks like he's going to come up and beat him up at any time. But the strange thing is that his favorability didn't drop. Logically speaking, this situation should reduce his favorability, right? Could it be that he didn't recognize him? Bai Ying immediately denied his thoughts. It's not like he hasn't been seen before with cat ears and a cat tail. Moreover, judging from their expressions, they obviously found out that it was theirs. Under Bai Ying's complicated gaze, Tang Kong, Hua Luo, and Zhong Li entered the store aggressively. Bai Ying had not expected Zhong Li to come. The aggressive look of the three made the store manager, who had wanted to greet them, hesitate. Tang Kong stared at Bai Ying's face with a reprimanding look, walked to Bai Ying's side, and uttered a terrible snort. Heh heh! Bai Ying. Bai Ying's body trembled because of this call. What are you doing? The girl said this lightly. Behind her, Hua Luo covered her mouth and laughed, as if Bai Ying's embarrassment would make her happy. Bai Ying smiled awkwardly. She glanced at Tang Kong secretly. She found that her dangerous eyes were looking at her like she was staring at her prey. Her heart skipped a beat, and she skipped a beat. That, Bai Ying said nervously, not knowing where to put her hands. That? It's not what you imagined. What I imagined? Tang Kong asked back with a smile. What do I think? Do you think Ganyu and I are in close contact? Tang Kong looked at Bai Ying with disdain. He cursed, You dead pervert! Behind Tang Kong, Hua Luo smiled and said, You confessed without asking. Ganyu rolled her eyes at Bai Ying. She didn't know why, but she felt a little uncomfortable when facing Tang Kong, who suddenly broke in. But she couldn't find the reason why she felt uncomfortable. Misunderstanding. No matter how Bai Ying explained, Tang Kong's suspicion was still lingering. But strangely, even so, Tang Kong's favorability still did not decrease. Because of Tang Kong's sudden arrival, this secret date was ruined. Fortunately, Ganyu's favorability actually increased, which means that this trip was not in vain. In the last weird atmosphere, Bai Ying dared not breathe and had the last dinner. Back home, Bai Ying knelt under the sofa. What awaited him was the judgment of the crowd. In front of Bai Ying, Tang Kong was furious. She stared at Bai Ying intently, and there was a hint of anger in her eyes. Facing such a look, Bai Ying did not dare to look at her. He could only lower his head awkwardly with a nervous expression. Tell me, what do you want to do by sneaking out? The girl's voice was sharp, as if she would eat Bai Ying alive in the next moment. Bai Ying swallowed calmly. Just as he was scratching his head, Tang Kong suddenly stopped him. Don't move, answer quickly. Bai Ying shuddered. He felt that Tang Kong was treating him like a criminal. The key point is that none of the girls watching nearby wanted to help him out. They were just watching the show. Bai Ying smiled bitterly. Nothing, sister. I just wanted to take them out for a walk. Why are you so secretive, sneaky, and guerrilla warfare? Bai Ying laughed awkwardly. To be honest, hey, there is a reason for this. Huh? Tang Kong suddenly raised his voice, and his disbelief was written directly on his face. Could it be that they went on a secret date? Hua Luo, I don't know when it started, has the habit of adding fuel to the fire. Seeing Bai Ying's embarrassed expression, she felt happy, especially when she noticed the pink cat ears on Bai Ying's head. Hua Luo's words made Bai Ying's face darken, and she almost fainted. When she happened to see the terrible expression on Tang Kong's face, this feeling was even worse. Oh? Tang Kong deliberately said in a teasing tone. Her eyes kept wandering between Ganyu and Bai Ying. Ganyu blushed. Ganyu's reaction also confirmed her inner judgment. Don't listen to her nonsense. It's unfair. Bai Ying shouted in horror. Humph, no matter what, as your girlfriend and future wife, I have to punish you. When Tang Kong talked about his girlfriend and wife, he deliberately raised his voice, as if he was declaring his sovereignty. Moreover, his eyes drifted towards Ganyu from time to time. Don't! Kong, I'm innocent. Just punish you. Tang Kong's eyes wandered around Bai Ying's cat ears and cat tail for a long time, and then he showed a devil-like smile. Put on the cosplay costume and record a shameful video. Bai Ying did not react as violently as Tang Kong imagined. This disappointed Tang Kong. Looking at Bai Ying, who looked indifferent, she couldn't help but ask, "Your reaction is so strange. Don't you feel ashamed?" Bai Ying's mouth twitched, and she said unhappily, "I've been wearing women's clothes for so many years. Shame has long disappeared." "Is this the punishment?" Bai Ying asked as if to confirm. Facing a child like Bai Ying, Tang Kong could only use silence to express his current mood. "Oh, I thought it was something else, but it's just this?" Bai Ying smiled without comment. She took the cute pink dress that Hua Luo threw over. Her slender legs were wrapped in white silk. Kong Kong brought over a full-length mirror. This allowed Bai Ying to see her current state clearly. She was lovely and charming, and her every frown and smile was heart-stirring. This beautiful and lovely face, just a glance was enough to make people forget to breathe. Especially the trace of sickly breath between his eyebrows not only did not reduce his charm, but added a lot of unique charm. Even though he had seen his own women's clothing for so long, Bai Ying was deeply shocked at this time. How could it be possible? How could it be possible that he was good-looking? Bai Ying thought so. Narcissistic? No. Looking at the absolutely beautiful and lovely yellow-haired girl in the mirror, Bai Ying did not think that this was narcissistic. Well, not bad. Tang Kong did not hesitate to praise him. The girls also said that he was very moving, especially a girl with cute black horns. The look in her eyes when she looked at Bai Ying was even more indescribable. It was as if she wanted to eat him up at any time. Bai Ying coughed lightly and adjusted his awkward facial expression, because he saw that Tang Kong and Hua Luo were holding a camera that had been prepared long ago and filming him. "Get ready. I'll send you the poses you need to prepare on my phone. Take a look first." Tang Kong's beautiful big eyes narrowed. With a smile on his face, he took out his phone and sent a message to Bai Ying. The moment he saw the message sent by the girl, Bai Ying was almost shocked. This pose, not to mention shame. How can I do it with such a soft look? Bai Ying was speechless. Then he posed for the photo. He leaned lightly on the sofa, and his shoes were taken off on the floor. A pair of small feet in stockings were placed on the sofa, and his buttocks were resting on his thighs. The pair of slender and long legs appeared so clearly in front of the camera. He leaned his head lightly on the back of the sofa, and his hands were placed under his chin. The whole person was slightly bent in an S shape. After the pose was posed, the camera in Tang Kong's hand flashed white. Then another sentence came out of her mouth. "Okay, take a look at the video I sent you and get ready to dance. I'm going to upload it to Station B." "I'm dancing solo?" Tang Kong asked back. "What else?" Facing Tang Kong's question, Bai Ying's eyes flashed with wisdom. Almost instantly, he replied, "I think girls like Hua Luo, Wang Xiaomei, Hu Tao can also try it." Hua Luo glared at Bai Ying unhappily. "Go away, what nonsense are you coming up with? Dance quickly. The sooner you dance, the sooner you finish. Don't think about pulling others in. This is your solo show." "Don't," Hua Luo snorted. "Who told you to sneak out behind our backs?" Bai Ying's face was ashen. This light and slightly teasing voice, like a heavy hammer, hit his heart, making him unable to refute at all. He could only admit defeat. Bai Ying showed a sad expression while opening her mobile phone and carefully watching the video sent by Tang Kong. This is a dance with a very girlish charm. If a man were to dance, it would not look good at all. But is Bai Ying an ordinary man? He is a cross-dresser. This lovely and beautiful face makes people think that Ying in the original God has jumped out of the confinement of the dimension and came to the real world. In addition, the figure that girls can't envy. It can be said that no one is more suitable for dancing this dance than Bai Ying. So, he adjusted the angle in front of the camera with ease, and then tried to dance several times according to the dance played in the video. I have to admit that Bai Ying is very talented in this area. Although it is a simple dance, it is very rare for a boy. Forgot that Bai Ying is not an ordinary boy. In short, this dance has a unique flavor in Bai Ying's hands. On the other side, Tang Kong took the expensive camera prepared by Hua Luo, smiled and filmed seriously. Soon, the camera saved the video. This video hardly needs any editing. Bai Ying's appearance is also a natural beauty, without beauty filters or PS. In this regard, Bai Ying, as a male sister, is very proud and confident. Have you finished filming? Bai Ying Tongkong took down the camera. It's done. Take a look for yourself. As he said that, Tongkong copied the video in the camera to a USB drive and then handed the original video to Bai Ying. The cat-eared girl in the picture is charming and beautiful, and her every move is full of compelling charm. Seeing herself doing shameful actions in the video, Bai Ying not only did not feel embarrassed, but laughed foolishly. While he was laughing, Tongkong uploaded the video directly to Station B. She used Bai Ying's Station B account. Seeing the words "successful upload" on the phone, Tongkong smiled. She didn't know what would happen next. Not long after uploading, someone commented on the video. Tongkong curiously clicked in to take a look. Wow! Hiss! Haha! Love it! For some reason, when Tongkong saw this comment, he always felt very uncomfortable in his heart. It was as if her things were coveted by others. After hesitating whether to delete it, she simply turned off her phone. Out of sight, out of mind. When she came back to her senses and prepared to see Bai Ying's current state, she was stunned. She saw that Bai Ying was held by several girls, one hand each. Even the tall, handsome, and calm-looking Lord Zhongli pressed Bai Ying tightly on the sofa. What were they going to do? Tongkong was shocked. Just as she showed a puzzled expression, the petite Hualuo beside the sofa showed a cute fox-like smile in his eyes. Tongkong, don't you want Miss Bai Ying to try more and cuter clothes? The child deliberately emphasized the three words "miss," as if he was afraid that everyone didn't know that Bai Ying was a boy. Bai Ying's mouth twitched. He had no doubt what Tongkong would do next. Sure enough, after listening to Hualuo's words, Tongkong and Hualuo exchanged glances countless times in just 1 minute. Afterwards, under Hualuo's guidance, Tongkong picked a few cute pink cosplay costumes from a pile of cute and tender cosplay costumes that had been prepared not far away. Yes, they were very tender and tender. These cosplay costumes were basically for cute characters. Most people would have a hard time wearing this kind of costume. But when Bai Ying put it on, it not only did not destroy her cuteness, but it added a lot of charm, especially the pair of cat ears on her head. Just like Bai Ying had taken selfies in cosplay costumes and posted them in the group. With Hualuo's superb photography skills and expensive camera, cute girl paintings were created. She posted these photos to Bai Ying's Book Friends group. Later on Tongkong's phone, she uploaded these cosplay photos using Bai Ying's B Station account. Seeing Bai Ying's hopeless look, Hualuo smiled. Under Bai Ying's nose, Hualuo threw these photos into the QQ group. As expected, the group was boiling. When their Yingmei burst out with stunning charm again, everyone was deeply attracted by the cute and amazing look in the photos. Ganyu secretly glanced at Bai Ying, who looked hopeless, and secretly saved the photos posted in the group in her phone. Almost no one noticed that Ganyu had secretly joined Bai Ying's Book Friends group. After Hualuo sent out the photos, she showed the chat records to Bai Ying with a malicious look. She smiled like a little devil. "Ha-ha, Ying sister, ha-ha! It seems that everyone likes you like this. Debut as an idol. I will be your first fan." Bai Ying's mouth twitched. "Stop it. Be a hammer idol." The girls around laughed. Even Zhongli, who was always calm, touched his chin and laughed. At this time, Hualuo's mobile phone rang. Someone called. The moment the girl picked up the phone and answered the call, Bai Ying saw who called. It turned out to be her father. Bai Ying can never forget that phone number in her life, and she dare not forget it. The girl said hello to everyone apologetically and then ran away to answer the phone. Although Bai Ying was very curious about the content of the call, she didn't dare to approach and eavesdrop blatantly. But vaguely, she could still hear a little bit of the content. Judging from the meaning of Hualuo's words, it seems that his father will come to visit soon. Bai Ying was silent. In his impression, his father can be said to be a very busy man. Even this time he finally came to see him. It was his mother's persistent ideological work that made him come from his busy schedule. Now he is coming again. There must be something big. Not long after, Hualuo hung up the phone. Her expression seemed to become very happy. She was very happy. Is it because of her father's words? Bai Ying thought. He noticed that when Hualuo was full of joy and smiled, he would glance at him. Could it be related to me? When he accidentally checked her mobile phone before, he was surprised to find that Hualuo was the blind date he rejected. But now this guy's reaction feels that something more surprising may happen. After Hualuo finished the call, he ran away. I don't know what he is going to do. Maybe he is going to prepare to welcome Bai Ying's father. The people who gathered together ran away. Only Ganyu stayed here. Tang Kong left after putting down the materials for the admission. Ganyu sat next to Bai Ying. She was more charming in modern clothes than in Tevat. Above her beautiful nose, she had a pair of big, cute, and beautiful eyes, staring at Bai Ying intently, as if there was something on Bai Ying's face. Sometimes her cheeks would turn red. The momentary charm made Bai Ying stunned and almost forgot to breathe. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but now it seems that Ganyu is really so cute. I have never felt my heart pounding like this, especially that beautiful white neck, which makes people want to play with it for a while. Ahem. Ganyu didn't mind Bai Ying's aggressive eyes like a wolf. Instead, she held up her beautiful chest and let Bai Ying look at her. "Sister Ying, you are so cute!" Ganyu blushed and called softly. This time, Bai Ying was confused. To have turned the tables is, "Ah, this? Miss Ganyu, are you sick?" Bai Ying said with some worry. Ganyu's face flushed slightly. Looking at the cat ears on Bai Ying's head, she always had the urge to pinch them, especially since the cat ears would tremble. They were so cute. Bai Ying, who was sitting on the sofa, was frightened by the pair of red eyes staring at her head and subconsciously moved back. Unexpectedly, Ganyu pounced on Bai Ying. At the same time, she gently held Bai Ying's moving cat ears with both hands and kept rubbing them, just like before. An indescribable stimulation made Bai Ying almost faint. He wanted to turn over, but Ganyu's plump chest locked his head tightly. This made Bai Ying speechless. He could only express his dissatisfaction with sobbing. But such a sound could not stop Ganyu from playing with Bai Ying's cat ears. Instead, she became more and more ferocious. Perhaps because Ganyu liked herself the way she was now. Her favorability increased. It increased by 80 points. There had never been such a large increase before. Ganyu broke the record. As the notification of the increase in favorability came down, Bai Ying's body softened and she fell sideways. Ganyu, who was concentrating on playing with Bai Ying's ears, was not paying attention and was pulled down with her. Bai Ying fell under Ganyu. Perhaps it was God's will. Fate cannot be violated. Ganyu exclaimed and fell on Bai Ying. Her mouth happened to stick to Bai Ying's lips. It stuck very tightly. Ganyu could even feel the temperature coming from the other's lips. The hot breath hit Ganyu's lips from Bai Ying's small nose. The two looked at each other. The distance between them might not be as wide as a finger. The beautiful blue hair of the girl hit Bai Ying's cheek. For a moment, the air was filled with silence. Ganyu stopped the hand on Bai Ying's head and collapsed on the sofa behind Bai Ying's head. At a certain moment, Ganyu felt that something important was lost. Just looking at Bai Ying's cheek, she felt a heat. Her whole body was hot. The two of them kept this posture for several minutes. It was not until Hualuo chuckled and took a picture of this scene that they separated awkwardly. "Wow, I seem to have discovered something incredible." Hualuo covered his mouth and chuckled. His big eyes rolled around. For some reason, Ganyu always felt uncomfortable looking at her. For this child with the same long blue hair as himself. Hualuo smiled maliciously. "Should I send this photo to the lovely Miss Tang Kong?" Seeing the slight change in Bai Ying's expression, she was even happier. "Oops, I accidentally sent it out. My hand was shaking. Heh, Bai Gege, I was wrong." Bai Ying rolled her eyes speechlessly. He didn't know how to describe this child who was always looking for trouble. Just as she finished speaking, there was a hurried noise in the corridor. Obviously, someone was coming down. The hurried footsteps came from far away, and the noise became louder and louder. It was accompanied by the girl's angry shout. "Damn Bai Ying, what did you do? I'll teach you a lesson." "Bai Ying!" The deafening and angry voice came from the corridor. This voice showed the anger and speechlessness of the visitor. Tang Kong, with a red face, came angrily from the stairs. He looked at the cute girl with a pair of cat ears not far away with a reprimand. The girl was startled by the angry roar and shrank all over. He trembled and said, "Kong Kong, what happened?" Bai Ying wanted to play dumb. If you just look at his bewildered and confused look, you might really be fooled by him. In addition, his cute face, when he shrinks, he has a kind of temperament that makes people feel pity. It must be said that the lethality is amazing. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been angry with this guy a long time ago. But Tong Kong is not an ordinary person. He has long been immune to Bai Ying's cute crit. On the contrary, Ganyu and Hu Tao were involuntarily impressed by Bai Ying because of this performance. With just such a simple action, Ganyu and Hu Tao increased their favorability by 10 points respectively. In this way, there are a full 2100 favorability points, which can draw 2 10 draws. Maybe you can draw some magical props again, but now Bai Ying can't be happy at all. In front of him, Tong Kong took the phone and showed Bai Ying a photo on it. That photo was of Bai Ying and Ganyu having an intimate contact. No, an intimate kiss. The photo was very clear. Bai Ying was trying to find an excuse to say that the photo was photoshopped. "Can you give me an explanation?" Tong Kong said. When she said that, her eyes narrowed into a slit and she looked very kind, as if she had no malice at all. But Bai Ying knew that under this expression, there must be a heart that wanted to shoot him to death. Bai Ying wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with one hand, not daring to look at Tong Kong. "This is a misunderstanding. You don't want to say this is Photoshop, do you?" Bai Ying's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say that, but it would definitely not work. He had to think of a better excuse. No, an explanation. No, it's not this, but this must be a misunderstanding. It's not what you think." Hearing this, Tong Kong smiled. "Where did you put my girlfriend? Where do you want me to Billy? Stand more appropriately? How dare you? Two-timing?" Bai Ying couldn't help but smile bitterly. He stood up. At the same time, he desperately called out to Pai Ming in his heart. But no matter how he called out, this guy wouldn't respond. It seemed like he was really angry. Forget it. I still have to rely on myself in the end. Thinking of this, Bai Ying sighed and prepared to apologize first. "I hope to ask Tong Kong for forgiveness." Bai Ying smiled bitterly. Tong Kong didn't reduce her favorability towards him because of her anger, which means that there might be a chance to ask for her forgiveness. Thinking of this, Bai Ying calmed down and looked at Tong Kong sincerely. He said, "Tong Kong, it's really not what you think. I didn't two-timing. Tong Kong, I have always loved you. I don't crave your forgiveness. I just hope you can feel better." Tong Kong was slightly startled. Because of Bai Ying's words, her mood when she was angry also improved a lot. When she heard Bai Ying say that she loved her, she completely let go of her anger. She just snorted and said, "I forgive you. Damn it, it was obviously my first kiss." Bai Ying was stunned for a moment. Feelings. Is this guy angry because his first kiss was not his? Hua Luo smiled softly with his hands covering his mouth. Seeing the angry Tong Kong, his attitude suddenly changed. Seeing this, Bai Ying's hanging heart was also put down. He glanced at Ganyu beside him. Suddenly he found that Ganyu was lowering her head. Her cheeks were flushed, as if blood was about to drip out. Even her entire neck was red, making people want to bite it. Bai Ying wanted to observe the girl's expression. But Ganyu hid herself so much that it was really hard to see what her expression was. But judging from the condition of her cheeks and neck, most of her was shy. On the other side, Tong Kong saw Bai Ying secretly looking at Ganyu next to him, and was caught by her. Tong Kong, who wanted to forgive him, was upset again. She caught a glimpse of the trembling cat ears on Bai Ying's head from the corner of her eye, and reached out to pinch them. Suddenly there was a scream. The boy fell softly on the sofa with the scream. Tong Kong was satisfied. "See if you dare to do bad things without watching." Bai Ying didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was an awkward smile on his face. His face turned pale because of the sudden pinching of the cat ears that didn't exist on his body. Because he was sitting before, after he fell to one side, Bai Ying was able to see the expression of Ganyu, who was lowering her head. From his angle, he could see it clearly. She was very shy. Her whole body was red and almost dripping with blood. Miss Ganyu in a shy state was particularly attractive. She also noticed Bai Ying, who was staring at her. Her face turned slightly red, and she turned her head. She turned her face to the side so that Bai Ying could not see it. "Humph!" Tong Kong snorted. He did not loosen the strength of his hand that was pinching Bai Ying's cat ears. "Bai Ying, do you know you are wrong?" "Ah, I know. Stop, 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 stop pinching. Help, help. Bai Ying screamed. This made Hualuo, who was always looking for trouble, burst into laughter. Walnut's big eyes looked at Bai Ying as if he was staring at a high-quality customer of Wangsheng Tang. Tang Kong snorted. He put down the hand that was pinching Bai Ying's ear. He said, I'll spare you this time. If I see you like this next time, I won't spare you. Bai Ying shrank her neck in fear. She supported herself with her hands and sat up. As soon as she sat up, Ganyu quickly stood up, as if avoiding something. She lowered her head and walked quickly upstairs. No one could see her expression at this time. She went upstairs quickly. With a bang, she returned to her room. Ganyu left, and Bai Ying had no intention of staying here any longer. He glanced to the side and said, I suddenly remembered that I still need to type. Unfortunately, someone would not let him leave so easily. Tang Kong stood in front of Bai Ying, who wanted to leave, with his hands folded. He said in a rather dangerous tone, Stop! Who said you can run away now? Bai Ying froze. He looked around and found that Hualuo was looking at him with gloating. When he found that Bai Ying was looking at him, Hualuo not only did not restrain himself, but made a face at him. Bai Ying almost fainted. In a sense, Hualuo was the culprit. Hualuo smiled. He pulled Hu Tao upstairs as well. Hearing the scolding of the girl who was teaching Bai Ying a lesson from behind, Hualuo smiled even more happily. In the quiet and spacious house, Bai Ying's helpless cries could be heard from time to time. Ganyu covered her red face, and Bai Ying's voice fell into her mind, reminding her of what had just happened. The residual warmth of his lips could still be recalled. Her mind was in a mess, and his face was all over her mind. What happened to me? Ganyu asked herself desperately. This situation has never happened before. She resisted the burning feeling in her heart and came to the full-length mirror standing in the room. The girl in the mirror had a face as red as a peach. This is me now? Ganyu was slightly startled. She had never seen herself in such a state before. Calm down. Ganyu patted her chest with her little hands, trying to calm herself down in this way. But Bai Ying's voice downstairs was getting closer and closer. He seemed to be coming up, and he was coming towards her room. Ganyu hurriedly tidied her clothes and hair. Sure enough, Bai Ying pushed the door open. However, his expression was very strange. Ganyu didn't understand what happened yet. This guy suddenly fell to his knees. He said in a very exaggerated posture, Wang Xiaomei, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Ganyu showed a very surprised expression and didn't understand what happened yet. Why? Why did it happen suddenly? Bai Ying didn't raise his head, but just repeated what he had just said. Wang Xiaomei, please forgive me. Ganyu rolled his eyes at him speechlessly, then ran up to help him up. What did you do wrong? Ganyu continued. Did Tang Kong ask you to do this? She seemed to be sure that it was Tang Kong who asked Bai Ying to do this. Then she muttered, This guy is really something. He actually came up with such an unreliable idea. Why should he apologize? Bai Ying smiled bitterly and answered her. It's not like that. She didn't ask me to do this. I really feel sorry for you in my heart. Look, this may be your first kiss, so I want to apologize. Ganyu's face turned slightly red. When Bai Ying talked about her first kiss, her heart suddenly started beating fast. Looking at Bai Ying's cute face, which was prettier than a girl's, Ganyu suddenly felt a little flutter in her heart. Was she in love with him? Ganyu's little hand had climbed onto her chest without her knowing when. The flutter in her heart seemed to verify what she had just thought. She seemed to be in love with him. Now, whenever she looked into his eyes, her heart would pound. At that very moment, Ganyu thought of Tang Kong again. When she mentioned Tang Kong, she always felt particularly uncomfortable in her heart. It was as if her favorite thing had been taken away from her. She had this feeling since she knew the true meaning of a girlfriend. Why is your face so red? Bai Ying looked at the girl beside him in surprise and asked. Ganyu was shocked by his sudden question. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, Nothing, nothing. Do you have anything else to say? No, nothing. That's it. I'm sorry, Lord Ganyu. I'm really sorry. Bai Ying's sincere look made Ganyu feel very uncomfortable. Why should I apologize? Didn't I say it? Don't apologize. Don't apologize. You are not wrong. What are you apologizing for? Do you think I am not worthy of you? Go away and don't show up in front of me. Ganyu suddenly got angry. This scene made Bai Ying very confused and bewildered. However, since Ganyu had already issued an order to expel him, Bai Ying could not stay any longer and left here in a huff. Strangely, Ganyu's favorability did not decrease because of this. Back in the room, Bai Ying tried to wake up Paimeng. However, Paimeng still refused to respond. Ganyu's favorability did not decrease because of her sudden anger. After going through so much, I now have more than 2,000 favorability points. With these favorability points, I can draw 2 full 10 draws. Bai Ying was quite excited and called out the system panel. Then he drew 2 10 draws on the interface. At first, there was nothing in the first 10 draw, all of which were, "Thank you for your patronage." But when I drew the second 10 draw, the originally light blue light gradually turned into a rainbow color. It was something of the highest quality. Apart from that, there was nothing else, and the original more than 2,000 favorability points gradually cleared. Only 100 are left. This item is in the shape of a ring. The moment the hand touched the ring, a message came into Bai Ying's mind. Meng Yingyan, after wearing this item, you can enter the dream of the designated person and achieve the effect of suggestion. However, this effect will disappear after 3 days, and you can no longer use the item to sneak into the dream within 3 days. This item is very attractive just by looking at its effect. Suggesting someone through dreams. It seems very interesting. However, Bai Ying did not intend to do anything strange with this item. After putting the ring on his finger, the ring suddenly emitted a dazzling light blue light. Then it quickly dimmed. It was just like an ordinary ring. Bai Ying shifted his attention and put his focus back on typing. After posting today's chapter, Bai Ying noticed a string of messages from Ganyu on his mobile phone QQ. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be angry with you. Are you okay?" Actually, I don't mind first kisses or anything like that. Bai Ying, I don't know what I think of you. I feel uncomfortable when I see you now. It feels like ants are crawling on me. Bai Ying, I like you. I don't crave for the identity of a girlfriend or anything like that. I just hope that you can keep up a part of me in your heart. Is this a confession? Bai Ying was slightly startled. Suddenly, it felt like the world had changed. Suddenly, without any expectation, Ganyu confessed to herself. No. Maybe this might be Tong Kong holding Ganyu's phone and sending her a message. Thinking of this, Bai Ying sent a question mark emoticon and also wrote Tong Kong. Unexpectedly, after this message was sent, Ganyu seemed to be very angry. She actually cried in voice. What? Tong Kong? What's wrong with me? Is there only Tong Kong in your eyes? No. Listen to my explanation, Lord Ganyu. Don't call me Lord Ganyu. Remove the word Lord. It feels very strange. I know, Ganyu, sister. So you agreed? Facing the message from Ganyu, Bai Ying's mouth twitched. Is this the legendary Shura field? The kind where one could flip over if not careful. Since the favorability system exists, his idea of simply increasing favorability is not very realistic. How to avoid Makoto's ending is the most important thing. On the other end of the phone, Ganyu was waiting for Bai Ying's answer. In these few seconds, Bai Ying thought of a lot. Finally, he replied with an affirmative gesture, as an agreement. Bai Ying didn't know Ganyu's expression on the other end of the phone, but from what she said, she was very excited. After sending a cute Ganyu emoticon, she stopped replying. Bai Ying breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he felt a little uncomfortable, as if someone was staring at him. He habitually turned his head and looked towards the bedroom door. Sure enough, Walnut was standing there looking at this side curiously. In her hand, she was holding a brand new book. The title of the book could not be seen clearly. Bai Ying hurriedly hid his phone. He didn't want Hu Tao to know his chat history with Ganyu. So, with an awkward smile, he asked Hu Tao, "Hu Tao, what are you doing here? And your book, what is it for?" Hu Tao tilted her head and her slender ponytail gently stroked the doorframe. "This book was given to you by Sister Tong Kong. By the way, traveler, who are you chatting with? I just saw you talking and laughing with someone on your phone. Who is it?" Bai Ying's mouth twitched. He looked away. He hurriedly denied, No, we were not chatting, but I saw it clearly." No, you really saw it wrong." Hu Tao was very suspicious. She suddenly snorted and said in a loud voice, In this case, I think I need to tell Sister Tong Kong about your strange behavior just now. If Tong Kong knew the content of my chat with Ganyu, it would surely be another bloody storm. Thinking of this, Bai Ying coughed lightly and said, "It's okay to let you know, but you need to promise me one thing." Hu Tao was slightly startled and said, "What is it?" "Promise me not to tell anyone." "Of course, no problem. Let me see that. Quick." Looking at Hu Tao, who looked like a curious baby, Bai Ying was very amused. After confirming again and again that she would not tell the secret, Bai Ying showed Hu Tao the chat record between herself and Ganyu. At first, Hu Tao's expression was very calm, but the more she read, the more shocked she became. In the end, her mouth opened wide. You can see how shocked she was at a glance. She didn't expect that someone with the personality of Sister Ganyu would actually fall in love with someone else, and with such an attitude. It's really shocking. After suppressing the shock in her heart, Hu Tao exclaimed, "Traveler, you are amazing." Bai Ying scratched his head embarrassedly. Next, what Hu Tao said to him made him dumbfounded. "But how are you going to deal with the relationship between Ganyu and Tankong?" Bai Ying didn't know how to answer her for a moment. Hu Tao went on to say, "I just learned a word recently. Scumbag, I think it is very suitable for you." Hearing Hu Tao talking about scumbags, Bai Ying quickly retorted, "I'm not a scumbag. Giving beautiful girls a home has been my dream since I was a child. How can I be a scumbag? How could I be a scumbag? The biggest difference between me and Brother Cheng is that I love all the girls I care about equally." Bai Ying refuted in his heart. Perhaps it was because of this idea that Bai Ying was able to face Hu Tao's disgusted eyes like a scumbag without blushing or beating his heart. "Okay, I won't tell anyone. This book is a gift that Tankong entrusted me to give you. I'm leaving," Hu Tao said, putting the book on the counter next to him, and then went out. This ordinary book looked very inconspicuous on the counter. Bai Ying picked up the book and held it in his hand. The moment he saw the title and content, he was shocked. Bai Ying was too familiar with this book. Isn't this the new book he is writing now? Tankong actually printed it out and bound it into a book. He couldn't help but feel a little grateful in his heart. After typing the words, fatigue surged into Bai Ying's heart like a flood. After a busy day, he almost fell asleep. Bai Ying closed his eyes. What he didn't know was that the moment he closed his eyes, the ring on his finger suddenly emitted a faint blue-purple light. Between the towering mountains, the elegant and refined girl stood on the top of the mountain, looking into the distance. Bai Ying's eyes were on her not far away. This strange and familiar feeling, as if I had seen it somewhere. It was not until he saw the conspicuous Qingxin beside the girl from the corner of his eye that Bai Ying suddenly realized, "This is Jueyunjian in Tevat. Did I suddenly travel through time?" Bai Ying was shocked. Seeing the familiar girl, she stroked her hair with her little hand and slowly turned around. The same surprised look gradually appeared on her face. "Bai Ying, why is it you?" Ganyu's surprised expression made Bai Ying confused. "What's going on? Have we come to the world of Tevat?" Ganyu shook her head and replied, "I don't know, although it looks like this place is not much different from Tevat, but I feel that this is not the continent of Tevat." "Okay." A gust of wind blew. The girl's hair fluttered in the air with the wind. There was a hint of fairy spirit. Bai Ying couldn't help but exclaimed, "So beautiful, Ganyu, sister." The girl's face couldn't help but turn red. She lowered her head. She didn't dare to look directly into Bai Ying's eyes. From Bai Ying's point of view, the girl's face was not only terribly red, but even her neck was abnormally red. She seemed very shy. "You just say this kind of thing." Bai Ying chuckled and couldn't help but touch her head. She was shocked to find that the cat ears that were supposed to be on her head were gone. When she looked behind her, the tail was gone too. This made Bai Ying very happy. "Ha! This annoying pendant is finally gone." Ganyu was slightly startled. She couldn't help but raise her blushing little face, looked at Bai Ying's delicate and cute face, and said, "It seems so. Speaking of which, Bai Ying, it seems that there is M behind you." After hearing Ganyu's words, Bai Ying subconsciously looked behind him. When the huge and terrifying green monster came with a strong whirlwind, Bai Ying was dumbfounded. It was the Wind Core. The monster that he was most afraid of when he was a newbie. Was only in the game before, but now that it was in front of him, he realized that this monster actually had such a strong oppressive force. The monster made Ganyu subconsciously raise her hands and make a bow shape. But what surprised her was that she still couldn't use elemental power. The wind core came at a very fast speed. Ganyu's face turned pale. The violent gusts uprooted the nearby tree trunks. The terrifying whistling sound echoed in the mountains. Bai Ying was stunned by this sudden scene. The wind core suddenly appeared in front of him, and he didn't react. It was Ganyu who pulled his hand and barely avoided the attack. The violent gusts made people's faces hurt. This guy is indeed the nightmare of new players in the game. Even in the real world, he is still very powerful. Looking at the green wind core slowly rising into the sky, Ganyu's face was very solemn. What should I do? I still can't use my elemental power. Bai Ying, what should I do? The girl was so anxious that she even paced back and forth. Beside her, Bai Ying was also in a panic. The wind core was as big as 2 or 3 people and looked quite spectacular, especially when it was still spinning violently. Not long after, the monster rose to a high place and then stopped moving. It also stopped spinning. It was as if the core had lost power. However, Bai Ying did not relax his vigilance. Instead, his expression became more solemn. Having played games before, he knew that after this monster made this move, the next move would be to fall directly. And at this height, the place where it fell was exactly here. There were few places to land in the towering mountains. If Ganyu still had elemental power, she would definitely be able to take him away from here. But that was only if the current situation was that Ganyu had no elemental power. And the wind core was fierce. Maybe he would die here. Although he didn't know how he got to this place, and whether he would return to the real world after death, Bai Ying didn't dare to gamble. Even for Ganyu, he didn't dare to gamble whether he would be resurrected in the real world. What should he do? In extreme anxiety, the wind core fell at a very fast speed. At this thrilling moment, looking at the green monster that was gradually enlarging in front of him, Ganyu subconsciously closed his eyes. There was darkness in front of him. From time to time, there were several sounds of bows and arrows hitting objects. Ganyu couldn't help but open his eyes. As expected, the wind core did not fall. Ganyu wanted to know what happened. When he opened his eyes, what came into view was Bai Ying holding his usual bow and arrow and aiming the arrow at the air. On his finger, the ring was emitting an ice blue light. 24. The wind core had disappeared. It was most likely destroyed by the arrow shot by Bai Ying. The surroundings also returned to calm again. After experiencing a dangerous scene, Ganyu's heart, the attitude towards the reliable, delicate, and cute boy in front of him became more dependent. Recalling the kiss between herself and Bai Ying not long ago, her face turned red involuntarily. Bai Ying could even see a wisp of mist floating above the girl's head. Ganyu's favorability increased by 30. The current favorability is 240. Favorability points increased by 300. The current is 300. The voice echoing in her mind made Bai Ying look towards Ganyu. The girl lowered her head at this moment, and her slender neck was stained red because of shyness. Perhaps she noticed that Bai Ying was staring at her. She suddenly crossed her hands in front of her and muttered, "Why are you looking at me? Don't look at me." Bai Ying smiled and replied, "You look good. You look really good like this." Ganyu's beautiful face was as red as a ripe apple because of shyness. This beautiful face made people sigh that it was a masterpiece of heaven, so excellent that people could not take their eyes off it. In the distance, the misty fog gradually dissipated. The sun was rising. Qingshan was shining brightly in the towering mountains. The drops of dew on it made these treasures of heaven and earth emit a misty aura. The beautiful scenery between the clouds, coupled with Ganyu's blushing face, gave a feeling of a beautiful painting. The fragrance of Qingshan filled the air. Beside him, the girl's hair seemed to be emitting an equally strong fragrance of Qingshan. In this halo, in this beautiful scene, everything dissipated like clouds and smoke. In the morning, Bai Ying got up. He looked around and looked at the walls from time to time. He murmured to himself in a low voice, "Strange! How did I return to the real world again? Am I not in the continent of Teyvat?" The immersive feeling was so real. I was suddenly in the real world, and I was a little uncomfortable. It seemed like I had a dream. The Teyvat continent in the dream was so real. Wait. Bai Ying thought of the item she had drawn before, the ring. It was related to the dream. If the dream was real, then the favorability added in the dream might be able to explain this thing. Bai Ying called out the system panel. Sure enough, on Ganyu's favorability interface, compared with yesterday, it increased by 30. In other words, this was a real dream, and it also achieved the goal of increasing favorability in dreams. The only item that can do this is definitely the item called Meng Ying Yun. However, I didn't expect that this item was automatically triggered. Bai Ying, who was worried, got out of bed to wash up. In the corridor, she ran into Ganyu, who was also preparing to wash up. Because it was summer, she was wearing particularly cool clothes. Her plump chest and deep ravines were clearly visible. The pretty little face with rosy cheeks dodged as she looked at Bai Ying. From time to time, she lowered her head to look at the ground, and then raised her head to glance at Bai Ying. Such a lovely scene. As an LS, Bai Ying was naturally happy to remember it secretly in his mind. "Good morning." Bai Ying greeted her naturally. In fact, his eyes glanced at the cleavage on the girl's chest. His cat ears trembled because of it. Maybe he was excited. Faced with the boy's sudden greeting, Ganyu's face turned slightly red, and her little hand gently touched her hot little face, hesitatingly saying, "Morning? Good morning. Did you sleep well yesterday?" Bai Ying was slightly startled, and then replied, "Yes, of course." He added in his heart, "The favorability has increased, and I can get close to the cute Ganyu. It's amazing." Ganyu didn't dare to look at Bai Ying. She hummed and walked past Bai Ying. But Bai Ying could even see the steam coming out of her head from behind her. Ganyu, unexpectedly innocent. After washing up, Bai Ying decided to find out how to use this ring, or what the triggering conditions are. After tinkering with it in his room for a long time, he still had no clue about this thing. There was only the item information prompted by the system. The experience of online dreaming once every 3 days. In the end, he really couldn't figure out anything, so Bai Ying temporarily gave up the idea of studying this thing. Not long after, Hualuo knocked on the door and came in. She looked extremely anxious, as if something very important was going on. This guy wouldn't be like this normally. When Bai Ying wanted to ask what happened, Hualuo spoke first. Oh no, my parents are coming. They are going to tear down our supermarket and build a factory. Ah, Bai Ying, what should I do? What should I do?" "Huh, your parents are coming. Damn, why did you tell me such a big thing now? When are they coming?" "Come tomorrow. What should I do? There are so many people living here. How should I explain it? How should I tell my parents?" "Don't panic, I'll think of a way." Bai Ying held her chin with her hand, thinking, and then said, "Why don't you just tell me that you are here to share the rent?" Hualuo shook her head speechlessly and asked back, "Do you think I look like someone who is short of money?" Bai Ying was choked by her question. Indeed, as a rich woman, how could Hualuo be short of money? If this doesn't work, what excuse should I make? Bai Ying racked her brains but couldn't think of any good solution. While Bai Ying was thinking hard, Hualuo suggested a solution. "Why don't we use the excuse that they are accompanying us to do a big project? Look, we can't let them go out on that day, can we? We've already let them live here. How can we just kick them out?" Bai Ying nodded. For now, this was the only way. Although he didn't believe that this would shut Hualuo's parents up, he could only think of this solution. After that, the two of them briefly discussed how to welcome Hualuo's parents tomorrow and what to pay attention to, and then went about their business. After Hualuo walked away, Bai Ying thought of an important thing. What should I do with these cat ears and cat tails? This is not easy to disguise. He was quite anxious and called Paimeng's name in his heart. "Paimeng! Paimeng, come out quickly. Something important has happened. Paimeng, save me. Help! If you don't come out, someone will die." No matter how Bai Ying called, Paimeng still refused to come out. This extra decoration was like a bomb. Who knows what kind of reaction will be triggered when Hualuo's parents come tomorrow? Looking at the delicate ears like decorative pendants in the half-length mirror, Bai Ying was speechless. He found a hat and put it on his head. Although it looked strange, at least you couldn't tell what strange things were growing on it. It seems that he will have to wear this hat when he sees Hualuo's parents tomorrow. Bai Ying smiled bitterly. He stuffed his extra tail into his pants. At first glance, it looked no different from usual. After confirming that there was no problem again, Bai Ying left the mirror with satisfaction. The next morning, before dawn, there were several conversations from downstairs. These faint voices still woke Bai Ying up from his sleep. Bai Ying was very familiar with two of the voices, as if they were the voices of his parents. The strange thing was, why would his parents come? Aren't they Hualuo's parents coming? Bai Ying got up and lay on the door frame to listen to the movement below. Lao Hua, are we here too early? Not too early, not too early. Let's wait for the kids to wake up, then we can sit for a while. Oh, I was wondering why you came so early. That's right, it was my parents' voice. Oh my God, my parents are really here. Why didn't they reveal any news? This is bad. If I'm found out like that, I'll definitely be considered a pervert. My parents don't know that I've dressed up as a woman. Usually, I just dislike that I look feminine. But if I'm really found out, I guess my parents will just take out a shovel and shovel at me right away. Bai Ying started to get scared and even trembled. He tried to call Pai Meng again, but as usual, he couldn't call out at all. This should never have happened. I shouldn't have offended this emergency food. But now, there's no regret medicine to take. Fortunately, my parents haven't come up to look for anyone yet. Judging from their conversation, it seems that they're going to wait for a while downstairs. This will give me enough time to prepare. Thinking of this, Bai Ying searched around the room for clothing that could cover up her special decorations. In the huge room, there was not a single normal hat. They were all girlish and cute. Bai Ying even suspected that these were specially prepared for her by Hua Luo. Holding back her shame, she put a cute rabbit ear hat on her head. As for the tail, it was even simpler. Just wrap it behind her butt. It was still very early. Bai Ying took a quick look and saw that the time displayed on her phone was a little after 4 in the morning. It was still dark outside the window. The rustling sounds of parents talking in low voices came from downstairs. In order to welcome the arrival of Hualuo's parents, Bai Ying and Hualuo had told everyone living in the house to speak with one voice very late yesterday. The sky soon turned white. Seeing that it was 8 o'clock in the morning, Bai Ying knew that she had to go out and face her own parents, and Hualuo's parents. After checking his current state in front of the full-length mirror again, Bai Ying went out. When he went downstairs, he was surprised to find that it was not only his parents, but also Hualuo's parents whom he had never met. There were also Ganyu, Hualuo, and others. They were talking and laughing, as if they were discussing something. Hualuo's parents also noticed Bai Ying coming down from upstairs. They looked up and down at Bai Ying, who was dressed strangely, and went to greet her. They were paying attention to Bai Ying, and Bai Ying was also observing the appearance of Hualuo's parents. Hualuo's mother has the same long blue hair as her daughter, and Hualuo's father looks like a middle-aged, super handsome guy. It is normal for the beautiful Hualuo mother and the handsome Hualuo father to give birth to a daughter as cute as Hualuo. Hualuo's father Huan took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Hey, Bai Ying, why did you get up just now? Sit here, don't be polite, just treat it as your own home." Bai Ying scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Okay, thank you, uncle, I slept too late last night." Hualuo's mother responded on the side, "Young people should not stay up all the time. Take care of your body." Bai Ying's mother, who was sitting on the sofa, also echoed, "That's right, look at you. Why do you stay up all the time every day? It's already 8 or 9 o'clock, and you just got up. Is that reasonable?" "Bai Ying, what's wrong with your dress? Why are you wearing a hat at home? Is that reasonable? Take it off quickly." Bai Ying's father's somewhat angry voice made Bai Ying tremble. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer his father. If he really listened to his father and took off the hat, then this strange decoration on his head would be discovered 100%. This is not okay. It must not be discovered. If it is discovered, it will probably be scolded. Thinking of this, Bai Ying coughed lightly and explained, "Dad, there is a reason. Anyway, you can't take it off." "What is the reason?" "I asked you to take it off, and you took it off. It's okay at home, but it's so rude at someone else's house." Bai Ying's father's voice suddenly rose a few notes, and he was about to rush up and take off Bai Ying's hat. At this time, Hualuo's mother quickly held down Bai Ling, who wanted to rush up. No, the child is fine like this, it's pretty. Don't be so polite, just treat it as your own family. Besides, aren't we here to talk about Bai Ying and Hualuo's business? My business? Bai Ying was like seeing a new world. Her eyes widened and she was very surprised. What does it have to do with me? Bai Ling said, "It's about your engagement with Hualuo." This sentence shocked the people present, not only Bai Ying, but also Hualuo. She didn't expect that the purpose of her parents' visit today was so simple and pure. Bai Ying opened her mouth with difficulty and said reluctantly, "Mom and Dad, are you serious? Didn't I reject it? And don't I have a girlfriend?" At this point, he glanced at Tong Kong on the sofa. This tiny action made Ganyu a little unhappy, and Bai Ying saw it all. "Stop talking nonsense. I have already decided with other people's parents. I don't care what you think. This matter is settled." Isn't this bad? Bai Ying was a little angry. This is the countless times that her parents have decided her affairs against her will. It's so hateful. Thinking of this, Bai Ying glanced at her father, and this action immediately annoyed her father, who was angry. The more her father looked at Bai Ying's current dress, the more he disliked it. Thinking of how he had just argued with him in a tit-for-tat manner, he became even more furious. He suddenly rushed forward, and under everyone's horrified eyes, he ran forward and knocked the hat on Bai Ying's head to the ground. Suddenly, his lovely appearance was exposed under everyone's eyes. Bai Ling was very angry, but after looking at it for a while, he smiled. It seems that his mother was right. This kid might really be born with the wrong gender. "What's wrong with your dress?" Bai Ling asked in a questioning tone. His question made Bai Ying very embarrassed. Hualuo, who was sitting on the sofa, stood up and half-pulled Bai Ling back to the sofa, while pulling him, saying, Hey, uncle, don't be like this. Don't you think Bai Ying looks good like this? Besides, everyone likes it. Uncle, don't be angry, it's not good to be angry." Bai Ying snorted, expressing his dissatisfaction in this way. But what he got in response was Hualuo's rolling eyes. "You two, enough. Your dad finally came here and he has taken a step back." Although her words were calm, they fell into Bai Ying's heart, like the ground illuminated by the spring sun. Indeed, seeing that his father was silent, Bai Ying picked up the hat on the ground and put it on his head, saying casually, "I'll go wash up first." After he finished speaking, he went upstairs. Downstairs, Tong Kong's expression was very ugly. She didn't know how to describe herself now. It was not something that could be simply described as uncomfortable. She wanted to confront Bai Ying's parents, but she couldn't muster up the courage. Just when she was so frustrated that she couldn't get any more depressed, a pair of cute and slender little hands rested on her legs. She raised her head and saw a beautiful and smooth blue long hair and a cute and gentle face. Seeing Tong Kong looking over, Hualuo smiled slightly. She whispered in Tong Kong's ear, "If you are so disappointed just because of this, then that's not okay. You like him. Why don't you face it?" Tong Kong was slightly startled. "Why do you say that?" "It's just a pity. It's nothing." The girl sat up straight, then ran to her parents to chat with them. On the other side, after a few pleasantries, they also went upstairs. Only Bai Ying's parents, Hualuo himself, and Tong Kong were left downstairs. Facing the two happy families, Tong Kong always felt like an outsider. She felt uneasy for a while, and the feeling of sadness and speechlessness came up again. She left, and her back looked very lonely. The lively little girl in the past seemed to have lost her soul at this moment. Hualuo pursed his lips and looked at the girl's lost figure with a somewhat unpleasant expression. She didn't listen too much to what her parents talked about with Bai Ying's parents. She wanted to escape from here, but was always stopped by her father's eyes. It was not only Hualuo who had the experience of being in prison, but also Bai Ying. First of all, her parents said in front of everyone with very speechless words about her current dress, "Why is this guy dressed like this? I thought you are not the kind of person who likes to wear women's clothes?" Bai Ying's mouth twitched. In her heart, she silently replied, "I really am the kind of person who likes to wear women's clothes." Fortunately, her parents don't know about it. He also kept silent about the fact that he had dressed as a woman. Sometimes his parents would refuse to admit his cosplay photos circulated by book friends. "Ah, Dad, enough. Just say whatever you want to say. Tell me, do you like to wear women's clothes in secret?" Bai Ying scratched her head awkwardly. Facing her father's question, she answered without blushing or beating her heart. How is it possible? Ha ha! That's not the case. Bai Ling sighed and said, Sometimes I wonder if you were born with the wrong gender. It's okay to look like a girl, but you also wear this kind of strange decoration that looks shameless. Hey. Hualuo hurriedly ran forward and sat down next to Bai Ling. His petite palm pressed down Bai Ling's raised arm. Uncle, don't talk about this. You came all the way here and talked so much. You must be thirsty. I'll go get you a cup of tea. You drink it first? Bai Ling waved his hand and said, No, I just drank something in the car not long ago. What about Aunt? Li Qi, Bai Ying's mother, had a charming smile on her beautiful face. She also waved her hand to refuse. I don't need it. Her beautiful and intellectual appearance was completely different from the image she showed on the phone before. If Bai Ying had not known her mother well, she would have been fooled by this gentle smile. She thought she was a gentle person. How could it be possible? From childhood to adulthood, it was her mother who scolded her the most. Because her daughter had asked Bai Ying's parents but didn't care about her, Hualuo's mother said with a hint of sourness, Oh, this daughter, she has already turned her elbow out before she even started. You asked Bai Ying's parents, Why don't you care about your lovely father and mother? We also came all the way here and turned down many jobs. Hualuo's face turned slightly red and she coughed lightly. Her little hand, which had nowhere to put, pinched the hair beside her cheek and said shyly, Then, Mom, do you want some tea? Ask your dad. Hualuo's mother winked at her, father next to her. Hualuo turned her head to his father and asked, Dad, what about you? Ahem, then go and make me a cup of coffee. Hualuo stood up reluctantly. When her figure disappeared in front of the kitchen door, Bai Ying remembered an important thing. It seems that this guy can't cook. What if this guy makes the coffee and poison like before? He suddenly felt uneasy. He looked towards the kitchen from time to time. Seeing Bai Ying's small movements, his parents thought that Bai Ying was worried about Hualuo, which also proved the correctness of their plan. Bai Ying did have a strange feeling for Hualuo, so it was a done deal. Bai Ling was very proud. Looking at Bai Ying, who looked back at the kitchen from time to time, he showed a satisfied expression. He said, Why don't you go and accompany Hualuo? Mother Li Qi rolled her eyes at her husband and said, It's just making coffee. Do you need 2 people? Bai Ying immediately retorted excitedly, Of course. He was not sure what Hualuo would make of the kitchen. Breaking something is a small matter. What if something exploded? Bai Ying's anxious look made Li Qi speechless. Bai Ying, if you want to go, go ahead. Isn't it a good thing that 2 little guys can help each other? Hualuo's father said, winking at Li Qi. Oh, that's right. Then, son, you go quickly. Bai Ying couldn't help but smack his lips at the speed of his mother's change of attitude. But what he cares about is not here. After getting the permission of the elders, Bai Ying hurried to the kitchen. The kitchen door was slightly closed. Through the crack in the door, you can vaguely see the petite and cute girl wearing an apron busy at the stove. Somehow, there was an urge in my heart to rush up and take good care of her. No, I can't think about these messes. I have to see if this guy blew up the kitchen. Bai Ying pushed open the slightly closed door of the kitchen. The sound made Hualuo, who was busy, turn his head and look at him. There was a hint of surprise on her face. Why are you here? Bai Ying touched her chin awkwardly. I'm just afraid that you can't do it. Hualuo rolled his eyes at him speechlessly and said, Don't forget, you can't cook even better than me. But I can make instant noodles. What's the difference between making coffee and instant noodles? Do you have hands? Bai Ying was stunned for a while and then replied, Yes, what's wrong? Don't you need hands to make instant noodles? I feel like you're here to make trouble. Although I can't cook and the food I make is terrible, I can still make coffee, so don't worry. As she said that, she had already poured the brewed coffee into the prepared teacup. Although only her father asked for coffee, she still prepared a cup for each of the elders. She also added more sugar on purpose. She held the poured coffee on a plate, and when she was about to take it away, Bai Ying took it away first. I'll take it. Okay, thank you. Oh, what are you thanking me for? You're so polite. Hualuo's face was slightly red and his eyes looked away. Send it over quickly, I'll come over later. I know, I know. Looking at Bai Ying's back as she carefully carried the plate, Hualuo lowered his head involuntarily. Then he muttered to himself, "This guy, I didn't expect that you would be so considerate." In the living room, Bai Ying forced a very unnatural smile and faced his parents. "Ahem, the coffee is ready." Bai Ying's mother looked at her son jokingly and said playfully, "You guy, you look reluctant. Why is it difficult for you to bring water or tea to mom and dad?" Bai Ying shook his head awkwardly and explained hurriedly, No, it's just that it happened suddenly and I feel a little uncomfortable." "Ha ha ha, the young man is pretty good." Hualuo's father smiled, then took out a cup of brewed coffee from the plate that Bai Ying was holding and sniffed it at the tip of his nose. He exclaimed, "It smells pretty good." A few people exchanged a few pleasantries. At this time, Bai Ying suddenly remembered the expression on Tong Kong's face before she walked up the stairs. He was very distressed. He decided to find Tong Kong to see what happened to her. If she was in a bad mood because of something, then he had to comfort her. This was not only to prevent the favorability from decreasing, but also his true inner thoughts. Bai Ying found an excuse to slip away. At the corner of the stairs, he ran into Hualuo, who had just changed her apron. There was a hint of surprise on her cute little face. "Where are you going in such a hurry?" "I have to go see Tong Kong. She seems to be worried about something." Bai Ying showed a look of worry. Tong Kong's lost expression before echoed in his mind. Hualuo suddenly realized. She rubbed her little hands in front of her. "Go, hurry up, that guy must be in an abnormal state." Bai Ying nodded and said, "Then you take care of my parents here. I have to go to Tong Kong to see." "Okay, leave it to me, you go quickly." Hualuo's little hand pushed Bai Ying, who nodded affirmatively and went upstairs. Looking at his back, Hualuo's little face flashed a bitter smile, and she whispered, "I actually helped my competitor. I'm such a fool." Bai Ying stood in front of Tong Kong's door for a while. Her door was locked. Bai Ying put her ear to the door, listening to the movement inside. There was no crying, no murmurs. It was like a dead silence. His heart suddenly tightened. He knocked on the door desperately, shouting, "Kong Kong, are you in there? Open the door, I have something to tell you, open the door." There was no movement, and after shouting a few times, there was no response. But the door was locked, which proved that there must be someone inside. In these few short minutes, he thought a lot. Could it be that the child had an accident due to a momentary brain heat? Bai Ying didn't dare to think about it anymore. If he really couldn't knock, he was considering how to break in. Just when he was about to do this, the door opened. Tong Kong, who was standing in front of the door, was a little tired. She looked at Bai Ying, and there was a hint of silence in her hazy eyes. "What are you doing?" "I just woke up not long ago." Bai Ying was embarrassed. He didn't expect Tong Kong to be just sleeping. Are you okay? I saw that you didn't seem to be in a good mood before." Tong Kong rolled his eyes at Bai Ying unhappily and said, "How can you be in a good mood when your boyfriend becomes someone else's fiancé in front of you? Isn't this decided yet? Your parents and Hualuo's parents are here. Isn't this a done deal? Hasn't this been said yet?" Tong Kong rolled his eyes at Bai Ying in annoyance and said, "You are the only one who talks nonsense. Tell me, what should I do? You can't kick me out as your parents wish, can you?" Kong Kong, what are you thinking about?" "Okay, go back. I need to concentrate on thinking about my choice of school." Bai Ying was slightly stunned, then asked, "Didn't you already apply for my choice of school?" "I'm taking a look to see what that school is like." "Didn't you look at it before?" "Because it's a local school. I applied without thinking. Now I'm just confirming the situation of the school I'm going to attend in the future." Bai Ying was confused by Tong Kong's words. But between the lines of her words, Bai Ying always felt that this child always had a very sad feeling, as if he was about to lose the most important thing. This is wrong. Thinking of this, he coughed lightly and said, "Kong Kong, don't swallow any unhappy things in your heart. Don't worry, I won't let you down." Tong Kong was startled. Bai Ying's clear words landed powerfully in her heart. She was just a little moved. The girl held back the tears that were about to fall, smiled, then pushed Bai Ying out and said, Okay, I know, you go out and play. I really have something to do. I need to rest and have a good sleep." Seeing that the girl's demeanor had finally changed, Bai Ying, who was standing outside the door, looked back at Tong Kong's room every 3 steps and then left. Now the parents downstairs were talking happily with Hua Luo's parents. Bai Ying didn't want to disturb them, or didn't want to go at all. He might catch Xiao Mao and scold him again. He knew his parents too well. When he returned to his room, Bai Ying found that there was an uninvited guest in his bedroom. This uninvited guest had soft blue hair, a cute little face, a well-proportioned figure, and most importantly, her iconic little horns. She was Ganyu. I just don't know why this girl appeared in her bedroom at this time. She was staring at the screen carefully in front of her computer and hadn't noticed Bai Ying's arrival. Bai Ying stood quietly behind her. He wasn't playing anything weird. This guy was playing Genshin Impact with Bai Ying's account. The girl didn't notice that there was already another person behind her, and he was still... Bai Ying wasted the entanglement fate that she had accumulated for a long time. The key is that it has always been guaranteed. After more than 100 times, only one King appeared. This made Bai Ying speechless, and she couldn't help but patted the girl on the shoulder. "Sister Ganyu, don't draw. I'm running out of original stones." Ganyu looked up at Bai Ying behind her in surprise. Then she returned to normal. Not long after, Ganyu showed a smug smile. "Bai Ying, don't be afraid. Sister Shenhe will soon be full of life." "Ha, did you Krypton gold?" Good man. He doesn't remember that he had recharged so much money. Bai Ying was very confused. Seeing Bai Ying's puzzled expression, Ganyu's smile became more ostentatious, took out her mobile phone and showed Bai Ying the content on her mobile phone screen. This was the B Station account that she had asked Ganyu to log into before, and it was also this account that posted the recorded video. And the income is more than 30,000? The number of views, hundreds of millions, more than 10 million? Oh my. I haven't watched it for so many days, but I didn't expect the income to be so considerable. Ganyu said, "I spent a little money. I withdrew all the money. Then I spent part of it on your account, and part of it is saved in my WeChat account." Okay. By the way, Hu Tao always wants to eat delicious food, and she is still brooding over the last incident. I think you need to take her out to play. And Lord Zhongli, who has been idle for a long time, decided to learn to play the erhu. I signed him up for an online class and then bought the equipment online. Bai Ying was stunned by Ganyu's words. The girl looked like a housewife who was worried about her family. "Why are you looking at me?" Ganyu rolled her eyes at Bai Ying unhappily and suddenly seemed to think of something and said, "How to make this video? I want to learn it. If the video is played more, the income will be considerable. I remember that Station B called this an up master." Bai Ying smiled bitterly. He shook his head. To be honest, the videos he made before didn't have any technical content. He just shot a video directly and even didn't edit it. He answered Ganyu's question and said, "I really don't know. The previous videos were just taken with a mobile phone. There was no technical content at all." Ganyu was a little disappointed and listened to Bai Ying's words, but she soon cheered up. "I think I may have found the direction of my efforts. The video I watch most often on Station B these days is the anime character dance of MMD. I think I can try to learn it." Bai Ying's mouth twitched, but he didn't rush to deny it. "Your idea is very good, but I think it might be better for you to just record a video and take a selfie yourself. After all, everyone knows that Bilibili has a large number of LSPS. A girl as beautiful as Ganyu, who looks almost exactly like the character in the game, makes people mistakenly think that the character has broken through the dimensional wall. This will definitely attract a large number of LSPS." The girl nodded, turned off the game on the computer, then stood up and faced Bai Ying. "Bai Ying, be my boyfriend." "Huh?" This was not the first panic, hesitating. "What are you going to do?" "What?" Looking at the light gradually rising in the girl's eyes, Bai Ying was very scared. This love is not good. The girl approached him step by step, breathing out turbid air. After she forced Bai Ying to the corner and controlled him by wall-donging, the girl suddenly smiled brilliantly. "So you agreed. Do you know, Bai Ying, how much I envy Tong Kong? Maybe I am from Teyvat and cannot compare to local girls like Tong Kong. She is a good girl. When I understood the meaning of the word girlfriend, I envied her a little bit." Bai Ying was slightly startled. Looking at the girl's cute and beautiful face, he couldn't help but said, "What's wrong with you, Ganyu? Why are you like this all of a sudden?" "I can't hide my true feelings. This is the first time I have such feelings for someone in all these years. Bai Ying, don't answer whether you like me or not. Can you hug me?" The strange light in the girl's eyes has disappeared. Her bright eyes are staring at the cute boy in front of her. To be honest, when a beauty like Ganyu says such words, the lethality is unquestionable. Seeing Bai Ying standing there in a daze, the girl felt a little disappointed. She thought Bai Ying refused. "Well, I didn't consider your feelings, Bai Ying. I was wrong." "Ah, what the hell? Wait, I'll hug you." When Ganyu was not paying attention for a moment, Bai Ying hugged her in his arms. If a beautiful girl like Ganyu were to throw herself into his arms, wouldn't he be worse than a beast if he didn't accept it? Ganyu's little face was suddenly pressed against Bai Ying's chest. Her little hands subconsciously hugged his waist and pressed tightly against his back. I'm not ready yet." The girl raised her head and finally managed to breathe some fresh air. She was almost suffocated by his sudden burrowing into her chest just now. "This guy just hugs me, but why does he hug me so tight?" Ganyu complained in her heart. When she raised her head, Bai Ying's delicate and lovely face overlapped with the face of the hero who saved Liyue in her memory. Her inner restlessness reached its peak at this moment. She couldn't help but stand on tiptoes, and her lips pressed tightly against Bai Ying's. The notification of increased favorability, which had not appeared for a long time, also appeared at this moment. Ganyu's favorability increased by 60 points and is currently 300 points. Favorability points increased by 600. Current favorability points are 900. Bai Ying's eyes widened when faced with the girl's proactive kiss. In the past, when he kissed girls, it was either accidental or he took the initiative. This was the first time he was kissed by such a passionate girl. Ganyu's movements were awkward, but that was understandable. After all, she was a pure girl. It was the first time she fell in love with someone. Kissing and hugging were nothing special. But this girl was so proactive. I don't know where she learned this strange knowledge from. Woman, you are playing with fire. Bai Ying is a normal man, even though he has cute cat ears on his head and a strange cat tail on his butt because of some strange creature. But he is also a normal man. Ganyu's figure is considered very good among the girls Bai Ying has met. She is curvy, and even through several layers of thick clothes, Bai Ying can still feel the beauty of the girl's figure. "Ah?" the girl exclaimed. She was horrified by the sudden situation. The two of them fell on the bed. Since Bai Ying held her and fell sideways, it was very natural. Bai Ying pressed his whole body on her. The girl's unique fragrance pierced his nostrils. Very comfortable, very natural, not a strong smell, very refreshing. This refreshing smell deeply shook Bai Ying's already unsteady heart. "Bai Ying, calm down!" Ganyu couldn't help shouting when he saw Bai Ying's big hands stroking his back randomly. This made Bai Ying speechless. It was obviously she who pressed against him first and then kissed him. But now, okay. Bai Ying was a little disappointed. His eyes did not hide the feeling of loss. Ganyu noticed the change in his eyes. With a wry smile, he said, "I have no objection, but not now." When she said this, her face almost turned red to the base of her neck. She looked like a big carrot. Bai Ying didn't react to what she said for a while. When she explained that she hoped Bai Ying could keep a place for him in her heart, he finally realized what the girl said. His expression was just as Ganyu thought, extremely surprised. "Don't you want to?" The girl seemed to be angry. This gave Bai Ying a shock, and he quickly replied, No, I do. I really do." As soon as the two finished speaking, there was a noise at the door. A cute girl with red pigtails suddenly rushed in. When she saw the two people huddled together in the bedroom, her cute big eyes suddenly opened wide, showing an expression of disbelief, and at the same time she kept saying in her mouth, You guys?" Even though Hu Tao is a minor, her experience in Teyvat is only 17 years. She can also understand how embarrassing it is for the two of them to be in this posture. I still remember that the last time I was on business, I saw Sister Yinger with a strange man. Now Sister Ganyu and Bai Ying's posture is very similar to Sister Yinger at that time. Hu Tao subconsciously covered her eyes. She covered her entire face with both hands. However, there was a small gap where her two cute big eyes were. She seemed to be satisfying her curiosity in this way. The moment he saw Hu Tao come in, Bai Ying froze. Not long after, he quickly stood up. He coughed a few times, with an embarrassed smile on his face. "Ah, Hu Tao, it's not what you think." Obviously, Bai Ying's explanation did not dispel Hu Tao's doubts. Even when Bai Ying wanted to step forward to explain, Hu Tao deliberately took a few steps back, expressing her dissatisfaction and fear in this way. Hu Tao's step back was so small, but it made Bai Ying feel like a knife in the heart. Fortunately, the favorability did not decrease because of this. "Really, it's just an accident, an accident." Hu Tao looked at him with contempt and put her two little hands down. "You big bad guy, you want to do bad things to Sister Ganyu, right? I've seen it with Sister Yinger before. That's how those bad men bully Sister Yinger." After hearing Hu Tao's confident words, Bai Ying's embarrassed expression became even more embarrassed. He must know who Sister Yinger is. Anyone who has played Genshin Impact knows that in a certain plot, Yinger's identity is special, and it is wrong for Hu Tao to equate herself with the bad man who bullied Sister Yinger. When Bai Ying thought about needing to improve her favorability like a gal game, he felt like he was committing a crime. Alas. Hu Tao, it's a long story. Let's not discuss this for now," Bai Ying said, fearing that Hu Tao's shouting would attract other people. At this time, Ganyu, who had been silent for a long time, also came over. On her beautiful face, there was the same awkward smile, and at the same time a hint of shyness. "Yes, Sister Hu Tao, this was just an accident." Since Sister Ganyu said this, Hu Tao could only look at Bai Ying doubtfully, rolled her eyes at her and said, "Okay, Sister Ganyu, if he bullies you, tell me. I'm very strong." His words made Bai Ying's mouth twitch. She couldn't help but say, "But your Eye of God and elemental power are no longer usable. What's the point of telling you?" Bai Ying regretted it after she said that. By saying this, she was admitting the fact that Hu Tao said that she bullied Ganyu. She didn't know how Ganyu would react. Bai Ying glanced at Ganyu and found that she just blushed, and there was no more. Obviously, she knew the implication of what she just said, but this reaction, Bai Ying was sure that he had really conquered Ganyu, and the girl was even actively pursuing him. Hu Tao was stunned for a moment, and then replied, "I can beat you down even without elemental power." Bai Ying smiled speechlessly and did not respond. Ganyu and Bai Ying had a tacit understanding with each other, as if nothing had happened. If it weren't for Ganyu's blushing face and Hu Tao's contemptuous look at Bai Ying, no one would believe that something particularly embarrassing had happened not long ago. Not long after, the shouting of parents came from downstairs. The voice was not loud, but very clear. "Bai Ying, come down. We have something to talk to you." Bai Ying was confused. Clearly, he had just found a chance to slip away, but it hadn't been long, and he was going downstairs again. The three people in the bedroom were all stunned by the voice. Hu Tao asked, "It seems like your parents are calling you." "It's not like it's me, and I just found an excuse to leave." Bai Ying sighed and said, "There's no other way. I can only go downstairs." "Oh, so annoying." Ganyu frowned, and just when he was about to go out, he suddenly said, "I want to go too." The girl's eyes were firm, as if there was no room for negotiation. Even so, Bai Ying still wanted Ganyu to stay here. "What are you going to do downstairs?" "I guess they are talking about me. Aren't you afraid that you will feel bad if you go?" Ganyu thought for a while, and almost subconsciously answered, "No, I still want to see what you are talking about." Bai Ying knew that he could no longer persuade Ganyu, so he could only sigh and let her go. The two went downstairs together, and Bai Ying's parents and Hua Luo's parents, who had been waiting for a long time, all looked over. Not only that, Hua Luo also cast a surprised look at the side. She met Bai Ying's eyes with a surprised look. It was as if she was questioning him why Ganyu followed. Bai Ying lowered his head in embarrassment. Bai Ying's parents had met Ganyu just now, but not long after, the girl came down again. The first sight of the girl was that she was so beautiful that she was not like the human world. Apart from the strange black sheep horn decoration, she is one of the top beauties in the whole of China. Just looking at the way the girl looked at his son, Bai Ying's father always felt something was wrong. In his eyes, the girl always looked at Bai Ying's cheek from time to time. This is very wrong. At first, he didn't notice it and didn't feel anything. Now this suspicious situation is too wrong. So Bai Ying's father looked at Ganyu, coughed lightly, and deliberately put his fist in front of his mouth, looking very formal. Bai Ying, I haven't asked you before, who is this girl? Bai Ying's mouth twitched and he took a step forward. Her name is Gan. Wang Xiaomei, a partner. Are we really just partners? His questioning eyes made Bai Ying panic. At this time, Hua Luo, who was standing aside, hurried out to explain. That's right, uncle. Ahem, Xiao Luo. Uncle and your parents will have dinner tomorrow and then leave. There is nothing else today. I just want to ask you, what is your attitude towards you and Bai Ying? After hearing what her father said, Bai Ying curled her lips. Xiao Luo called him this. I have seen shameless people, but I have never seen such a shameless person. And judging from his tone, it seems that he cannot be questioned. Hua Luo heard the words. He nodded slightly, as if thinking about something. She suddenly looked at Bai Ying again. Taking this opportunity, Bai Ying made a gesture to her, indicating rejection. Although there may be no hope, there is no use in refusing. Bai Ying's gesture fell into Hua Luo's eyes, making her eyes dim. She raised her head, looked at Bai Ying's father's face, and said seriously, Are you referring to the blind date? Yes, yes, yes! A dazzling look bloomed on her face. I refuse. Bai Ying's father opened his mouth wide in surprise. Not only him, but Hua Luo's parents were also surprised. Logically speaking, isn't this the reason why they came here with great difficulty? Unexpectedly, his daughter was so disrespectful. Hua Luo's father even became a little angry. However, what Hua Luo said next not only surprised them, but also Hua Luo himself and Ganyu, who was silently watching this side. I refuse, but I will strive for happiness with my own efforts. I like him. I can pursue it myself. Bai Ying opened her mouth wide for a long time before she said a sentence. Are you serious? The girl playfully winked at this side and replied, What do you think? After she said this, Ganyu looked at her with a hint of other meaning, as if looking at an enemy who was competing with him for something. Hua Luo's words were shocking. It took a long time for the four parents to recover. They smiled at each other. Bai Ying's father smiled and said, Brother, your daughter has this attitude. As parents, we can't say anything. Let's just have a meal tomorrow, and then leave it to fate. Hua Luo's father nodded, agreeing with him. Okay, leave it to the young people themselves. The parents may have felt that there was no point in staying any longer, so the four of them went out together. Before leaving, they told Bai Ying and the others to check their mobile phone messages at any time tomorrow, saying that they could have a meal at any time after deciding on a place. After the few people left, Hua Luo looked outside the door for a while, then walked in and said, Bai Ying, I have something to tell you. While saying this, she intentionally or unintentionally glanced at Ganyu on the sofa, causing the latter to roll his eyes. Bai Ying understood what she meant and said to Ganyu, Let's discuss something. The implication was that she should avoid them. Ganyu knew it very well. However, what was going on with this strong feeling of discomfort in her heart? Although her mind told her that what Hua Luo said should be true and she did need to avoid it, since he said so, it must be very important to her. But Ganyu was unwilling in her heart. This unwillingness was directly reflected on her face. Even though the two of them winked at Ganyu, Ganyu remained unmoved, with her hands around her chest, her eyes slightly narrowed, and occasionally opened one eye to look at the situation on Bai Ying's side. Faced with the girl's actions, Bai Ying was helpless. You can't force her to leave here, right? So Bai Ying could only look at Hua Luo with a helpless look. Hua Luo sighed slightly and said, Okay, then I'll just say it directly. She paused and continued, I persuaded my father to give me a little more time. Give me more time and money to continue operating the mall. So I don't have to worry about the mall anymore. After all, I have invested so much. If my father forces me to sell it, I will be very uncomfortable. Combined with some of the ideas you mentioned before, I think after the transformation, we can definitely reverse the phenomenon of losing money and not making a profit. Bai Ying smacked her lips and said, Is there nothing else? Hua Luo was slightly stunned and asked, Why do you say that? I thought you sent Ganyu away because there was something private that was inconvenient for her to know. Hualuo was silent for a while. She blushed at first, then cleared her throat, looked at Ganyu on the sofa, and said in a very subtle and low voice, "Are you sure you want me to say it?" Her eyes looked at Ganyu from time to time. From her actions, it can be seen that what she wants to say is indeed not suitable to be said in front of Ganyu. But Bai Ying didn't want to hide anything, so she said, "It's okay, just tell me. What's the big deal?" Said tentatively, "Then I'll tell you?" "Well, you tell me." The girl took a deep breath. It seemed like she was brewing feelings. After a while, her face was red and her voice was as thin as a mosquito. "My parents said, before we get married or even confirm our relationship, we can have a child, but the prerequisite is that the object can only be you." Bai Ying was almost shocked to death. It took a long time to come back to her senses. "Did your parents really say that?" The girl nodded, her face blushing. Bai Ying sighed for a long time. She is indeed a good daughter. What her parents meant. If Hualuo said that he could do whatever it takes to make him and her have a fait accompli, Bai Ying would think it was possible. Although the voice was not loud, Ganyu, who was sitting on the sofa, heard it clearly. When she heard this sentence for the first time, she reacted. But not long after, she screamed, stood up suddenly, and then raised a finger to point at Hualuo, saying, You, how can you be so shameless?" How could she not understand what she said? Looking at Hualuo, Ganyu felt angry and speechless. Hualuo was stunned for a while and saw Ganyu pointing at her. Facing this blue-haired girl who was much taller than her and had a much better figure than her, she spread her hands. Facing Ganyu, pointing at herself, she said, "How can I be shameless?" You are shameless." Ganyu was a little exasperated. Usually, Hualuo was very tolerant of this girl and almost ignored her actions. But at this moment, facing the girl's harsh criticism, she pulled her face with her hands and made crazy faces. She looked like she would not stop until she was mad to death. She also got what she wanted and made Ganyu show that she was very angry, but helpless. The two glared at each other, and a big fight was about to break out. Although Bai Ying wanted to see what a fight between girls looked like, reason told him that it was time to stop the fight. He walked to the middle of the two reluctantly, blocked a girl with one hand, and stopped her. Okay, stop arguing. Isn't it good to be in harmony?" Ganyu pointed at Hualuo angrily and said, "Didn't you hear what she said? Or are you really interested in her?" Bai Ying didn't dare to answer her question directly. No matter whether the answer was yes or no, it might cause some bad consequences. Bai Ying chose not to answer. He didn't answer, but Hualuo grinned and said, "I like him. Can you stop him?" The girl snorted, making Ganyu's face red with anger. "Humph!" Hualuo crossed his arms, looking disdainful. Ganyu clenched her hands and was about to step forward to continue arguing with Hualuo. After all, Hualuo's look was too arrogant, but she was stopped by Bai Ying. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, "Stop arguing. Can you go up and be quiet first?" Ganyu opened her bright big eyes and looked at Bai Ying. Not long after, the girl suddenly shrugged in frustration, muttering to herself, Okay, I lose to you." She looked back every step of the way, looking at the two people in the living room on the first floor from time to time. When she reached the stairs, she did not forget to glare at Hualuo. Her eyes seemed full of threats. When the girl finally disappeared from sight, Bai Ying looked at Hualuo with a dark face and asked, "What's going on?" Hualuo shrugged, and his pretty face flashed with a non-committal smile. "What's the big deal? It means literally, I like it. I pursue it. Is there any problem?" "No. I mean, did your parents really say those words?" The girl nodded. Then she added, "I mentioned that I would not give up, and there was something like I would not marry anyone else in this life. It is hard to imagine that under her petite and cute appearance, she would actually do such a thing." Bai Ying looked shocked and he asked in disbelief, "Do you really understand what you are saying?" She smiled and waved her slender and boneless hands through her hair. The pleasant fragrance of her hair immediately filled the air. "I understand. But in that case, what about Tong Kong? What about Ganyu? These are not within my consideration. Even if we are not officially married, I still believe that you are my other half." Bai Ying was speechless. Things had come to this point. How could he not understand her determination? Since she said so and meant so, There was nothing Bai Ying could say. He could only sit on the sofa dejectedly, thinking about how to stabilize Ganyu's emotions. Ganyu's glance back was too profound. Bai Ying was afraid that the girl's favorability towards him would decrease because of this sorrow. Bai Ying found the girl who was sulking in Ganyu's bedroom. She looked so cute when she was angry. Even if she was very serious about being sulking, she didn't pose a threat at all, but instead added a bit of cuteness. The girl noticed Bai Ying's arrival. She snorted and hugged her chest with her little hands, with a look of disgust on her face. "What are you doing here? Aren't you going to accompany your rich lady?" Bai Ying's face suddenly darkened when he heard this. "I just came to see you," the girl answered very firmly. "No need." Bai Ying was almost choked to death by such a decisive refusal. "Ganyu, don't be like this. Are you angry?" Ganyu curled her lips and said, "No, I'm not angry." She seemed to say that she didn't care, but she was not angry in her heart. Bai Ying was almost certain that this girl must care a lot about what Hualuo said. He scratched his head and stretched out a hand. Under Ganyu's surprised gaze, he placed it in front of her forehead. He smiled and said, "Ganyu, don't be angry." The girl raised her head and stared into Bai Ying's eyes seriously. She said, "Who do you like more, me or Hualuo?" Bai Ying was slightly startled. He didn't expect Ganyu to ask such a question. Now in front of him is Ganyu, this cute and sexy beautiful girl, and Hualuo, who also likes her, is as cute as her, and more importantly, has a lowly figure, petite and exquisite. The moment Ganyu mentioned Hualuo, the figure of this petite girl emerged in his mind. Bai Ying took a deep breath, even if he didn't want his favorability to drop. For me, there is no one I like more because in my heart you are all unique and lovely individuals." Ganyu's little face flushed slightly, and she rolled her eyes at Bai Ying. Her plump chest couldn't help but stand up. "Humph, you know what's good for you." Bai Ying smiled bitterly. At this moment, Paimeng, who had been silent for a long time, finally appeared again. That voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "It's you. Now Lord Ganyu has completely fallen in love with you." Bai Ying was not without pride. After a while, he realized that the voice that suddenly appeared just now was actually the voice of Paimeng, who had disappeared for a long time. He immediately said excitedly, "You finally appeared. Quick, quick, help me to remove this curse." Because he was too excited, he said this subconsciously. As soon as the words came out, Ganyu looked over with suspicion. "What are you talking about, Bai Ying?" Bai Ying smiled awkwardly and quickly denied, "No, hey, I didn't say anything." Seeing that Ganyu let go of his attention doubtfully, Bai Ying questioned Paimeng, who was living in him again. "Quick, quick, tell me how to remove this curse I have now?" "I don't know," Paimon answered very straightforwardly. He was firm and decisive without any hesitation. Bai Ying was speechless. "Good fellow, you cast the curse yourself, and you tell me you don't know how to break it?" "I really don't know. I only know that it will disappear automatically when the time comes." "Well, this guy is totally unreliable." Ganyu was very worried about Bai Ying's sudden abnormal appearance. She thought he had a cold and fever, so he started talking nonsense. She stretched out her little hand and placed it in front of his forehead. This warm little hand and the girl's beautiful face so close to him made Bai Ying stunned. More importantly, from his angle, he could just see the girl's plump breasts. I felt dizzy, and the beauty in front of me was infinitely magnified. This scenery was really too beautiful. Bai Ying swore that she would never forget this scene in her life. However, the person involved did not seem to know it. She just looked at the boy in front of her worriedly and did not notice the direction he was looking. In the end, there was really no way out. Bai Ying stepped back and let the girl's palm separate from her forehead. Then she temporarily warned Paimon in her heart that she would deal with it later. Then she spread her hands and pretended to leave. He was afraid that if he stayed for one more second, his body would explode because of the strange feeling. Well, he couldn't hold back his gun anymore. A man and a woman were alone in the same room, although everyone was there. But it was precisely because everyone was there that Bai Ying didn't dare to take the risk of doing something wrong because of his emotions. Seeing Bai Ying was about to leave in a hurry, Ganyu was very puzzled. She looked up and asked, "Why are you leaving so soon?" Bai Ying said without turning his head, It's something important. Take care." Before Ganyu could say anything, his figure disappeared like a puff of smoke. Looking at the empty door, the girl's eyes flickered. After a long while, she finally said, "Hey, does this guy hate me and deliberately avoid me?" Her face became much more worried. At the same time, in the corridor, Bai Ying ran into Hu Tao, who was in a hurry to go somewhere. As soon as the two met, Hu Tao showed a particularly disgusted look. This made Bai Ying speechless. With her appearance, the only one who could show him an embarrassing face at the first time was Hu Tao. The girl glanced at Ganyu's bedroom door that was half open not far away. She snorted unhappily. "Humph, did you do something bad?" Bai Ying pointed at himself with an innocent look, and his tone was as wronged as it could be. "I didn't." He continued, "So in your eyes, am I such a person?" Hu Tao put her little hand on her chin and pretended to be thoughtful. Bai Ying was waiting for her answer. Almost not long after, she muttered, "Yes, that's right. In my eyes, you are a big pervert." Bai Ying was speechless. She was so sure that Bai Ying almost believed it. However, Bai Ying still had some face. Seeing that the girl was talking a little loudly, he pretended to be silent. "Shh, keep your voice down. Give me some face." The girl snorted, "Humph, no. Oh, this guy." Bai Ying felt that he didn't know how to deal with Hu Tao anymore. This girl made him unable to do it. Her eyes and expressions were always saying that she disliked him. The dangerous eyes that flashed from time to time could be understood as wanting to send him to the Hall of Rebirth as a client. After all, the Hallmaster was always thinking about burying people when he was in Teyvat. As the saying goes, a good man doesn't fight with a woman. As a gentleman, Bai Ying felt that there was no need for him to entangle with Hu Tao anymore. Maybe Tang Kong, Hua Luo, and other girls will follow, and then it will be a big deal. Zhongli is okay. After all, he is just a handsome guy. Thinking of this, Bai Ying coughed lightly. He took a step and prepared to pass by Hu Tao. Unexpectedly, Hu Tao had no intention of letting him go. "Stop! Where do you want to go? Are you going to do something bad again?" Bai Ying's mouth twitched, and he put on an especially innocent look and said, "It's unfair. How could I do something bad?" Bai Ying spread his hands speechlessly. But Hu Tao's eyes told of her disdain and suspicion of Bai Ying. While the two were talking, not far away, a petite and cute blue-haired girl was looking at this side. Maybe it was because the two people's voices were too loud that attracted her attention who was watching. Not long after, when Bai Ying was thinking about escaping from Hu Tao, she blocked Bai Ying's way forward. "What are you going to do?" Bai Ying lowered her head and saw that the person coming was the landlord Hua Luo. The corners of her mouth twitched and she said, "You don't suspect me of doing something bad, do you?" Hua Luo rolled his eyes and said, "You are confessing yourself? Tell me, what did you do just now?" Before Bai Ying could explain anything, Hu Tao suddenly jumped out and pointed at him and said, "I just saw this guy coming out of Ganyu's room. This guy must have done something bad to come out." She paused and continued, "If you don't believe me, go to Ganyu's room later." Hua Luo was stunned and replied, No, I thought it was something else." After she finished speaking, she rolled her eyes at Bai Ying and left. Seeing Hua Luo leave, Bai Ying spread his hands and said to Hu Tao in a very speechless tone, "Look, even Hua Luo thinks I didn't do anything. Why do you keep staring at me and not let me go?" Hu Tao straightened her unusually flat chest and said confidently, "I think you are a bad person, and bad people do bad things. Of course, I can't let you go. My intuition tells me that you must have done something bad just now." Bai Ying was speechless and really wanted to knock on the girl's forehead to see what was inside. "Since you said it was intuition, if it's intuition, there is no evidence. How can you say that I did something bad?" The girl was unreasonable and determined this fact. "I prefer to believe my intuition." Well, there is nothing to say about this. Thinking of this, Bai Ying looked around and wanted to sneak away when Hu Tao wasn't paying attention. Finally, while the girl was scolding him and blinking her eyes, he instantly slipped away beside her. Not long after he slipped away, Bai Ying heard the silent curse of the girl behind him. "Damn Bai Ying, big bad guy!" After returning to his room, Bai Ying carefully locked the door, after confirming that the door was locked again and again. Bai Ying turned on the computer, then logged into the writer's backend to upload the previously coded chapters. I haven't looked at the data for a long time. I took a quick look and didn't expect that the data of this book actually has more than 200,000 Read them now. Bai Ying was shocked. His own editor actually asked him to prepare for listing in the last round of recommendations. This data will definitely get the boutique mark after it is listed. Bai Ying immediately replied with an okay expression. The other party replied faster than ever before. Brother, you finally replied to me. You can put it on the shelves next Friday. After it is put on the shelves, I will try to get a recommendation for you. Looking at the editor with such a humble attitude, Bai Ying couldn't help but sigh. Not long ago, he was still a dead loser in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the situation has changed, and there will be a day when he will call me brother and be respectful. Haha, Bai Ying's mouth corners slightly raised, looking at the editor who was once high and mighty, now looking so humble, he wanted to laugh. Okay, thank you, editor. However, he still replied politely. No, brother. Don't call me big. You are my brother. His words made Bai Ying speechless. After a few greetings, Bai Ying exited the chat interface. Looking at the ring on his hand, it used to emit a faint glow before, but after he sneaked into Ganyu's dream, this ring no longer emits this light. I don't know when it will be triggered next time. Thinking of this, Bai Ying sighed. I just hope that I can be prepared the next time I sneak in. After that, he immersed himself in typing. He was exhausted until the evening, and it was not until Hua Luo called him to eat that he came to his senses. 9 o'clock in the evening, when the night sky was full of darkness, and it was quiet and dark outside the window. Bai Ying collapsed on the bed. His mind was already in a trance. He just vaguely felt that there was a noise at the door of the bedroom. I don't know who came in. In a daze, Bai Ying vaguely remembered that the person who came stayed by his side for a while and then lay down beside him. He was really too tired. He had to make an appointment with his parents for dinner tomorrow, and he typed all afternoon. He just vaguely remembered that the person who came was a girl with long blue hair, and he was not sure if it was Ganyu. Seeing Bai Ying quietly fall asleep, Hua Luo shrank his body. Suddenly, he looked at the slightly opened door at the door. She got out of bed carefully and tried to close it. However, before she could get out of bed, a girl with long blue hair came in stealthily, but unlike her, this girl had a great figure and was tall. When the girl saw Hua Luo sitting on Bai Yu's bed in pajamas, her face suddenly became very angry. She looked at the girl on the bed with an accusing look, and her mouth was slightly open, ready to shout. Hua Luo, who was worried about disturbing Bai Ying, immediately made a silencing gesture with one hand and whispered in his mouth, "Be quiet, he's sleeping." Ganyu was slightly stunned, and then nodded like an honest person. Okay, after she closed the door gently, she tiptoed to take off her shoes and socks and lay down between Hua Luo and Bai Ying, ignoring the latter's crazy rolling eyes. What are you doing? Hua Luo was speechless. I haven't asked you what you do yet? Ganyu's question made Hua Luo not know how to answer her for a moment. He didn't know what he was thinking, and he ran to Bai Ying's room in a fit of rage. When Hua Luo hesitated, Ganyu continued, You must be planning to do something bad. I'm here to stop you, CIA. Shh, don't be so loud. What if you wake him up? Oh. Looking at the cute girl who nodded honestly, Hua Luo had to admit that this girl was really very beautiful. In front of her, he had no good advantages. Her existence was simply embarrassing. Seeing Hua Luo staring at her, Ganyu felt a little embarrassed. She couldn't help but blushing. At this moment, Hua Luo turned off the lights and the room fell into darkness. In the dark night, the two girls had their own thoughts, and the atmosphere between them seemed to be a little tense. Hey, Ganyu, can you come closer? Bai Ying is about to be crushed by you. Ah, it's because you keep coming closer? You have to come closer first so I can move. When Bai Ying woke up in the morning, the sun was shining brightly. When he woke up from his sleep, he was surprised to find that there were two people sleeping next to him, hugging each other. He thought he had seen it wrong for a moment. He reached out and rubbed his eyes. Looking closely, these two incredibly beautiful girls were still lying on his bed. Ganyu and Hua Luo, the two hugged each other. Their two beautiful faces were almost touching. Although Bai Ying wanted to scream in shock, He was afraid of waking them up, so he could only suppress the shock in his heart and slowly get out of bed. He couldn't figure out why these two people appeared in his bed. His memory went back to before he went to bed yesterday. He vaguely remembered that a familiar figure came closer. He thought it was an illusion and didn't care. He didn't expect that he would be like this when he woke up the next day. He didn't think the two girls came here unintentionally. He had to wake them up right now. Otherwise, it would be bad if they were discovered by others. What's more important is that his parents might come over again today. If they were discovered, his reputation would be ruined. Well, although he basically didn't have any reputation. Thinking of this, Bai Ying stood beside the two nervously, thinking and observing them. Ganyu's breathing was more even than Hualuo's. Hualuo was petite, and she curled up in the former's arms. Her pretty face looked very cute with her sleeping posture. She even made a few sleepy sounds from time to time. Ganyu might be uncomfortable sleeping sideways because the horns on her head were too hard, so she turned over just now. Even so, the two of them still hugged each other tightly. Bai Ying thought about it. I think it would be embarrassing to wake one of them up alone. What if the two of them woke up and found themselves clinging to another cute girl? Although for Bai Ying himself, girls clinging to each other is really great. Ahem. That's not the point. He looked at the door and found it was half closed. It was a little after 6 in the morning and basically no one would be up. Taking advantage of this moment, forcibly separating the two people. Although there would be guilt, but hey, it's for the good of the two girls. Looking at Ganyu's proud figure, Bai Ying couldn't help swallowing his saliva. For a moment, he didn't know where to start to separate the two girls. In order to reduce unnecessary trouble, go! However, because of the reaction that all men have in the morning, he felt very uncomfortable and inconvenient. Even so, he still firmly stretched his hand to the place where Ganyu and Hualuo's waists were connected. At this moment, something happened that Bai Ying will never forget in his life. At the door, a girl with red twin ponytails, beautiful long legs, and a cute face suddenly broke in. She was stunned for a moment, and then she shouted at a volume that made Bai Ying feel ashamed. Ah! You bastard! What did you do to Sister Ganyu? Ah, I'm going to bury you! The one who came was Hu Tao. At this moment, with a loud enough volume, the whole house was overturned. There were rustling sounds from other rooms. While Bai Ying was stunned, other people gathered outside the door. Fortunately, her parents and Hualuo's parents were not there. Unfortunately, in this short moment, Hu Tao's favorability dropped by 50, becoming -50. Favorability points can be earned back, and the change in the character's attitude towards him is based on favorability. If the favorability is negative, Bai Ying doesn't know how Hu Tao sees him now. I only know that the way this girl looks at him now is like looking at garbage, or the kind of garbage that cannot be recycled. The disgust in her eyes can't be hidden at all. This is difficult. He sighed, and before he could even react, bad news came again. Tang Kong's favorability dropped by 100. It also triggered a limited-time task to restore Tang Kong's favorability to its peak within 2 days. In other words, it needs to be repaired. No, explain this matter. From Tang Kong's point of view, his current action will indeed cause misunderstanding. However, this is simply, it's so unfair for me. Who can imagine that when I wake up in the morning there are 2 delicate girls lying next to me? If it weren't for my strong willpower, hey! The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Ganyu, who was pressed under her, blushed. She quietly looked at Bai Ying, who was pressing on her, and Hualuo, and then looked at his dishonest hands. She couldn't help but glare at him. The voice was as soft as a mosquito. You, what are you going to do? Hualuo rubbed his sleepy eyes, and then he noticed that he and Ganyu were close together, and someone seemed to be doing something bad. He was startled for a moment. Then he smiled awkwardly and said, Bai Ying, you are too impatient. Although she did not look at him with disgust like Hu Tao, Bai Ying could still hear the teasing in her tone. Bai Ying stood up helplessly. It was too late to say that he was innocent now, and it was no longer clear. He could only smile awkwardly. Fortunately, his parents did not come at this time. Before Bai Ying finished this sentence in his mind, suddenly the phone rang. Bai Ying signaled everyone with his eyes and then answered the call. Everyone surrounded him, looking at him with a look of accusation. The voices of Bai Ying's parents came from the phone. Bai Ying, open the door. We are already downstairs. Follow us to have a meal together. Mom? What are you doing? Why? Are there several girls' voices over there? As luck would have it, Hu Tao suddenly said something perverted. This made Bai Ying's mother so angry that she immediately cursed on the phone. You bastard! What are you doing? Mom, it's not what you think. What's the matter? You were scolded like this by a girl, and you still quibble? Not long after, Bai Ying's parents, who were anxious and angry, entered the house with the help of Hua Luo's parents. Then they went to Bai Ying's bedroom. At this time, Ganyu and Hua Luo had changed their pajamas into regular clothes. However, Hu Tao still looked angry and disdainful. If Ganyu hadn't warned her not to talk nonsense, she might have already cursed in front of Bai Ying's parents. As soon as he entered the bedroom and saw the people in the room, Bai Ying's father was stunned for a while, then walked straight to Bai Ying and asked, "What happened just now? What did you do?" Bai Ying looked innocent, spread his hands, and said speechlessly, "I really didn't do anything. I'm innocent." "Who did you call a pervert just now?" Bai Ying's father's eyes were full of doubts. The deep eyes seemed to have seen through him. No, brother. Calm down. Maybe this is just a misunderstanding." Hua Luo's father stood up at the right time. Even so, he still couldn't extinguish the blazing fire in Bai Ying's father's eyes. As a father, he could not tolerate his son's irresponsible behavior towards a girl. Ganyu gritted her teeth and looked at Bai Ying's father, as if she had decided something. She was about to rush out. However, before she could stand up, Hua Luo took the lead and said, "Uncle, it's like this. We were playing an ordinary game. The red girl with twin ponytails just lost and wanted to vent her anger. Don't you think so, Sister Hu Tao?" She turned her head to Hu Tao, blinking her eyes and gesturing frantically. Hu Tao was slightly startled. She nodded immediately and said, "That's right. I'm just unhappy about losing the game." It wasn't Hua Luo's words that touched her, but she saw Ganyu looking at her with a special pleading look. She was puzzled. Why did the two people who were bullied by Bai Ying choose to defend him at the same time? I can't understand it. Seeing Hua Luo stand up to defend Bai Ying, Bai's father didn't know what to say, so he had to let Bai Ying go. Since the girls were of one mind, the matter was just over. The group ordered food at the restaurant that Bai Ying had been to before. It was mainly for the convenience of being close. The clerk was surprised to see the familiar people coming in. She was very familiar with Bai Ying and Hu Tao. The group booked 2 large tables, and then the person who looked like a parent came over with the menu before she went over to ask about the order. This man was handsome, and although he looked very old, he was still graceful. As soon as he came to the cashier, he slapped the menu on the table and said to the timid clerk, "Give me one of each of these." The clerk opened his mouth in surprise and looked at the people behind him. In these few seconds, she examined everyone. Her intuition told her that this was not an ordinary person. Immediately, she showed the most respectful attitude and responded with a smile. "Okay, sir, please wait." Suppressing the shock in her heart, she quickly drew on the menu, then went to the kitchen and handed it to the chefs. It was not yet 10 o'clock in the morning. Bai Ying sat next to Ganyu. On the other side of him, Hua Luo and Tang Kong stared at each other. This was because Bai's father and mother were present, so they restrained themselves a lot. Otherwise, Bai Ying was sure that this would be a massacre. "Dad, isn't it a bit early? Are you having lunch so early?" Bai Ying said. "Eat slowly. We will go back in the afternoon. I think we can talk about a lot of things. Take this opportunity." Was silent. Eating was an excuse. What Bai's father really wanted to do was to communicate with him. But Bai Ying didn't feel very disgusted with this. If she could take this opportunity to resolve the irreconcilable contradictions between herself and her father, it would not be a bad thing. Bai's mother smiled and said, "Your father has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. We usually say things that are a bit harsh, but it's for your own good. You are too stubborn sometimes. It's obviously not a big deal, but it makes the whole family in chaos." Hua's father laughed. "Haha, young people are like this. Look at my daughter. She looks very well behaved at ordinary times, but she is so willful in front of us." Hualuo rolled her eyes at him and pouted. "Dad, why are you like this? Ha ha." After these greetings, the atmosphere suddenly became much better. Not long after, some of the dishes were served. While eating, Bai's father asked his son, "Bai Ying, I came here mainly to talk to you." "Dad, please go on." Although everyone was eating, their attention was focused here. They all wanted to see what the father and son wanted to talk about. "We know you've had a hard time these past few years. We feel bad, but we want you to understand that it's not easy for your dad to support this family. Yeah. Give up your dream of writing a book, stay with me, and learn how to manage this company, you know?" Here it comes again. Bai Ying's face darkens, and he knows what this guy is going to say next. He interrupted him directly. "No." Father Bai tried his best to control his anger. At this time, Hualuo blinked his big eyes. Then he took Father Bai's arm with a smile and said, "Uncle, don't be angry. Don't be angry. Bai Ying has his reasons for doing this. Don't be angry. Look, if you and Bai Ying exchanged positions and he forced you to do something you don't like, what would you do?" Father Bai raised his head, looked at Hualuo, who was smiling, pondered for a moment, and stopped talking. This unique dinner lasted until noon. During this period, Bai Ying was overwhelmed by her parents' warm greetings, various instructions, and long-windedness. After that, Bai Ying and her friends returned home, and Hualuo's parents left after talking to Bai's father and mother. As soon as she got home, Hu Tao made a big face at Bai Ying. Bai Ying just smiled, a little embarrassed. However, his attention was not on her, but on Tang Kong, who was unhappy not far away. According to the task requirements, he must find a way to make her favorability towards him return to the peak. Although he wanted to say that he was innocent, the most important thing at the moment was to explain it to her. Thinking of this, while Ganyu and Hualuo didn't notice her, Bai Ying quietly followed Tang Kong up the stairs. Even Tang Kong himself didn't notice that there was a person following behind him. The moment she closed the door, a pair of hands reached in and pushed the door open. Tang Kong recognized this person even if he turned into ashes. Seeing Bai Ying suddenly barge in, Tang Kong said unhappily, "Why are you here?" Her expression was not very good. Considering what happened in the morning, Bai Ying felt that her current attitude was not surprising. "Ahem. If you have something to say, please say it quickly." Bai Ying was a little embarrassed and didn't know where to put her hands. From her tone, he could tell that she was angry. He had no doubt that the next moment the girl would say something to drive him away. "Ah!" Bai Ying shook her head and sighed. "This is a misunderstanding." There was no other better explanation, and it was indeed a misunderstanding. Sure enough, when Tang Kong heard this, he curled his lips and smiled. "Is this a misunderstanding? Where did you almost reach your hands? Think about it yourself. How could a girl run to your bed in the middle of the night?" Bai Ying smiled bitterly. How could a girl run to his bed in the middle of the night? If he asked him this question, he really didn't know, and he even needed to ask others for an explanation. "Yes, how could someone climb into my bed in the middle of the night? This is really a misunderstanding." This time, Bai Ying's eyes were particularly sincere. Even with such a sincere attitude, she still couldn't be moved. The girl's eyes were still disdainful. She even gritted her teeth and said, "You idiot! I'm obviously your girlfriend, but you're cheating on me. That's fine. You actually want to do that to them. You're so perverted. Hu Tao is right. You're a big pervert. It's unfair, sister." Humph. This is hard to explain. Just when Bai Ying was at a loss and looked worried, Hualuo walked in, her face full of smiles, as if she thought of something happy. As soon as she came in, she walked straight to Tang Kong and said, "Tang Kong, this is just a misunderstanding. Ganyu and I played card games at his place at night, and it was too late, so we just slept there." While saying this, she kept hinting at Bai Ying with her eyes. Bai Ying was slightly startled, then nodded in understanding. He agreed. Yes, that's right." Tang Kong was full of doubt, pointed at Bai Ying, and continued, "Okay, then was it a misunderstanding that he touched you this morning?" Bai Ying covered her face. He didn't know how to answer this guy's question, although it was really an accident. In her opinion, she might really not be able to clear herself. After Tang Kong finished speaking, Hualuo's big eyes rolled around. Then he replied, "Oh, you are talking about this. He was looking for his mobile phone, and then he found it and pressed it on my back. Yes, yes, that's right. Tong Kong raised his head in confusion and muttered to himself, Is it really a misunderstanding? The girl coughed and looked at Tong Kong's face with her beautiful and smart eyes. She said, Then I'll believe you for once. Bai Ying sighed secretly, but he was surprised to find that even though Tong Kong said he believed in him, his favorability still did not go back. This made him feel so uncomfortable. If this couldn't make her favorability rise back, then he really didn't know how to make the girl's favorability rise back. After glancing at him, Tong Kong snorted and shouted, What are you still doing here? Don't I believe you are innocent? What else is going on? Hearing this, Bai Ying's heart choked. Kong Kong had never used this tone to talk to him before, which made him a little unacceptable. On the side, Hualuo lowered his almond eyes slightly, and his expression seemed to be regretting something. Tong Kong had already issued an order to evict her. Judging from her movements and expressions, she had not calmed down. It should be said that she was still angry. Even Hualuo, the landlord, was not spared. The tall girl glanced at the petite and cute blue-haired girl not far away and also issued an order to evict her. And you, I'm going to sleep. You all go out. The girl's tone was particularly tough. Hualuo looked at Bai Ying with her beautiful big eyes and bit her mouth lightly. She smiled at Tong Kong and then left. Looking at the indifferent Bai Ying, Tong Kong raised his eyebrows and said coldly, What are you still doing? I really want to go to bed. It was only afternoon, and Bai Ying didn't know that this girl had the habit of taking a nap. Instinct told him that this girl was lying to him, but he didn't know how to coax Tong Kong. Ah, a long sigh. Bai Ying seemed to sigh while covering his chest, shaking his head, and said, Kong Kong, my feelings for you have never changed. You have never treated me like this before. I am very sad. Deep in his feelings, he actually shed a few tears. The tears flowed down his cheeks and fell to the ground, making a slight sound of plop. How could this scene not move people? This sudden scene softened Tong Kong's originally hard heart, especially when she heard that his feelings for her had never changed, and he was very sad. He immediately responded excitedly, No, don't be sad! Bai Ying, don't be angry! The girl was too excited, and she threw herself into Bai Ying's arms with tears in her eyes. The height of the two was not much different. Her small mouth was almost touching Bai Ying's cheek. A fragrant fragrance came out of her mouth. Bai Ying, I'm not angry. I love you too. At this moment, the favorability rose to the level before the decline. At the same time, it was prompted that the task had been completed. Although the reward for this task did not have favorability points, there was a small prop. Bai Ying did not have time to confirm what this prop was. Looking at the girl in front of him who threw herself into his arms, a smug smile flashed across Bai Ying's mouth. The plan worked. Although he did not expect it to go so smoothly. He just wanted to sell himself a wave of misery and then leave, and think of a way to restore the girl's favorability. Unexpectedly, not only did he complete the task directly, but he could also enjoy the hug of the girl with a good figure. This was simply too cool. Feeling the girl's warm body temperature and unique fragrance, he even felt a little bit dizzy. However, at the door, Bai Ying saw a familiar, uninvited guest. I hope no strange children come to peek again. Thinking of this, Bai Ying habitually looked towards the door from when he came. There, a cute girl with red twin ponytails with her hands on her waist looked at this side with an extremely disdainful attitude. The moment he saw the girl, Bai Ying's whole body trembled. Tong Kong, who was tightly attached to him, also felt the strangeness of Bai Ying beside him, so he raised his head and asked, "What's wrong, Bai Ying?" His cheek was looking in the direction of the door. This made Tong Kong curiously cast his eyes in the direction where Bai Ying was looking. It doesn't matter if you don't look, but you will be shocked when you look. Who would have thought that there was a girl with twin ponytails standing at the door, and the door that was originally half closed was pushed open at some point? The girl had a very disdainful expression. Looking at the two people who were tightly pressed together, he shouted loudly, "Pervert! In these few days, how many girls have you touched?" This made Bai Ying ashamed. If you didn't know, you would think that he, Bai Ying, was a big villain who did all kinds of evil and played with the feelings of young girls. Maybe for Hu Tao, he might be a big villain now. Bai Ying felt a headache when he thought about changing Hu Tao's opinion of him and making her like him more. If he let it go, Hu Tao's favorability towards him would become lower and lower. Wouldn't his efforts be in vain? At this time, as Bai Ying expected, Hu Tao's favorability dropped by 60 again. It became -60. Hu Tao, don't call me disgusting. The girl stepped back. This tiny action hurt him so much. Hu Tao's words also made Tan Kong roll his eyes at Bai Ying. Look at what the girl thinks of you, and you don't restrain yourself, thinking about this and that every day. Bai Ying noticed that when Tan Kong said this, he was not angry like before, but slightly teasing and more speechless. Hu Tao looked at Tan Kong and said, Sister Tan Kong, this is a big bad guy. I don't think you should get so close to him. But this is my boyfriend. Hu Tao's face was slightly red, and she still said stubbornly, It's better to leave him. Tan Kong was slightly startled. Suddenly, a persistence was revealed in the depths of her eyes. She looked at Hu Tao steadily and answered word by word, I will never leave. Absolutely. Hu Tao was stunned by her sudden rebuttal. She didn't expect that her good intentions would be regarded as a donkey's liver and lungs. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but get a little angry. She stomped her feet and shouted to Tan Kong, Who cares about you? The girl left angrily. When she completely disappeared from his sight, Tan Kong looked at Bai Ying with some regret. He whispered, Bai Ying, am I going too far? What if Hu Tao gets angry with me? Bai Ying gently touched her little head, her voice full of tenderness. It's okay. I'll help you explain it. Tan Kong looked at Bai Ying gratefully. He wanted to rush over and knock Bai Ying down. Bai Ying dodged. He knew that in such an environment it would be bad if something happened, especially since Tan Kong was wearing pajamas and a pair of big white rabbits were looming on his chest. For Bai Ying, who had been single for more than 20 years, this was not something that could be easily dealt with. Resisting the excitement in his heart, Bai Ying dodged to the side and fled. Fortunately, he escaped in time. Otherwise, Bai Ying really couldn't imagine what would happen in the end. When he fled back to his room, it was already dark. Looking out the window at the dark night, he thought of the small prop he had just obtained after completing the task. He had not had time to confirm what it was. After closing the door out of habit, he sat on the bed. A white light flashed on his hand, and a diamond-shaped object appeared. Using the things displayed on the system, he found that this thing was called a mimicry device. The mimicry device cannot simulate any non-human object, but it can change its appearance into someone familiar, just like a shapeshifter, but the duration is only half an hour, and it can only be used once a day. At first glance, these many restrictions make this small prop seem useless. Although there are many restrictions, Bai Ying does not think this thing is useless. Maybe it can help him improve Walnut's favorability towards him. In these short 10 minutes, he thought of various uses of this prop, as well as a plan that flashed in his mind. The trigger conditions of the previous device that could enter the dream were unknown, but this device can be used as you wish, as long as the stone is on you. Although it is only a short-term change in appearance, the thought moved. Bai Ying's body changed almost instantly. It was Ganyu's appearance. In front of the full-length mirror, Bai Ying stared at the person in the mirror with a dull face. The black and shiny goat horns even flashed a dazzling luster from time to time. This is too real. He couldn't help but touch the goat horns on his head. It's not just the appearance that has changed. Even the goat horns are just like the real ones. The touch is as if they really exist. His eyes turned to his strange yet familiar face in the mirror, and he moved his eyes down again. His sight stopped on his turbulent chest. There were even traces of water droplets between the unfathomable gap. Following the water droplets, he could see the crystal water droplets at the corners of the girl's mouth in the mirror. He couldn't help but swallow his saliva. His heart frantically told himself that this was just a fantasy. He swallowed unconsciously. Although he was struggling in his heart, his hands moved up to his chest uncontrollably. It's not me. It's my hand that's moving. He comforted himself in his heart. He put his hand on his chest, and even through a thick layer of clothes, he could feel the fullness of Ganyu's body. Sometimes things are so clever. Just when Bai Ying couldn't suppress the evil thoughts in his heart, the door was suddenly opened. Hu Tao took the key and looked at the strange movements of Ganyu in the room with a shocked face. "Sister Ganyu, you." Bai Ying's whole body froze. In this misfortune, he confirmed one thing. After the mimicry,